Прорабатываем локации, гуляем по Берлину. Берлин. Люстит. Угу. Деталей завезли новых. Покрышки какие-то. Словно на Майдане с голой попой, со сковородой на голове сидят. Майдан Майдану рознь, как показала практика. Да, Укспрус сделал там, блядь, надо смотреть. Надо смотреть, ёпта, бля. Кто-то говорит, что Натус Буенсунс возьмет и проебет. Ну, это первая игра, поэтому погляжу. Она только через час будет. Повреждение строя. 1,6 диаметра. До полшишечки снизу. Здесь. 18 метров. А я снотворное выпил. 2 часа поспал. Ну, до снотворного я еще спал. То есть, со снотворным 2 часа поспал. А без снотворного 6. Сейчас съебать нас будут. А, вернее, меня никто не играет в это. Ну. И не надо. А мне больше достанется ботов. Ну и не только ботов, по факту. Вот там нас уже будут трахать сейчас. По факту. Танку сугубо пихуй, блядь. В городскую местность приперся тут. На, боекомплект. Ну да. Епи, мать свою, блядь. Прокаженную немецкую суку. Уебище, блядь. Хуесосян, блядь. Это хуесоска черная, которая выглядывала, блядь. Понятно. На клиторе его матери подорвался. На оторванном клиторе его матери, блядь.
Противник начал захват.
Вот это, че ты играешь, блядь? Хуесос. Ник матери дохлый. Думблиза. Ну да, это черноплодка ёбаная.
Противник наседает на точку.
У папы патроны спиздил. Пошел пулять.
Точка потеряна. Отступаем.
Ну, проебали, блядь. Здорово, Самуи. Мамки, привет, бля, я богом рожденный. Пошел ты нахуй. Церковь охраняет тут, блядь. Сука ебаная, куда ты? Уёбище, блядь. Уёбище! Кемперная. Еще одно.
Враг пытается отбить точку.
О, какие они злые. Далеко собрался? А? Щегол. Точка сбора уничтожена.
Противник начал захват.
Damn it. Сука, сволочь, блядь.
Мы потеряли.
Камшот наебала матерь его. Такой же. Америкосы тут сосут вообще по полной. Ну вот это читер, кстати. Вот этот вот. Вот это уебище, это читерное уебище какое-то. Как оно так стреляет вообще? Че, фена объебашился там, что ли? Кого первый убивает? Меня! Кенни, блядь. О да, чепушила ебаная прям, ну, на меня арту вызывает. Не читер совсем. Ну, не только на меня, на всю команду, блядь. Не на точку, а сбоку, мальчишка. Думбс, блядь.
He wasn't so hard to kill. I got one! I got one! Jesus Christ, it took his time.
Жалко убивать петухов с геймпадами. Играет в эту игру. Еще бы в доту играли с геймпадами, блядь. Геи, блядь. Оборона взята. Те выиграли только на танках попушили. Fuck you, блядь. Долбаная лока, она больше для пулеметчиков создана. Автоматчиков. На снайперке здесь не разгуляться. Как не попал? Ну, китаец. Узенько там. Да на тебе тоже, блядь. На.
My magazine's empty. Reloading. All right. At any cost, hold that position.
Опять этот дамбет. Конченое хуйло. Да. Где твой пулеметчик, нахуй, дохлый, блядь? Гондон. В ад, блядь. В ад к деду, нахуй. Сука ебаная. Ты чё, гранату еще кидаешь тут? Сын говна, блядь. О, да. Да проебал ты, нахуй. Боевик ты ебучий, блядь. Привет маме. Дампес, блядь.
Противник отбивает точку.
Блюхиные рты.
Artillery! Fire!
Copy! Artillery!
Фая! Ну, чмырьё! О, да, 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 да. Сразу простреливаю. Да, да, да. Конечно, конечно. Однозначно, да, 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 все у тебя получается. Сквозь стены, да, 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 пробивает, блядь.
Противник наседает на точку.
Вообще, как верим?
You have to hold that point. That's right. Hey, my magazine's empty. Reloading.
Сука ебаная.
At that point.
Не, вот гомик, блядь. Баляйна! Не один, так другой хохол. Фая дехола, ей похуй вообще.
Ah, you got
Противник отбивает точку.
Ну, они всей бригадой, блядь, приперлись сюда. Да-да-да-да-да-да-да. Да-да-да-да-да-да-да-да-да-да. Хаб, кстати, не построили, тут тяжко. Десантура прыгает. Ну, ёбища могут сейчас отхватить точку. У них мало будет ресурсов там.
Враг пытается захватить нашу точку.
Спугнул мартышку в окне.
my magazine's empty. Reloading. All right. And
Довоевался, думбик.
position.
Деду привет. Дед пулеметчик, блядь. На, уебище, блядь. На, уебище дважды, нахуй. На, блядь. Ди-ди-ди-ди-ди-ди-ди.
Начал захват.
Бля, о хуесосы. На, да, 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 да. Да, 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 да. Там главных, блядь, один вон Дамбес, бля, хуев, и Русич, нахуй. Типа Русич, ёпт. Пиздопола ты ебаная, бля, не Русич. Ой, какие танки, какие танки! Боимся! Моя армия победила. Союз республик некрушимых. Ну, потно было. Укомплектованный отрядик с инженером. Поставить ресалку и пойти на штурм. Блядь, сейчас убьет! Сейчас убьет! Блядь, стреляют! Гниды, блядь! Арту, ёбки, блядь, вызвали, окей. Убивали моих. Сука, деревяшка сраная!
Наша команда начала захват. Захват начался.
Я не знал, что отсюда можно стрелять. Сверху вниз. Ну мой додик стоит там, что-то пердит. Хаб уничтожили мой. Артой. Скотины.
Наши силы занимают точку.
Damn shit! А нет, не уничтожили мой. Расстреливается. Нормали. Это кто? Чё? Взял, допустил. Кого допустил?
I'm capturing the point! Hey, my clip is empty! Reloading!
1680. очков, ебальника. Шпунтик.
Наши захватывают точку.
Defend that point.
Приближаются вражеские бомбардировщики.
Just die already, bastards!
Наши ребята захватывают позицию. Молодцы! Атакуем следующую позицию.
То время, то время. Надо бомбардировку пережить.
Finally! All right, at any cost, hold that position.
Улыбочка! Улыбочка! Я Китая! Вся гражданство Китая нахуй! Вот тебе, блядь. Вот еще. Какая-то мандавошка стреляет. Домашнее задание, дети! Дети, домашнее задание! пыщ. А, блядь, пальцы онемевают. Сугубо четко. Ну ты прыткий, узенький Пипискин. Имя, фамилия. Абубек Визмачаковский. Прикрываем батю. По тени вижу их дохуя здесь. Тут бы с автоматиком пройтись. Винтовка, один выстрел, перезарядка, скользящий затвор. А кто здесь стреляет? Вот ты, да? Ну ты не пугай так меня! Я не пуганный, конечно, мальчик. Дон губа. Команда. Комендант. Ну, он с худи. Бой на выбранной точке. Ничего не знаю. Это что за залупа, блядь? Винтовочный гранатомет. Давно пора захватить это дерьмо. Как медикс видел? Help! Отбросили гранату не могу. Я погиб. Можно было бы, кстати, встать и не сдохнуть.
Calling in artillery!
Copy! Confirming fire!
I need to reload!
Наши силы на позиции. начала захват.
Ой, какая же противная форма, блядь. Какая же у них ебаная форма, ни хрена не видишь, лока ебачуя. Гриновые. У него не пулемет ли был? Часом. По-моему, пулемет у него был, не? А, проебали тут. Да. Олухи.
Okay, you have to hold that point. Yes, sir. Yes.
Петушара, блядь.
Наши силы занимают точку.
О, мать ебал. Сейчас там ручка, твоя ручка. Была ручка, стала хуючка. Блядь! Маньяк, репорт!
Наши захватывают точку.
Чё ты, бля? Чё ты, бля, уёбок? Да. Бля, будто бы я один играю в команде. Больше никого нет. Хуесосы там рисуются, на них всем похуй.
We need artillery support!
Мать, что, у тебя сдохла, что ли? Ну, помянем, блядь.
Наша команда начала захват. Мы захватили точку.
Рыбка к тебе плывет, дорогой. Рыбка проплыла, миленький мой. По жопе, блядь. 12 граундом. Привет, пулеметчики. Ай, больно, давите меня, давите меня! Да шо ж вы так? Нет, 3 пальца онемевает. А куку, а не куку. Вот так вот еще. Чё по экипажу? Все? На, я видел их. Бегает. Траншея.
You want some more?
Сука, спина! Ну, конечно, я одного хичкокнул, надо было понимать, что в спине крестнос появится.
Come on. Yeah.
Уже на третьей точке отъездили. А вот эту вот хуйню никак не сбить.
We'll finish it now.
Летает, бомбы ракетами запуливает. И кайфу.
At that point.
Ну, на реакции ты, мальчик. На реакции. Китаёзик, блядь. Ай! Чё ты за разбег такой? Бежит со штык-ножом в спринте. Я не знаю такую функцию. Какие-то хахло-кнопки. Минометные расчеты. Да, азиатов здесь прилично играет. Юки Нахава. Юки Нахав. Босс Комендант.
Мы понесли слишком много потерь. Мы проиграли.
На слабочах. А, у меня три ливера. А у них вся команда играла. Даже больше 3. ЧПТП, результат. Зихай въебала, как говорится. «20 минут. Так, ставочки сделаны. И не скажу там прям вау. Ну, посмотрим. Я что-то комменты почитал. Говорят, ну, Нави может от энцев отлететь. Я страханулся. Тоже на унцев подзалил чутка. Там, поэкспрессил, блядь. Что-то меня сон просился, что уже 2 может выиграть тоже. Вот, ну, это маловероятно. Ну, тоже подсейвился. Короче, будет сегодня что-нибудь. Ты мне так и не дал индекс почты. Да глянь в Можайске какое-нибудь отделение. Без разницы. Можайск есть Можайск.
Here's how it works. 12 Blast Premier teams will begin their quest for victory in groups. Teams are seeded, creating 3 groups of 4. These teams play out a double elimination best of 3 group stage.
Даже не интервью. Пиздёж и тока. А я в Кунтерструк, может быть. Не успею за 17 минут. За 15. 20, 17. Карту возьмут. Карту... Конечно, возьмут. На что ставил? Много на чё. Ну... В общем... Лишь бы не... Унции с Натус Буенсунсом не 2-0. Вот, если 2-0 унции закроют Натус Буенсунс, это все. Это конец. Там все пропадет. Потому что на 2-0 я просто от унцев не ставил. Ни в одном из 10 данных прессов, блядь. Да не удивляйтесь, блядь, шкала ядрёная. Бой насмерть. Ваш матч готов. И принимать не нужно. А в соревновательном надо. Точка. Тип игры. Закладки. Готовьте пукан, готовьте свои уроды, блядь. Ну ладно, ладно. Он где-то там был, да? Я просто поддаюсь этим ложкам. Ну, пускай ЧС вешится. Чё уж. Ничего не поделать с этим. Как это хуета меня вообще услышала? Нью Гейбл просто против всех меня выставляет. Улыбочку! Почему он бессмертный? Какого хера? Я ща бы от анимешника сдохнуть. Пиздец, мама, роди меня обратно, блядь. Меня анимешник убил. Дробовик одно из моих самых любимых оружий вообще в реале. БАМ! Ну ты скотина! Пам-пам-пам! Ну, бабки чипа. Оглядываются там. Чикен. Чикен, чикен же! Дайте мне зарезать, блядь, ваши клитора. Отрезай, блядь, их хуям. Да скотина! Скотина! Нетерпеливая терпила, ебаная! Опять эти анимешники дохлые, блядь. Все, вы приняты в Нави, блядь. В Нави приняты. Все, хватит, не играйте в это. Все, жизнь удалась. Все. Вечные доходы. Никаких проебов. Казик будет 100 миллионов платить, блядь. Долларов в неделю. Фиксую. Все, хватит, хватит, не играйте. Бам! Стволы не выпадают. Почему? Блэк Семен. Вот теоретически крысонюх. У меня рили пальцы. Вот 3 пальца они мивают. Просто вот с того ни с сего. Вы приняты в натус буденсумс. И вы тоже приняты в натус буденсумс. А по 3 пули можно раздавать. Фу, бля. Фу, фу. Житербек. Ну, он вот это вот анимешное чудище. Черный Семен. Ладно. Мой куни контейнер. За ранг дали. Ну, требуется ключ. Герой за кошмары. Ну, чаще всего, вот в соревновательный режим играл, не видел, чтобы скины были у людей. А если бывают, то, ну, какие-то супер. И также на просцене. Что-то вот в доте напротив дарит игрокам сеты, всевозможные дорогие вещи, чтобы на публику люди видели, зрители. О, у этого вот такой вот сет пиздато выглядит. Хочу такой же. В Counter-Strike им настолько поебать, наверное. Мало у кого скины, разноцветные калаши. Очень мало. Вот чтобы такой вот был на просцене, я не видел. Я не видел. Не видел такое, не видел. Да, Desert Eagle. Одна пуля, ну, когда как? Когда он убивает с броней, когда не убивает. Не ваншотит. То есть остается 10 хп, а 10 хп против кальты надроченный. Или калаша, ну это смерть. Это вот анимешник даст в попку любой. Практически вот за такой скин. Нарутовцы там. А вообще вот этот вот данный карабин один в один, убрав глушитель, Far Cry 1. Скин в точности такой же. То есть, дизайн, ну, понятное дело, на то время графика на порядок хуже была, и детализация отсутствовала. Формат один в один. Только не было вот этого вот задней натяжающей шняги во время перезарядки. По-моему. Ну а так, да, то же самое. Доброе утро. Я вчера открыл кейс, мне выпал ФАМАС. Он стоил 11 рублей. Соболезную, пачан, не открывай кейс. Вообще, Ну, дело такое. Дело твое, конечно, может и повести. Ну, у меня были опенкуйси. Ну, десятилетия тому назад. Потратил 8 тысяч. Ну, это 30% ЗП с Ютаба было. Ну, еще Твичка в свое время это платил деньги, да. Но в сумме у меня выходило где-то 1500-2 доллара в месяц. Ну, дудонов тогда не было. Примерно как сейчас, то есть дудонов. Вот. 500 тысяч рублей где-то в месяц. Ой, в месяц, в день. Макс. О, ручки поднимают. Онцы могут ни одну не взять. Да, могут ни одну не взять. Фу, да кого ставил? Ну, надо Натус Буенсен, чтобы победили. Желательно 2-1, чтобы было. Вот в идеале 2-1. Я бы не хотел бы 2-0. Ну, для ставки это не очень. Конечно, есть там ставка, блядь, такая, типа, полная победа. Ну, там мало, короче. Мало. Я пасу. Ты не против? Борщ такая хитрая для разогрева пища. Вот навалил я себе целую тарелку борща, а жидкости там было, ну как, не так-то и много жидкости самой, а вот свеклы дохерища. Ну как свеклы? Не прямо свекла, да, ну в общем до хрена вот. Капусты, бля, свеколки, кусок мяса был. Я поставил на 2 минуты при 700, то ли 800 мощностях. И, блядь, разогрел, поднялся на чердак, начинаю жрать, и в каких-то местах просто холодное чувствуется. Пришлось не доедать. Борщ был с холодильника.
Woeful from Ents yesterday. They got the lowest percentage T rounds in the entire tournament, and now playing a map that Glaive is not well versed in, to say the very least, to kick off the series against a hungry Na'Vi.
О! Если чё, кто не в курсе, Глуви — это чел, который играл в Астралопитеках, и они занимали первые места на протяжении нескольких лет.
Some fire in the server here. We're going to find out. It'll be Ents starting on that T side with Navi on the CT side.
I haven't been this intrigued about a Counter-Strike game.
Ну, на ту Субуенсу где-то 5 надо набрать. 5 за КТ. У них затерев против Вутулити вообще не перло.
That's a good way to kick things off.
He got away with it somehow, just throwing a couple of bullets through. Shots, oh, some highs. He's able to see through. That's great use of that smoke mechanic. We're talking about it just on the desk now. D-Hus going to be taking down Alexi. It's a 3 versus 3. Yo, JL, he's ready for more. He's looking for one more headshot. He'll get it. The leaked Glaive from the server.
Не, бимбу не поставили, не успели.
No bomb plant here, and we've talked about it so many times, how important it is in the pistol round to get the bomb planted, and they're not going to be allowed to. How was JL just absolutely sounding off at the start of the game?
Yeah, really
Довольные,
nice
уа!
from JL.
До первого поражения.
It
Ну,
looked
так,
like a
да.
good start there. They're getting some decent map territory, Ents that is, but all of a sudden getting absolutely destroyed piece by piece here by JL up there in heaven, striking down like a god. And yeah, it's not the start Ents were looking for. We saw the body language yesterday. Let's not beat around the bush. They looked tilted. It looked like they were disjointed. The team wasn't really come together. Sure, they got to map point against Cloud9, but they couldn't convert the game. Lost in overtime.
Натус Буденцу, Сунцы.
You're intrigued is the potential for drama.
No,
You know?
exactly. Yeah,
Унцы взяли
It's
Унсен.
just that the chef kiss. It's the cherry on the top
От
of the cake.
Клуд-Нуин затерпели. С фуйзами даже дупы были.
So not to say this is like
Well, we
a
saw
bad
that
decision, it's just
yesterday.
like off meta, but a lot more teams seem to be doing this right now. On a map like Anubis, maybe they can make it work.
А, минимальный закуп все равно сделали, смотрите-ка. Накоцали у Эма. Но сейчас этот с пиписьки понимает. Его начинают пушить. Ой-ой-ой. Засали они туда выбегать. По старой памяти. Это, если чего, буй был. Если что, пацаны. У них следующий не будет Адена никакой. Да-да, не удивляйтесь.
One of the few players that did perform yesterday for Ents. Like, he still looked like his usual self, although he did look frustrated, he was playing very well. So not the start they were looking for, that's 2-0. Bear in mind, this is the most T-sided map.
Сколько где? Ну, бля, лишь бы Натус Буюнсенс тоже 2-0 бы не выиграли. Ну, тоже 2-0. 1-2. Заебись было бы.
But still, like, it does look a bit messy out there. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Ну, на нюке у Унцев просто шансов нет. СНГ команды будто бы разрабатывали эту карту. Все нюк хорошо играют.
That last round, he had the one bullet shot onto Sunpius. I mean, it was in the end of the round, they were going to win it no matter what. But still, it makes you sort of feel a bit uneasy if you're on the inside of things. You're thinking, wow, he's
Сколько поставил?
game already.
Yeah, he really is. He's had some very impressive
130 тысяч.
mechanical skill, looks on point. So, pushing those smokes, probably got a kill hit, to be honest, but wonderful. The bodyguard protecting Bit from the line of fire. Alexi B continues to stack them racks with the MP9.
Они really еще никого не убили, да? Они ни с кого даже пушку не выбили. Да? Да. И там чел выжил или умер. Я не ставил 2-0. Нет, там есть такое.
So what have we got? We've got a wonderful AWP, a FAMAS, Alexi B, MP9.
So much money.
They've got so much cash, and we'll see if Ents can show us what kind of game plan they're bringing today, whether it's going to be set piece heavy, calling out a spawn, or whether they'll be running the defaults.
Вот тут может быть в сухую вообще. Да там 10 экспрессов у меня сидит, висит.
We're playing MR12, and it's a T-sided map. The fact that Na'Vi have this kind of a lead already, they have the money. It's just looking really, really good. Ents absolutely need.
В основном все фавориты.
This can't be like a long. We're gonna figure it out eventually kind of half. Like they really need shut this down early.
Yeah, bear in mind, just to reiterate, this is an elimination game. The series goes away from you. You're out the tournament. And bear in mind, I understand it's a change in the roster, but it is just one player and one of the most storied in-game leaders of all time, one of the most successful. Like, if anything, maybe
осторожно катают, потому что если сейчас погибнут, то это 5-0.
We'll see if they can get something done. 1 minute on the clock. Not much map control as of yet. They've got a main control, to be fair. Smoked off.
О, сейчас подгорит пукан. Такой!
That didn't really work out for them. Now they're going to be ready towards A. This is quite telegraphed.
Yes, you're right, especially with the time that's left once the
Главе.
and you know what's coming next. Some counter flashes are coming out, I believe, but Bit still going to get traded. That's actually an important kill for
Занимают, а?
Might be opening up for a bomb plant. Smoke is up towards Camso, and they're going to re-smoke it. That's a brilliant grenade. That should buy a little bit of time.
Okay then. We've got the bomb planted. Sure, it's a 4 versus 3, but they have got the skill to win these sort of rounds.
Ну, 3 vs 4, как бы,
You want to live in this sort of situation.
можно попытаться.
Boosted behind the smoke, get a bomb
Не,
some pace.
нет,
Of course, they do have a kid, but it's in the back of Alexi B.
времени мало. Ну, сейчас Алексея убьют. Кусачки есть?
As he takes down Imma and leaves JL on the other side, and he's playing for time.
Все, съебывает.
Okay then, it's down to some pies. As we mentioned, Anders, like he was one of the few players that looked himself.
Yeah, he's the свин.
Although the whole team looked a little bit discombobulated, he was turning up and delivering time and time again. The problem is though, Anders, that was against the partial, the bonus round, I should say. The MP9s in there, the famous, and it was a 5 versus 4. That was just a nice clutch coming in from some pies. He always plays them well. He always gets the absolute most out of his situation. So very well played to some pious, but a sigh of relief for Ents. They get their first round over the line.
Воу, воу! Как рыбки на крючок зацепятся.
Right then.
Fake it to make it kind of thing, you know, like just...
So now you can see, even after winning the previous round, Anders got a Mac 10. Galil's out there against his strong buy of Na'Vi. Fast pacing behind this one, though. It's going to be JL to defend. It is a nice opening frag from Madden. Here we go. Ents starting to wake up here.
Yes, and if you're going to have the Mac 10, that's how you want to use it. I'd love a reload out of Madden, though. He's in the middle still, just looking for somebody to maybe pounce on him. Smoke set up, but you can look right over that, and Diha will. Good kill on the bit. This is amazing. What a great start.
This is what Diha
3-2.
in the A main position. He's a one-man army in that spot, so even though, sure, like you got an in-game leader not very experienced on the map, this was one of Ents' absolute best in their pool over the last year. So,
yes,
we know they can play it. Like, we know they have the philosophies here. I think the team is, of course, with the rumors flying around and the fact they've got a new in-game leader that you might not necessarily believe in compared to Snappy's system, I'm not sure. But this is looking much better. That was a nice, fast approach there. They're taking advantage of the fact they had that Mac 10. JL goes down, and there's no choice but for Na'Vi to save their weapons.
Нанатус Буенсус 1.35. Мало, 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 мало. Мало, мало. Нахуй, нахуй, нахуй такое говно. По факту. Очень мало. Да, Нанатус Буенсус, ну, 1.35. Мало.
And JL, yeah, maybe should have got one out of that. He heard the sound cues, he knew they were coming, but the Mac 10 took him down at range. So, Ents, that's what they needed. Consecutive rounds. They didn't get fully reset after winning one.
Man, the context of this being an elimination game, and you're going to get knocked out, go into the player break with all of the doubt and, you know, just sort of like the confusion if you're Ents here. I feel like for them especially, it's going to be so critical to get more maps under you to try and...
Выпил снотворного, поспал 2 часа. Под снотворным.
This looks really sick. Like, you know, maybe Glaive has got some really cool stuff that we've never heard of, you know, obviously, because the problem is, like you said, with Snappy, things just looked like they were so well drilled, like they looked like such a strong team that it is going to be hard no matter what. You have to rediscover that confidence. You're going to have, like, Glaive in a sense will have to prove...
Да, мелатонин плюс глицин.
Tough battle, and it's finding the faith of your teammates, proving you can keep up with today's game. Still a lot of work to be done, but for now, 2 rounds in a row, they'll take that all day long. Still focusing towards the A side of the map are Ents. You can see 3 players rotating over with the bomb. Glaive holding towards those B pushes. Still a nice strong buy here from Na'Vi, but the money is being chipped away at. Some players with flash too. Enabling to get some basic canals control here. Trying to see if anyone's exploring that position, but more of a flat default for now. You can just see them just jostling for...
Что-нибудь хорошее разогреть. Да, кофейку въебать. Пойду, наверное, так и сделаю.
First objective, take those double doors. Push the CDs back to defensive lines. They've actually got a bit of a 3-man stack towards A.
Yeah, leaves middle quite open.
Yeah, that's JL just patrolling that from a very defensive angle. Playing more for information than for frags. He'll call if they can possibly get over towards that temple position. But like I said, D-Hab may be one of the best players towards A main on the T side. Very, very good at getting those opening frags. A one-man army to say the least. There's Glaive with the Galil. Brave peak to take.
very, very exposed in this position.
Yeah. Defensive smoke deployed, 30 seconds, and it will be a B finish. There's Diha opening things up.
Yeah, doing a great job. He will get traded right away. We're down to 25 seconds, so there's not a lot more to guess here. They are going to be going for the B-bomb site, and they need to do it quickly here to try and secure the site and get the bomb planted. Imma going to be taking down Nerds. That's on the one side.
Oh,
Grenade going up, and it lands right on top of Madden. Wonderful landing a shot, and it's 10 seconds now to try and find this bomb plant. Pius, he's in a little bit of trouble here. He's trying to use the Molotov, but
nice
it's a great play for JL. He sacrifices himself nearly. He does live, but even if he died, it wouldn't have mattered. They would have won the round.
No, it was a really well-played call there. The fact that JL realized that the clock's running low, even if I do die into the flames, I know I'm going to stop that plant going down, secure the round, and there we have it. Na'Vi back to their winning ways, ladies and gentlemen. It all started with Diha kill, like I said. Bit of a master of this position. He got that opening frag, but just locked out. You can see 15 seconds, bit of a scramble there to try and get the plant through. Doesn't really work out for them. The money's been a problematic spot. JL's loving it. Yeah, it was a bit of a Hail Mary. Anything could have happened there, but I liked it. That was the perfect call.
He's 9-1 at the moment. So.
Yo, okay, didn't notice that. All right, wonderful, back towards middle. Bit willing to challenge Diha, even after going down the previous round. This time gets the better of him. This time it's Na'Vi with the opening frag. Great follow-up smoke as well. Nerds can do nothing about it. There's no way you can push that. Pius with the AWP, though. One of the absolute masters with this weapon.
I'm kind of happy to see Bit try and do that, because I was really disappointed in him yesterday. I thought he didn't, really live up to the hype at all. And we know he's a really strong player, but it just didn't seem like he was feeling it that much. So, yeah, sometimes maybe just try and let yourself loose a little bit and get some fights in there to recover a little bit of confidence in that sense. Looks like they want to try and see if they can breach the main of the bomb site here. Sneaky here in his Madden, and that's a nice entry, a double kill, taking down Alexi and Imma both, and they're going to get the bomb plant behind it. That is a sick round for Madden so far.
That nade might catch him, not quite, just trying to blow open the smoke here. And it's going to be a 4 versus 3, might even initiate the save already. Nerds is on the hunt, he's on the lurk. Player available towards middle, wonderful here at Temple, that's a guaranteed frag. He did turn. Could have been a bit of a disaster there for Nerds, but I don't think the round's back on necessarily. 3 versus 2, I think it's going to let this one slip by the wayside, recovering the AWP. They've got an AK-47 as well. That's all down to Madden. And as he just hits them with the perfect 90-degree flick up towards that platform after finding the initial entry. Really nice stuff. You can see a bit of a sigh of relief there. He's just like, yeah, well, we got it over the line. And it took quite a lot, but that individual prowess shining through.
It's such a cool round to demonstrate the difference between having a set piece and having this kind of contact play where you're just walking in, there are no flashbangs, there are no smokes, they have no idea that you're really showing up. I mean, it just works perfectly. It's pretty sick. Nerds even making it expensive towards the end. They absolutely need this. I think they need to shut this down. Just make this an 8-4 half if you can at this point. If you're Ents, you have to be thinking about locking everything down, because even at 8-4, Na'Vi can still win the map. Like, they're still in a position to do that.
Just to send that point home, like it's considered to be a very two-sided map right now. So, sure, even if it's like a 6-6 half, you'd still be thinking, oh, this is going to be difficult for them to close it out. But either way, they're winning rounds right now. They're keeping it close. We'll let them cook. As the Deagle is challenged, and it's rising to the occasion. Imma with the first, trying to recover the rifle. What a rifle it is as well. AK-47 didn't take any damage for his troubles. So they've got the opening kill, and now another rifle in the ranks. That's going to be a second AK-47. JL has had a fantastic showing, but this mid position has been up and down for him. It's going to be Glaive to challenge next, and does he have the presence of mind to detect him on the other side? Now, Glaive has the advantage. He's seen the barrel landers.
Yeah, he definitely knows it, and he's going to be good for it. That's a nice bit of timing there. Like you said, seeing the gun barrel, plenty enough to get that done. Back into a 4 versus 4. The bit is showing up. Feeling quite confident that he can outduel Glaive. He should be feeling confident. Gonna go searching.
Так, 3-4.
Under 50 seconds.
3-4, борьба. Минус, ебало. Минус второе. Третье. Кетчупа не налил.
Here at the B-bomb site. Absolute fantastic shot once again. That's another double kill. Bomb going to be planted here. He's brought it right back into a 2-on-2. Next frag is incredibly important. Who will be getting it? It's Madden with the hat trick as he looks to close up the round. Wonderful on the retake with the AWP. Doesn't look promising at all.
He is cooking in this round, isn't he? A triple in this one. He had the double opening in the previous round. Now, wonderful to try and see if he can do anything at all. He doesn't have a kit on him either, so it's going to be really quick. What a shot to take down Sunpius. And he has to do this right now. He has to run in and find him, otherwise he's going to run out of time. He gets the shot off, takes down Madden. It is an unbelievable clutch for Wonderful.
Oh, that is sensational. A show-stopping
Слабые.
clutch from Wonderful. He won a 2v1 exactly like that yesterday, and he does it again. An absolute gut punch.
Один двоих натянул.
So hard, or at least Madden did. In terms of his opening frags, and it was all for nothing. They give that round up, and he has a 10-second defuse as well. They
Без
just
код, бля.
survive another couple of seconds. The round was over. Look at the shots he had to hit to make this round possible, Anders. A hat trick. The round was down and out, and then he locked it in, but Wonderful somehow makes it work. It's Madden to go down at the end as well, and Wonderful showing his star power here in the elimination game. And,
Блин, макароны без кетчупа, сука. Просто тупо макароны.
You saw.
Blade can't believe it.
Yeah, Blade is fired
got
up.
nothing to say.
Well, there's nothing you can say. You saw Madden as well at the end. Just had his chin rested on his hands. Like, I did everything.
Да не ставил я на Энс. Надо, ну, во второй. Пускай возьмут. И на нюке отлетят.
Really impressive shots. Like he, in an individual standpoint, he is looking world class right now, Madden. But
and that's, you know, that's one of the criticisms of Wonderful that comes up every once in a while. People will say, well, he's really good when you're sort of walking in front of his crosshair, but you know, you want the clutch factor as well.
Yo, he's got it.
That's really sick.
All right then. It is going to be the 4-spy from Ends. A pretty decent one. They still have 3 AKs. A Tech 9 for Glaive. Some Pious on the Galil. Very versatile player. Like he is very good with rifles as well.
Look at the money across the board here. Like nobody on either side really has anything.
Exactly. A swing round for sure. You're right. And we're seeing a bit of information gathered.
I love this.
Outside of B, and it has to be the A execution right now, and they don't really have. They can smoke heaven and flash in, and that is literally it. If they're going for an A set piece, if you want to call it that, yeah, that's all they can do. They're juggling the utility around. Some Pious can smoke heaven. He can double flash. Okay, we're doing the electronic smokes. So once you do this, there's just not going to be that much follow-up utility. The bomb might get planted. They might get some good trades here, but how do you hold them off? So there's the smoke. Here comes the flash. It doesn't catch bits. Oh, that's a devastating smoke.
Говорит, что идут.
Absolutely no time, and they have no control on the other side because the CT's already pushed out of the B bomb side, so they know what's coming. Grenade.
Ой, ну тут вообще тупо соль.
What did it hit to bounce into the air?
I think this sort of round, when you have no utility, you can't just say we're going to do one smoking towards A with 30 seconds left and flash in. I just don't think that's ever going to be an idea. You need to come up with something like a pocket strat at that point.
It doesn't sound good when you say it either, Henry.
Don't bring out the rifles. They take out.
Тут вообще бесперспективняк. Бесперспективняк.
Calculating how many smokes are being used by the CTs this round. Can we actually pull this one off? If it's not up to 3 or 4, there's a chance you get smoked out just like that. The round is already over. My point of view, that round was done. As soon as that smoke's deployed, there's no way they're doing anything with it. They're all locked out. And that's going to be another frustrating round for them because the star players aren't even getting a look in. They're getting locked out because they just don't have enough resources. They didn't have a utility. I think maybe the timeout should have led them to a more kind of utility-based approach. But still, 6-3. A few more rounds left to be played. This is an eco, unfortunately. Blocks. Eagle or 2.
Ну, на второй я поставлю, знаете что? Ну, допы, наверное, нет, но ТБ я поставлю. Здесь ТТМ ебанет. На вторую карту ТБ.
But here we go. Imma to open things up, but some defense spacing, but a sound cue heard by Imma. He looked very sharp yesterday on Anubis, to be honest with you.
Он же увидел! Блять! Почему он не выходит, не стреляет? Мазок, что с тобой? Так. С ножа обоссал.
Yeah, need the cash, need really
Это первый убийца с ножа, кстати, за турнир.
It means he might have guaranteed the
Кто бы
sunrise orb,
подумай,
right?
блядь.
Just
Yeah.
I guess $1,500 for the knife. Yeah, he could, but he'd be sacrificing his own helmet. So maybe he won't do that. I'm not sure. That's the only way they're getting the orb, though.
Yeah, she's still laughing. He's still having a good time.
And I thought they heard him get on the platform, but apparently not.
Yeah, it looked like Irma saw the jump up there. That's
Yeah.
what I thought as well. But maybe not.
Сейчас они за вот эту вот тычку
If you can stab someone in
с
the
ножиком просто не отпустят.
What did he say?
Said if you can stab someone, it'll be great.
Okay. I thought, okay, fair enough, and he did. They don't get the AWP, but they did need the extra cash. We are going to have AK-47s out in full force here. The AWP of wonderful 7-3, round number 11, Anders. As we see another pretty lackluster buy in terms of utility. Galil's around once again, a couple of AKs in the mix. Next maneuver coming through. Bit takes quite a significant grenade. Spam damage coming through. Madden. He's been the sledgehammer of this map so far, using brute force to make their way in towards the bomb sites. Smoke down towards camera. And wonderful defending at A main here. Teammate is back up. Battered and bruised his bits. And a missed shot. A rare miss from Wonderful. We normally say those are the kind of shots
Yeah.
he always delivers on, right?
That really creates a big opportunity right now. They still have the double stack going on at the bomb sites. And in the middle, Alexi's holding, but a good trade for Sunpius. He was the one getting spammed down through the doors earlier, so potentially a dangerous fight for him to take there. But they are going to bring the bomb towards the B bomb site. It's wide open at the moment, so probably going to be fine to get the bomb planted. Whether or not they can defend it, it's a little bit of a different matter. Nuts and Glaive back there, and they're going to go for it. Don't have any real needs to slow down the incoming retake.
Well then, Nuts. This one's on you.
They have 4 kills between them anyway.
I feel like Nuts can deliver. Good grenade. Pitt's taking so much damage via utility this round. Finally, he gets dropped. JL with the trade, and now Glaive. If you can pull this one off, it might save the day. They need
Минус Аямик.
First kill comes through, but JL, yeah, he's not going to miss that sort of trade, is he? Perfectly done. And a close round, decent effort there from Ents, but unfortunately this one's still unraveling for them.
Он не знал, что он в
Some
спине
close
будет.
rounds, to be fair, but you can see that this team is struggling right now on the T side. And that's probably got a new in-game leader and a T side, so I've never looked this bad. Sure, I get it, they need time, Anders.
Yeah.
You're bringing in one of the best in-game leaders of all time. Like, you expect like maybe a little bit more on this T side at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think the excuses are kind of ready
Body
made.
language is like, I know I'm focusing on them a lot, but it's the body language. It's like, it's difficult to ignore.
Yeah, it is, and I mean, like, in a way, like you said, that this is one of the reasons why this particular matchup is exciting at the moment is because Ents are in this weird state. Like, we are interested to see what's going to happen. And so far, they're definitely in some trouble, you can tell. Diha doing what he needs to over on this side once again. They try and come for him, he's just going to get flashed out and killed, though. That's a
Sick
pretty nice
flash from
flashback.
there. Yeah. It's Diha knows he has to take matters into his own hands. He's taking
Yeah.
those duels. This is a good response, though. I like this call from Ents. You know you've got them weak towards A. Let's start pressuring in towards middle. Madden, this time not
На
quite the
2-1
same sort of
поставил.
success. Final round of the half here, Anders. 4-on-3, but Nerds,
В пользу Натус Буенсунса.
the advantage, and will maintain it.
Yeah, they're so deep in towards CT spawn,
Bomb
it's
down.
really hard to stop. That is the bomb, you're right. Emma able to get that kill, but finally, too many angles for him to hold, really, and Glaive will take him down. 2 versus 2. A lot of noise being made on the other side here. Nert's going to be able to pick up the kill onto JL, leaving Bit on his own. He's playing a pretty good game. Him and Wonderful and JL. I guess Immer's up there as well, in fact. 8-4 scoreline. It could be happening. We wanted 8-4 the other way. We wanted Ents to get 8 rounds just to sort of have a
Give them a
reasonable
buffer.
shot at it.
Yeah. But I don't know, this should be their round. Of course, it's the last one. Bit's going to be going for it, and he's got to deal with Glaive first. And it doesn't look like he'll be checking his position, so I think we might be done here. It was a scrappy half. It was a little bit messy, but Ents have done enough to get 4 on the board here in the lower bracket final.
Костяшка. Ну какая кость.
Look at the blind fire battle that's coming up. That means monitors.
Excuse me?
You can't see what you're shooting at. Now, I'm not gonna lie.
What do you do?
Maniac, for some of these players, that might not make a big difference. But
Is it just about intuition?
it's just about intuition.
Other
I imagine
senses?
Scrawny might be better with no monitor. This might be where
There's a case to be
he's
made.
playing at home.
We're leveling the playing field. Out of memory, you can kind of say, okay, I need to go to my right-hand side, then I can get to middle. Let's see, Jason is trying... I think Jason is trying a strategy. What is Jason doing? What is Moses doing?
He's trying to play with another monitor. Is he just trying to relocate him?
Oh my God! He's cracked the code!
The man is a genius.
Jason has just... Well, you're looking at yourself, buddy, now. I don't think that's going to help you.
Maybe genius was too swift. All right.
Oh my God, he's done it.
He's moving in the
I think
right
he's cracked the
direction.
code.
Now, it seems to be lagging a little bit. I'm guessing the wireless connection is just, you know, you can see it slipping in and out, but it doesn't matter. He's got the vision.
Это шоу-матч.
If you're playing
Got all
by
the
the
answers.
rules, you're
Комментаторы.
Down 50 HP?
Комментаторы тоже
while
присутствуют.
cheating.
Wait, what is he doing now? What is
И
he doing? Is
игроки.
that WWE? Why is he moved away?
He's got the bomb back.
Oh my God, no!
James is trying to stop him.
Останавливает бомба.
Oh my God, it's a critical!
As well. They're battling each other both in and out of the server. Has
What
found the
happened?
way. He's
He's
right
made it.
there.
He's planted it.
Yes, they can't ever find it. He's looking for it.
Come on, Jason!
Oh, is this what American exceptionalism has become? Jason has found a way to play around the system.
А у них лагает. Там что-то пинг какой-то завезли лютый.
More bullets.
Yeah, but that bomb is going to do everything to try to find it. The rest of them are running around like headless chickens, but
London's just been on beat this whole time.
how can he be so bad when he's the only one with a monitor? There we go. Second kill. And the
Oh,
bomb
he's
is going to
cracked
go
the
up and consume probably half the team at this point. You gotta give it up.
That's what they mean when they say,
I
don't
guarantee-
work harder, work smarter.
А, они с выключенными экранами играли. О. Не всегда. Стояк не всегда посещает.
Everything on the line, everything to play for. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Blast Premier World Finals 2023. You're watching ENCE take on Na'Vi here as we enter the second half. A desperate looking ENCE do manage to get one last round.
Простатит надо лечить, а то будешь как Познер.
It's going to be incredibly difficult
Как простату у него.
back into it. They are down but not out, Anders. They can win this pistol. They've got the star power.
Мне тоже надо здоровьем заняться, но...
They've got Deha and Madden playing really, really well at the moment. So
Там месяц таблетки надо пить.
out of it yet, but my God, do they need a bit of a turnaround in the pistol round? That'd be sick.
They've got the individuals, especially some Pius, Madden, Deha. They can make this one work.
Yes.
Nerds is being quiet.
Знаю, что кишечники полипы, блядь. Желудок.
There's always a chance.
И связывание. Это все лечить надо.
The calls don't need to be spot on. Everyone knows how to play their position and utilize their role effectively. But let's see how this one goes down. It's a little double stack with the Julies in towards Dark and JL willing to take that challenge.
They're using the same skins just to really, you know, really be in position. It feels like it. All right, that's a lot of pistols in a really close quarters combat here.
Oh, you're right. It's double Julies.
Yeah, they're so set up for it.
Okay.
How are you gonna get through this one?
Ах,
JL gonna try and see if he can do it, but that's half the arm of the attack here. That might just be wiped out. They're gonna get some grenades down. A little bit of a flashbang.
Козлявая рыбка.
You know what? Fair play. He did get the kill. Glaive in the back. Nice
Кижу
headshot.
вроде как.
Bit will take down Nerds. It's still-
Желчь проверял, да, на УЗИ посмотрели желчь.
He's gonna keep it going.
Сказали, что этой желчи,
And that should open
ее
up
там дохуя в желчном пузыре. И она густая, но камней не обнаружено. Вот. У меня после бухачки язык окрашивается в желтый-зеленый цвет.
Na'Vi picking up the pistol that Ents desperately needed here. They did force buy in the second round in the first half without getting the bomb down. Maybe they'll give that another go. Most teams take the full eco here, but they don't really
9.
have the buffer to maybe let this one slip by. There could be a call to force buy here. JL's in a great spot. He's had a fantastic showing. It is going to be the full eco, so not much to report here, I'm afraid. Just those USPs, the PT5s with some pies. That is about it. No
Одизи. Оудуза. Оудуза Мухвил.
Should be converted to double digits.
He's really enjoying the victories here, isn't he, JL? You can tell.
14 and 5.
Кстати, я разрешаю девушку на чердак проводить.
The whole team's looking quite nice.
Вообще разрешает.
In-game leader.
Только достойных баб нет, но из нескольких, да, там, миллиардов нет достойных пчелок.
Some hires and nuts left. Well, say that, but they are getting hunted down rather quickly. Very hard to imagine a world in which they're going to be able to survive losing that.
У меня же были аудезы какие. Да, я их куда-то проебал, кстати. Во время переезда, я не знаю. Я их в починку относил. Может быть, у меня где-то здесь валяются. Не знаю. С аудезами была проблема, что они перестали заряжаться. Наушник то ли право, то ли лево. Регулярная проблема такая, подпердывал. С Бирьон динамиками Т-70 та же самая история. Вот Т-70 Бирьон динамики брал витринный образец и аудезы тоже брал, ну как, БУ, тоже стендовая история.
I really like it. I like those pushes out of the B bomb side. Lately, we've been seeing more of them out of the A bomb side too, where people sometimes push 3 people out of A and just try to see if they can surprise the T's. I think either way, when you're this far behind on the CT side, you've got to try something. You've got to try and take the game back into your hands a little bit.
Техника, которая с мафакой разъебал. А разве не Бирьон динамик там был? По-моему, Бирьон динамик, нет? Как они так позволили вообще сфидить?
Yeah, well, they took that full eco to bring the rifles out in the third. It seems to be working quite effectively for now, but not up the woods just yet. We're going into a 2-on-2. Glaive and Madden. 45 seconds on the clock. That's a huge kill for Wonderful. He picks it up towards the fountain and Glaive.
Не аудиотехника, Бирьон динамик была.
Problem is, like I said, plenty of remaining.
Ну, по тем временам, нихуя себе, они 35 тысяч стоили.
Wonderful is in one tap potential at least, and we'll see what he's made of. Bomb will be planted.
Ну, согласитесь, это же какой 17-й, да, 17-18 год. Эти 50. Ну, конкретно в такой расцветке они вот столько и стоят. Вот, бдыщ. Хорош, Вундуфул. Вундуфул, только вторую надо проебать. Хорошо. Порядок? Пойдет? А? Вундуфул. Ок. Вторую проебем. Давайте старичкам поддадимся, ну. Сейчас ребятушки там перекурят, мы тоже покурим. Тут 12-5. Ой, ну, либо 12-5, либо 13-4. Если пушки выбьют.
Ents did play that map yesterday against Cloud9, and as you know, the score was?
Tell me.
13-4 in favor of Cloud9. So,
yeah.
In terms of like, sure, it's that.
They got rizzed on by.
They got boomage. For sure.
А так наушники в той же ценовой категории конкуренты Stool Series, Arctic Pro, там что-то там. Ну, к ним идет отдельная звуковая карта, какие-то прям бомбасики. Громоздкая получается устройства.
Эти
Эти же. Ну как вам сказать, тяжелые ли они? Не шибко. Но я вот, будучи лысым, вот так вот делаю. Видите, они спадают. Они спадают чутка. Наушники, бустеры, хуйня. Я не знаю, что у него за наушники.
And it's going to be a quick one. 12 on the side now of Navi.
We all saw what happened. You don't need me to break it down, do you? We all saw. We all saw.
Не думаю, что хуйня.
The partial buy doesn't work out.
Может, какую-нибудь среднюю точку точно занимает. А, да? Не знаю, надо посмотреть. Вы мне скажите, сколько они стоят? Я сообщу вам.
6 or 7, I would consider that a real positive. Just think, wow, we didn't get completely blown out the water here.
We've really rescaled back the expectations. It's like, maybe they could surprise us and win Anubis, and now we're down to, what if they just don't get completely blown out? Wouldn't that be cool?
It actually would be for this series, I think. We need him to have some signs of life. Very fast call coming in from the likes of Bits with a show-stopping entry.
Биток рано вышел. 12 катастрофные. Верхушку палим. Право руля. Ой, бомба какая болезненная. Так! Все, закончили. Все, закончили. Блять, вот они трахнули их. Так, пацаны. О, блять. Трахнули мощно. Это был Унубис. Да, это вообще, это разъебалово было. Ну вот Уншент, что по Уншенту? У Натус Буенсунс, у них 50-50. Блять, они Глоудов выигрывали. Клоунов, да, не удивляйтесь. Anytime anybody had an idea on Navi, everybody committed to the idea. Everybody is working together. Неужели эти пентихи 2-0 отлетят? Ну, не знаю.
Everybody is eating because of it. Yeah, and just look at the disparity between the two camps as well, right? We were really hyping up Madden in the initial stages of the game. Henry said it very perfectly. He said, you know, he's looking fired up, he's looking furious. Then it stops after Wonderful pulls off that incredible clutch.
Right. There was a slew of impact frags coming out from Modern pretty early on in this one.
Тут вот
But
выкупить
if it
нахуй.
wasn't just some X-factor moment from an individual from ENCE, it really felt like they didn't have anything left in the tank. There was not always even a plan B. And yeah, we're going to see that Modern moment. This is really one of those times when he was going to put another round seemingly on the board for ENCE. And he gets the one kill there, posturing on the site itself, smoke out. They're going to clear things out. Great shot onto Ima, but now 2-on-2. This is actually looking pretty good now for ENCE.
Yeah, and the fact that Madden manages to...
На 0-2 тоже есть. На 0-2 тоже стоит. О, нормально, устроит. Устроит, кстати. Блять, только, сука. Бэтбум зафейлит, блять. Там у меня 0-2 стоит на них, а они 1-1 сыграют. 1-2 будет.
He wins a 1v2 that not many operas in the world are capable
with
of.
a 10-second defuse as well, like timing everything perfectly. And it was something that we were discussing yesterday with obviously, you know, the departure of Simple for now from the Na'Vi roster, and the fact that you were saying like obviously huge shoes to fill, and it seemed like Wonderful just didn't have that kind of natural killing instinct. Yes, I love that we get to see him kind of develop.
Кирюш, у него вот такие наушники.
Right.
Как
James
тебе?
Biggs, you know, big Na'Vi fan, guy that wants everybody.
Посмотрим. Спасибо за Дудон.
He was screaming when this happened.
Yeah.
He saw probably for a second there a glimmer, a shimmer of what could be with Wonderful. He got excited for the future. I got excited for the future. And anybody that's a Na'Vi fan should now recognize that Wonderful, not just always that static opera that's going to hit the shots presented to him. He can create for himself.
Just to contextualize that as well in terms of the round distribution, one solitary round after that, Ents were able to post. It really stopped their momentum. But going back to the beginning of this game as well, JL was on fire. Like, he wanted to start off looking so informed, particularly, I mean, even in the first round, right? He was really, really starting this game off strong.
If I have to look at this Na'Vi roster right now and pick out who the best player is, it was between Bit and JL. With this map, I'm like constantly this.
Хуйня.
Who was it? Bit JL. This one was JL. JL was fantastic in the beginning of this game. He was getting, his rotations were so strong. His utility usage was good. Ignore that Molly. But everything else was so good for JL. It always felt like he was in the right place at the right time. That's exactly how you want your rotator players to be. And we know that JL, but beyond that, is such a positive influence on this roster in terms of mentality.
Yeah, the amount of nice things he was screaming.
Nice.
It was great. Yeah, that's the hype man that you want. You said Bit's name. Obviously, we have to give him some credit as well during kind of the later stages of the game. Really instrumental in terms of, you know, locking down the bomb site. I love how he was playing this position as well. He sometimes goes a little bit more aggressive. Some great utility, obviously, helping him out there as well.
With Bit and his development as an individual,
Блять, ну вот 2-0, сука. От Натус Буденсумса.
You're gonna really have to kind of think about your spots, take some good fights, and they've actually really with Ema and with JL and made Bit into more.
Может, он что-то удивят там.
Poses his natural talent on his opponents. He is still going to push in their faces.
Ну, я сомневаюсь, где-то процентов 20, наверное.
And so I'm going to take this duel, and when they give him that dance, he is ready to tango.
We've been praising Na'Vi, you know, rightly so. They looked incredible on this map, but on the flip side, Ents, like, man, obviously we know that their T-sides are an issue. The fact that they couldn't even get anything together coming into that second half as well, it just goes to the disjointed nature that we were highlighting coming into this series.
It's rare that the performance of a team so similarly mirrors the narrative surrounding the team, and that was fully on display here for Ents. Disjointed, they couldn't play off of each other very well in micro situations. I mean, sometimes people were just jumping through smokes by themselves.
Yeah.
This was a really, really bad look for Ents, and it makes the team feel like it's just on its last legs.
Yeah, I mean, it's not over till it's over, and potentially a chance for Ents to be redeeming themselves, but not until we head things to a quick break. When we're back, potentially the final map of this elimination series. It's Ancient, the pick of Ents, coming up next.
Четыре 13. Блин, кекать хочу. Ой-ой-ой. А я не помню, когда я какал. Какал-то. Давно. Дней 5 тому назад. Пойти тужиться? Ну, пойду, короче, сгоняю.
Ancient next up on the cards, and potentially last chance saloon for Ents. Of course, it is their map pick coming into things, but there's some context behind this, Maui, because we saw Ents going up against Cloud9 yesterday. It was dire straits, to say the least. Again, a really, really poor T side, another 13-4 scoreline, and a very disjointed looking Ents yesterday.
It's these T sides just haven't been kind to Ents whatsoever. It's probably why there's so many rumors circulating about this team. But it actually, on the flip side, and to give a little bright spot here, it's something that you know, Navi can look at. Navi can look at why it was so hard for the Ents side.
You were going to bring a bright spot for Ents, but
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I can after watching what I did yesterday.
Yeah, because obviously we contextualize it that some players had literally just arrived, he just got off the plane. We could see that within his gameplay in the earlier stages as well. He wasn't looking cohesive with the rest of the pack. Obviously, that did improve later on during the series, but I think it was just going to show exactly the disjointed nature that we've talked about. Ents, that map was kind of the epitome of that yesterday, right?
The way that Cloud9 played against them made it very hard for Ents to find themselves as a unit. It was so disruptive on the Cloud9 side. There were so many pushes from them, and because of that, Ents never really got to enact their game plan. You would expect that a tier 1 team like Ents in the past would have found a way to still connect, to still find some good execs on the bomb sites, but that just was never the case. They never ever found an answer in the mid game, and that's something that you would expect when you have a leader like Glaive, when you have a strong core like Ents has had for now a year, that they should have been able to make those mid-game adaptations, but they just weren't there. They were completely missing.
So something that Na'Vi and Ents have in common on this map is they've both played Cloud9, and that's where the similarities stop, because Na'Vi did manage to take down Cloud9 on this very map back at the fall finals. So what do you think is kind of key for Na'Vi to, you know, or not only they did manage to take down Cloud9, who battered Ents yesterday, how do you think they should be then approaching Ents as opponents today?
Well, if they did their homework, and I'm sure that they did with the staff that Na'Vi do have, they would have seen that Boomich and Hobbit were responsible for wreaking absolute havoc on Ents. And so when it comes to the players on Na'Vi that are trying to replicate that performance, that's Alexi, who's going to be in the cave, that's JL, who's going to be on the B bomb site. Those mirror the positions of the Cloud9 players, and if they're able to be as disruptive as the players on Cloud9 were yesterday, I don't think there is a chance in hell for Ents in this map.
And JL, when he played Cloud9 on this very map, he had a 1.4 rating. He was an absolute beast. So where exactly do you see the impact coming out from him, considering he had, you know, such a dominant showing on the first map as well?
Well, I mean, the thing with JL is that in some games, when Na'Vi feels like they're clicking, JL's been such a great player in terms of rotations, in terms of being a point man. If they go into a man deficit sort of situation, I've seen that JL has been putting the responsibility on his own shoulders to try to find some back into the round. And so I feel like in this game, that's not exactly going to be the case. I think he's going to be more of a starter for this team. I think he's going to be involved in a lot of the early fights or early control towards the lane. But it's just that he's going to be active. He's going to be on the move all the time. If he's kind of backed up into the bomb site, shrinking away, turtling, that probably means that Ents is going to come out on top, but I don't see that happening.
Yeah, we're framing this obviously as, you know, a positive map for Na'Vi coming into things, but let's remember that this is Ents' map pick, so why? Give me some rationale as to why Ents picked into this series Ancient once again.
Well, watching how they've played this map so far, I feel like Astralis, I mean, not Astralis, wow. Just because I see Glaive, my bad. That's my bad. I think that Glaive at least has an idea of what some of the options are for openers for T sides, and I think that's instilled him with a confidence that is actually fairly unjustified because it just hasn't been working. So maybe things in practice are going better for this team. And I will say one thing about Ancient that's great about it is that it's not really that hard to mid-round on it, and if you study enough footage, you can see enough openers, enough executes into sites, and so the playbook doesn't really feel too complicated through and through. It's just that hasn't really manifested in ENCE putting forward any significant victories.
Obviously, ENCE had to deal with a lot of aggression, a lot of proactivity from Cloud9 yesterday. So, you know, they've got at least a little bit of practice in terms of having to not necessarily deal with it, but just experience the wave. So is there anything that you'd be hoping ENCE have kind of changed up? Anybody that you're particularly looking towards going, hey, you need to be stepping up on this map?
I would actually hope that Sun Pius does a little bit better. For a couple of reasons. One, if you're getting your ish push in by CTs, it's up to your opper on the T side to stop those sort of aggressions, because those CT aggressions, there's going to be some holes in them. You're going to have some opportunities to get an op shot off, get a kill, even things out for your team. And also, on top of that, the narrative reason. I mean, Sun Pius was a little bit jet lagged. He just landed, and you know, he probably was a little bit shaky in terms of just mentality there. He's had a day to rest. There's no more excuses there. This is where Sun Pius needs to show that his T-side rating, which has been so fantastic for the last 6 months, needs to come into play here.
Yeah, and it really is do or die time, because unfortunately one more map loss for ENCE does spell elimination here at the World Finals. So Henry, I know you're a bit of a Glaive fan. Is it over for him here in Abu Dhabi?
These are the questions, Freya, and only one team has the answer. It's going to be ENCE, and the setup doesn't look great. They contextualize that very well. The fact that we've seen Ancient be played by ENCE already, they got absolutely dominated by Cloud9 yesterday. It doesn't look good. Na'Vi look like they're a very cohesive unit. Everything's coming together. They're winning their clutches. The body language is better over there, though, for ENCE right now, but they need some momentum. They need some star power to shine through. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. The pick of ENCE. Ancient will decide their fate here at the World Finals. Are they going home, or will they stand tall and fight back and take us to Nuke? Maui said there's not a chance in hell. I tend to agree, but I would love to be proven wrong here.
Yeah, that's the thing that's really hitting the nail on the head here. We would all love to be wrong about this. It'd be so
absolutely
sick to see
no one wants to see them like this, right?
No, no one's enjoying it in that sense, right? You want to see the miracle story of ENCE sort of putting it together right in front of our eyes, but it's not going to be easy. Emma, oh my god, headshots all across the board, 3 kills! And it's Sun Pius left alone. They've been decimated in the middle.
Oh, what can you say about that one?
Just...
They've been obliterated.
Blown up.
Destroyed. Wrecked. Whatever you want to call it. That happened. They didn't even fire off a bullet, I don't think. So whatever call they were going for that mid-split, Sun Pius is just like, boys, did everyone get disconnected from the server? What just went down? No real damage inflicted. Might as well just, throw a smoke. If you can get a bomb plant out of this, I guess that would be something, but the bomb's down.
What's so sick, if you look at the little X's on the minimap about where they died, is they're actually pincering the middle, right? So all of the pressure is supposed to be on the CTs in that moment. It's very hard, right? You're sort of flicking left and right, trying to make sure you're not getting shot at the back at any moment, but Imma just comes up with 3 headshots, bit in there to help him out.
They should just run him, don't let him get any kills, don't even kill him. Run that clock down so he gets no money.
Oh.
That would be the play right now. If you really wanted to put your foot on the throat of ENCE, you bleed out Sun Pius, but it looks like he will be, farming money instead. Like, that's not bad, actually. The fact he's got himself $600 does set them up for the future somewhat. It wasn't a complete whitewash here. Maybe he can still do something with it. It's only 15 seconds. I would say that's the very top end of what's possible. Sort of round the way.
Oh yeah.
An extra $600, so that's pretty massive on it. So it wasn't embarrassment there, because I don't even know how you get wrecked that quickly. Let's have a look from the POV. Aggressive, of course, and he does get a lovely hat-trick there. That is fantastic.
Одна пулька.
As well. 4 kills in total. Smokes all round. And we will see ENCE, no force bite this time.
Но смотрите, сейчас они ничего не покупают.
It's another map considered to be T-sided, not as heavy as Anubis, not as heavy as in CSGO, but still, the fact remains. And we will see him up. The confidence is oozing out of him right now. After that brilliant pistol.
Сможет въебало поставить? С иглы.
Not that massive, because it looks like this is an open shot case, but still, in terms of individual form, that
ну нахер, вот тоже. Чё прыгать-то? Куда прыгать? Куда прыгать? Чё-то прыгают, берут, прыгают.
I think we've been underwhelmed, because we saw the potential of the Paris Major, right? We saw him could be like a top 5 player at the event. Haven't seen that form since. These things take time. This is like different.
Ты если выжил с пистолетом, бери, стреляй. Стреляй в цель. Зачем? Нет, я не пропивал. Ни сапак, ничего вообще. Слушай, как детишек, блядь.
But bear in mind, on Anubis, they did manage to best this force by ends, that is. So,
Дитё!
we've got the likes of Nerds. The best mid player on Ancient for my money. He had a really rough game though in the first map. He was 5 and 15. But his T set of Ancient, like, he is an absolute master.
Yeah, an expert, really, which is so critical on the map, right? You get them in control on the T side, you're in a good position.
You don't really need a flashy call here. Just the basic utility to start around. Let Nerds find a pick. And we'll see if they can do something against 3 MP9s, bear in mind. That's important context there. There are 3 SMGs up against AK-47s, but a distinct lack of utility.
Я на ТБху 9000 поставил. 13-8.
Damage inflicted. Imma once again taking the jewels. Adam not feeling safe, and we pushing the smoke actually. He's feeling fine. As
вот то, как играет Унцы. Это словно я после Enlisted зашел в Counter-Strike. Может, мы чего-то не знаем? Может, они даже не тренируются?
Well, he gave it up pretty quickly, so probably remembered in the moment. Oh, there's a bit of a jump, and Imma, good for the kill. Nice nade. A lot of damage on the other side too. There's the grenade, like you told me.
Рачьё! Да какой же ты, блядь, пиздец! Он чуть ли с переделки не отлетел. Не, вы видели это? Там переделка против калаша была. Чё, блядь? Вот этот спидит 4 хп. О, он не справится, его ждут.
Really will be some hires going down, leaving Nerds in an enviable position. 10 seconds.
He can do this. He can do it. He just needs to kill.
Yeah, but Wonderful's getting kind of close as well. He has to get the swing in. He can't even fake the bomb anymore. He's out of time. He's lost around here.
Боже, какие же они днари, блядь. О, да! Вот это Фидели, блядь. Это вообще, вот это дно, вот это дно. А когда они успели в топ-10 попасть, эти унцы ничтожные? Их же любой вообще перестреливает. Я не знаю, когда они успели, блядь, попасть в топ-10, блядь. При каких обстоятельствах вообще? Духа, блядь. Ёб твою медь, блядь. Ну, духа вообще пиздец.
Really put things in a strange spot.
It really has. Alright, there we go, Glaive. Yeah, get the M4, do some damage, do anything at this point just to try and revitalize this team even a little bit. Got the right idea. He's doing some good damage here. This is actually pretty impressive.
Might not mean too much.
Они все порознь играют.
Gets traded out. Maybe it's something, but we'll see what some players can make of it. 50 seconds, Madden finding some space here. Sneaks out of the cave. He's one of the players with a helmet, with a Tech 9. Some visual form is one of the few players that really did turn up on Anubis.
CT spawn, but
there's a kill. There's that form.
Просто, ну, имейте в виду, как бы 2-0, у меня всего 2 укспруса вроде как. Из 10, блядь. Да-да-да. Так что от 2 буду отталкиваться.
Madden's got the M4 stolen, picked up in the back line.
Yeah, you know he can.
Right idea.
This is this ballpark. He can actually make this one work.
The clock is ticking. There is a defuse kit on Wonderful, but they are running this very, very low. Sun Pius Gonna be going down. It's wonderful to pick up the shot and leaves Madden alone. 1 versus 3 and locked in is that one.
Нахуй он выбежал так? Я не знаю, нахуй он выбежал вообще.
That was more expensive and a little bit more tense than you would have expected, but again, it is Na'Vi winning the round.
Yep. I mean, we've all seen it.
Don't know.
You can get 5-6 rounds in a row, but if they're close rounds like this, you lose one and the money spirals. So the fact they're getting the bomb down, they're making them uncomfortable. Sure, it's a rough start, but it's early days here on the T side for N, so we'll give them that. They are finding some.
Не, начать 4-1 должно быть.
It's not as bad as the scoreline suggests right now. So, you think it's mandatory to have a cuddly toy on the Na'Vi desk? Every single one of them seem to have some sort of teddy bear there.
Like you bring like a little avatar.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly,
like,
for the metaverse. Yeah.
Talisman, like if they were on countdown or something like that.
О, 2,4. Блять, пиздец. На ТБ это ебаное.
Round number 5 is in, Henry. We've got it. Still no way to
Врачью.
Nobody could really afford them.
No, certainly not. Nerds will have to make do with the Galil. You can see this kind of a lot looser now. Madden just tries to help himself to some opening kills when they're lining up. JL will be more than happy to oblige as he knocks them down. It's 2 opening frags with no real damage inflicted, and now Glaive. It's not making me feel like he's going to find a lot of damage here. No, there's the third, and you can see there's no trade potential. The spacing's bad, like the wheels are falling off.
Да какой поставил там уёбки, блядь? Я ебал уёбков этих чатовых слушать, блядь. В телеге, нахуй. Выложил скрин, блядь. Начинает пиздеть. А что если... победит! Суки, блядь, нахуй. Тьфу, блядь. Хохлам своим пишите, блядь, которые ебали ваших матерей, нахуй. За деньги, блядь. Которые сами им несете, нахуй. Комментаторы ебаные, блядь.
JL can't believe his luck. He's got 3 kills with no one looking at him because there's no smoke. They didn't even use utility there. That's your first real gun round, and that's what you're putting down. It's like, come on, guys.
It is definitely not ideal.
No one's even looking at him. It's nothing. No flashes, nothing.
He's having the time of his life back here.
I know I sound critical, but come on, we can all see that that's just not the way you're going to win a round. Like, that's a very common position. You normally have 2-3 players on the B bomb side. Why would you assume no one's towards long?
Yeah, and you know they're all grenades that everyone knows how to throw back there, right?
Может, тренер сядет? Кубышка. Сядь! Вместо... У них самый фидер, вот этот, Мазоха. Вместо Мазохи сядь. Или он Духа тоже.
Weird round to watch. Needs to pull it together here. Cuban needs to inspire them as well. It's not all on Glaive. They've got a coach behind them.
You like to play under pressure?
Yeah.
Then if we lose this, we are out of the tournament. So let's win.
Yeah, that's true. Let's fucking go.
Don't even know what to say about that.
А, не, они что-то купили. Купили, да. Ну что, опять 1, наверное, будет. Но это не точно. Опять же... Оу.
Emil will find the opening kill. It's 5-0. Okay, I was giving them...
That's brutal.
Giving them a bit of space in terms of it being the early stages here, but these T sides are going from bad to worse. Bit up on the ledge.
У них словно автоматы не стреляют.
Diffuse the situation for a second.
Do you like to play under pressure?
Yes. Okay, well, you're about to lose, so go win.
I just had it in the call.
At least
your parents are watching and they're disappointed.
At least they're quite jovial. At least they're not like snapping at each other, you know. Like, at least there's that. Right.
I don't know what else you're supposed to do. This is so rough. 4 on 5 on this one.
Glaive is the only one finding the openers, to be fair.
Yeah. Even look at the kills. I mean, they have.
У Духи 0 киллов. Фиксируем.
They're not doing anything in terms of that output.
All right, they can win this round. In terms of like, all jokes aside, they can actually make this one work. The thing is,
этому пизда, снайперу пизда. Проверяем.
They're on high alert. Alexi B especially. Time is of the essence. They've got 30 seconds.
Он никак, если он дальше зайдет. Блять, он идет дальше. Ладно, все, ГГ.
20 now. There's the frag he needed. It's a 3 versus 2. Still possible. Blade needs to find this kill. Madden, he's a bit of a clutch master, but doesn't get the bomb planted here. That makes things very uncomfortable. Has to just go for the plant. One player can be sacrificed to try and challenge him. That's going to be Alexei. Let him bleed him out, boys. 6-0. And another quite
Ладно. Прохладно.
Absolutely. For Glaive's position in the middle, it makes sense. They needed to get the bomb down before everyone died. And obviously, as soon as that isn't happening, Glaive has to sacrifice his position to move forward. He dies in CT spawn, and that's pretty much it.
Nerds is trying all of his moves there. That's unfortunate. Like, they've, of course, the demos, and Nerds is the danger man. If I'm aware of it, like, Blade will be very aware of it as well. You know, his sort of his approach, his tendencies, and you can see that spam coming through. I think him has been told to watch out for that sort of maneuver. And yeah, it's another partial buy. They're not getting these plants down. It's 6-0. It's about as rough as it can possibly get for a Counter-Strike team right now. All this speculation around the lineup, the way they're performing, it seems like they've lost faith in their leader. Yeah, this looks like it's done, Anders. I hate to say it. I know I'm often cynical, but
I love it. Alexei is gonna get the kill there. Bit of an A down. It blows up D-High. Took some extra damage from jail on the other side, so he's gonna be dead in the round. 3 versus 5 here. Snuck through the back line is nuts. If they get the bomb planted, maybe go for a really long flank. There's a lot of maybes, but you know, it could be the element of surprise. They blow open the smoke, and Sunfires, he is under pressure once again. Shots ringing through. Nertz is kind of close now.
Some damage being
almost
done.
Activate. He maybe gets the rifle and keeps it going. There's the first shot, but I almost feel like that was too soon. I feel like maybe you wait, you make sure you can get the multi-spray down, because they're going to go straight for the retake now. They're going to be already on that defuse. I don't think anyone's going to be able to stop them here. Nertz, some great kills, a lot of impact here, but the round is still lost.
7-0. Bear in mind, just to reiterate, often considered to be a T-sided map. This is an elimination game here at the Blast Premier World Finals. Ends, I think it's just back to...
You've been so good with the spin, with the PR spin.
I'm trying.
So far. Like, can you give us like what's it for Ends?
Такие щи. Ну это не игроки просто. Унцы, ну давайте вот вообще в соль, блядь. 13-0 и все. Еще 2 бая и нахуй.
Everyone knows that like there's some question marks right now, that they're not enjoying themselves at the tournament. That's evident from the body language. The results are getting worse. I think just get him out of it. I don't think I want to see a third map. If they somehow had a miracle run now on every single round, I don't think I'd want to see it.
It's so tough, isn't it? It's obviously super uninspiring.
This T sides is the problem. Like, I know it's harsh, but these T sides have just been terrible all tournament long.
Yeah. Well, we can. I mean, again, we have the some of the ready-made excuses, right? Of the lack of practice coming into this.
Yeah, definitely. But like, you've got one of the world's best teams to change one player. I get it. It's the in-game leader. But like, the others should be able to kind of pick up the extra weight there.
Yeah.
And work it out.
Yeah, it's been like a huge fall from grace.
Right. Let's see what they can do. I think just going for set pieces, if you ask me right now, let's just call set pieces out of sport.
Туча просто перед каточкой посмотрел фильм по соображению совести. История о том, как одного чувака военного мобилизовали, и он все там, типа, я не хочу убивать людей, я не хочу убивать людей, я не хочу убивать людей, бля, я буду их лечить там. Фильм об этом.
Yeah, they're just completely out of time, unfortunately. He's a bomb in the middle with 14 seconds. Can't go anywhere. It's not going to be possible. So, 8-0.
You can see him put his movement. He's trying to hold it in. The rage.
Did say that they like playing under pressure. So.
I think the pressure's already alleviated. I think we all know where this is going. I think the pressure's gone. Yeah. So you got 30 seconds. You once again, Anders, aim of the game in CS. Counter-Strike in general, you've got to bait out the smokes. You've got to apply pressure on these choke points. Make sure you can't be smoked out of the 30-second mark. There's no pressure anywhere. There's no pressure being applied, and they're not taking duels. Like, no one's even suggesting they'll be causing damage anywhere on the map. We've got Bits who's just absolutely destroying them towards middle. Like,
Бля, нормально экспрессов у меня сейчас летит из-за этой хуйни. А, блядь. И там один укспрус. Блядь, заруинит тундра. Там потому что 2-1 выстоял, блядь. Ну, сука, блядь.
Glaive, what have you got for us, my friend? Because, yeah, this ain't it. We're gonna get into, like, just do the set pieces out of spawn. That would be my only protocol right now if I'm the coach. It's like, let's just get, we know after there'll be execution. Let's just get one bomb plant
ну, блядь.
Going. You're right. Like, if you could get some of these rounds into a 3v3 or a 2v2, it's down to the individuals, right? And we know Ents have that, so then at least it would be somewhat doable. There'd be something that could inspire the team to say, all right, we're fighting for something here. Some of these rounds, they're so dead in the water, right? They're not even close to winning them. They're not even getting the bomb plants down. They're just getting locked out before they even get close to it. And it's kind of hard to rally a team behind that kind of situation.
One of the teams of the year as well, Ents. Like, what a disappointing way to close out 2023.
Yeah, I really...
Ну, такую разгромную хуйню.
I think Ents have a really long history of building insane teams from almost nothing. Like,
so many playoff runs, so many memorable moments, so many individual highlights.
Вот клуб с Вуталити. Там, да, блядь, там, да, интересно будет.
It's not over yet.
Это вообще шляпа какая-то.
2 or 3, I suppose it's a chance. 1 minute remaining here. Again, no pressure applied towards middle. They have not got any territory on the map. We've got 3 players still in T spawn, Anders. Well, what's the next stage of the plan? The flashbang comes through in towards the cave maybe, and he can get Alexi.
Они ни разу даже в большинство не выиграли. Ну, они ни разу большинство не сделали за 8 раундов.
Okay, I kill. All right, we'll take it. You got to go on this now, boys. Though.
Yeah, like right now, spray is in, and that's nearly a double. We're down to 25 seconds.
Okay, this is the best looking round we've seen yet, and it's a 3 versus 3. Sampires is incredibly low. Molotov towards default. His vision's been removed, but the Molotov's not quite deep enough. They might assume this is clear. Bomb's gonna go down. No, Madden, great shots from individual form. They might be onto something here. The first time in this half.
О, у кого-то праздник.
Very low indeed. That's Madden and Sampires. The flanks coming through, and it's Alexi B timing it perfectly. Takes down the danger man. Thrusted into the clutch. D-Hab. With the Galil in hand, they have no further utility. He kind of has to do it by himself because Sampires is so desperately low.
He's got 0 kills.
Им надо 4 в ряд брать. Кстати, а как он не проверил-то?
Wonderful on his own. He's got the kit, obviously, but very hard to find these 2 plays. He's looking deep in Donut to try and find Sunpie. He's finally going to be able to. And he's going to run straight for it. Surely you don't fake this. You just hold it down and hope that D-Har's rattled. But he will find it. The first 2 frags coming out here.
О! Ух ты, блядь! Сука! Первый фраг! Первый раунд!
They're taking initial mid control and is up with 30
Сейчас
seconds
попрет.
remaining. Like there's no pressure again, and it's well played from Dia. Like you said, he didn't even have a kill coming into this one. Wonderful. That's pretty much all he could do is go for that full defuse. JL, he knows he needed one there. Like if he gets the 1 kill, which he should have got, to be honest with you, they win that round. But the problem is, there's still a ton of money for Na'Vi, and now even after winning the round, because it's a 1v1. You've got Galil's out on 3 players. You've got, what, 1 smoke remaining? Good trade from Glaive. We needed that. There's no.
Так!
The master of mid.
Так! Вселились дьяволы! Это второй целый килл, блядь! От духа.
Do it for your own dignity's sake, right? Like you said, don't just exit the year getting absolutely spanked by Na'Vi. Just try and hold your heads up high here towards the end. You absolutely need that. Good spray coming through though. Glaive dropping quite low. Alexi's realizing, yeah, they're going to be taking the bomb site. Smoke us up though. Actually wants to fight for it. This is pretty risky, but he does find Glaive and Bit on the other side. Dropping very low.
Ну вы щеглы, блядь. 4 в 3.
But he actually uses it as a station to try and get the first kill. Then he pushes through his own smoke to get the next one.
A real cerebral moment there for Alexia, dropping that smoke in front, the jump up into the box. He kind of planned that in his head. He was 3 steps ahead of that entire play, and he couldn't have played it any better. Sampires, he's locked out. The bomb's down towards the temple side. He can win these rounds. Like I said, he's still a world-class rifler.
Да он уже натопал тут.
Probably going to take him down. Flips the wings. And it will be Alexi really nice play there. Like, hasn't had the best tournament in terms of stats, but that sort of play just shows you the value he brings. He understands how to win rounds and what he has to do, not to take too much of a risk, guarantee some kills. This jump up, he dropped that smoke himself.
Yes.
No one saw that coming. That's the bomb going down, and then Bit managing to secure the round here. Nothing.
Там же пули куда-то летят, вообще не в те стороны.
After the round they won, so it's going to be partial by territory here. And yes, Tech9's some utility. Let's just see a set piece. Let's do a B set piece. Let's just do like a B execution right now. That's what we need.
10-2 чешо.
This can work. I mean, you get one good entry. That's all you need. But if you run through the Molotov instead, I get absolutely toasted.
They did this against Cloud9 yesterday. They said B.
Может, они с выключенными экранами играют? Мэбы.
I think at least what you need is a smoke and a couple of flashes.
Ну вот мутулите, бля! Они взяли вот на блусте в гранд-финале с пистолетов. Просто зашли на нюки, бля. Обоссали фризов. Вот это вообще мне непонятно было. Как фризы могли допустить это? Ну, допустили. Уёбки.
Sure. Yeah, and again, I mean, obviously, Blade
about that life, so he's not going to let them do that.
Yeah. No, Blade, you're right. Like, he's going to be there in the back. All right, that was JL in the back. I thought that was a different player getting the kill. Nuts. Yeah, you can throw some bullets. You can try, play for the highlights. It's going to be not happening. And nobody even dies on the CT side. They're absolutely bringing them down. Alex is saying, close the book on them right now. Kill them.
Yeah, like, don't take your foot off the gas. Sure, they're having fun out there, but this is it's still dangerous, right? Like, even if you get one round towards the end, if you give them that last round, you're just like, okay, guys, like, who got too aggressive? Who was having too much fun? Who went for that over peak?
I mean, Navi this in the past have not looked like mentally the strongest team either. So yeah, you just want to, you know, end this right now. Don't even give them a chance.
Ну, может, у них защита там адовая, блядь.
It looks like the map's done. It's been the most disappointing in recent memory for Ents. And that flashbang, pretty meta. He's got so much time to find the frag. Imma doesn't quite connect with his glaive, though. To be fair, finding the opening picks, he might have been the best player of this half, to be honest, in terms of the...
Духа!
That's trying to make a play through the smoke. Doesn't quite work out for them. They've got the man advantage, though.
А вот он, разрисованные калашики у них тут.
Playing some confidence here, and rightly so. Takes down JL. They can find 2 rounds on the board, or at least double their efforts they've got right now. That's the sad reality here.
Yeah. So I really.
Ну все, сейчас пистолеты берут и поперло. 8-10.
Be sad to see Ents just get blown out like this right at the end of it. Wonderful, trying for a very tricky, if not almost impossible clutch here. They're playing really far back. He's going to have a hard time finding all these players, but at least he gets the first one. It is a 10-2 half finish.
Ну, нычка прикольная, кстати. Необычная. Полтела торчит.
Oh, okay, this one will be interesting. Who is your 2023 player of the year? I'll start with you.
I mean, obviously, Robs has been playing for me.
I was going to say, this guy gets my vote.
It's quite obvious.
Yeah.
But usually it's an all player, so it's quite interesting.
That's kind of what I was going with the question earlier. It's like, it feels like riflers are getting a lot more of the conversation in terms of the star players right now. Do you think that's because of the kind of swinging mechanic, or the fact the AWP has been nerfed, like, or a mixture of the two, like...
3-8, бля.
I don't think there's one specific thing. It's definitely just everything in which adds up to it. I think, like, the map design, first of all, and, like, the new grenades, smoke grenades, and there's, like, a lot of flashes which were set in CSGO, which were, you know, getting uppers off the angles, are now, like, removed.
2023, who's the best player this year?
I think the best rifle for me, Robson. Best player, I think, Sibo.
Yeah, solid answers. That's what everyone's saying.
For me, it's Robs, I think.
Robs, I think, like in CS2, I think that's hands down. It's difficult to say maybe the whole year because FaZe had a very downward period after about 3 or 4 months towards into CSGO. So I think it's definitely not a lock-in, but CS2 for me, Robs for sure. Like, absolutely killing it right now.
This year?
Yeah.
Overall?
Yeah.
Both games.
Both games.
I mean, Sabu hasn't played much of CS2 yet, but I mean, I still have to say Sabu.
You like Sabu, don't you?
CSGO and won the major and stuff.
Yeah, fair enough. Good answer. Blame F.
Yeah, I think it's easy. It has to be Sabu, even though like Robs is playing good right now. And
I would say if it's just CS2, we would say Robs.
Yeah, maybe, but it's too short of like Sabu hasn't played those tournaments.
I think it's like 8 maps or 4 maps or something.
So you cannot count.
Падиуншин будет.
For sure has been the best player of the week. Like he's, I don't
От
think
кого-нибудь.
Zawe for sure.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
I mean,
it's a good lad, isn't he?
He's pretty good.
Yeah, hasn't had a.
Мираж, кстати.
Yeah, honestly, don't really have a clue. Like, I guess are we talking CS2 or just CS:GO?
If it was a game show, I would say just 2023 full stop. So both. It's fine.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I would say probably Sabu as well, actually.
13-16, 13-9, 11-13.
Robs would be up there, but it's
yeah, exactly. But it's also such a small sample size, and they've been winning, right? So, and I don't think you guys have been in a lot of the tournaments. No. So, I mean, it's hard to say.
So yeah,
it's
up there. Just like it is IWU, but like it's difficult to say. That's what we've come up with there. Not the hottest take, but we'll take it.
Вычеркиваем.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to what could be the last few rounds of the tournament for ENCE. Only posting 2 rounds on the T side of Ancient. Their map pick. This team seems disjointed, but
вот это может пернуть.
Not all is lost. We've seen comebacks like this before. Ancient seem to have something about it. We've seen some massive comebacks over the.
Бля, ну смотрим. Да ББ зафидит, они, наверное, тундру 2-0 не закроют. Ну ладно, смотрим.
He's been playing very well, and he's 11-2 going into the second half. Here we go. Na'Vi now on the T side, and all they need is 3 rounds.
Тысяч.
Beautiful shot begin with Emma, who was
Пам. 3 в 3. Как они допустили это? Террорист. Сейчас бимбу буду ставить, и это бай. Тогда будет. Вон он так, вон наверху, на эстакаде стоит. А, кстати, они в капкан сейчас попадут. Не, нихера. Ну говори, помогите! Помогите! Бля, ну бим поставил. Это бабки.
Has got some clutch potential, the X factor, and if he can find a couple of headshots, you never know. But still, the fact he gets the
раскрутился на 200 ярдов.
That's pretty massive, and some fist bumps coming through. Down but not out, our ends.
Да.
Trying to keep Glaves head in the game. Like he knows he's gonna be under a lot of scrutiny after this tournament. Like, for better or for worse, like it's gonna be.
Кумбук? Ну, слушайте, мы в таком мире живем, что вот после Астралопитеков 12-2 у Астралопитеков как бы команда тоже мощная была. Слушайте, а в Астралопитеков разве не Глави играл, когда они 12-2 проебали? А, нет, там Дивуис. Да, Дивуис, Бум. И еще какие-то. Астралопитеки, кстати, на этот турик не попали.
Brute force the entry here, but Dihab, nice position with the MP9.
Крадутся. На духе. Все. Тысяч. Вау! Не 4 раунда. Ну, в данный момент 5 раундов. Ну, может быть 4. Если сейчас возьму.
Another bomb plant here might be interesting. Maybe do a little bit more damage if you can. For the smoke, unfortunately.
Wow!
Wonderful. Again, trying to see if he can put together another clutch here.
Так там на ТБху, блять, 4 КФ на 13-8.
He's moved straight in. He's going to fake the bomb once. Doesn't get the fight. Oh, maybe he does.
Ну не дайте ему бимбу поставить, пускай он... Попал! Попал! Мазоха!
It's looking rough, but they can still bring it back. I know that sounds crazy to say after what we've seen, but it's only the T-sides that are really struggling. So that's the biggest round yet for them to pick up. It's all done Diha.
Мазох, ну мазох. Мазох, ну мазох.
High rate of fire, a lot of damage output close range, and gets the job done. They deny the plant as well, so it has to be the full eco coming in next. It's Glocks,
Пекали.
Deagles, and should be a bit of a walk in the park here. The easiest round.
Пикали, 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 пукали.
And they'll take it at this point. Surely just farm up some kills.
Самый богатый вундуфул из них.
Couple of Deagles that are in play.
У Духи уже 6. Разультился.
One of the few chances for Ends to really just have a relaxing round.
So we hope.
Yeah, so we hope.
Запалит? Он сейчас отдаст, блядь, свой дувуйс.
Good smoke. I can't see why they lose this one. It doesn't look like there's anything that could go wrong.
Он отдаст, отдаст.
I'm gonna
Если вот сейчас развеется дымок.
They've got a nice swing here. Madden's getting it done. Really nice mechanics. Good individual form throughout. Does get punished in the end. And it's only 1 kill given away. That's absolutely fine. So they've got 3 in a row here on the CT side. Empire still believing they can do this. The money will be pretty decent now. But here comes the all-important gun round. Can't really afford to give anything away. Need to continue with this momentum they've garnered here in the second half. Nuke being the third map. Long way to go toward there.
Вау! Прям ухо задело.
We've just witnessed here initial stages of the second half. 10-5. AKs across the board here. Na'Vi.
Каких терроров? Тут КТ, блять, судя по всему, трахает. О, вот этот мисс. Это мисс. Но они знают, что сверху опять будет сидеть одно тело. Они прям, ну, знают. И сейчас стрелять будут.
3 versus 5 here. Nerds. Good little bullet tapping onto Alexei, but he's still going to go down, losing the fight. 5 versus 3. The bomb is going to be planted. And look at how
Теперь доначу тебе напрямую спасибо за контент. Всегда хотел сказать, сыграми с монами Мальвина и т.д. Ты как ни крути легенда, хотя вроде как есть зашквары говорят.
Слегка запихаточку. Зашквары. Слушай, зашквары, я что, хуй сосал, или яйца, или жопы лизал? Я изначально, ну, вот через 16 дней будет как я 12 лет на Ютабе хуярил. Я мог бы за эти 12 лет вообще в реал лайф не уходить, а спокойно сидеть там на Твиче, не бухать там, блядь, ничего не курить, не завозить куни-контента и лутать триллионы сейчас денег. Просто мог триллионы. Но об этих уебанах, которые лутают триллионы, к ним на могилы даже не придут их родственники. Не то, что фанаты, потому что фанаты у таких пидоров, их нету, блядь. Там одно вранье, блядь. Одно вранье. Бля, 3 раунда надо пикнуть. 40 на 2-0 вивал. Да там экспрессики сидят на 1,5 ляма, блядь. Ну как ты так допустил?
other side.
Oh!
He lives. Why did he not die then?
Oh, motherfucker.
Shot from Sampires there. Glaive. Good in the middle. He's been playing a little
3 раунда.
Yeah,
Дайте я потише сделаю. Что орут? Так, вот так вот. А вот так. Намана, намана.
They've lost, well, losing. Nerds to be challenged next. If you get at least one, that's fine. Keeps it 3-on-3. Now the pace is on some pies.
Выстрел! Выстрел! Ари, помоги! Ну, через право залез.
Good flash. CTs might be able to shut this one down right here, right now. Wonderful drop. JL thrown into a 2.
Хорош, 2 раунда еще, блядь. Ну, засейвлю хотя бы 9000.
11-6. Bomb planted. Should be another partial buy here for Na'Vi as they try and close.
Так, в луте было на ТБ. Знаете сколько? Четверка, говорю, четверка. Пиздец, блядь. Я ебал заранее ставить, короче, пизду, блядь.
As mentioned, I'm assuming this is a partial buy. There's no real reason to force this one. And we've got, okay, money must be much stronger than I anticipated, Anders. They've still got AKs and the AWPs.
Ну, 2 раунда, но они могут отлететь, в принципе. Если вот сейчас этот бай проебут, дальше пистолеты, это все.
See if he's going to be rewarded for it. A little bit of a shoulder peeking in there, but he doesn't get the timing right. That's 4 people right now in the bomb site, with Diha alone covering the entirety of the A side of the map. So if somehow Na'Vi were to get hint to this, they could really go for it.
Here we go then.
Да я не ругаюсь.
11.
Don't руганье. Ёп.
Galil for bits. AKs otherwise, utilities looking pretty healthy. 1 minute on the clock. Under territory, you can see they've already completed an objective. They've got cave control at the start of the round, right? That's what that's kind of what we were pointing out for Ends.
Кстати, а я не знаю, Сумпл-Думпл, он вообще ни в какой команде не играет. Он просто в АФК сидит и все.
They've still had 3 players in T-spawn around the 40-second mark. Well, transitioning over back to the A bomb site. JL with a bomb on his back. They've had success.
Он стремается, наверное, от духа отлететь.
Bravely peeks and he gets another opportunity there. One he cannot convert. It's Diha with the SMGs. As he holds towards Donut.
He's just been playing with the MP9.
Ну натопали.
Down to 14 seconds, so they can't really delay inside these long fights. They have to
Ты! Уа!
Much better.
Я пропался в жопе и ложь. Сам я видел, что ты мусорнулся вроде когда к тебе пришел какой-то еблан за жену парикмахера качать.
Да какой мусорнулся? Нихуя не мусорнулся. 3 пальца. Это ща бы верить бабам бывшим. Ща бы верить бабам, бывшим бабам, блядь, которые вечно пиздят.
Had 2 opportunities at a shot, very difficult shots, but once he could not quite convert. Here's the partial buy. As we will see a mid-take coming through. It's going to be somehow a double kill. With Mag 10.
Слушайте. Ну неужели вы пекали каким-то там сраным... Пау! Ну блядь, 2-2. Ну, АВП и... Пекали, блядь.
Waiting for it, hoping to deny the bomb plant or at least do a little bit of damage. There's the Molotov on top.
Сгори, бит!
Yeah. And the thing is as well, JL knows he's up against the AW.
Калаш подобрал.
He knows their tendencies. He knows what's up.
Выстрел! Ну! Есть! Есть! По чуть-чуть есть.
Yeah, they have smokes. They even have they just picked it up in transit, so
that's perfect incendiary. I think he knows he might as well hold on to the deco. There's no way of winning this, unfortunately, now.
Can you imagine
Ola has been
how
business.
painful it would be to Na'Vi if we end up playing a third map here? Just the feeling of
Ola has been business.
won it already.
We said that Ancient seems to be there's something about it. Like
Такие нервы. 1,6. Там я поставил заранее на 1,6. В лайфе было 4, блядь. Алло, алло.
Not yet finding it. So at least playing with some dignity here. This is much better. It's the squad's coming to life.
Пипец, бля, я херею, блядь.
In that first half, but the team's coming together. It's Alexi B that's looking slightly flat. Now you can see that's their first timeout on the Na'Vi side. Suggests that things are starting to get a little bit more problematic for them. Still in this game are Ents fighting for their tournament life. Bear in mind it's just one round Na'Vi need to find that all-important elimination point. That
Может быть,
before managed to farm some cash for that Mac 10. Bongo planted. A nice strong buy here.
Сделаю.
I'm getting some real weird vibes now all of a sudden. Na'Vi, where is that closing instinct at? You're so close to doing it.
Ну я на добу 2000 поставил. Ленка, а если 2-1 в пользу Энс? Нормально. Какой 2-1 в пользу Энс? Ну я на допы 2000 поставил. Там мало прав. Та же самая четверка, блядь. Допы 4. ТБ тоже 4.
Division away from Diha has finally got a rifle in his hands now. AK-47. As we set up for another A play. The bomb making its way over.
У Мазухи 16 киллов, как у Вунтуфола. Ну, потеют унцы, пипец как. Эти осторожно играют, понимают, что если так, то это 10-11 будет. А, хотя не, бабки у них есть на следующий. Убегает, говорит там, ау!
This is beautiful. The defense is absolutely working. You're right. Wonderful Anima here, trying to bring it back, but it's a 2 versus 5.
2 vs 4.
And they only have about 20 seconds left.
4 vs 1.
He's started the warm up. He's come alive a little bit more now. 3 kills in this one.
Жесть!
That's all they needed the whole time.
2 rounds on the board on their T side. They're bringing this
Уши не болят.
Some Pious dragging them to nuke, kicking and screaming. As he finds himself 3
снайпер у них такси. Да, он попадает время от времени. По реакции видно, что не до майонеза. Да ладно, отдайте вы унсам карту, блядь, что вы. 1-2 в пользу Натус Буенсус. Хороший варик будет.
К тебе когда-нибудь приходили на чердак тусоваться с стримом? Как к этому относишься? На доту полетишь? Я думал, дота предлог. Там был мейл просто. Малоли замирился.
Она не приходил на чердак, нет. Никто не приходил ко мне со стримом. Мел? На какой доте? Где? Я не знаю, я не слежу за передвижениями. Да, это 11-11. Пехоту.
Previous rounds, he's been playing over by Donut as well. Towards CT spawn, he
is just very
JL going to be going down as top of everything else. It's 5 versus 3.
А на нее было, наверное, 6. Какой-нибудь там лютый.
Na'Vi just again, like, it's a 10-2 first half, right? So they were so close to winning it. And now all of that is in the past.
А чё он в эту решетку? О, пострелял, видите, пострелял. Ах, сука, блядь! Расстрел, расстрел! Ну, у них там лютые сейчас живы. Саная перезарядка! Ну он коцаный! Сможет? Блять, на АВП сидит.
And now he's looking for it. 1 versus 1. He misses the chance. Nert's on the other side. He doesn't have the kit. There's a 10-second defuse. He's going to be running straight in there. And now he's got it. Nice shot from Nertz. Nice bait out there. Almost jumped into that would have been one hell of a way to go down. But ends keep the dream.
А если бы у него бы кнопка бы отлипла? А, пацаны? Если бы у него бы кнопка отлипла, и он, ну там, не знаю, баг какой-нибудь произошел с клавиатурой.
It doesn't come through. It's all about Sun Pius right now. What an absolute monster. This is the Ents we know and love. This is the Ents that's been missing. Wonderful, did very well. He gets dinked on Brew here. I think that's what decided his fate. He didn't really quite trust himself. He thought it was going to be.
Желанием к нему. Через ТТР не свяжешься. Он много чего открывает. Или разошлись на ссоре. Как здоровье? Извини, если забываю.
Казино плохо. Желание к нему. Так у меня это вообще очень печально там со всем этим. Реально говорю. Супер печально. Ну, по заносам, по всей этой шляпе, блядь.
A 13-11 almost type scoreline here. Now they've disappeared in the second half. They've been disappeared.
Ну, а ТТР, не знаю. Последний раз, когда-то что-то там я лудил на его новом проекте. Как оно там, скажи мне, блядь. Криптоказино он когда открыл еще до стулька. И мазафака. Ну что, будет 1-4? Нервы, блядь. И вы проиграли, наверное. Нет, мы не проигрывали тогда. Автомат выбрал ягодка, а Огр наклацал на бургер. Но ТТР без объяснения причин перестал сотрудничать. Некоторые додики говорят, он специально там назло мелстрою типа дудонил мне и сотрудничество давал мне, назло мелстрою типа, блядь. А чё они говорят, что Жопич получает донаты тоже назло мне, к примеру. Чё-то никто об этом не говорит, блядь. А почему-то пиздят о том, что назло мелстрою ТТР, блядь, сотрудничество заявил со мной. Да. You're gonna get eliminated if we lose this. And then they go on to pull the entire sweep back. It'd be so sick, wouldn't it? Oh my god, it's 11-11, we're all tied up here. And it's 2 rounds away. I think they've won 6 in a row now. 10-2, да, все так. No bomb plant. Well, there was a bomb plant last round, so they are just able to put together a bit of a buy in this one. It's not going to be amazing, but they do have the AKs out. No real grenades to speak of on that T side. They are running them very low already. Nert's close to it here is. Оу! Блять, это 12! Это не допы. Блять! Сука, нахуй я на допы закинул? На допы было 4, а на победу унцев 4,8, блять. Ой, я дебил, блядь. Ой, я дегрот, блядь. Блядь!
I don't think anyone can.
Ой-ой-ой.
Wild. A clean sweep in this one, 12-11. Somehow Ents are back in a position now. They're 1 round away.
Да как они с пистолетами, блядь, допы возьмут? До допов не дотянут никак.
Navi, they're going to be devastated going into the third map. I can't imagine what the mental state will be like on the team.
This is one of the most impressive comebacks we've ever seen.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just down to Sampaius, his dynamic nature. He's everywhere on the ramp right now. He's like, everywhere they go, he's always one step ahead.
Они купили что-то, смотрите-ка. Не, они купили что-то.
Nerds is fired up, and they've got map point after a 10-2 deficit. This is unbelievable scenes.
Промазал, это хороший тон, кстати. Инфу дали, что в этой дырке есть. Ну лишь бы в капкан они... Лево чекнуть! Господи, щеглы, блядь. Ой, щеглы, ой, щеглы. Такое въебать?
That is going to be a huge topic of conversation. They had this one in the bag. It was supposed to be the gift for Wonderful's birthday. They were supposed to be easy celebrations. And now instead, it looks like they're going to be forced to play a third map. And with a revitalized Ents on top of everything else, D with a nice shot. And that will be it, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to go to a third map. Ents. The revenge is complete. Reverse it was. It was unbelievable.
Я охуею, блядь, с этой той, блядь.
It's Sampaius leading the chart for one of the most tremendous comebacks in CS2 history.
Я охуею, блядь.
Incredible reverse sweep. And talk about the fashion that Ents were able to do that. And sure, we know they have issues on the T side. Wasn't really surprised to see them really struggling in that first half. But Maui, I was not expecting such a commanding force coming into that second half. We're talking 11 CT rounds for Ents compared to a solitary 1 on the side of Navi.
It's brutal way to lose. If you're Navi there, you felt like you had this game in the palm.
Но у меня на 2-1 тоже стоит тут этот прессинг, да.
Great performances from some of the individuals.
И не один, кстати.
We saw Sampaius really come to life. The master of middle, as Henry dubbed him in Nerds.
Блять, ну там проем будет, скорее всего. Потому что я туда G2 засунул, блять. 1-2. Но мне понравилось, как Майонези там стреляет.
Now, because let's contextualize this. This was an 8-0 start for Navi. They were looking so like formidable in that first half on that CT side. There were so many issues coming out of the Ents camp, and I thought,
не, вообще... Ух ты, блядь, не, охуенно. Даже если унцы победят, вообще похуй. Да. Я там страханулся на 150 тысяч, блядь. Такие там бы эти вилки сделал. Ой, ебу, блядь. Ну, 1,5 ляма, да, на кону.
Perfectly. Like, this is a team that knows that they might not even have a future together. And so the only way you're going to motivate your team isn't through some impassioned speech, because everybody knows you're just waffling. But if you put it down in the server, if you lay it down, if you find those kills, if you bring your team back into it, then there's a spark, and we saw that it actually sent the whole server ablaze.
You were demanding that Sampaius was going to be showing up on this particular map, and he certainly did. Talk about a redemption arc for him on this ground of Ancient.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of what he did on T side, there wasn't a lot to be happy about, not much to speak of, really for anybody for that matter. But when it came to the CT side, Sampaius doing what he does best. He was doing this just being active, being mobile. He's everywhere. He's making his thing so difficult, and every little bit of missed utility from Navi that went his direction, he was able to capitalize on top of it. There were some moments here where it didn't feel like
они могут техническую составляющую внести корректив, что если у тебя уже экспрессы там собраны, какой-то, да, ты не можешь другое событие засунуть. Это их недочет.
That is to say, he shot everybody that was on his screen, though. Like, every single person dead and instantly, but there were a few more opportunities than he probably should have been allotted.
Yeah, there were obviously, errors on the side of Navi, I think it's fair to say, but well played for Sampaius to be capitalizing on those. And we've got to bring one round into an instance where obviously Sampaius...
Еще ни одного захода, 1,5 ляма в кармане.
Just one of the slew of CT rounds Ents managed to back to back to back.
This was such a strange round for Na'Vi. They have no utility other than this smoke towards CT, and Sun Pius, again, he's just going to capitalize. The utility was used earlier towards some kind of bait, and at this point, there's no flashes to support this hit. There's no more mollies. Just that one smoke and a double cave setup is all that ENCE needed to put this one away. This felt like a key moment where at this point, Na'Vi, they just felt stuffed. There was no hope if they're not going to throw the proper utility to take this bomb site.
Yeah, it felt like it was, I don't know, just the approach from Na'Vi, it wasn't as well drilled as I anticipated that it would be, because in that first half they looked incredible unison between all members of the squad, so that's what I was expecting going into the second, and then it just fell apart.
There was no misdirection at any point in that half, it felt like, for the side of Na'Vi. Every time they wanted to go somewhere, the whole map was completely silent, and it was a one-dimensional approach. There were some times when they found that map control, I think Henry and Anders were highlighting those kinds of moments, but instead of actually trying to keep pressure on those areas, what I noticed is that this is actually sometimes reminiscent of how Alexi B likes to call in the mid-round, where he just kind of macros everybody, and he doesn't,
everybody, come on, everybody.
He doesn't always use lurkers to the fullest extent, and so there's not always that pressure on other sides of the map, because he wants so badly to just get everybody together and just deathball a bomb site, and then there's no real confusion for the defense.
To round off the ENCE side of things, man like Madden, he was showing up. Just to throw it back to the first map of this best of 3 series, obviously Anubis, he had such a hot start. Then that clutch from Wonderful comes in, and he goes absolutely quiet. But boy, was he on a redemption arc here on Ancient.
Modern was doing
10-2, да? Пацаны, 10-2. 10, мать его, 2!
Sure that whatever needed to be supported was. Like, I mean, look at all the frags and the variety of positions that he's in for all of these. I mean, he's generally speaking fighting in cave, but there was actually a multitude of different positions that he found himself in, and in those he was continuously finding success. And I think that ENCE kind of took a page out of, well, for one, Na'Vi's book in terms of just throwing different looks at their opponent when they were on the defense. And I do think that when there were the pop-offs coming in for the side of ENCE, everybody just started calling their own number. We saw a bunch of players moving.
Ну ты же трэш-стример, угодно выкинуть угодно, что угодно. Пускай награду дают тогда. Желательно из платины. Награду трэш-стримерам. Охуенно, пиздатый трэш-стримеры по 10-15 часов стримят, которые игры, блядь, трэш-стримеры.
This is more of a Na'Vi loss to me than it is actually an ENCE win, which is kind of seems a little bitter in some ways, but it really is. It wasn't like this was a team effort necessarily.
Бля, тёлка охуительная, вот это вот.
Yeah, and of course that does bring us to the third and final.
Ей бы, ну, 10 лет тому назад вообще ебабельная сучка. Ей бы сиськи еще сделать, ну и все. Ну это типа милфочка. Типа милфа. 3 минуты есть. А не буду я ставить на... Не буду ставить заранее на ТБ какие-нибудь там. Конечно, тут ТБ, да. Бля, обидно, когда 5-7 вровень. Ну, тут вровень. Так, у этих легионов тоже. Один за террора взяли. А, это легионы взяли. Слушайте, а вот тут может быть заранее... Не, я заранее, короче, пизданул. Да, да. Чуть-чуть. $8300. Похуй, пихуй, пляж. Муза ведь гуруиком не проебут, да. Вот улите 1-2. Клутнует. Ага. Угу. Я на клаудов поставил. Удачи, бля. Хы.
Come with me shot. Come. Yeah. We can walk together. I'm close on side.
Side one.
Nice.
Close.
You hit him.
Не, там 1-2 будет. Ну там в любом случае. Ну, 3 карты, бля. 2-0. Не. Вот 3 карты. Ну, у меня ни в одном прусе нету. Клутнуин вообще нету. Да.
An unholy comeback from ENCE leaves us awaiting the third and final deciding map of Nuke. Now, when we come into this particular ground, Maui, let's start big picture. Where's ENCE standing? Where's Na'Vi standing in terms of their kind of tape, their stats, their record coming into Nuke?
Well, ENCE, with this 5-man lineup, have only played it twice. They beat Gamer Legion at Elisa, and they lost to Havu. And so, you know, 50-50, that's okay. But for the side of Na'Vi,
50-50 здесь.
they've only played this once and lost to Complexity. So neither of these teams really have the most reps in for CS2, and we know that when it comes to
4-13-13-11.
any map.
Bow.
For me, in a lot of ways, I almost feel like this is going to be more difficult for Na'Vi. They've never won a game yet on this map in CS2, and ENCE right now, one, they're feeling completely powered up, and two, they just have more reps in now this new meta of the game now.
Okay, so you're in the mind of Alexi B. You're coming into a map where, yeah, as you said, you haven't had the most success, albeit haven't played it that many times, but you're also coming in with the mentality of you just lost a map that you really should have closed out. You had ample opportunity, ample rounds to be doing so. How are you then kind of resetting, approaching, and setting out your game plan for Nuke?
So what a lot of experienced IGLs
Да здесь похер, за кого болеем.
This kind of just mental blow. You make things really simple for your players. You don't actually even default as much as you would. But I don't think that just going into A execs, which is a common strat for teams in this kind of position.
Если 2-1 на ENCE сделают, тоже пойдет.
The ENCE defense, and that's the fact that Glaive is the sole ramp defender. Glaive obviously had a pop-off moment there in the very last round of Ancient, but when it
Да, в
comes
общем,
to
самая жопа это...
not necessarily world class. I think
это
that's
вот...
safe to say.
Yeah, I think when we look at Glaive in isolation, obviously he is potentially going
Это
to
вот
be an issue on
Мауза,
the map. But where does the whole other ENCE camp stand? Because obviously to contextualize things, he's the only new addition alongside with the coach coming into it. How are the other players manning the fort, if you will?
That's simply what's terrifying for you. If you're in Na'Vi's position right now, this is a formidable ENCE core four that have put together so many wins over the course of their history with just that defense. They were okay with Snappy sometimes not doing the best work at ramp. They had ways to mitigate the fact that sometimes he would just die and not even get a kill. And so even if you do find that game, even if you find the 5v4s, this ENCE team is actually seasoned. And actually after seeing that turnaround that they brought together on that CT side of Ancient, I feel like they're motivated too.
So the knife has just concluded. Production have informed me that Na'Vi will be starting on the CT side of things. So where does that set up the offensive half for ENCE coming into this map?
Well, I mean, I hope that Glaive is just well versed with the ENCE playbook because, I mean, what he was able to do at Elisa, I mean, losing to Havu's not a great look. Beating Gamer Legion, sure, that's okay, but Glaive was such a mastermind at finding out in the mid-round how he wants to move his players around.
Они таблички приклеивают с никнеймами.
At set pieces and then working off of how that set piece put him into some positions.
Этот тренер объясняет им.
There's a little bit of a style clash between Glaive and the rest of the team.
Лучше, конечно, чтобы Натус Буденсус Вин.
And the opportunity for Na'Vi to, you know, go, hey, we're going to put the ghost of Ancient in the bin. We're going to forget about them. Is it going to be any easier for them to actually put this series to bed here?
This, it was playing out so well. Every narrative was working out, stats were working out, everything looked like it was in order.
Противников и как им
действовать тоже. Much more of a coin flip. I still will slightly side with Na'Vi in this one, but I'm gonna say this: it could easily be Ence's day to upset.
Но мне не кажется, что там симфония Мендельсона.
Man, I'm a little worried about Alexei himself because he's going to be fighting outside as a rifler, and I just
Чревоугодие это грех, скатывается как с алкоголизмом.
The mechanics sometimes aren't
По
always
поводу
there.
алкоголизма,
So I need some support from Wonderful.
я бы взял бы пиво, бы выпил, но что-то как-то это.
The T side of Ents uncomfortable.
Пока рано. Пока работа. Опять работа.
They might do now, Freya. Like, you saw a complete shift in their character almost after picking up that map. It looked like they were done and dusted in this tournament. One of the most historic comebacks in CS2 history. Sure, we haven't got much CS2 history, Anders, but still, the point stands. No one believed in this team. No one thought they'd do anything, especially after going down 10-2. We said that Ancient and CS2 has something about it. It does happen, but Ents used to be
буду ли я смотреть линию своего ПВП? Нет. Мне политика вообще не интересна. Ну, вот была вот хуйня с сектором газа. Я думал, там что-то серьезное начнется. Вот прям. Хуйня это все. Они сами все очкуют. Очкуют по-адски. Ну здесь Натус Буенсунс за КТ. А КТ лидеры здесь. Да? По-моему, нет? Да, КТ типа тут топ. Якобы.
Мастерлинг в своем убежище. Интересно, будет ли алкогольный заплыв в выходные? Последний перформанс с Рейджем Семена в трусиках был великолепен.
Hello, Джаба. Все зависит от результата. Вот, по ставочкам.
Elimination on the line, he tilted the hell out of your opposition. They fumbled that previously, let's be honest. Like, I think Maui's very good points in their deaths, but that was more of a...
Допустили поставить и бомбу, и раунд забрали тоже. Очень хорошо пикуют унцы. Прям, ну, хорошо. Убивает одного и фидит.
Actually up there in terms of one of the more impressive players. He got that nice three-man spray down. He was influential the couple of rounds they got. He was finding the picks. And
Духа смеется.
And like that's going to light the fire beneath them. This is a team that looked dejected. They were tilted throughout the tournament. And now was winning that one map. It could save their tournament.
Без трусов на чердаке перед вебкой за сколько по клишу. Лям дала. И гол. Прям тут, прям сейчас. Wonderful взял муху цикатуху. Ой, к нему там не подходит духа.
He has to be, right? In terms of impact especially, like just not getting the kills on the board, but he's just changing some of these rounds.
One thing is always a super clutch specialist, or he can always find the openers. Like, this seems like every facet of the sniping responsibility he seems to have under lock and key. Here we go then. It is a second round.
Все, сейчас заход будет. Ни одного патрона не попал. Это Овнет. Это 2-0.
Easy street here right now for Ents. Want to make sure they have that trade potential still. Diha's down the vents. Nerds will be setting up that trade for Diha. And this is looking good. They are off to the races. JL, last player remaining. Forced by a nuke. Can work out. So can the Desert Eagle as he lands his first headshot of the round.
Не, по идее, вот эти чуваки на Натус Буенсусе должны взять. Это нюк, я говорю. Вот увидите, вот увидите.
Yeah, that's you're not wrong.
So, if it all goes wrong now, we still know they have enough rounds to win.
Вот увидите, как 10-0 будет.
Do you like playing under pressure? What a line.
Это сетка лузеров на выбывание, если что, катка.
At a point of elimination, and then you do the reverse sweep. Now you're playing a third map. And we'll see if there's anything in Na'Vi to be done in this round. Any kind of damage that can be inflicted. They've got a single flashbang, so I'm assuming they're going to try and set something up in the yard. It's Alexi, but he needs a cue, a time to throw the flash, and it might have already passed there. It's going to be coming out, but it's too late. There's nobody else here. Diha's in mini, taking care of business.
Oh, Diha's getting in the zone.
Yeah.
Nuke is his map as well. It's normally Anubis, but he's devastating things on Nuke, as we just saw the Mac 10 master Diha. And we're going to see the first gun round come through, but 3 rounds, 3-0.
Let me ask you a question, Henry.
Oh, please.
How would you spend your birthday if you ended up getting knocked out after being up that much?
I actually don't know. Like, I don't think it was on anyone's mind. I don't think even the players considered a possibility. Like, Blade stood behind him and was like, yep, just close this one out, boys. It'll come eventually. That round's coming. It never did. I'm not sure. I'm lost for words, Anders. Like, it's been one of the most confusing series I've ever commentated. I'm here for it. It's going to be up to Wonderful to try and salvage the situation. As the only
минус АВП. ГГ. Как так-то? Как можно было так подъебнуть? А как они это делают? Ну, за КТ должны типа были брать. Натус Буенсус.
Well, now they've shaken off the bad vibes. You know, like they're looking like a different team.
Dear God, what have we witnessed?
I felt like they lost.
У Духа 8 киллов.
And it looked like they were frustrated. Yeah, like we can only speculate, but the body language was saying.
Вот это прикольно, сейчас он так выглядит.
Like I said, historic comeback. I think that's fair to say. They look like everything's changed. They're feeding themselves now. And Nuke is famously an end-snap. Like, they thrive in the chaos of this one when they were under snappy leadership. As we get into a 2 versus 1, Diha doing all the heavy lifting here. It's down to bits.
Куда ты стреляешь? Это 5 в атаке. Это 5, это 5, пацаны. Ну, видите, приношу свои искренние извинения, что, оказывается, унсы-то могут, да, победить. Ну, к примеру, да.
If it's solved within basically one map, it's like that's something you're never going to witness again. That's so rare.
Им паузу надо вот следующую брать. Пауза и брать. Если они, ну, сейчас они прибудут, должны перетактировать.
Yeah, we are witnessing something really, really interesting right now with Ents that I don't think I've ever seen before. Some high is going to be taking down Alexi. And it's a 4 versus 4, and they're down below with the bomb. They're ready.
Looking for that 5-0 here.
Там одни пистолетики против 4 калашей. Я бы дробовик лучше бы купил. Они решили экономично.
Exploring the options, making sure there's no presence down here. CTs now have rotated 2 players down. But it's a bit of a lurk. Great shot from Glaive.
5-0.
Back, baby. The individual form is looking much better. The Tito calling, like so far this tournament, sure, underwhelming. But this series, like in the way he's playing individually, like...
Тысяч. Сколько же денег у терроров? Капец. У терроров супер много денег.
A stylish shot. Nice to see Glaive smiling. He certainly wasn't in that first half. Like, looked like his life was flashing before his eyes.
Вот пауза. Прям, ну, читаемая.
and maybe even the first half of the second map, and then till now, like just their faces are going to be completely different.
Ну, сейчас они должны брать. Сейчас они должны 5-1 быть. 5-1, 5-5. Вроде как. В этом и заключается куни камбэки. Тренер по попке. Тренер по попке им надает. Бля, как на Уншенте можно было 13-4 слить, потом куни камбэкнуть и третью забрать, бля. Жестко. Выстрел! Сказал, победил. На меньше 18 поставил? Ну ты едодик. Ебать, ты угораешь, что ли? Меньше 18. Зря. Тут не будет меньше 18.
Yeah, certainly had the right idea. If there was going to be a way back, it probably would have been Glaive trying to get that one. But, all right, it's Madden. Good news for Na'Vi if they can win this round and survive with 4 people. But Madden's already trying to make it a little bit more expensive. Another kill here would actually be devastating to Na'Vi. But they're going to be able to solve that problem. All right, they're on the board. They finally get it right. And it's after a bit of a timeout there. So, a conversation.
Competition.
They need it so badly. I mean, the conversation's going to be flipped on its head.
Поздно. Ну, блядь. Вот как мой Нузи стреляет, это вообще пипец. Да? Что он вчера исполнил? Ну прострелить как-нибудь там. Ну попробовать. Они что, не понимают, не шарят? Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Ну этого в туннеле сейчас заебашут. Зря, ну какой, блять, и он спину открыл свою дырявую. Предполагают. Он что, не видит? Один коцаный топает, двери закрыл. Поднимается наверх. Ой, в туннель идет! Ой, в туннель идет! Ой, в туннель! Их там, блядь, их... Блядь, да, они эту верхотуру пушат, блядь. Лево, лево руля! Лево руля! Подстраховал. Фейкует, фейкует. Минус. Минус.
Nice idea from Ents, like I said, this set pieces from spawn. I think that's going to be the best way to operate with this squad, just considering how lackluster the T-sides have been this tournament. But there's Na'Vi picking up their second. Blade trying to rally the troops here. He needs to get them all online. They've now got their money sorted. They've got a nice strong buy. AK-47s in their ranks as well. It's wonderful. Managed to hit a couple of shots in the previous. From D-Had though. One of the deadliest riflers on the server.
Прошивка. Не видит. Оу, Глуви просто поставил худ-шут. Так. Дырявая спина. А, пукан горит.
in those vents. He actually does come out on top with JL. Yeah, mowing him down.
Двое вверху, и это бимбу сейчас буду ставить. Дух передает информацию. Дух коцаный. Поймет ли Алексей? Алексей увидел. Кое-как увидел, кстати.
He's only got one kill, Imma, so he has to come up big right now. They know that no one can rotate to really help him out. 30
Тихо, 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 тихо!
In a great position right now. What a movement from him here. Imma gets the first spray.
Кричит, кричит. На помощь!
Does pick up the bomb. He probably wants to go down below, but Alexei, he just moved all the way.
Эй, щитишь, щитишь, щитишь!
It will be 3 rounds in a row for Na'Vi.
А, пацаны, как вам вот эти самые игры? Сначала 5-0, 10-2. Вот и думай головой. Пауза. От унцев идет пауза.
And Alexei be working in tandem to close things out against Nerds, who just didn't have the time or space to work with there. Locked in towards the squeaky door. They try to come back up those vents. Doesn't quite work out for them. It has to be the tactical timeout at this point. It's going to be ends to call it after giving up 3 in a row. Like we said, though, they've kind of already done the job.
Это тест-сторона. Так это тест-сторона, там терроры 5-0 набрали. Сразу сходу. Ну, если бы пистолеты были бы на стороне контрол, то ясен хер. Было бы наоборот. От пистолетов. Ну, могли 1-1 сделать. Поставить бимбу, купить что-нибудь. А, они купили какую-то хуйню. Муху.
They completely ruin the finances of the CT. So, yeah, don't mind it. Down towards low we go. Is that the bomb that's made it?
О, это фаст-пуш, это прям фаст-пушек. О, знаю, это в инфе этой.
I love the fact that he turns around in case one of the CTs is hunting him. It's a good move. Imma taking quite a bit of damage.
Алексей прям терпит там. О, Алексей, 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 мазафака. Ду-ду-дус.
He's so sure that someone's going to be following him, but for the minute nobody is. Every time they seem to be slow playing when they're in this position. It'd be interesting to see if they want to change the pace.
Выигрывая Люсею, но там это непонятно. Ты слышишь? Топает вниз! Запушили маленького. Один улицу палит. Лундуфул выходит. Сейчас ему... Все, это пизда, это 6-3. 6-3 это много. Это многовато. Так-то. Ну им затерев придется, он первая половина. Сейчас может 6-6 будет. 3 раунда. Эти взяли 3-1. Смотрите, они ничего не купили вообще. А куда они деньги, блядь? В Аваду депают, что ли? Где деньги? Они 3 раунда подряд взяли.
Incredibly dysfunctional team, really, hence the way that it was coming into this game. It looked so disappointing, and the turnaround has been spectacular. I'm still in shock just even thinking about it. Yeah, absolutely.
I think the whole world is. And now, like, bear in mind, like, ends are synonymous with Nuke.
6,
You and I have
7,
commented them
3.
plenty of times, and we talk about the chaotic upper rushes. We haven't seen many of those yet, but that was the snappy playbook, right? Like, run these defaults, the other smoke, then just throw in those upper rushes like every few rounds, and haven't had to rely on that yet. Maybe they pull out. This is the round to pull out. If you're gonna do an upper rush, Anders, like a trademark ends upper rush, this would be the round to do it.
That's true. I forgot about that. They did love doing that.
Yeah, that was kind of their whole thing.
Almost sometimes detrimental to their T sides on
but it was always, always a lot of fun. I think that if you're ever going to do it, this would be the round. You know, they don't necessarily have all the utility. Like,
ёб твою.
This is the round you do the upper rush.
Блять, я думаю, что это такое? У меня на основании члена, знаете, что? Кусок кожи торчит, блять. Ебать! Хуя себе, это что за хуйня? Типа, блять, папилломы сантиметровой.
Bit of a weird duel there. It looked like there was a second and before any one shot. Both wonderful and some highs. Maybe the Molotov fire just making it very hard to see anything through the scope. It's Lave to try and bring it back. He looks for the double opening and it's not far off. He could have had that one. That might have been the bomb plant right then and there, but it'll be Navi instead.
Бля,
Wonderful.
Не, я могу ее выдернуть. Я могу ее попробовать удалить. Но не пойдет ли?
They need it so badly.
Oh, absolutely.
Вот как на пальце. Заусеница, вот типа заусеницы. Блядь, схуя бы это. Охереть.
Another strong buy available, 7-5. Considering how this started, that'd be absolutely fine. Wonderful going with the same pick. They were successful in the previous round.
Wonderful, тебе как, нормально, блядь? Картошка, сука, жареная. Взял, сгорел просто.
He definitely didn't. He thought he was walking out, but you could just hear the burns continue. Alexei going down.
Hissing of the flames.
Yeah, disastrous way to begin the final round of the half, and they're getting picked apart and blown up. Jail in a 1 versus 5. There's nothing you do here.
Nothing he can do at all.
The recovery from Ents, it's so ridiculous. It's the equivalent of dropping all the puzzle pieces on the floor and they just assemble into the puzzle. Like that obviously can't happen. There's no world in which that can happen, but for Ents it did. Somehow they have. It's so stupid.
Here it comes, the last few moments for JL. And the thought of a third map was remarkable. The fact they might be eliminating now.
Ну щеглы, ну щеглы. Сейчас, если минус пистолетка, это... Блять. Что мне делать-то? Что делать с этой хуйней? Сука. Просто отслоилась кожа. Это называется пепелома, передается через рот, выжигается в больнице, как бородавка. Ой-ой-ой. Папиллома выжигается. А если я его выдеру? Возьму и вытащу, блядь. Видите ли, нюки, 2003, наверное. Пятнадцать секунд. Сука! Мне фуналь хуй. Козы. 4. 6. Хунтер. Так живем.
I cannot kill him, bro.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah.
Dead.
Nice, boys.
Nice, mommy.
Nice. Sick, boys. Nice. Because wherever we go, they will die. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Exactly. Exactly.
Hungry. You like that, Anders? Wherever they go, wherever we go, they will die. That is quite the statement, and one that's not inaccurate. They absolutely.
Ну, Натус Буенсунцы, соберитесь вы, чё вы, блядь? Капец. 8-4. Затерян. Блядь. Боевики, боевики.
After everything we've seen, it's Ents that are on the precipice now of knocking out Na'Vi at the tournament. I can't believe I'm saying that. It looked like they were done.
Вон, услышал. Прострелы. Убили одного! Ну вы рячьё, блядь! Им сейчас в спину будут дышать тупо.
Wherever we go, they die. It doesn't matter, and he gets the shot outside. Wonderful. It's his birthday. He's trying to fight his way back. He just wants to keep the dream alive. 2 versus 4 on this one. The pistol is critical here for Na'Vi. It's looking unlikely, if not impossible here. Sampaya spins around and he's ready. Too good.
Ну это 10-4, да? Ну, они первые пушки возьмут. Щиглы ебаные, блядь. Ну там Wonderful 1 vs 9, блядь. По факту.
We speculated, we said, yeah, it's possible. Comebacks do happen in CS2. This will be the map to do it on. History suggests it's always ancient. And I know we're still talking about the second map because it's just blown everyone's mind. And now it looks like they've actually got this one like all tied up. It's a full eco from the T side here as we look for double digits on the CT side of Newcanders.
Пушки повыбивать хотя бы 1-2.
Was invested into this round. Glocks. 0 Kevlar, 0 utility, and nothing but headshots.
Духа.
The round is guaranteed. Ents have actually done it. So now they're the ones with the huge scoreline. They're the ones who can give.
Мазуха угорает. Я охуею с этой дури, блядь.
They play pretty good CT sides. That's not been a problem. It's been the T sides, and they've managed to have a good one.
It's the T sides. Yeah, that's been the main criticism. CT sides have been pretty respectable. 10-4.
10-4. Ну да.
Deep in the hole right now. But Ents, I mean, yeah, they gotta be careful they don't get overtaken by the same kind of feeling, right? Like, just keep the focus here. You're 3 rounds away from doing it. You're so close to the finishing line. Just this way you want to see some leadership out of Glaive to keep the troops in line so that they don't just take it for granted here because nothing is done. I mean, if they should know better than anyone. It's not over until it's over.
Good point. A bonus round, though. I can't believe I'm saying that for Ents.
Увидел ты там? Нет чё-то. Смертник, блядь.
After such a smashing on the first map, Anubis, we know Glaive.
А чё он не прострелит гараж? Они же сами в нем прятались.
So ridiculous that they had to play Anubis as the first map. Obviously, it was going to go wrong, and it did.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
It was absolutely over. And here they are on the third map, proving everyone, including us, wrong.
Ну там трое.
Absolutely. What a story. What a narrative.
Минус Бутук. Он даже не смотрит туда. Он вправо не смотрит. А вот посмотрел. Ну, а он локоть не увидел, что ли? Ты локоть не видишь? Блять, ну ты слепень тупой, блядь. О! Шумит. Бля, вот эта перделка, это читерная какая-то перделка. Согласитесь. Бам-бам-бам-бам! Сука, я эту папиллому потрогал, и у меня теперь какая-то удаленная неприятное чувство присутствует в члене. Бля. И к врачу никак не обратиться, и маме показывать не хотелось бы.
Obviously, the round is done, but Diha's trying to make it a little bit more expensive. Bombs been planted, so no chance for Dia to do anything here. Wow. Great news for Na'Vi.
Absolutely, but again, Anders, this is the bonus round. You know, like sure they've got it done, but they kind of had to win this one. To be honest with you, but there we go. It's going to be bits closing things out. There are the mascots on the Na'Vi table. Them to rally the troops for sure.
What's the equivalent here for Na'Vi, like the real world? Because it's worse than crashing your jet ski for sure, Henry. Like
definitely, like I don't know, it cost me about the same amount of money.
Ну там как заусеница здоровая вот, с ногтя.
€1,000, and it's gone out of my pocket.
Торчит, я ее пробовал во сне как-то выдергивать перед сном. Я не думал, что она такая здоровая. Я думал, это просто типа такая небольшая болячка, блядь. Нихуя.
It's just so absurd.
Madden's going for an old classic, the knife in the vents.
He lost his damn mind.
Oh, please work, please work. Someone think about it. Someone consider going down. Doesn't look like his.
О, этот спецназовец тут.
5-7 is out. He comes barely.
Как так-то? Да вы, блядь, вы просто рофлеры! О, чизет! Как, блядь, пекалем! Ну все, тут уже оборона занята, блядь. Это пиздец, это просто рачье, блядь, рачье! Рачье, ёбаное! Там должен был быть сверху, да, одно ебало, а вот с ангара вот этого, блядь, выбежать не в соло, а вдвоем. Убили бы верхнего, блядь. Мудила с пистолетом убил автоматчика.
And it is looking easy for Ents right now as we get into what could be elimination point. Imma to open things up, keeping the dream alive, but it's quickly traded out by Madden.
А жареная картошка на вундуфуле тоже, блядь, сдохла в секунду.
This one will be talked about for years to come, Anders.
Oh, no question about it. On both sides.
Я охуею с этой дуры, блядь.
Clay finding his individual form again. The team rallying around him on the second map and then coming into the third one and just blowing Na'Vi out the water. But for Na'Vi as well, conversation's going to be what on earth happened. That is the one question that people are going to want to know. They're going to want an answer to behind this game. 4-on-4 in this one.
А что, это открытый план тупо?
To slow this down, put a little bit of a break on to end.
Да, открытый план, они оставили открытый план.
Rounds away from knocking Na'Vi out of the world finals.
Как вы так? Эти не могут Эти долбоебы не могут поверить, что здесь никого нет. Сука, вот это они на очко подсели, блядь.
How much do you want to go for this? Even in a 4-on-4, this happens on Nuke more often than you imagine.
I would say all the hype of that previous round is let's just hold on to the weapons. It's not required. You've got such a nice.
Ну типа сейф 11-6.
It's not necessarily required. And it only takes one kill from Imma to secure that upper bomb site. It looks like they've done enough here to keep their head above water because they are drowning right now, Na'Vi. They're the ones with the self-doubt. And what felt like one of the most locked-in games we've ever commentated.
Yeah.
Ай-яй-яй, чизет.
Just from every angle of it. All the individuals on Na'Vi firing off.
Нет, они играли данную карту еще. Ранее. Понятное дело.
We'll do an unofficial one. We'll hunt him down ourselves the whole way.
We'll be the journalists if we have to be.
Paparazzi running after the thing. Lexi.
Ну, Кумплюксити они въебали 10-13. А комплюксити... Комплюксити, как они там чувствуют себя? Ладно. На нюке, давай. Хотел с ножа его кольнуть. Wonderful, соберись, тряпка, блядь. Нарутовская. Топают. Какой нож, блядь? Какой нож, блядь? Тихо. Чё, не слышишь, что ли? 11-7. Допы, блядь.
Navi showing some signs of life. Oh, all right. A little bit of a ladder play coming up, but it's not going to be working out.
Нанатус Буенсус 5,3. Ёпты, блядь. Прикиньте, Нанатус Буенсус 5,3, а на допы 4,2. Это что за несправедливость? Так типа, если чуваки куни камбэчут, они победят. Вот, ну, с такой хуйни. Чаще всего это так. Ладно, это для Важелинка создано, блядь. Я не буду на допы никакие лить.
I guess he just assumed he'd like be holding the ladder itself or something. Like he could have ran down with the gun and gone for the old bayonet spray down as he's there, but.
У меня там уже стоит ставочка, бля. Им 2 эко взять. Ой, не эко, а 2 раза трахнуться. 2 раза трахнуться с этим дерьмом.
What did he say? Easily, peasily, lemonly, squeezily.
That's another iconic line. We've had a.
That's what I say. Like we've got like 3 different memes just in a single game.
Easily, lemonly, squeezily.
Oh, да.
Almost as iconic as EZ, PZ, liquid squeezer.
That's the original, obviously.
That was the original.
Okay, well we're down to the M4, saved in the previous round, and then not much else to really work with here at the moment. 4-round gap. Ents remain 2 rounds away from winning the series, knocking out Na'Vi. The individuals on Na'Vi
Oi.
Coming alive a little bit here. It's an interesting position. A boost to look over the crane in the middle.
Yeah, we've seen on the other side of the raft.
Бля, вот это вот нычка такая, он видит. Перекрыли. Так. Пистолетник.
I guess, yeah, he's a... What the hell? He gets 3 kills, not a big deal against the Eco. A nice idea, but one that is not finding too much. Right, Na'Vi on the comeback trail now. Still yet to find match and series point here in the 3rd and final map. Yardis joining us. You've missed a hell of a show. The carnage that has been this lower bracket final in Group A. I don't have time to get into all the details. Go look back at the maps, the scoreboard. And,
вот это, кстати,
it's unreal.
Важнейший. Это важная хуйня сейчас. 11-8.
Мы
11-9, потом 11-10, блядь.
Zimmer cracking things wide open towards outside once again.
Open kill.
On bit here.
Open kill.
Yeah. Isolated in those locker rooms right now, but still more than willing to fight. One of the smartest.
Проверяют они в окне, а об окне не знают, что там в окне. Вот этот сдох! Как? Чё? Он 2 ёбнул в этот! Кого? Как он это сделал, блядь? Он убил! Ебать мать!
We're definitely no longer in reality. I can tell you that much.
Чё ебанутые, блядь? Придурки, блядь! Блядь! Через корзину убил! Через корзину, блядь, убил, нахуй!
They got one foot in the grave already, Na'Vi. They didn't want to take another step in that direction. Emma, huge off angle.
Минус, минус! 1-2, бам!
They bring it back. That's a 2 versus 3.
Get down, get down, get down! Get down!
This hits one of the shots of the year. Through Unbreakable. Like I said, he was isolated. They knew he was in towards lockers. Takes the pick, gets the wallbang head.
Там причем 2 vs 5, 2 vs 4 было.
I have no idea how he's pulling that one off. Honestly, I didn't even know that was possible. I didn't know you could get kills in that manner through that box. That's
well, now we know.
Now we know. Now Na'Vi know, but it didn't seem to be anything but a bump in the road. They still convert the round. Ents can't find elimination point just yet. And we're going
жесткие. А, пацаны, жесткие, жесткие.
Now as the pressure is mounting. Both coaches with an opportunity to chime in and inspire their players, because it's not clear either way who will be taking this right now. Na'Vi are in some rare form. The individuals firing on all cylinders here as they try and find double digits. That's 4 rounds in a row on their T-side campaign right now.
And it's been so aggressive. The early challenges here for Na'Vi are so impressive. You can just, it's like they just had a conversation and said, we're better, we can fight them and win. And then that's exactly what they went and did. It's really interesting. You can just tell if they look revitalized themselves. Imagine how humiliating for Na'Vi to get knocked out after this game. They don't want to face that humiliation. They're trying to fend it off at the moment. They're doing everything they can to make sure that they don't end the year getting one of the most ridiculous comebacks on over the ends.
This would be the very definition of a reverse sweep.
Yes,
right?
it would. 10-2 on the first half of Ancient, and then you turn it around and you win.
Ну, допы могут, кстати, быть, бля, вполне, да.
Let's see how this plays out. Pistols are out.
Пошла Прошивалова.
I've got that weird feeling, Anders. A tingling feeling where some absolute bullshit's about to be delivered. We'll see.
Птыщ, привет!
To open things up. Nice shot towards Glade. Bit's actually been carrying this D-side campaign.
Здорово!
Continues to find kill after kill. So precise, so aggressive.
Да не спамьте, блядь, 11-10, блядь. Пишут тут что-то, блядь. Муты, ёпта, блядь.
He's had some ridiculous moments with this 5-7. If he could find another one now, it would be incredible, but it looks like their chances are fleeting. And it's the first kill. Not going to find much more than that. Job done. Na'Vi have got double digits here. It's anyone's game. It's wide open. What seemed to be a scoreline that would be impossible to give up. It's Ents now with 5 rounds in a row against them on their CT campaign. And in to close things out. Blade, a sigh of relief there. Yeah, you can see this is getting to everyone. I think everyone's aged playing on the server right now. What an up and down game. What a roller coaster of emotions. Ents, a team that looked like they had nothing put down after the first map.
А ты в аптеке можешь взять мазь? А, я понял. Давай. Да у меня папиллома вылезла там мерзкая. Ну не знаю, ну ладно, пофиг. Поживу с ней.
What a spectacle. We're 11-10. JL going for the vent dive.
Попалома.
They should have heard it. They should be aware. Yeah, Glaive is being called in. I'm ready for it, and he should win this fight as well. Bit of an advantage for him crouching into that one. And JL goes down.
Ну АВП это килл.
Just need a couple of rounds here. They line up.
Нет. Что? Как ты вообще позволил такое? Говорят ему, помогите! Слышит, топает. Главе коцаный. Вау! Ебать! Это 12-10?
Imagine if you did a round-for-round analysis of the T side of Na'Vi versus the T side of ENCE on this map. Every time ENCE had an advantage, they slowed it down. Not that it was bad, it worked really well, but they slowed it down. Na'Vi, on the other hand, as soon as they see a crack open, they just power through. There's no chance for ENCE to really rotate or anything. It's down to the individuals. They're just running them down.
Бля, целое состояние можно было бы поднять на этих двух картах, на самом деле.
Madden, he's thinking about it. He wants the defuse. He's got the kit. Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. Tries to run in there. He wanted to crack it open. I don't think it would have been possible, but he had the dream then.
Can you imagine?
That would have been sick.
Так у них... А, у них стволы будут там. У них будет закуп, бля.
Thank God for that. He's thinking. This one looked like they'd completely fumbled the series. It's bit though. It's kept that dream alive. You're right. Some pious with a couple of misses here. Okay,
да, о, пуля просто вот.
The way he's been playing today.
Yeah.
Tournament this year. He knows that shot was his. It looked like it was dead on to me, but it's another round in the bag. Na'Vi will continue to post success here. And yeah, oh God.
Ну, они так по лайту.
You're an ENCE fan. This could be a rough one. 5-7s, MP9s, and an M4 to keep the tournament alive here. Loss bonus. Oh, they've actually, so it's not a full investment, in fact.
Yeah.
So they've gone for a partial buy, and it's, okay.
They said at least we want overtime. At least we want to be able to fight for overtime. Diha goes down. He's been lights out, but putting his lights out on this one. 21 kills on him, but he's put away. A 4 versus 5. I don't know. Like, either way, 5 of these players coming out of this one, they're going to remember this game for a really, really long time. This is one of those games that you're gonna wake up in the middle of the night just thinking about every little thing you might have done wrong.
Think about
every chance you had where you missed a shot and that could have changed absolutely everything. That's what's on the line right now more than anything else.
Back and forth we go. And it's Na'Vi with the advantage here in round number 23, looking to post the first elimination point on Nuke after a huge deficit. They were 11-5 down at it. And here they are on the precipice. I've taken this round, no problem. Huge kill. Imma looking to double down, can't quite do it. Blade will answer back. Great awareness once again from Beard. Perfectly timed drop down from main entrance. Some pious maybe can do something with this, Anders. There was a chance of a triple kill. No one was watching main. If he had an M4, maybe. But there it is. Guaranteed. Glaive will not be winning this round. I can tell you that much for free. It will be 12-11.
Suddenly Na'Vi with a
12-11.
chance to close it out, to claim what should have been theirs on Ancient. Already been.
Я охуею с этой дой, блядь.
Either that or overtime to play.
7 rounds in a row. T-side nuke.
That's so impressive.
А вы же не говорил, что СНГ тима, блядь, на нюке трахала. Согласны? Не слышу! Не слышу! Кто успел, тот успел. На поезд.
I've never seen anything like this before. Like, sure, I've seen comebacks on maps, but there's a series to be like, just like this, so back and forth. One team looking like they're down and out, and then all of a sudden they come back to life, and they're the ones dominating their opposition. And this fairy tale run could be coming to a crashing halt.
Девятка КФ. Вкусно, бля.
Resources are there.
О, бля. Десятка-90. Ням-ням-ням-ням-ням-ням-ням. 20, 180. А! 30! Почти 300. А!
The whole team down, because that's what they've done for the last 7 rounds.
Blade doesn't want to fumble this round. After 7 in a row, to go overtime now, I don't know, overtime probably is happening. Like, we need it, Anders.
We deserve it.
I think, yeah, the whole world wants to see overtime here. Push these guys to the very limit.
Тренер у них в ахуе.
Timeout was called by double timeout.
Double timeout.
Double timeout after winning 7 rounds in a row.
Let's go.
This has had it all. This is my favorite CS2 game I've ever commentated. This is so good.
It's because the stakes are so high. Like, there's so many storylines coming into it.
Absolutely. Just the whole, like, kind of the rumors circulating regarding Ents, the T side.
It's got the drama.
The T side performances from them as well.
It's got a little bit of personal spice coming in, like.
Это такой прочитаешь, они могли слить. Но мы же понимаем важность матча. Это не нижняя сетка и, блядь, что унцы способны залить, вот в Уталити так не зальют, блядь. Фуйзы тоже так не зальют, практически. Ну надо сегодня смотреть, если против именно Натус Буенсуса они бы закончили. У Духа пол ебала отлетело, даже больше половины ебала. Первый минус, второй минус, третий минус, четвертый минус. Блядь. Сука. А то в гейме...
Absolutely not. They know exactly where he is. They're gonna go look at the bomb planted. Wonderful, giving himself the best. And Na'Vi, I can't believe they managed to mount the comeback.
Unbelievable.
What a wild game this has been. There's nothing Dia can do from the high ground. He's in the kit. He's got nothing to work with here. No teammates left either. Na'Vi, it took everything they had to make this work, but they will power through and knock Ents out.
Жесть! 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 Жесткие!
An amazing game of Counter-Strike, and it's a sign of things to come. That was our first best of 3 of the day. We've got much more action coming up with Cloud9 and Vitality facing off after this.
Holy hell, to call that an emotional roller coaster would be the understatement of the century, but unfortunately it's one that leaves Ents in the dust. It requires 8 T rounds in a row from Na'Vi to do what they should have and some say could have done on Ancient to close out this series with a victory, but talk about the mental fortitude.
Сколько поднял? Да не сколько, практически.
An Ents that almost looked like they could do this one, Maui.
I thought they were going to do it. That was an inspired performance in that first half from Ents. The defaults, the way that Modern we heard in the mic'd up moment, that he was saying that everywhere we
Я 3200 ставил на 4-2
nothing could go wrong for Ents.
на победу Натус Буенсуса.
Calling on the T side. Alexi was in his bag. Blade behind him in his bag.
И на 2.8 залетал. 6000.
What a great performance. And if you actually look at the kill count right there, it actually looks like Ents won this game in a few ways just by KD, but
так, ну сейчас прессы поотлетают от сунцами.
Just so many impactful kills. His kills towards ramp were just magnificent.
Yeah, it's crazy to see, particularly when we look at that first half, and that was the second best T side we've ever seen this iteration of Ents bolster. And I thought, there it is. They've unlocked the keys to the castle. They've found their form, which makes this loss all the extra bitter for them.
I want to even just make sure I hammer that point home, Freya. I don't know if the viewers are listening, listen again closely. This is
на что там Cloud9 против Уталити 3 карты тоже будет. Как бы. Ну, я на 3 карты поставил в пользу Уталити. То есть, ну, блять, если Cloud9 выебут Vitality, вот это, сука, блять, это будет ебаный исход, бля. Будет конченый исход по причине того, что у меня завязано на Vitality там на победе, блядь. А там они сетки винеров
Ents will be the first team
идут.
here at the World Final.
Помогут и въебать.
Ignore Anubis, right? Because we know the struggles you guys are having on it. This Ancient though.
Тогда я разозлюсь.
Super impressive.
Если в Уталити въебут.
Communication from you guys was quite low. So what was the talk between the maps before you went into the second?
I mean, we are not playing really good on Anubis. In Ancient, we have really good confidence. On this side, we just force fight that we should not take. On City side, we took control on everything.
And in terms of that, right, we've been looking at your T sides. We expect, I guess, with Glaves, the IGL, things to be better, things to be improving. It at least looked like you had a chance here, right? We look at this, come in and we see this half on nuke and we think, okay, there's a chance here for you guys. But what is still not clicking? What's still not coming together?
I think
Так, у меня знаете, сколько прессиков живет? Чё, они еще не рассчитали? А, 11 прессов живы. А, не 11, подождите. 11 было. Но живых осталось... Раз, два, три, четыре, пять. А, пять! Пять! 5 живых.
And you have some incredibly talented players on this team. So what do you want for 2024? Because Lens was riding high.
5 живых, да.
Would say, yeah, this is what we want.
I think that's the same for most players. Fair enough. Thank you very much, Nurse.
Yeah, eloquent words coming out of Nerds, because we've all heard those rumors circulating of maybe a roster trying to poach the core of the Sense lineup. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're seeing coming into, you know, emerging 2024 that this roster is entirely different going forward.
Very possible. The fact that Nerds even acknowledges that it is stuff outside the server that is making it harder to play in
Вот там, сука, у меня еще дота, блядь. Типа Тундра против ББ 1-2 в пользу ББ.
Yeah, I mean, that was such a crazy series, and that was just beginning off our day. We've got 3 more games.
Не знаю.
Diving into Group B later on today.
Это завтра.
Who else is going to be eliminated? But now we continue on the Group A train to see which is going to be the first team to make it through to the semi-finals. Cloud9 versus Vitality after this.
Как послезавтра? По-моему, завтра, нет? Завтра утром. Ну, там жидкие стулья играют против секретов. Я на жидкие стулья въебал. Надеюсь, эти... Блять! Если эти... Там КФ типа 35-40. Нет, там КФ, я тебе сейчас скажу, сколько. 140, 180. Вон еще соточка, блядь. Короче, вот так вот, да. По 10-15 тысяч. Еще музы должны взять. Победить героиков. Музы должны одолеть их. Еще это, да, такая хуйня, да. Должны. И здесь 2-1 в пользу фейзов. Лайфе не ставишь? Ставлю, но мало. Но сейчас надо, да, будет, блядь. Поклацать. Пингвин с орехом радуются. Тотал 21.5. Может зайти, бля, может не зайти. Ну, чаще всего вон 13.9 они играли. Ну, тут типа войну навязывали. Тут это, там на первой, на Мираже. Нюк. Да, в Луйфе надо просто Вон в Луфе какие, блядь, коэффициенты были. Сука, 9 на Натус Буенсумс. Супер дохуя на второй карте, на Унце. Бля, лол! Шизет!
Having yet to showcase their full potential, Boomich and the team will be looking to decimate their competition. Here to show the world that the sky truly is the limit for Cloud9. Vitality secured their place at the World Final by clinching the Blast TV Paris Major, an achievement made even more remarkable on their home turf. While this year has already been marked as a triumph, Vitality's hunger for victory knows no bounds. Despite facing some turbulence and roster instability, they continue to bolster their trophy cabinet, most notably with their recent victory at the Blast Fall Final. Buoyed by newfound confidence and navigating what could be a new era, Vitality is poised for even greater heights. The potential is tangible, and they stand on the brink of being crowned Blast Premier World.
Вот нельзя, чтобы они выиграли. Нельзя, чтобы они выиграли. Да-да-да. Да-да-да. Пау! Пау! Чау!
And an opportunity for either Cloud9 or Vitality to make it straight on through to them. Funnily enough, semi-finals was the last in Copenhagen.
Вот это я понимаю, блядь. Без каких-то там выебонов, без охраны, блядь, люди передвигаются. Хотя круче, чем Мелстрои, блядь. Это стиль цыган, блядь, нахуй. Лишь бы покозырять, блядь. В детстве, блядь, в унитаз опускали, походу, блядь. Вот и козыряет, нахуй. Они авторитетнее. Каждый из этих людей авторитетнее, чем Мелстрой, блядь.
The thing is with Cloud9, we are harping on it consistently, the fact that it is a revolving door of opping responsibility for this roster. And when we look at
В Мексике есть один наркобарон, бизнесмен, один из богатейших в Мексике. У него в интервью спрашивают: слушай, дедок, как ты вот стал мультимиллионером в такой криминальной стране, же разные кланы, блядь, картели. Он говорит: ну меня не гопают, потому что те, кто ко мне приходят, я им деньги даю, и все, они отъебываются. Вот. Вот так вот. К нему подходят там боевики, да, на пикапах подъезжают, на вертолетах каких-то. Чик. Отслюнявливает, и все. Блять, что-то какое-то неприятное чувство на основании члена. Вот где папиллома, я ее повыдёр, ну, пытался вытащить. Нагнетание. Ты на Мау ставил, к сожалению, ставил, да. Ну, посмотрим. Они вроде должны победить.
So, yeah, I think he will prove
Anubis, да?
Even more. I mean, he's beast, and everybody knows that.
So that's going to be a very deadly Cloud9 as everyone's starting to come together. Now, last time you faced Vitality back at the full finals, and you almost had them. It was such a close game. Do you feel like you guys have a good understanding of how they play?
Ну, тут война, здесь война. Это война будет. На Анубисе.
From my career, at least, you know, so I understand what they're gonna do on the map.
Это пик Натус Буенсуса был.
So yeah, it's a bit not easy to play against them, but I mean, it's kinda okay.
Героики бомжи же, да, бомжи, согласен.
Right now they seem to be the team who's in the best shape here, but do you feel like you're the team that can match them closest?
Yeah, why not? Because we want to prove for ourselves, for our team, you know, that we capable of win some tournaments. Not some tournaments, win tournaments.
let's see if you get it done here then. Thank you very much, Electronic.
Вот сухую победу тоже не надо. Сухую победу. 2-0, не, нахуй 2-0.
It wasn't like we were relying on a Spink show or a Zyru show, which I would argue that we were back in Copenhagen. I would like to see this trajectory continue for Vitality.
When it comes to Vitality and 4 of their players being all within 5 kills of each other, it was definitely a team effort. It wasn't just the heavy hitter of Zywu or maybe a Spinks hard carry that got them through that. They were playing off each other incredibly well, and I hope to see more from them because they just seem like the most stable team right now.
Yeah, speaking of Spinks, let's get a few words from him ahead of the series.
How much stronger is this Vitality today compared to when you faced them last time?
It's definitely stronger. I think after fall finals we practice a lot, we worked a lot also to make Mezi comfortable as possible because we have a lot of new positions and a lot of new roles and it's new team and it's a lot of stuff to adapt. So we worked also to make him comfortable as possible and I think he's doing just fine, even if sometimes the scoreboard might not be like top of the scoreboard.
Ну тут мега ставка, кстати, есть это, блять, на 20.5 на ТБ. Да, да.
No one expected to have 1.4 rating, but I'm think he's doing just fine.
And for you guys going up against Cloud9 today, obviously last game was so close, so it was almost a way they could win it. You fought back on Inferno. Why is Cloud9 still such a strong team, even without like a dedicated AWPer? And do you feel like you understand and know what you need to do to play against them?
I think we do understand what we need to do to play against them, and they are a strong team. They are a strong team because everyone in their team is really strong. Also individually, they are also really smart players. They know what they are doing. They have a lot of experience behind them. So they have all the key factors to be a strong team. And of course they don't have the AVP, which is kind of a small weakness, but they're also aware of it. So they're trying to do other stuff to overcome this weakness. So yes, I think Cloud9 is just a strong team overall.
But you're getting the win today?
I think so, yes.
Клоуд9 что-то шансов на Инферно.
You know what? There's reason for Vitality to be confident. They did take down Cloud9 last time around in front of a crowd at that. But last time it was Mirage, Nuke, and Inferno, the map pool. Now we see Cloud9 bringing in Anubis. What's your take on that? Do you like it?
I think there's a lot of footage for Cloud9 to look at Vitality, but Vitality has been nearly impervious on this map. I have a pretty bold pred with how this series is actually going to go.
Okay.
I actually think that this is going to go 3 maps. I do think Vitality is going to win, but I think both of these teams are going to win each other's map picks. It's kind of a rare call, but it's just that the Inferno pick from Vitality I find just slightly puzzling when it's a map that doesn't really rely on operas too much anyways, and Cloud9, they know what they're doing on that map on the defense.
I love that you bring up the AWPing conversation again because obviously we brought up the Boomage quote where he says, you know, AWPing's not too much of an issue for us, all it's good now, yada yada yada. AWPing is going to be an issue here because you're going up against the best in the business in Zywu. You have to be bolstering something against him, right?
If he is left unmatched in this series, in the op head-to-head, he's just going to eat up everybody. It would be a shock to me if he is not, by the end of the series, the highest fragger. I mean usually you can say that just because he's Zywu, but here's another reason, because there's no real op opponent that is going to be taking him down on those sight lines.
Okay, so you've said, conversely, they're going to win each other's map pick, so logic would dictate that Vitality will win Anubis. Why is that? Have you been really impressed with their form on this map?
It's just the fact that when they play that T side, so many teams have tried to throw out little puzzles, little aggressions, and because you can't just play back on the bomb sites, but when you actually play aggressively versus Vitality, it feels like they're airtight. It feels like that default is the strongest. Every single person knows of the options that are allotted to the opposing players on the other team on the side of Vitality, and really when they just see those, they just eat it up. They have good mid rounds. They always seem to have canal control, and so they can always rotate between bomb sites so quickly, and they don't even necessarily need to fight for mid too much because they just feel like that if we have canal, that's all you need on this map, and I feel like they've unlocked it in a different way than others.
And this is where I'm really curious as to exactly why the Inferno pick was brought in from Vitality, because that was one of, you know, the biggest holes for my money that I saw from just departing the team, right?
На ТБ 22 поставил, короче. Заранее, как обычно, блядь.
I mean, it's a tricky position to hold, and we saw teams
Суй
really
плачу.
exploiting that from the side of Vitality back at full finals.
It does seem like people are trying to pick on Mezi in pit when it gets to Inferno, but he's doing a pretty solid job overall. He's not
a liability, like I think that's fair to say.
He's been getting actually a couple multi-frags here and there, but I generally see him do the best when he plays on the balcony and not in the pit itself. When he's kind of playing a slightly more active defense, doing a little push on the porch side or something like that, though that's when I've actually seen him do better. But when he's just stuck in the pit, which does happen, and it's gonna happen in this game today against Cloud9, that's when I sometimes just see him come up with 0 kills.
Okay, the British TS distracted me for a minute. I'm sorry. Back to Anubis, circling back around. Why did Cloud9 pick it then? If you're saying Vitality, you know, have all the tools in their arsenal to be closing this one out, what strengths do you see from the side of Cloud9 that maybe means they might take their own map pick?
That's a tough one, Freya. I don't actually, I feel like when I see Cloud9 connect on bomb sites, the cohesion between their players has been very difficult for other teams.
Вот у него Шури наушники, как у меня. Херня, ободок сломался.
You can just, if you want to just go for a B or an A exec, it's well within their wheelhouse. I mean, the way that Cloud9 like to play Ancient, for example, they love to throw a lot of execs.
На онлайн дрочат только мудаки, бля.
Process of map control. You can just hit the site, get on it, and then play off of each other with just good fundamentals and mechanics. And I think that's where Cloud9 just want to make
Циферки эти, блядь.
Well, we are ready to be getting this series underway. A spot at the semi-finals on the line. And I'm curious, Henry Anders, do you smell some revenge in the waters for Cloud9?
I don't know what I think anymore. After that first game, I think all bets are off. Everything we know about Counter-Strike is not true. All I do know is we've got another tasty morsel for you, as this game is set up to be another banger. Cloud9 taking on Vitality. This time, it's the upper bracket final, Anders, just to be clear. So no one's going home at this point, but you do get the point in the semi-finals if you take the take the victory here today. So favorites Vitality for sure. I love that angle though from Maui, the fact that they'll be taking each other's picks, and honestly I think I agree. The fact this Inferno picked by Vitality, we know that's a Boomage special, right? He could be onto something there. We'll get into it. I hope you enjoy yourselves. And we'll try and deliver fun as it unfolds. It surely can't be the last series, but it's pretty close.
That one was just one hell of a game. If you missed it, you need to go back and watch it at some point. But for now, Vitality starting on the T side, Cloud9 on the CT side, and look at this. Already moving out aggressively to 3-man push, but Spinks, they're ready. And it's not the first time that I've seen it either, so I think more teams are starting to get aware that it could be a real strategy in a pistol round, but they're still winning it. Getting a kill each. The bomb has been planted.
Оба has been.
Now a lot of trouble here for Cloud9. Recovery is not going to be easy.
All has been. Куда ты под патроны-то? Бам! Тыщ!
And it will be a clean finish from the in-game leader, Apex. The bomb planted. Beautiful headshots delivered. A chaotic round, but Vitality do come out on top. Beautiful shot as well from Spinks to open things up. And he actually got the information. 2 more players are pushing towards A main. You'd think it'd be a walk in the park, but Hobbit setting up a decent defense there. And it will be 1-0 for Vitality. Apex that PT50 to close things out. So you can see he spotted 2 players. That's why they make a quick pounce into the B bomb site. They thought it'd be easy pickings, but apparently not. It gets a lot closer than you might think. Sets the tone for this game. As we'll see if there's a force buy. It's actually not. I thought they might go for it. They've actually gone for a full eco and a 5-man stack over toward the A side of the map here. It's unlikely they do anything too detrimental towards Vitality, but it's an interesting setup. You have to say that, Anders.
Yeah, I love it.
Setting up the pyramid on Anubis.
It makes sense, doesn't it?
It makes a lot of sense.
More people should have done it, but
one more player.
Пирамидка. А где 5-й?
Maybe you just walk into it and you get fine bullets, but it looks like they're going to be dodging all of it.
It is the strongest structure you can build, the pyramid. So it makes sense.
Yeah, that's what they're worried about, the integrity.
Там 5-й был же. Точно, там был 5-й. Они 3 внизу, 2 вверху.
Wasn't the most exciting one.
But the pyramid still stands, though.
Pyramid is, pyramid is immortal.
All right, they've given up. They got bored eventually. That's a bit of a shame. It would have been fun to see it. But yeah, I mean, still.
Они как гуси со своей мамкой дорогу переходят котлованом.
Try and make sure you're not giving them the extra money, and then wait to the next round.
When it comes to pyramids, Anders, there's one word from you. Aliens or man?
Aliens.
Obviously.
Gotta be.
Obviously.
Why are you even asking?
Just wanted to clarify, that's all. There they are. Oh, beautiful work. You see that? We've got the zoom in of the pyramid at the end. It all came together, and it's all coming together for Vitality as well. An absolute walk in the park there as they find an open bomb site, and we get into
Ну, вроде как, наверное, клубную на эту должны взять. Нет? Потому что, ну, на Инферно... Бля, там тютелька в тютельку будет. Счет 2-1 в пользу Утулити.
If Vitality win this, I'll be thoroughly impressed. This is a nightmare of a round to pull off. Like, actually, you kind of just be hoping we can find a few kills. Because you don't even have a single AK. It's so rare.
Did anyone die in the last round at all?
No.
Did anyone take damage with a unicorn round?
I actually wasn't keeping track of unicorns. That's normally my job, you're right.
Talking about pyramids, but
I was distracted. I'm pretty sure someone did. I'll go check. But that's an important note. You're right.
Oh, the timing is awkward, but
Он кинул бимбу и забегает, когда еще оружие не взял в руки. Свидел малой.
Some execution potential there. They can smoke towards heaven. Molotov bricks in the bomb site.
Звуй вообще жесть. Ему 23 года, блядь. Ореху 30 лет.
Still would love to make a round out of it. Flames about to get shot in the back. Oh my god! They didn't quite check it. He's not Henry. I lied. A double kill instead. It's unbelievable.
Wow.
4 versus 3.
Okay, this is a huge round. If they give this one up, it's going to be a disaster for
Рачье! Ой, Рачье!
Hands of Flames, one of the deadliest players on the server.
He was underperforming last time Vitality played. They still ended up with a victory, but it wasn't the most impressive game out of him, if I remember. Apex was playing really well. Mezzi was playing really well, I believe, but this is one hell of a round out of him from almost just getting side-swiped into a triple instead. 2 of them with a Mac 10, yeah. Fist bumps in there. That's a sick round. That probably would have been it. I mean, imagine attacking the A-bomb side, but the mid-presence is gone. Like, you're just going to be walking in really awkwardly. Would have been a really awkward 5 versus 3, I think, if Flames doesn't come up with this. He keeps it going. 3 kills with a Mac 10, it's so much money as well. Disgust. No,
yeah, that's a really significant round.
4-0.
Not a single AK-47. Pretty much across the board. Mac 10 found 3.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate. It came down to like the minutiae there. It was just like you said. He should have been shot in the back, but somehow got away with it. Gets a double kill instead. I like this. That's a pretty cool approach to that. Double nade towards the double doors. One from canals, one from middle. I've got to commentate Cloud9 a few times last week on Anubis. It's a map that they're pretty good on, especially the T side. They've got some innovative T setups, some one-man executes. Watch out for Electronic deploying the utility towards the A side of the map. He's got quite a unique way of doing it. And talking over this round because it's pretty much the eco.
Yeah.
Not really much to report, I'm afraid. But Electronic making things a little bit more interesting. Speak of the devil. Just to finish the point there,
Always
really
has been
doing
business.
a one-man execute for his entire team, meaning all 4 players will be grouped up when they're ready to enter the side. So that's not going to happen this half, but something to keep track of.
Такая поза у контр-террориста. Делайте так каждый день, и не будет спина болеть.
Guarantees the round, and you might as well hold on to your Kevlar and your 5.7, I suppose. Look for any wandering T's. Money should be in a very strong position now, Vitality. They're going to have $3,500 on top of like the 6K they've got on 2 players right now, or 3 players, I should say.
Yeah.
So they are high rolling. They're going to have a lot of money going forward. I don't think you'll see an eco from Vitality in this first half.
No, it feels unlikely, because once you build up this kind of an economy, right, by the time that you've lost it, the round loss bonus is kicking in.
Like
it takes over like really quickly.
This won't be enough. Like, that's if they lose like the next 4 or 5 rounds, yeah, sure. But the way they're playing right now, I don't think that's likely. Mezzi getting it done.
Пауза поперла. Не, не пауза. Пауза, наверное, будет на 0.6, если въебут.
It's sort of a shocking way to get started for Cloud9. In terms of kills, if you look at it, they have like 6 kills across the entire team, and we're going into round number 5, right? So then, and it means it just goes by really quickly. Like, fair play, they haven't had the kind of money that they have now where they can really invest into, but it just is a little bit disappointing.
Oh, this is actually pretty cool. They actually threw an incendiary towards the T steps to allow him a bit of wiggle room here. It's a very powerful position he's now residing in.
I think last time I saw this, I said, surely no one will check it, but someone did. So we'll see if
слышит. Там же слышно, когда свапают оружие. Слышно же, да? Ну, звук какой-то идет. Там двоих, кстати, хичкокнули. Троих хичкокнули. Окно ебаное!
Is up for debate. 3-on-2, 45 seconds remaining. Still plenty of utility for the likes of Flames. He's got everything you could need. A full utility belt, in fact. Axel, the solo A-hold. Up against Flames. He's got 55 HP. So a few bullets in his general direction will drop him. Does he get a chance?
Надежда на Аксельвойна. Понимает он? Сможет Аксельвойн? Но он услышит, как набирает на калькуляторе. Так он должен через shift идти. О, его отрезали, блядь. Блядь. Право руля! Пиздец. Ну, выбивание, поперло. Найс! Найс! Да у меня там на точный счет все висит. 2-1, 2-1. 2-1, 2-1, ёпта, блядь. Ну, я 5000 на 5,5, на 4,4 поставил на ну, на вот эту карту. Еще. В Луифе долил.
Yes, indeed, Boomage. That was nice. Let's get into it. Stretch our legs. Get comfy, because this series hopefully will be going all three as well. Setting up initial utility. Tronic, bit of a master of the grenades these days. Okay, maybe not. I mean, I don't know exactly where he wanted this to go.
Вот это Бумачева, блядь, подъебал сам себя.
Why did I go for it?
Ему нужно запретить вот в такие проемы заходить. Он потому что крупный человек. От этого и зависит.
Betrayed by. I can't. I thought, you know what? Like, he's really impressed me with his grenades recently. Like, let's give him his flowers. But anyway, it is going to be the opening frag for Vitality. A two-man setup in towards A main, trying to bait an electronic. Axel gets nothing done. Now we check in the barrels. Mezzi cracking things wide open.
Разыграли, блять. Разыграли в попку.
Showing why he was the man for the job to replace Magisk. Those are the sort of kills he can deliver.
Which I think most people would have said that's an impossible job. I don't think you really can replace Meg. Certainly they even said as much, like there's probably no one in the world that's going to be able to sort of one-to-one slot in. But I've got to say, Mezzi's been doing an amazing job right now. Did in the last game as well.
People just look at like what he does on the server. Like someone who's worked with him very closely, that being me. He's one of the most malleable, hard-working, like nice young men you're ever going to meet in your life. Like in terms of Counter-Strike, he lives and breathes it. He works hard. He understands how to work in a team. And
вот этот видел просто в темноте.
He has some inconsistencies, some quiet performances, but tell me how many players can pull off these sort of frags and look so good while doing it, so calm as he continues to deliver a strong performance here for Vitality. Yeah, let's go. That was hype. 5-1. Another partial buy here for Cloud9.
And it happens right when Cloud9 are just trying to get the economy. They're just scrambling to get anything on the board here. And it gets wiped out. They go for a little bit of a partial. You're right in this one. Grenade. Explode Boomich to the back of the bomb side. He's no more.
2 раунда подряд фидит.
And it's a 4 versus 5 before Cloud9 even really get foot into the round. That's a strong start. I wonder if they almost have to take a big risk here. Either you save, you know, the FAMAS MP9 or the M4, or you group up. You just say, let's just, you know, try and see if you can group up and do something. I think that's what they're doing, yeah. I think that makes a lot more sense. Like, why would you try and spread out in a 4-on-5 like this?
Электролит сидит с пистолетиком. С ГАМАЗа подсейвил. Ну, в размены.
See if Vitality can smell what's on the other side if they're gonna try and get the bomb planted as soon as possible.
А, блядь, нога затянула.
Fantastic individuals as well. Hobbit rotating in from that temple position. Might have to say his prayers here. As he is surrounded and only got the SMG.
Слышит, выглядывает.
Выглядывает.
Yeah.
Подкапотили.
Considering their options. Bear in mind, it wasn't the full investment. They can still go for this. They'll still have money to buy going forward. But it might just be a case of throwing that.
Мегагосовский просовский суй.
Yeah, and it's just no defuse kit. Not enough grenades to do anything with. It's an interesting start. Hobbit at least gets the one. Actually picks up a
Пошло выбивание.
10-second
Проверить.
What they're faced with here. Oh my god, it's Apex to try and save the round. He might have done enough here. Takes down Exile. Captain to bring them out.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, like I said, you might as well go for it. Like, you've got money going forward anyway, and you've kept them modest. As mentioned, they built up so much.
Oh, Jesus, блядь.
It's going to be very difficult to knock them down to Nico, but these sort of rounds certainly helps contribute towards that fact. Still quite early days here. We're just over the halfway line. As it's Apex saving the day there. But you can still see Apex got $10,000 still. Spink 6K, 5K elsewhere pretty much. Zaiwu up against a booming.
Фидель плюс Кастрель.
I guess if you know your opponent's not really wielding it, you don't need it necessarily either.
Ctrl-Alt-Delete.
Speaking of Zaiwu, making good progress down the canals here.
1-6-2 выходить по факту.
So don't expect any real commitment here. He's trying to take control of the dark room. Bait out those grenades, pressure that utility.
Exciting thing about the Boomich primary orb is just how all over the spectrum it is. You know, like it could be anything.
Yeah.
We saw.
That's why, like, it's difficult to imagine. Like, sure, they're gonna win some games. They've got the players to do that. But having a system.
Нервы, блядь.
Having a guy that is like, yeah, I feel like using the orb this round. I just don't think you're gonna win like multiple championships. Like he said in a recent like interview, like I don't think it's the orb the problem. I'm not saying it's the problem. It's just like for a team to be world class and they can have that structure and system, you do need to have defined roles. And sure, he is sometimes the orb, but that would make me a little bit anxious, thinking, well, if he turns up with the orb today, maybe we can.
А этот плунт тут одно ебало на Аксельвойне. А нет, есть еще одно. Электролит. Он перестреляет Ореха. Смотрите. Смотрите. Сказано, сделано.
20 seconds. Very doubtful if Vitality can win this round. They shouldn't be able to. And they're going to get locked out. Even Boomich getting a chance to flex the AWP. I think the first kill of the game for him.
Yeah, there we go. That's what he needed. Next, like we said, he had about $10,000.
Да ладно бутулите, отдайте им эту карту, блядь. Итак, это... Много уже, много. Эй, go.
Hits the shot. Let's go, Hobbit. Right then. Time out.
Слабая сторона. Ой, блядь, мы видели у Pro-Team нет такого понятия. Слабая, сильная. У кого-то защиты вообще один раунд могут отдать, блядь. Может пасть.
Loser goes to the quarters. No one's going home here, but still, that skips a day of play, allows you to observe your opposition.
Вон на нюке, что там было? Взяли чуваки на Натус Буенсунсе, Куни камбэкнулись за слабую сторону, блядь. В Утулите вообще вынесли тоже за слабую сторону на пистолетах, блядь, против автомата, кольтов. И слили 600 тысяч ставки, а на выходе 1,5 ляма было бы.
The fact remains. Cloud9 can get themselves up to 4 or 5. They're cooking with gas. Still a lot of Counter-Strike to be played here. Boomich. Mobile. Call him Twinkle Toe sometimes because he seems to be everywhere. Spinks
Минус Сфинкс. Пошла война! По трубам, бля. Ба-ба-ба-ба!
Feeling the heat at the back of the platform, though. Dishes out an incendiary of his own. Self-preservation, the aim of the game right now, as Mezzi will find the first kill for Vitality.
And for more, they are really in trouble on the T side.
Молики, куколики.
Trying to make a little bit of extra money, but they're still fighting like they want to win the round. Mezzi.
Как?
The pre-fire for the smoke. It's Saibu that is with him. What a teammate to have in the back of your pocket.
Слышит топот.
55 seconds on the clock, and just like that, from a 5 versus 2 into a 2 versus 3. And they're not done yet. 50 seconds. Bomb now being planted, and CT side looking to pounce on them just as that happens. Important kill for Axel.
Как? No! Аксель воин! Аксель воин! Бля, Блядь! Шизы! Ну, надо быть поумней. Хули они в ряд встают просто под очередь. На войне, блядь. Чё, тоже вот так вот в ряд станут? А был бы третий, там бы и третий сдох.
It's still kind of devastating for Cloud9. It's so many rifles lost. The lineup here. The fact that a stray bullet just catches Boomich in the back.
Это на контроле он. Если бы не контрол, а стоя, его бы вынесли, кстати.
And now finally, financial implications here. It took a lot. But still they have 4 rifles. It's only 8.
Собрались! Хорош!
A cheeky kill through the smoke will find flames. Happens a lot in Anubis. You'll see a lot of smoke spam towards that mid area. And it's Cloud9. Look to take.
Рачьё, блядь.
Actually looking pretty decent as well. Hits another shot, this time through the box.
Бум-бум. 2 килла сделал, кстати.
Well, this is very interesting though. Cloud9, they're actually about to be in a very strong position where they will have finally got rid of the Vitality economy. They're going to be up to 4 rounds, could bounce straight to 5, which again, is within striking distance. You're going to be quite happy if that is how it's going to be going down. Axile doing a lot of the heavy lifting right now. And here we go. Look at how they're moving out. They're in a 5 versus 3, Henry, and they're still being aggressive outside of the A-bomb side. I absolutely love it. Sai was going to be so pissed. He's like, what? Like, you should be playing defensively. You're the one with the advantage, but they take it away.
Well, here we go.
Выстрел.
Cloud9 starting to pick up the pieces, actually, as Boomich hits the second shot. This time it is a kill.
Ку-ку.
Mezzi got close in the 5-on-2. Would have to go above
Выстрел.
beyond in the 5-on-1.
Нет.
Flashbang to push that EWP back. Then got 10 seconds though. And finally they
Хотят с него какашек выбить. Выбьют. Наверное, выбьют. Пурфукта. Бумачева! О! Вот сейчас они пиздато сделали. 7-я серия вышла сегодня. Не, пока вон Counter-Strike.
He'd already legged Spinks as well, so he just finishing the job there. Nice,
Nice, блядь.
I'm gonna start saying that. It's a good catchphrase.
That is actually, that works so well.
Eco, I'm afraid. Mezzi with $0. You have to operate. Could have bought a decoy, I suppose. $50. You know I'm a fan of the decoy, Anders.
Yeah.
It's a shame he didn't get brought out for this situation.
Is it the next big thing? I still think the decoy should have a slot that isn't a grenade slot, like a separate decoy slot. I don't know why it's taken up other grenades.
Аксель воин, будь наготове, к тебе там команданты идут. Блять. Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Горячо! Ну как, ну чё ты, блядь, электролит? Ты какого хуя налево не смотришь?
got the bomb plant, yeah.
Watch!
They had nothing going into it. They had one AK, but what they did have was a lot of space on the A bombs. I'd given them by Cloud9. No one was even watching. They just walked all the way up on the plateau before.
Бля, Бумачева тут не справится.
That's not acceptable if you're Cloud9. Somebody has to have an eye on the main entrance there, and nobody was even looking. So they just get the clean sweep that they needed here. 2 versus 2 now. The retake being attempted, but no kit's been picked up at the moment, so time is running against them. Finally, to get rid of Apex, and they get rid of Flames as well. All right,
ну, вот с Хабибулиной, да.
Oh no, no one picked it up. Fair enough. They're gonna be fine anyway. Still, that is.
Но!
That's a huge security gap.
Нет!
That they need to fill as soon as they can.
I wasn't 100% sure he got that. I thought he
Без
got the
кусачек.
well, like, got a bit close. Yeah. Final round coming up next, and this Apex performance, very impressive. Ultimately doesn't mean a massive amount considering it's the last round up next, but still gives him some extra cash. He invested with the hero AK, right? He's got himself $900 through kills, and it led them to a bomb plant as well, so that AK did his job. It's not about winning the round, it's about guaranteeing a plan and getting more resources going forward. He knows he could have won the round, sure. It's still disappointing, but not all is lost. That's still pretty decent. We did say though, Anders, if they could manage to get themselves up to...
Ой, да ладно, орех, блядь. Инферно возьмешь, не расстраивайся.
Cloud9 showing why they picked this map. Could tie things up at 6-6, and on a T-sided affair.
Ну и Мираж тоже возьмете, чё.
All the way back, they were what, 5-1 down, or 6-1 down, in fact. Yeah, 6-1 down, and they've actually posted 4 in a row. That's what it took to get an eco out of Vitality.
А бы клубную игру не закрыли. Это вымысел.
The way they were fired up individually as well. Apex doing a fantastic job. Mezzi nearly with the ace clutch earlier. Like, it looked like they were about to stomp on Cloud9, but that hasn't been the case. This is actually a really nice recovery. Gotta give them some credit here. Electronic in the middle. No one on the other side to get any of that spam for the smoke. Speaking of smokes. Yeah, just jumping to get his bearings, make sure he can throw that Molotov down right.
Хуба! Хуба!
Trying to take over this part of the map.
Хуба! Хуба, ебанат! Блять, ебанат! Чё ему эти гранаты нахер? Кинуть, блять, лишь бы кинуть что-то. Электролита обоссали.
Gets a second kill towards that jail position. Sends Electronic down to the dumps.
Лево руля! Готовность!
Anything left he can do. He's had some moments here. 14 kills. Rifler that's been absent, to be honest with you, the last few months, but a great performance here.
Нет!
Of this CC campaign of Anubis.
Выстрел! Блять.
Ну,
по бум-буму. Ладно, 5-7, ладно. Смена сторон. Нормально, терпимо, похуй. Главное, пистолеты взять.
Still a strong start for Vitality.
No
doubt about it indeed. 7-5 as we'll see if they can bring it back in that second half. We'll be right back.
Пекали надо брать. Иначе 8-9 будет. Ой, 8-9. 5-9.
The sights. The sounds. Bingo, bango, bongo, bish, bash, bosh. And the pageantry.
Ой, блядь, мистер, который слили пистолетом. Фуйзы въебали 2-0 в гранд-финале. 2-0, блядь. Я не знаю, но это пипец. Как бы 2-0. Total 25. 7. 8. 8-13. Ну они жрили, въебали, отдали пистолетом. Там ставок столько. Бля, это пиздец. Въебченко. Да чё там охуевать? Вы против пистолетов, вы возьмите, блядь, 5 автоматчиков. Они оставили, где спуск, одно ебало, блядь. Второе ебало, я это превосходно помню, было рядом с лестницей. Когда убили первое ебало, второе лицо, что-то оно даже никого не забрало. Оно просто там поебланило и сдохло. Всего подобрали оружие у одного, второго. Теперь, блядь, 5, 2 из них с автоматом, блядь, против 3. Так они обосрались тогда, когда на них ставка была, блядь, моя 800 тысяч там. Губа там пиздела, блядь. Выжалеть там за 300 тысяч, блядь. Мать продаст. Я ебал твои деньги, нахуй. Все твои, блядь. Виртуальные, не виртуальные, нахуй. Урод, блядь. 100, 200, 300, блядь. Щегол, блядь. Карликовый, нахуй. Цена жизни, блядь. 1 патрон.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the last CS2 tournament of the year. Everyone's talking about it. Right now, we've got the second half between Cloud9 and Vitality. 7-5. An impressive comeback, you have to say. 6-1 deficit.
Yes.
Hosting 5 rounds. Yeah, this one's wide open. Anyone could take this. All starts here with a pistol round, and it's aggressive. Spinks, with first contact, doesn't quite land the mark on the shot.
Yeah, but it's still pretty good information, right? You get a chance at the teaser there. They're not setting up for an immediate A explosion. You kind of you know a little bit of something. See if they're going to take a peek once again. What a jump
It's
out.
again, game.
Jumping for the rest of the team.
Да, no! Ну куда вы, блядь? Сука, щеголки.
Why not quit when you're ahead? You got the 4-on-5.
All-in team там, блядь.
Probably okay. Side who's holding the A bomb side.
Yeah, scary prospect, isn't it?
Эти тоже мигрируют. Вот суки, блядь.
Scary for Cloud9 in this one. Whatever you do now, it's gonna feel like they probably know. This actually might be a really cool reversal if they can go through the middle and just pop out onto the bomb side. That'd be pretty sick. Might be one of the harder things to read for Vitality at the moment.
Here we go then. In toward the B side we go. Flames with a drop down. Causing a ruckus.
Kill! Not worked out whatsoever. Зашли, блядь, как себе домой, да! Окей! Блядь, дебилы, суки, блядь! Блядь, рачье ебаное! Ой, раки, блядь, жакшираки! Сука, блядь, но, блядь, но!
Just firing off on all cylinders.
Yeah, he's looking great.
Apex is so excited.
Really, really good from Ezzy. Definitely got his doubters out there.
Must say,
rightly so.
Ёпты, бля.
Oh yeah, like there are going to be lots of questions, but you know, you see stuff like this, you think, all right, this is actually looks really, really good.
Вот это ебало, да, если бы убило бы. Оно вышло со смоков.
How did he go, Henry?
I don't know. This
unpack that particular.
He just said you're just gunning him down as you're giving him hell.
That was a gun movement. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Oh, they're pushing.
There they are.
Okay. They're full sending it. The bomb got.
Ну куда ты с этой пулькой, блядь? Куда ты с этой пулькой? Че, угораешь, что ли?
Looking to force the issue towards A main. Thinking better of it though. That's sort of Molotov to dissuade them.
I still like the pressure, you know, just to keep them honest out there.
You know, baits out utility, you know, like that's a Molotov kind of expended early on in the round. So a grenade pits Axal in one tap territory. The M4s, that's some nice chip damage, we call it. And it's significant because, of course, the AK has that one-tap potential. Now, you have to consider Axel can receive the same treatment from the CTs. The execution.
Данная сильная сторона, которую писали в чатике. Все, они понимают, там подотрезали. Хабибулю слили. Сливают, блядь, Бумачеву. Ставится Бимба. Бимба не ставится, блядь. Убивает просто всех в очко, блядь. Ох, щеглы, блядь. Ну, щеглы. Ну, щеглы.
They didn't get a single kill. It was a beautiful execution. Yeah. They had everyone in position. Everything deployed.
Nah.
Twice.
Yeah.
And Apex denying the plant as well is huge. Like, if they get the plant, that one, you think, all right, fair enough. At least we've got the cash. Like, we'll be okay. But now Rico sort of territory. As we go 9 to 5, vitality pretty much guaranteed double digits here. I like that flash. I've not seen that box utilized like that too many times. That's kind of an interesting idea. So he's throwing the Molotovs and the flashes like that just to get some initial control of A main. Teammates can swing off that. It's pretty cool. Like, Anubis is definitely one of the maps that hasn't been solved yet. Like, we're seeing so many different ideas presented each and every game.
I think this is even more true with how the new smokes are working in general.
Not enough bullets, I'm afraid. That's where the M4A1S will let you down.
За мать просто затыкал.
Spinks picks up a rifle.
From my point of view,
бессмысленная игра по-факту.
I mean, maybe it has been spent, but nobody's just.
Им один раз зацепиться, и все.
The way that those smokes work with the sort of drop-down function of them, like if you throw them high enough up, they will close the gap towards the ground, but only if it's not too high up. It's sort of a medium distance where they will sort of fill to expand the space. I think that mechanic itself is going to be exploited a lot at one point. It was Can anyone save?
Что за хуйня вообще?
Dense here. The defense of vitality doesn't look to be the case. Very well played. Rifle recovered. Fortunately, though, probably doesn't want to save it. I'd rather have the AK going forward. Needs the cash. So just going to try and find a kill if possible. 15 seconds. Vector, that smoke will go down momentarily. There's a low HP Flames on the other side, but it's going to be Apex on the front lines.
Хз, бессмысленный фит вообще. Мог бы с культой уйти. 5-10. Ну, тут уже 3 раунда.
Really impressive performance from both teams here, I have to say. And Boomer has been delivering with the AWP as well. Won't be required here.
Если сейчас сдохнут, все, я не знаю, они что-то даже паузу не ставят клубную на эти.
Money established once again for the CTs. Pretty clean run. Both pistols in their favor.
Yeah, I think for Cloud9, surely this is where you want to start to take a bite out of the second half if you really want to crack at this one.
That's the flap. That flash is so powerful. He's doing right there to clear out A main. That suggests they're going towards A with some conviction here. Molotov towards the fountain position. Smoke towards heaven. This is the electronic utility I was talking about before.
Yeah,
there's a one-man execution allowing his teammates to actually go through.
Так, ореха снесли. Лево руля! Лево руля! Граната ебаная!
See how effective they are. Axel finds yet another kill on the bomb site here, and I think that's it. I'm glad they dropped on that first gun round, Anders. You can see it for yourself how exciting that little execution they've got is. And it's all down to electronic. He's got different variations of it. It's all from that same position, which allows him to flash A main at the start. So you don't need a second player doing that. They can just group up together and completely wolf pack it in towards the A side. Nice idea as well.
6-10.
We've watched Apex lots of.
Но может зацепятся и до десятки так дойдут как-нибудь.
That's where he'll reside. He gets double naded. Nothing he can do about that.
И просто элементарно один минус сделать.
Really good call. Nice work, Boomich. We'll take that. Didn't even drop a kill.
That's Apex. They paint me like one of your French players.
The captain solemnly going down with the ship.
Well, I like it. You did warn us that there was going to be the one-man execute from electronic.
Yeah, it's really sick. I think a lot of teams will be doing that. Most times you throw that smoke from outside A main, and you can only really throw the smoke towards heaven. You can flash your teammates to that position. Electronic.
Собрались чурки, блядь!
It's pretty cool.
Okay. I think that was a really critical round, because again, was getting a bit out of control. It would have been 11-5 in favor of Vitality if Cloud9 couldn't have won that round. And again, at that point,
ну, конечно, есть. Они сколько раундов взяли, бля.
Map, so tempering things a little bit here.
Molotov, double doors. Zywoo forced off the angle. Good response from Apex there. Really nice.
Блядь, ну вот это вот дверь, как на дусте.
He wants to take a bit of aggro here. So yeah, he's done that. Needs to stay alive at this point. Allows Zywoo to swing. Electronic though, one step ahead of it. Great frag. Drops in the flash and he fancies a second bite of the cherry as well. Might help him.
Хабибуля может?
Trying to flush double doors. Could be a play on the other side, but not
не слышу.
This time. 5 versus 4. One of the most powerful units of the Vitality outfit has been removed.
Ауг.
Like Zywoo was expecting more of a reload on the other side. Maybe even heard the reload. I'm not sure. But
Касабланка.
They weren't going to be ready.
Прошил.
Yeah, one more bullet. And 17 points of health. Sort of spam attempt.
Да, здесь свободно.
There's nobody at the B bomb side. So.
Так.
Oh god, you're right.
10-7.
It's what you call a gamble stack, I suppose.
Достань бомбу, блядь, дегенеративную хуйлую, блядь. Господи, блядь, что они делают? Почему они так долго это все разыгрывают? Бля, я охуею, да нету там никого! Тупицы, блядь! Бля, какие же они тормоза! Вот в улице уже бы 10 бомб поставили.
We've not only lost the round, but we didn't even really accomplish what we wanted to do as like a secondary objective. So Cloud9 are well aware what happened, so they are getting a little bit closer. They have a couple of people that have enough money that they could try. They're thinking about it. They are really thinking about it. How many players could go down here for Cloud9 before it's no longer worth it? You got a question. Boomich and Axar could definitely try and go for it, but I guess they're going to keep it cool.
Have to, really. Axar. Okay, that's actually super worth it.
Yeah.
Double kill from Hobbit, and he survives as well. Keeps them on their toes, keeps
Блять,
them on
порезали. Ставку порезали, сука, не... Нельзя ставить. Максимум 800 рублей можно поставить теперь. На лайфы. Вот козлы, блядь.
I guess because it felt like it was just so beautifully set up in terms of like the idea, the concept of that play, but it just didn't quite work out. Electronic, strong player. Wake up pretty early in the morning to catch him out. Here we go then. This one will go the distance, ladies and gents. This was picked by Cloud9. First map.
You said earlier you enjoyed watching Sunpire's play. I've got to say, I love watching Apex play. Half of it's in the server, but the other half is just watching.
Не, со стойком залупа это крипта, у меня никогда крипты не бывает.
I love it so much.
Protect him at all costs.
Yeah, we have to. And he's had one of the wildest careers. I love to bring this up, but it's just so crazy to imagine that he went from being.
Я хотел 1002 поставить на допы. Ну так, слегка.
And he's a saucer.
And he's a saucer, and then he
managed to make it work, even though he's a saucer.
In spite of that handicap, he still actually got there. And then, like, who goes from being an entry fragger to an in-game lead? Like, it's such a strange, thing. I just love it.
Oh my, right. And 7.
Do you remember how tribal that fight used?
Скамом в 17 году последний раз общались. 6 лет тому назад.
Wasted time for everyone involved, but yes, that's how it is. It's a 3-round difference. Cloud9 are really keeping this an interesting game. I feel like they've had plenty of opportunities, Vitality here to maybe run away with it, but they haven't really quite been allowed to. I gotta give some more credit to Cloud9. I think it's pretty impressive. They're up against a really tough opponent. Flash out towards the main.
Киря, до Нового года не бухаешь или будут варики за Дудон? Не, ну если ты хочешь, чтобы я пивка заказал, можно заказать. Ну, 1010 надо.
Oh, what a smoke though. That timing is sick.
30 seconds. It's flames on the.
Потому что, ну, я пиво пью по многу, по литра 3. Блять, Аксель Воин опять флумиуз. Спина трахнуть, спина трахнуть! Спина трахнуть! Есть бимба. Блядь, горит жопа электронная. Убили ореха. Зувея со снайперка. Осторожно. Колонна работает. Колонна работает. Флуимс не жилец. Минус. Убить! Ёп! Ёп-джоп! Блять! Все, сейвит. Нормально, 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 нахуй!
Kind of similar to the wonderful 1-on-2 earlier, pretty much the exact same scenario.
True.
But just didn't have quite enough time. And we'll see Cloud9 post yet another, closing the gap now. Great round. What a ball.
Собрались, малые, малые!
20 seconds when they're running all the way back in towards the B site. And thankfully they did enough. They had dragged the entirety of vitality over.
О, вот это вот видели, да?
Only good for one. And that enables the plant, and then they come out on top.
Обычно чуваки, бывает, с 5 жизнями 4 могут закрывать, кстати. Такие моменты редкие, но они и бывают. По существу. Ну, раз в день такое происходит. На таких туриках, да. Вчера вроде что-то такое было. Ау! Ай, 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 ай! Все, бимбу ставим, бумачо, бимбу ставим. Калькуляторщик ебаный, лево смотри, хабибуля, блядь. Они медленно разыгрывают, пипец. Бля, ну типа АВП калаш. Отходят. Нет? Попытаются?
A lot easier for Cloud9 to take over and win the game.
By the way, he's giving the AK to Spinks, who's got Kevlar, can actually save it, and Mezzo go, I'll just go for
ебать, не идут. Хабибуля, да, блядь! Господи! Блядь, ну капец вы, ебанутые! Берет там что-то фокусник.
And going and actually delivering as well, continuing to find frags and actually leading to 2 more kills. That's super impressive from Ezri. He's had a great.
Тоже в голову.
So Cloud9, they're actually looking like quite a scary force here on the T side.
Затылок своему напилял.
You lose 4 players in that round if you're Cloud9. That's so expensive compared to what it could.
Ну, ТБХ зайдет. Кто там на 20 этот ставил?
Said that a couple of times here. Getting to the closing stages of this first map, 10-9.
Я на 22 поставил, надо еще раунд.
Not before the smoke though. Molotovs to the baskets. Just trying to guarantee A main control. CTs cannot reside in there anymore. Removed vision, denied access. It's a nice protocol. And you can see, like, okay, Electronic setting himself up again.
Блять, ну клутнуй, давай!
Well, so he's got the Molotov, the smoke. So he's smoke heaven, Molotov towards either the bomb site or towards the bricks. And then he double flashes the team. So we saw this as the first.
Блять, ну какое...
There it is, that Molotov on the bomb
site.
Сука! But this is where Zywoo thrives. Gets himself a double kill. Can they break?
Давай! Хоббит! Блять, пидорасы, блять! Пидорасы! Пидорасы! Блять, ну блять! Сука, 11, ёпаная сука, блять! Блять. 12 лет посвятил, ёпта. Вот этот, ну, yes, блять.
Hobbit trying to thread the needle, didn't quite work out for him. Apex
Тварь,
closing out
блядь.
the round. That's a significant one. Denies Cloud9 tying things up. They should still have a nice buy available to them. A little bit of residual cash as well. Electronic feeling the burn slightly more though. To be fair, the MAC-10, 2 players over helmets, could still be deadly.
Не, даже если эту прибут, у Cloud9 есть на Инферно шансы тоже есть.
Sort of a slow start, but there are so many Cyber games where you look at the scoreboard at the beginning and you think, okay, this is maybe not the most, and then suddenly he's there anyway. He's just creeping back up. It happens.
Типа размен картами может быть.
60 now.
Вот и все.
2 kills behind
Ну, в
Apex.
сухую победу. Блядь, ну это 20%.
That's the trio that's currently powering Vitality forward.
Ну да, 20% тоже процент. Ну,
defense falling back from the dark position.
Сухая победа.
Stick around. Oh, I like this though. Flames and Apex. If they can take this mid control, it's going to be very, very hard for Cloud9 to read, and you can tell exactly how hard as Axile is eventually going to be dead.
Oh, key frag. Didn't mind that from Spinks. Had the information as to where Hobby was.
давай на десяточку, блядь. Гоу, 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 гоу.
Hobby's trying to flush them out of that dark room for better.
Долбоёбики, додики, сука!
They've got the man advantage, but not for long. Bomb to be planted here. Mezzi looking to
Да не стреляй туда, не стреляй! Хватит, хватит!
Get that C4 planted.
Блядь!
Fuck, блядь. No one's actually seen each other. What a ridiculous round. Hobbit getting tagged with a smoke.
Как они видят?
Is anyone gonna have a reasonable fight in this one? It's finally
Пизда, блядь! Пизда, блядь, с ушами, сука! Сука, пизда с ушами, блядь! Всё, блядь!
An absolute slobber knocker of a round, Anders. That one had it
Ну
all.
щеглы ебаные, блядь!
Absolutely everything here.
Ah,
Aggression across
сука.
the board. Ridiculous kills through the smoke. Look at this from Zaiwu. That's wild.
5 kills for the smoke in this one, Henry.
That's so sick. Oh, this one's here.
Блядь, рачье ёбаное,
As well. Ents versus Navi delivered. This one starting to heat up as well.
Всё там, блядь.
That's a pretty big round. You can see now, even with the plant, the money.
Додики, блядь, додики!
Point for Vitality. One more round will do it to take their opponent's pick here. It's Inferno coming up next. And they've got MAC-10.
Блядь, твою ж медь, ёбаный в рот,
Great
блядь.
moments in the first half, but he's 7 and 15, Anders. Is he the man for the job here? 30.
He got grenaded.
Yeah, it's so much damage, down to 40 points of health.
Опять?
Zaiwu
Бля, они
got
не
the
учатся,
intel,
вообще
at
не
least one
учатся.
player in towards A main. We see Perfecto.
Двоих должен ёбнуть!
Push. And he
Бля,
didn't thinking
бля,
this could be a
чекает.
possibility. Spinks caught off guard though. No quick kill with Perfecto, but he's just going to convert it in the end. It's Spinks.
Опять Бумачеву обоссали.
Boomich has gone down. The AWP has been removed. They're going to have to try and recover that, and Perfecto has done just that.
Fair play to Spinks for getting anything there. He was way out of his depth. Nice grenade. Oh my god.
Пиздец, блядь.
Over 100 damage.
That is devastating. Oh, that could make it very hard to win this round.
Yeah, you don't see grenades like that anymore.
На, пехоту, блядь.
I think it landed on chicken as well. I really want to replay
О,
that.
всё.
Perfecto is going to be
9-13, блядь. Пизда, сука, блядь.
From the front, it's one of those games they have it every once in a while. 20 kills on Apex.
Да.
And we're not even done yet. Mezzi's going to be going down. Electronic with a nice shot there of the MAC-10. And the bomb's been planted. Somehow they found a way to even a bomb plant.
Так! Кинемся, живем! Давай, да. Десятый есть, это, блядь. ТБху пробили, блядь. Допики, может быть, блядь, в попике.
Money is okay. And I say that with bated breath because you can see there's Mezzi with $500. Same story for Spinks. Flames had to save this rifle. Zaiwu can drop one. So they'll have a buy going forward, but...
Узуя, сука, хитрожопый, блядь.
It's a very tricky round for Cloud9 to win it. That triple nade that landed on it, it really
Смотри,
is
осторожно
very
играют
hard to
очень.
power on beyond that, but and they got back into the round with a double kill on the MAC-10 on Electronic. Like, it's so weird. What a weird way to get back into a round, but we'll give them the credit here. This first one, fine. Mezzi's kind of looking the other way, but this one is just a nice burst. Taking down Apex.
SMGs have put in absolute work today. What a game. What a series this is. going over towards A, juggling the extra flash over as well. That's kind of sick. So that, oh, that's really nice. Like, I haven't seen that before. Like, I know it's possible, but like, you can juggle the flash, drop, flash, drop, flash, drop, flash. You can take extra flash over with you. It's pretty nice.
Why not? Why not do it if you get the opportunity?
Обожать!
Flames out in front. Oh, we got the knife out.
Блять, ну Аксельвойна убили, это... Сука, блять, у него 17 киллов, он самый там, блять, нормальный чувак.
The way he intended it to go down. Such a clean opening kill as well. If he kept the rifle out, maybe he's good for maybe just a follow-up dink. I don't think he gets.
Он самый норм, блять, самого норма убили.
This isn't the force buy from Vitality, bear in mind. This is, they actually went for the more conservative approach, which is absolutely fine. They'll recover that rifle. One more will do it for Vitality, but Cloud9 certainly have the advantage here around over 23. We've gone the distance once again. What a day of Counter-Strike it has been so far.
Два...
The last tournament of the year ended, and we are being gifted some absolute...
Как же они, смотрите, вот на мини-карту. 2 ебала тут, 2 ебала там. Здесь пусто. Кто бомба? Бомба Бумачева. Фейкуют. Должны вправо идти.
The AWP and the M4 are not anywhere near at the moment, so it's going to be very hard to hold on. If you can get a kill and make it a 4-on-3, maybe you go for the retake. Simon does have a kid after.
Рачье, блядь! Пурфукта! Блядь, пурфукта ебаная!
He took significant damage though on the repeat. Bombs actually going down and towards A. So
Подрезать, подрез! Раз, два! Блядь! Коцаный, коцаный, сука! Шахиды, блядь!
Still giving this one to Cloud9. We'll see what happens next. Bomb ticking at some pace now. Here they come. They want to go for it, Messi.
Это рачье, блядь!
They can still win this. Even in the 2-on-4, it's possible. Electronic. Oh no.
Блядь, зувею! Обоссал! А, yes!
And now it's a 1 versus 1, but I think Spinks is simply
No.
out of time, even with the defuse kit.
Yeah.
They're going to lose everything on the Cloud9 side, but it doesn't even matter. It's 11 to 12. Cloud9, 1 round away from getting us onto overtime.
Zaiwu hits that shot.
Бля, хотелось бы, чтобы Вуталити эту въебали. А я там еще, блядь, на общую победу на Вуталити закинул бы, блядь. Там троечка была.
But it all started here. The knife came out. Yeah, he was trying to retreat. Now you see if that POV bought it, be one there.
Ну, допы не... Блядь. На допы замечательная, сука, контора ебаная. Фикс дала. Ну, сейчас, подождите, блядь. Смотрим, бля, сука, блядь.
Final timeout. Impressive showing from Cloud9.
I would still love to see Vitality try and go for that mid push they tried earlier on the CT side. I think that's an interesting approach because they tried it.
Все стволы есть, все, закупились по фулу.
You know, flash their way out, try and get a little bit of done, but if you can get some action in the middle, that'd be fun.
Okay. Timeouts again. See.
О, подмышку потную на фарт подтирает, отлично. Ага. Лишь бы пальчики не скользили.
Blow at the head, I believe.
I think the killing blow, but maybe direct translation. You're right. I thought it was the killing blow.
Listen,
you probably know better than me. I didn't really know.
Took it to university. I had, you know, it's not good for much, Henry, but.
Понюхал, да, я не увидел.
Yeah, it's to take a 10th off. Desi, you know.
По понятиям, по понятиям.
Kind of dark, but
well, here we go. We're just that was nothing to do with the game whatsoever. We're back in it.
Final round of regulation.
Минус хубит. А, блять, Аксельвойн, минус 50 хп.
Let's do some damage towards Axal. Looking for the boosted players towards middle as well. 3-man setup. This part of the map. It's quite subdued for now. Boomer just getting ready for the double doors Molotov. Smoke down in the hut. The boost behind that in CS2. And here we go.
Минус флум. Блять, контрол ебаный. Вот контрол, блять. Электролит 13.
So difficult to best him in that position. We've seen them try multiple times. And now a rare advantage for Vitality. Looking for that sigh of relief. Spinks.
Щеглы ебаные.
Boomage fighting back here in the T steps. 4 versus 3. Time is of the essence though, Anders. 45 seconds remaining.
Блять, так бездарно сдохнуть.
Actually very healthy on the T side. Multiple smokes, Molotovs, one of which deployed towards the bricks. Flashbang over. Trying to show presence, keep this flames on the A side of the map. It's going to be Spinks. Bear in mind, he's been caught with his pants down a couple of times here.
Yes.
They've taken the
Полфукта поставит в голову.
with these fakes.
В голову, в голову. Блять, Бумачева идет, идет не понимая.
Oh, there's a nice shot on the Boomage. That might be everything they needed there. 15 seconds on the clock. A little bit of a spray through, but this just allow for the bomb line. It's fine.
Ну, там уже вся тьма, все тут.
It's going to be a 2 versus 4. Nice spray from Axel, but he's very low on health. The bomb now getting planted on the other side. Surely Cloud9 can't steal this. Back over time seems like a bit of a dream right now. Perfecto shut down by Cyber at the end. And Vitality, they find a way through just barely.
Ой, щеглы, блять.
Great game it was though, Anders. The Counter-Strike is delivering on all fronts today. These two titans battling it out in the upper bracket final, trying to find out who will be making their way towards the semi-final. It is going to be Vitality stealing away the pick of Cloud9.
Чё с сайтом?
An incredibly competitive first map, and Maui, yours is
Да они бездарно вдвоем спидили.
seal this one up, but it requires the full 24 rounds, the entire distance of this ground of Anubis, and incredibly back and forth as well. We're talking a 6-1 start for Vitality on that T side of things. Cloud9 managed to bolster themselves coming back into that second half. That was such a good map of CS, and obviously Vitality deserved to win that one out at the very end.
Ну, кровь из износа, надо одну карту забирать.
Drastically different win conditions round to round. To me, Cloud9 in a lot of ways had sometimes better game planning, sometimes the strat calling felt really nice, but Vitality in some of those rounds just had that extra X factor, the pop-off moments from people like Mezzi, from Zywoo, even Apex.
Ну, блять, они Мибром, ну, Мибром там постановка была, и с Vitality они играли 11-13. Выебали это.
We're going to be jumping into round number 14, sorry, because this is a CT side of Vitality. What happens here, Mal?
So this one, it's a little bit hectic as we
Сколько на тущий счет?
for an exec into the bomb site, and there's a couple kills just kind of randomly right there. But I love what Apex does right here. He just jumps on through. There isn't even too much utility on the side of Vitality at that point, and we just see that they love creating a little bit of extra chaos in those kinds of moments. Because I was talking it and prefacing it before the game that Cloud9, when they're on those bomb sites, they can really lock it down. They can really, even in a 3v5 like that, if you give them
Инферно заберут. Клутну. Да.
Even in a 3v5 like that, if you give them that bomb plan for free, sometimes they'll just shore up the defense, they'll play off of each other beautifully, and they'll make a round that seems
Там
really tough
шансов
on their
меньше,
end,
конечно.
very possible. So
Верим.
Apex says, I'm not even gonna let you get set up.
Yeah, lightning fast reactions and super
Хыч-хыч, сэль баба.
Vitality. But I'm curious what was going on in the team speak. So let's hear in this mic'd up moment.
I'm adding dark, maybe out. Cave 2.
7-5.
One more cave, one more cave. Could be everything, guys. I'm going close.
One of the guy dead.
Yeah, I will jump in front. I'm ready.
On that.
One
One cave.
Let's cave. I'm crazy, I swear, I love it.
Big boys.
Good job, guys.
Crazy and I love it. Words of Apex, and that's exactly why we loved watching Vitality in this particular round, right? Because they somehow managed to make magic happen in those moments, right?
Vitality just
4-0 было, потом 4-1.
So willing to sometimes throw the playbook out, the rulebook out, and they'll just go for some ridiculous plays. If they're even a little bit confused, they, to me, in a lot of ways, embody what Heroic was doing earlier in the year, where they're always just going to be the ones that are a little bit more proactive to make sure that they're fighting on their own terms. Even if it's not a perfect plan, some plan is better than no plan. And Vitality have embodied that. They've taken that from other teams, and that's why, in many ways, they look like the most stable team here, because they're always fighting in the way that they they want to be.
Some really great calling coming out of Apex, but also great individual fragging ability as well, which isn't something that we're necessarily demanding from him, but we love to see it when it happens, because how ballsy is this man sometimes? Like, he is not afraid of getting down in the mud, getting dirty, and getting some frags alongside it.
Even a clutch right here. Apex really did it all in this one. He locked his sight down, he was able to rotate and find a bunch of kills, but on the T side, he has really emboldened and enabled himself. He is so frequently just charging on in, and it's the fact that in this game, in CS2, it does feel like Apex has caught a second wind in terms of his own individual ability. He has really just been popping off lately. I think that when it comes to Apex and this kind of performance, it is a luxury, but it's not, and it was weirdly kind of necessary for this one.
Yeah.
But it hasn't always been, thankfully. And it feels like sometimes he'll just kind of like throw these out here and there. He'll roll the dice with himself, and teams like Cloud9 for whatever get caught by it. I'm not sure. I'm not actually sure exactly why that is, though.
Maybe a bit of a kryptonite for Cloud9.
Yeah,
I don't know. Mezzy as well. We got to give that man some credit on his name, because yesterday, obviously, he was looking incredibly consistent. We weren't totally sure how hyped we were going to be on him. Obviously, after full finals, he did manage to lift the trophy, but it wasn't down to, a star-studded performance from him. I'd like to see him slowly but surely having more and more impact, and I think this is probably one of the best maps that we've seen from him so far since he joined Vitality.
He was taking rounds over. He almost won a 1v3 ace clutch. We see right here the couple kills that he was able to get, not able to finish it. But Mezzy called his own number in this one a lot more. He was pushing a little bit more. So frequently with Mezzy on past teams and even earlier on Vitality, he was kind of playing in the back, just kind of making sure he doesn't mess up. There were 4 kills through smoke. I don't see that graphic very often. But yeah,
кое-что на Люсе.
That was like basically all from one round as well, right?
Yeah.
Like that round was insane.
Yeah. So with Mezzy, he's so frequently just kind of being more passive, but he does have the mechanical ability. It's something that people love to talk about with him, that he's got snappy aim, great crosshair placement, but he doesn't impose it on his opponents. This is one of the few maps I've seen where he actually was pushing it in for Cloud9.
I want to play devil's advocate here, and maybe I'm getting a little bit greedy, but should we be desiring a little bit more from Spinks and Flames? This might sound kind of dumb because they just won the map. It was their opponent's pick. But I look at them and the duality that they're able to have together, and historically the stats they were able to put up, it's been a bit slow in terms of the start for Flames to this tournament, right?
For Flames, I would say that's a fair concern, Freya. Spinks had in terms of this map performance, sure, Flames slightly outperformed Spinks, but Spinks' first series at this tournament was totally fine.
Yeah.
So I'm not too concerned about him. I will bring up this one thing with Flames that I think people are really, if they're watching closely, they are noticing this. His aim has been actually kind of bad at this event so far. It's been only 2 days, it's been only a few maps, but in terms of just pure mechanics, I feel like that's the one thing where I'm watching Flames. Sometimes people are flash, they're not looking at him. He takes a long time to find the kill, and he definitely needs to just focus a little bit more on that. And we know that's capable. Like, he's capable 100%. Of that. On OG, that was never even a concern of mine, his mechanics, but for whatever reason at this tournament, he's just been a slow starter.
Yeah, no, I think that's why we are demanding more of him, right? Because
Definitely.
we have seen so much more in the past. I do want to give some credit to Axel throughout that map. Obviously, Cloud9 losing their map pick isn't a good look, but it's been great to see him, as you were prefacing, the trajectory slowly but surely getting back to the Axel that we know he can deliver, and another map where he had some really great stats, right?
For whatever reason, Axel just seems to be able to focus a lot more on his crosshair now. Maybe the comms have really settled, because in the beginning, I'm sure with the new integration of Electronic as the in-game leader, then they're swapping in-game leaders to Boomage. Even Hobbit had it briefly. Probably had to think about too much going on there. And this is, and let's just remind everybody, Axel was a monster when he was playing with Nafany, who was the same in-game leader he had for practically 3 years.
Yeah.
And so going through those changes probably did mess with his brain a little bit. But now that he's settled into this roster a bit more, he's playing under a really experienced in-game leader, a major winning IGL in Boomage. It does feel like Axel has regained so much of that form that he had last year.
Yeah, don't make the man think. Let the man frack.
Exactly.
That's exactly what we want to see. Might be an uphill battle, though, because we are moving on to Vitality's map pick. That is Inferno, and once again, it was 13-11 last time around in the favor of Vitality. Can Cloud9 claim revenge? We're going to see after this.
Взял супер острый соус, напиздячил. Экстра чили. Вот.
As our third game of the day, we have another elimination series. It's going to be Heroic taking on Mouse, obviously limping after the loss of Frozen. We're going to see who's going to be holding on to their tournament life, but not before we jump back into the action at hand right now. We're talking qualification, we're talking a spot at the semi-finals, and we're also talking about a map which these two teams are very familiar with each other on. It's Inferno, the pick of Vitality, also another 24-round game last time around at the semi-finals.
Блин, как эту девку зовут?
This one almost sent Vitality home at the fall finals. They almost didn't actually weather the storm that Cloud9 threw at them. So they definitely are looking back at this one, and for whatever reason think that this is a good place to take the fight. I said it in the pregame, Freya. I actually think that Cloud9 will be winning this one in the rematch, and so I found this pick rather curious, given that Inferno, notoriously known to be a map where the op just is not as important, and Cloud9, that's really their biggest woe.
Yeah, I think you're very apt, particularly when we're looking at the results from last time around, because the reason that it came so close and it didn't come down to a Cloud9 win was because they just had such a slow start on that T side. We saw some really good CT side starting from Vitality, but then Cloud9 were really good and very quick at adapting coming into the later stages of that half. So for the T side of Cloud9, what are you hoping off the bat to see from them?
Well, the last time that they faced off against each other, it was kind of a tale of two different players on that A bomb site. We see that Spinks and Mezzi both at the top and bottom of the scoreboard for Vitality, and they're playing that A bomb site together. And so one thing that if I want to see Cloud9 win, it's you were able to deal with Mezzi just fine in pit, but then you had to get through Spinks, and so frequently that he was picking up multi-frags off of Mezzi's positioning. They were playing off each other rather well and enabling Spinks in those moments. And so it seems kind of simple, but you really just kind of have to trade him out. He was finding so many multi-frags just because he would kind of play in an off angle somewhere around the bomb site, even when you were execing into him. So I feel like they're going to be a little bit more wary of Spinks' presence, and I feel like if that's the case, and they should be, because it was a big match that they lost, so that's going to be seared in their brain, then they have a chance to take this.
And that's the thing, they also have the potential to pivot towards the B bomb side, which notoriously has been quite an up and down defensive Vitality, because that's where we see Apex, that's where we see Flames as well. Obviously, two very aggressive players towards that banana position. But speaking about Flames, if he's going to continue, not being super hot on fire, that could potentially be a weakness that Cloud9 should look to exploit, right?
No doubt. And the last time, again, that they faced off against each other, I mean, Electronic was having a fantastic game. Oftentimes, he's going to be responsible for fighting in that direction. I'm really, really keen on seeing if that clash goes more into the favor of Cloud9 as they can try to make those adjustments. And so that's why, for several reasons, I really do think that Cloud9 have such a great opportunity here to flip the script on Vitality.
Do you think Vitality's kind of red hot form that they found coming into this event, though, could be a difference maker? Because we're talking about the context of, that was Mezzi's first event with them, right? Obviously, there's going to be a few teething issues. There are going to be a few things that Xtaz newly back in as the coach of Vitality as well. Do you think now they found a little bit more time, this is maybe an area that Vitality will have a strength in?
So I think if I'm just trying to really hyper-examine the micro trends we've caught so far at this event and for recent form for Cloud9, you would expect a couple things. You'd expect Mezzi's going to play a little bit better. You'd expect Flames is actually going to maybe play a little bit worse than he did at Fall Finals. And then you would expect that Spinks is probably not going to keep up that scorching hot form that he had in the semifinals in Copenhagen. And so it's kind of like a huge equalizer there. But weirdly enough, Apex has been playing really well. So that's kind of the trump card or the ace up the sleeve for Vitality, which might tip the scales in their favor for this matchup. But I'm still going to stick with my initial prediction, Freya. I still think that Cloud9 are going to look back at that one very closely and make the necessary adjustments to
I wouldn't be surprised. It is time to be jumping into Inferno. Potentially a chance for Vitality to net a semi-final spot in 2 maps.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a lot of good games today. Some fantastic maps of Counter-Strike. Let's hope it continues as we move over to a rare treat here. We have Inferno We never really get to see it in CS2 these days, and there's a map that's not really presented too often. Maui's sticking to his guns. He thinks that they can pick up each other's picks here. So far, so good as Vitality just about get it over the line in that first one. Inferno now. Cloud9 are specialists on this map, though. We know they've got a unique playing style. Look out for Boomich at that banana position, presumably starting the CT side, and yes, here we go. Cloud9 with the Jawlies in the hands of Electronic. Bear in mind, this is the upper bracket final of Group A. Winners straight to the semi-finals. Losers not eliminated, but down to the quarters here. Vitality looking to do it in 2 as they kick things off with a P250 in the hands of the big man himself, Zywoo. They've got one smoke, single flashbang as they set up for a nice default spread. Nothing given away from the initial setup.
Some shots ringing out across the map, but nobody really going down at the start of this one. Vitality giving a bit of a time here, just waiting to see if anyone else wants to take a peek. Zywoo on that P250, like you mentioned, that could be a real game changer. We know what he could do. A little bit of a lean, a huge lean, in fact, towards the A bomb side. They've left Electronic alone towards B. Not that uncommon, even in Rifle do this on Inferno. If you're brand new to the game, maybe it's a bit excessive, but that's just how Inferno tends to play out.
As long as he's got a smoke, it's okay. And he'll still have that for now. It's going to be Flames, though, helping himself towards that pit position. CT's under a lot of scrutiny now. The 3-man setup on the A side itself. Boomich with the first frag.
That's a good start. That's how you
Бумачева в прошлой игре вообще не вошел в нее.
So slow down. I hate this. They're standing around out in the open. Here we go.
Да!
Hobbit and Boomich are taking care of business. Spinks, he can't.
Pow!
Hobbit will clean it out. I understand that they wanted to try and find another kill before they really went for it, but
что-то мне надо... У меня в лайфе больше 500 рублей не принимаю с карты, блядь. Больше. Надо на другую контору залить, где замазки.
Yeah, they gave nothing away. A passive 4-man setup onto the A side pays dividends here for Cloud9. Vitality of no bomb plant still are going to force buy. Saying that's more of a common approach to this tournament at the very least. CS2 is trending towards a full eco and a force buy in the third, but we'll see what kind of strategy Vitality can deploy here.
Конечно, топ-геймер на это ставил.
Right.
He's taken over.
Come on now. Come on now. We know. This is where Boomich always resides. You don't often see him on the half-wall, to be fair. You're right. He's normally jumping behind it. They're not giving up the information just yet. Vitality don't want to fire off a bullet. That's a nice grenade. Yep.
To be honest,
I
have to assume that the jumping MP9 accuracy has to be changed at one point here. Like it feels like, especially on overpass.
Yeah,
it's so ridiculous.
It's certainly more significant than it was in CS:GO. Like you still saw that play in CS:GO. It just wasn't as consistent.
На клоудов на эту карту было тройка. Ну и сейчас тоже. Блядь, что вы пекалем, блядь? Вы чё, дурачье, блядь?
Absolutely stunning shot to open things up on the A side. So much pressure.
Да, блядь, дырка, нахуй! Господи!
This might be enough. Zywoo steals the deal.
They did so much damage. Credit him with a kill and a half on this
так,
one.
я тут баню, блядь, всякие призывы, нахуй.
Grenades and defuse kits or anything else, they're not going to be able to penetrate this bomb site for the retake.
Призывы.
На
прием караются мудом.
And this is like the nightmare scenario of a Cloud9. This is better than winning the pistol on the T side. If the CD save a couple of MP9s, maybe I'm exaggerating. If they all went down, though, it means you only get $1,400 into the next round. You really are hamstrung going forward, so no choice but to save those 2 SMGs. They won't have much to work with going forward. At least that will be something. And now they've recovered 2 M4s on the T side, and we've got to see that on replay. That's an absolute drive-by.
Бля, я хуею с этой дурой, блядь.
Let's have a look at it.
Такую шляпу отдать. Такую шляпу отдать. Блять, они... Куда он там смотрел? Я не знаю. Ставьте паузу, уроды, блять. Паузу ставьте нахуй. Додики, блять. 3-2-2-шные, блять. Там как бы одно ебало делало -2 в легкую, блять. Оно смотрело в другой хуйне.
Cloud9, if ever there's a team to be specialists with that particular weapon, they'd probably be right up there. Now they've got Boomich within their ranks. And you know he likes to get aggressive. Like, you can see the double, that's just for Boomich.
Yes.
He goes like, literally he'll be there every round. The one time he's not.
They're throwing anti-Boomich nades.
Yeah, exactly. Apex has found a bit of space here, trying to punish. I think he goes down. Boomich will find that first frag. Getting chaotic now, they're going to have to give it up.
На рейджа!
Favor of Cloud9. Maybe focused a bit too much on Boomich there. Toying with them.
Yeah,
Опять со своими гранатами залупными, блядь. Да даже не пикай, блядь. Просто сиди нахуй. Сиди нахуй на месте, блядь. Они сами выйдут. Да не пикай, урод! Уёбак! Блядь, прыгает там вовсю. Зувия, умри! Блядь! Гранату сюда! Башенку устроили, блядь. Все здесь, а тут двое их, блядь, всего. Блять, минус додик на Пурфуктика. Блять, Бумачева сдохла, бомба будет стоять, блять. Выбежал, выбежал. Понятно все, блять. Сука, какие уроды, блять, слабые, ёб твою медь. Блять. Блять, вот это пиздец. Уёбки. Уёбки, мазафака.
I must say, for Vitality, it's a lot of commitment they had to attacking the B bomb site. I think in total, 4 smokes were thrown in that little short passage on B. Just to keep
Курица, насри на этого, блядь.
I guess the fact that Perfecto dies to the Molotov here is just devastating, right? Because he just threw out the flashbang. It's such a devastating. You brought it up many times. Because they changed that box at oranges from to CS2.
Now it's a flat panel. You can actually consistently throw that flash, even when you're blind. You can guarantee it to go up.
And it was a source thing, right? Like
it was like the source flash. Like because Inferno, when it first came over to CSGO, was a direct port of the source version, and that was just like the #1 flash you'd throw every single time, and now it's just great to see it come back. It is devastating, it's a good word for it. The AK-47 has been saved in the hands of Hobbits. He's got himself Kevlar as well, and yeah, like I said, the most they could really justify is maybe P250s. Have gone for like a smoke and a flash instead. Should be a bit of a walk in the park for Vitality. Should be the operative word here. USP sometimes can be problematic, and again, they're proving to be so. There's the first kill, but a trade at least.
Flames took a lot of damage there. Look at him.
Yeah, exactly. There's something about CS2, and going up against Fortico seems to be one of the hardest rounds. Oh my god, here comes the swing. Orbit.
Oh, блядь.
Complicated maneuver. They saved it, but my god, you could tell there was even a chance for some team damage because they were sort of running out in between them, so you never really know. But they steal the AK back. No chance to pick anything up. And obviously, the round is very much secure in this moment.
Блядь, 2-0 нахуй. Печаль, печаль, это печально.
They're loving life for the moment. Boomich toying with them. Playing a dangerous game. It'd be nice if you get just 2 of them are so low on health right here, but you're not going to find any one of them. 3-1. Apex looking animated once here. I'm not sure what that was about, but yeah, this is not the best fight for Apex. Oh, I guess that's why he was a little bit upset, but it doesn't matter. They get the round. This is a brilliant start. 3-1 in their favor, Henry, and Cloud9 are going to have to struggle to build an economy now. It's going to be really tricky.
After winning the pistol, yeah, this is not a good place to be. 3-1 down. Tactical timeout called by Groove. Boomich, we're going to need your exciting MP9 play here. Does he even bring it out for the first gun round?
Why not?
He rarely is seen with an M4.
To be fair, I think at least 2 or maybe 3 out of the rounds we've seen so far, they've grenaded Top Banana almost instantly.
I think everyone knows it at this point.
Like, so
surely it's like, it's done. We can't just go sandbags every round. Like, to be fair, like that's when he's got you in his pocket though. When you know he's going to be doing it, he'll present something else. See, Hobbit, that deep smoke towards T steps. this time.
Everything is smoke. No one can see anything.
Yeah, the entirety banana is engulfed in smoke right now. You're right. We are going to see a boost at the half. It's going to be a genius play. Zywu, of course, the one leading the charge. The double kill comes through. The round's already over. Get in towards that B bomb side, lads. And for good measure, Spinks will find one towards the top and middle as well. What a great play. Thinking on their feet there. Aware of the tendencies. We know Cloud9 like to play on the front foot of that B bomb side. And with all the chaos of the smoke, no one anticipated the T side boost over. The second kill was impossible. But Zywu, of course, he'll pull it off. Like, still a world-class rifler. People will think he's synonymous with the AWP, and of course he is. But with an AK in his hands, he's still one of the world's best players.
That is really sickening. Yeah, well done. You know, I came up with the smoke on this map now that we got the new CS2 smokes coming out, Henry. If you're sitting by the half wall and you sort of look up into the arch or the bridge that's above you, there's like some...
Oh, no, you did this on YouTube, right? Or Twitter or something.
Yeah. I put it on Twitter just for the fun of it.
Yeah, like, if you... Yeah, because I watched it, right? Like, if you could make it, like, consistent, there didn't seem to be a lot of...
Ой, блядь, такие раунды дают, конечно, ебаные.
Really reliably.
Yeah, you're right. I remember that. That was actually, I was like, you know what, Anders? Like, fair play. That one is...
Я хуею. Это пипец.
I guarantee you this is going to be a feature of the game. Like, what's really weird is when you throw those smokes and they become really long like that.
Yeah.
Пестолем, блядь, отдаться.
Not like the regular smokes. Like, they are somehow thinner.
Yeah, that's
Кто взял? Первую эту взяли.
Yeah, there's something really weird going on. I think that's going to be where a lot of the exploits are going to be happening.
I think that will be a bit... I don't know, because that was by design. But you're right. Like, it is an odd feature, and it's something that hasn't really been explored as of yet. Yeah. Either way, it's another difficult buy here for Cloud9 there. They need a bit of a miracle here. Hobbit's had these rifles saved each and every time. Hasn't necessarily been able to utilize them just yet. We've got a retake of banana being set up here. Zywu to deploy a nice... Oh my goodness, you're down for Boomich. He loves playing aggressive towards that area of the map, and it was just him towards B. So that's the opening frag, but MP9 still could be potent. They've actually managed to find success with his A stack before. If you think back to the pistol, they looked great. That's when the game kicked off. They got the 1-0 start. 4 rounds in a row. Maximum loss bonus comes up next at least for Cloud9, so they could afford a little partial buy here. They set the M4, and yeah, back in towards B we go. You might just want to send one player in. Like, I think it's worth a scouting mission. Like, you don't know it's clear, but sending a player in like Mezzi, he'll be more than happy just to go and garner some information if possible.
And it's so worth it, right? Doing it this time, he's going to discover nobody in this bomb site, and then all of the danger is sort of taken away. Flame's been holding it for a really long time. He was looking at the radar. You can, you could see. I wish if we can get a replay at that, that actually would be funny. You saw it on the little mini cam in the middle. He just looked away. That is so unfortunate. They're still going to win the round, but
we used to call that getting CS:GO'd.
I know, it's just so frustrating, isn't it? I was looking at his face because you could see that there was going to be a peak coming. It's so funny.
Well, they won't be going for this one, but at least they picked up an AK-47. Most welcome treat on the CT side. You can hold slightly more aggressive angles. Play like Axel as well. At one point in time, considered one of the best riflers in Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
I would say not in 2023 by a long shot, but certainly got that potential.
Yeah, I think once the team kind of fell apart, something happened to Axel. I mean, it happens to a lot of players when when everything is thrown into question. But definitely one of the really sick players to watch. So I don't know. I'm still kind of on that train.
Это мощно, блядь.
That level eventually, but you know, we are in the tumultuous days of it. Here early on in CS2, everything is chaos. See if we can actually. So there he is looking away. That's amazing.
Of course. Well. A slight respite here from the action. Some silence. That won't last too long. It's Hobbit with the AWP. I guess the secondary AWP of this team. It's a brave peak to take on a player like Zywu. But bear in mind, there's no AWP on the other side. It's going to be just AKs across the board. And look at the money and the frags coming through as Spinks bravely challenges towards the end of the apartments. That was the saved AK removed early, Anders. So you can see he wanted to take a more aggressive duel, go for those one taps, didn't quite hit the mark. He did significant damage. It's not the end of the world, but 5-on-4 on the T side of Inferno is a brutal scenario. Retake utility being set up here. An old school play.
Блять, так
that
сильно
half
его
Molotov in
убили.
front allows you to
Ой,
flash over and just guarantee. Oh, what a great response though. So now you can't actually confirm that no one's on the other side. So that's actually really cool. What a great reaction. They've been full of those today. Perfecto playing on the front lines here. Going to be traded out for sure. Now there's one player remains on the B bomb site.
And they know
it's the boss man himself. Boomich, great smoke. Gives himself a fighting chance. He needs to lose 2 frags, Anders. If he goes down with nothing, it's round over. His teammates are so far removed.
They're only halfway rotating even. Ooh, Messi not checking it. That's a little bit unfortunate. Sairu, though, is coming for him. Apex landing the shot as well. 2 versus 3.
That's the first real mistake Messi's made. I guess maybe he was given a bad call.
Could have been.
Comms, like you just assumed it was clear. You definitely give it a look though when you go past the coffins, and it's going to be Boomich. Like we said, 2 kills will do. He's up against Zywu and Spinks though, baiting out the swing, the reaction. They don't think Hobbit's got an AWP here. Now they certainly are aware. Spinks in the clutch, but just doesn't have the HP to make this one work. Hobbit, chill.
Range, that's a little bit scary. Don't give this one up, but there we go. He's going to find the shot. Well done. That's a hard recovery for Cloud9, but they do make it work. Bit of history for you, Henry. That peak that he went for in the middle, Hobbit, that was phased out. That was the first time that I heard anyone trying to use actual statistics to decide whether or not to go for peaks, and it was Sonic and Device who ran the stats on whether or not you were actually favored to win that fight on the CT side or not, and they decided it wasn't worth it, because Device loved taking that peak down the middle on Inferno.
Sure.
And eventually Sonic just told him, stop doing it. Like, it's not, you're going to lose that fight.
Well, like I said, the risk, even if you... Oh.
Кого?
Well, point proven, I suppose.
Блять, взял, просто прыгнул, сдох. Ой, я охуею, блять. Аксельвоин в пульте. Какие,
блядь. Comparing traditional sports in their fledgling days, like the 1930s and stuff like that, you know, like it's just, of course, things improve, and as we get more data and resources, Spinks though.
Now we have AI algorithms running to
Что вообще происходит? Что вообще происходит? Как они так фидят?
We'll see what's coming in the future from the Anders lab.
Got the machines really taken over. Electronic and Perfecto, 2 versus 4 at the moment. Nothing that they can do on this one, unfortunately. It's such a power through. The instant bomb plant, just absolutely well played. This is going to be a 6-2 scoreline. Vitality, just looking very, very convincing. I love the prediction from Maui with the sort of, you know, they're trading each other's maps, but right now really Vitality are determined to make sure that doesn't happen.
Maui's on a roll this tournament. He's had some of the best takes of his career.
Huge cultural impact as well.
Вот улики вообще не интересно с ними играть.
Building a name for himself.
Никакой борьбы вообще.
Well,
вообще.
This is dominant to say the least. Oh god, that's wild.
А вот тут вот, кстати, как они могли зарегать этот дэмэдж? Он прыгнул и сдох. Так он уже пролетел. Хз.
Normally the Masters of Inferno, to be honest with you, is normally Boomich dominating that banana area. He hasn't really done much. Sure, managed to hold the B bomb site when Mezzi wasn't looking at him. That round should have been Vitality, to be honest. It was just a rare mistake, right? Like the fact that he didn't even check coffins. The spacing was all off. Just a bit of a blunder, you know what I'm saying? But let's go.
Right under the stop sign. Oh, what? How? I can't believe it.
It's nuts.
He'd made it around the corner. But it doesn't matter.
Get over here.
6-2. We are getting into the 9th round. You are right, like that. We've seen none of the Boomich shenanigans, none of the craziness. But though again, like grenade users on a Vitality, just that they're really trying to make sure that he can't have any freedom here. And they're boosting further back, but they've been boosting a little bit further up before. They got a lot of tricks to try and get rid of him.
Давай, go!
A lot of damage. Significant damage, if you don't mind me saying, Anders.
Выстрел!
Here we go, Hobbit.
Бля, так легко отрезать, пиздец, чуваков. Опять свои гранаты вонючие, блядь. И нож берет, блядь. Чё, вообще, блядь? Чё, блядь, в своем уме? Никого не убил, блядь. Ари, помощь! Топот, топот! О, хорошее место, чтобы сдохнуть. Только ты не сдохнешь. Нет пурфукта. Нет пурфукта. О, фух, бля. Побежал, побежал, побежал ножками своими дряными. Как? А вот Узуви бы зарегала. Парам-па-папам. Ахель нервничает. На!
You have missed out on an amazing day of Counter-Strike. ENCE versus Na'Vi, game of the tournament, maybe one of the best games of CS2, to be honest with you. That was so much fun. Like, I've never been so hyped. You and I were standing up the entirety of that third map. We just could not contain ourselves.
Sickening, it really was. Like, so much on the line, so much back and forth, but, you know, again...
Бля, капец они взяли тут, ёбаный в рот. О, пистолеты за этими, потом отдали 1-1. Пиздец. Жопа. А, Бумыч как обычно, блядь. Бумачева, сука, блядь.
The whole everyone's all wiped out. Axel got the no scope kill to start with here, but
how often do you see Axel over an orb?
I've never. Why would you want to see it? Like, it doesn't even make any sense, does it?
Well, it was one of the most famous double orb maps we had in CS:GO in the early stages. It was like the French scene.
Бля, лють щеглы, конечно.
Went out of fashion quite quickly. There were a lot of counters to it. Apex, if he fumbled that kill, maybe there was a fighting chance.
Yeah, GG.
But he gets it. And now just
это GG.
Himself. Everyone's offering him a boomage now. which just doesn't make any sense. But we'll take it. Zaiwu to close things out 7-3. A couple more rounds.
Сука, одну мапу даже не могут взять. Блять, вот это... Вот это раки, блять.
I know you like to be at the top of banana. But it's costing some rounds there. Spinks.
Бля, вот это раки, сука, это раки, блядь. Пизда, минус все, бля.
They've got the loss bonus. Previous round, of course, but 4 rifles for now and an MP9. It's all over the shop here. Need to get these last couple.
Чё унываешь? Ну надо следить за новостями.
He wants to be the new king of banana. And for now, they've got that opening pick. Can he get out of there? It's going to be close. That grenade might catch him. 52 HP. They've done the job. They've taken down Mezzi.
У топ-геймера экспрусик висит.
That seat is open, you know. We do need a new king of banana.
It's true. It's been a while. I guess it would be Boomage. For better or for worse.
An erratic king, you know, like...
Блять, куда он там смотрит? Гранату свою и вонючую, блять. Дегенераты, блять.
It's not been the most electrifying tournament for him, but not bad by any stretch. But let's see how he can handle himself here. Boomage, this is a nice position now. I think he wins the round from this one in itself. He hasn't dropped this once yet. Very difficult to flush this one out, being on top of second oranges, but I say that
Пошел убивать.
Coming in. And it's kind of the bullshit he hits.
Понятно.
I don't know how he does it.
Ясно все, блядь.
Сука,
дегроды ёбаные, блядь.
No one else should be considering it. On all that chaos,
Господи, блядь.
Oranges once are always behind sandbags and
щеглы ебаные.
which is up there looks like the perfect call. And Zyro just comes and gets a double kill. We've got to see that from his POV. Was it a flick? Was it a preemptive shot? I don't know, but
I think it was a flick. That's even more disgusting.
So sick. And they're going to go for this, I think, Cloud9. like, desperate times call for, well, desperate measures. That will call it off.
Yeah.
Woo. What are you going to do?
Both those kills. Absolutely wild.
I knew I was about to say, I realized once I said it, like, oh, this is a great spot. And then I realized, oh, no, wait, it's Zywoo with the orb coming in first. Like, actually, don't forget what I just said. It probably won't be that impressive here.
I'll take it back. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I'm glad I did. Got in there in the nick of time. So, yeah, it's just straight up, just one of the fastest men alive. See ya. Yeah. It's very feeling. No one else can really do that to you. It's
the Zywoo experience from the other side.
Exactly.
Oh no.
Oh, what a beast.
That was a 4-3 in favor of Cloud9, and it like the way that it changes so fast. You're like, oh, we lost the round. Like it's just it's hard to play up against. He's 11-3. He wasn't top fragging on the first map, but he was playing really well on it. So you know, but this is more of like a mainstream Zywoo experience.
Final round of this first half. Semi-finals looking incredibly likely.
Нахуй это было делать? Я не знаю, они будто бы не играют, ну, заебались играть и все. Ой-ой-ой.
The sandbags. Here we go. Does he get double naded? Mezzi's coming. Mezzi's coming for you.
They've been doing it so much. Oh, they're really far back. So that flashbang in itself will tell you that there's some kind of a trick waiting for you up there.
Yeah, right. 1 minute remaining. Opening frag. Knocks down Hobbit. He's trying to bleed out the utility right now. The CTs are on high alert. They need to be active.
Look at
trying to deny execution potential here. They won't be able to fend off a full set piece towards a bomb site. So they know it as well. Electronic, you can see that's why he's moving this manner. Oh, God.
He made a footstep.
Did he?
Yep.
Oh, that's a shame, because they would have had no idea.
I'm pretty sure that they heard. Like, Zywoo instantly turned around. Looks like they have a bit of a clue. Exile still maybe could have been in the position there, but Electronic gonna get caught. I think Apex knew. I think they hadn't. They heard the footstep. I'm pretty sure. Well, Apex taking down Boom at chin. Just Perfecto left alone.
Just Perfecto, I'm afraid, ladies and gentlemen, and his position has been given up.
3-9. Это хуже, чем они в прошлую хуйню отыграли, блядь.
No utility, bullets
Ладно,
being
тут
bombarded in his direction. As time ticks away, at this point, all you can do is pad your stats. Hope you get a couple of kills, because I can guarantee he will not be taking this round. As time ticks away, you can see the AI prediction has given him 1% chance, and it's an absolutely dominating performance here in the first half of Inferno. Vitality well on their way to the semi-finals.
The culmination of the Blast Premier Circuit and the final Tier 1 event of the year. We are live from Abu Dhabi for the Blast Premier World Final.
All year long, the best teams have sacrificed. They have fought hard. They have lost. We've seen tears. We've seen emotions. We've seen so many of these players lift trophies. And we've got some of the best teams that made their way here, fighting tooth and nail. Are you ready?
JKS delivers a triple!
Ёпаный в рот.
What a flick from Yakinda! It's the Blast World Finals show match. Dream Team and Team Mina. Ooh, smoky in here. We love this one. We know what it is. We've seen it before. Kenny looks like he... Oh. This is crazy. Oh, the nades are raining. Kenny's hiding up. He's at the ground. He's at the ground in the floor. It's never been done like this before. Kenny, yes. Let's do this, Abu Dhabi.
Last grand finals of the year.
And here comes Nico's rifle. It's headshots galore. All three dead. Believe your eyes. Abu Dhabi with the newest champions. G2 do the unthinkable. The last champions of 2022 is G2!
Капец они бездарные, конечно. Примерно как Жопич, такой же бездарный уебан. Такие же бездарные уёбки. Жобич бабку свою пародирует, блядь.
Vitality shutting down the Boomich shenanigans over at the Banana, leading them to an impressive scoreline of 9-3. Looking likely to be going straight to the semi-finals here as they switch over to their CT campaign. And it all starts here. We've seen some ridiculous comebacks today, Anders.
We have.
No one can say that this is impossible.
No, I think that given the context of today, you'd definitely be silly to do that.
Interesting. So
what's happening?
Zywoo's going to have himself a USP and Julie. So just for the initial contact, he wants the USP, and as soon as they commit and come into the bomb site, he's going to grab the Julies and mow them down.
I love it. That's going to be a lot of bullets, right? He won't even have to reload. He's
even using, so when he thinks, I'm going to get a couple of kills long range, I'm going to fall back towards ruins,
yeah.
And then I'll be ready to retake when the boys arrive. So I'm just going to try and find as many as I can. It's 5 players coming in his direction. We're going to see this be fully realized right here, right now. Really interesting. I've never seen this before. What an idea. What a concept. He's not even using the purchased Yulis right now.
Yeah, nobody has seen this before. He's trying to body block it. He wants it, looking for the headshot. Perfect. There we go.
Now go get his Julies.
Running back to pick them up. Yeah, right where you left him. He's throwing away the USP, just in case you need it later,
What an interesting idea.
How sick. All right, now, he isn't straight fighting because he wants
Да,
to
постойте.
Obviously, he's still a very reasonable player in spite of that. What a sick idea. Well, let's see if the dualies can be put into play as well. They are coming for him. He's lined them up and they're spraying them down. Simon with the kills. It's Hobbit with the team as well, but now Exile is on his own. What a god Saihu is. He saw that coming from miles away, and it worked to perfection.
It was exactly as the script read. Every single step of the way. I kind of gave you like an absolute idyllic situation, but he gets it perfectly. Like nothing was wrong with that. Like no one's ever done that before, at least to my knowledge. And what an idea, what a concept. You get that one tap potential of the USP, get your one kill. You're fine with it. You've got the advantage, you let them plant, whatever. Then you pick up the Julies and they're killing each other. You're mowing them down. Oh, that's so good. I love it, Zywoo.
He is in the Matrix, just
like he knew that was coming. Like he'd already planned. He's already decided their fate in spawn.
It's so stupid. Oh my god, what a little preview of what it must be like to live in Zywoo's world when the game just conforms to whatever you want. That's pretty sick.
Hang on.
Now he does go down.
Oh no, Flames can still win this. They'll assume the bomb site's clear. Does he want to like fight on the front lines here or let them plant? It's the former. And it doesn't quite work out for him. He might have been better off there, suggesting no one else is on the bomb site. But this force fight, it's actually worked out. Cloud9 have got it.
That's pretty devastating. And that was 3 people at the... I think even they might have hurt him at the end. They were really looking. Either way, it is going to be a huge round for Cloud9. This actually could change a lot. Now, the MP9 and the M4 are still going to be saved. So just like in the first half, you're not getting out completely scot-free here, but... we'll see.
Good old Banana Rush. Gets the job done. 4 players surviving as well. Means Vitality have no choice but to force buy in the second round. Absolute must save these 2 weapons. The M4 with a nice array of utility as well. HE flash and a smoke. Messi with the MP9 and a smoke as well. They'll only get $1,400 per player into this next round, so absolutely need to save that M4. But a lifeline here for Cloud9. They might need a life raft, to be honest with you, considering the scoreline. But as we mentioned, if you watch the ENCE Na'Vi game, a 10-2 deficit on Ancient, and ENCE brought it all the way back and took us to a 3rd map of Nuke.
It's shocking,
so
absolutely shocking.
It can be done. This is a 10-4 deficit. If anything, they've already started the journey.
Yeah, and a force up here for Vitality. They decide, saving the M4 and the MP9, they want to just go for it and try and see if they can shut down Cloud9. I can't really blame them. They have been playing a really strong game, Vitality. They probably feel really confident right now. Cyber's having a bit of a crack at it. Apex, deep grenade. Okay, it doesn't do anything, nearly. Moment. Apex setting up for a grenade. Flames flash close to the whole half wall here, but he's gone straight down.
Here comes the king. Boomich. He's seen that trick before.
Yeah.
Part of his repertoire. Blow the smoke open. Got to commit off this as well. Needs to get past Apex. He's had his moments in this series. And it's a nice opening frag. Finds Electronic. Oh, the double kill was there. There was a chance. Boosted up the MP9 is on, but good trades coming through. They've got the man advantage. Bomb should be planted, round should be theirs. Should be in the operative word here. We've got Zywoo alive. And we've got that Desert Eagle.
As long as they don't challenge too much, they probably are going to be fine. I feel like that's the risk in a round like this one. If you're on the Cloud9 side, you maybe try and fight a little bit too early. They are staying put more or less here. Hobbit almost lining up for a bit of a double. Mezzi's going to get one in return, but the rest of them have escaped, and yeah, that's kind of the problem. If you could save the M4, that would be sick. Maybe he's opting to try and make it more expensive. Tap again, but no kit, so can't really defuse the bomb any longer, and I think Perfecto's kind of realized that as well. Still, Mezzi optimizing this round so badly. It's actually really sick.
He's been doing that a lot, right? Everyone knows he's a capable player, but some of the kind of plays he's presented today, one that comes to mind the most is like when they were on a partial buy on Anubis, like he managed to get a couple of kills with the Eagle, pick up a rifle, but he was the player without Kevlar. So instead of just like, oh, having the ego playing it, oh, I got this AK, I deserve it. He threw it over to Sphinx. Then he had the Kevlar, right? So he was able then to go get another Deagle kill, recover a second rifle. Like he's really been playing like cerebral Counter-Strike today.
It's really amazing.
Yeah, no, it's been really cool just to see like the way he.
Да, это кандилома на члене. Кандилома какая-то. Ебаная кандилома, сука. Надо к урологу идти.
Nade towards top banana and
okay, boom, revenge, yeah.
Минус медим.
Okay.
Ну, блядь.
Love to see that.
Да бума, бума, бум-бум-бум-бум-бума.
Why not? The new
Кандилома, блядь, ебаная, сука.
That's fair.
Championing that at the moment.
Че, он своего ёбнул? По-моему, своего ёбнул, нет? О, настрелял точно. Собрались школьники, блядь.
I've unfortunately, in the name of charity, I made a promise to read out myself the Freiburg fanfic.
Has that been recorded yet?
Oh yeah, but it is happening.
It's happening.
But it was for a good cause, you know. So.
I think, can we get you in like a wingback chair by the fire reading it?
You know, I thought about something like that. Like
that would be the best way to do it on camera. Like you're cross-legged with a book and you've got like a smoking jacket on.
I thought about no
drugs. Yeah, okay, respect.
But
Запушил.
Flames will get the kill. I said too much already. Grenade going down, and it is going to be another successful top banana hit. The trade, you'll still take it on the T side. It's still pretty efficient, right? It forces the CT side to make some uncomfortable decisions.
Тут одно ебало, блядь.
The players here, and they can slow it down. They're still fighting, in spite of the fact that they're quite far behind. You've got to give them some credit here.
Одно ебало, блядь, задавите его нахуй.
Look at this. 2 on A, 2 on B. I hate everything about this setup for Vitality. I don't like
2 players beneath that boost
it's
position.
only 1. All right, it's actually 3-1 split. I thought there were still 2 here.
Yeah, Flames can't really do much about this. He's in CT spawn completely smoked off.
Бля, чего они ждут?
He's got...
Чего вы ждете, уебаны?
Played alone, but like only for so long. Hoping to like send them packing.
Блять, какие же дегенераты ебучие! Блять, какие же тупые хуесосы! 4 уебана стоит там, блять! 4, блять! Ебанаты, блять! Блять, какие же они сволочи! Блять, какие же тупые суки, блять! Блять, тупые уебища, блять! Блять.
Waiting towards the coffins here. Big frags coming through. Just 1 player remaining. Perfecto though making it challenging.
Блять.
Points of health. I know exactly where he is. I'd swear.
Да! Блять! Тупицы ебаные!
He's firing on all cylinders as he manages to get the double spray down from the second. They said they knew exactly where he was, and even Zywoo can't take him down.
That is disgusting. I can't believe it. Now, these
Ослепленный!
damn good. This is outrageous. He should have been dead.
Бля, Enter the Matrix.
Yeah, that's filthy. Yeah, they can't even believe that. Zywoo, you'd think he hits that all day long, but he didn't stand a chance there.
Certified nice.
Не расслабляемся, вашу мать, ебал!
3-round gap. That will really lighten up the team, you could tell. That gets the fire.
Нахуй его, блядь!
Electronic get a start now, taking down Flames. They're gonna have a real crack at it now.
This game is wide open once again. Vitality struggling to close out these rounds. That was the biggest advantage they've had yet. It's Perfecto saving the day. Absolutely massive round. What's Electronic up to here? Through his gun. Okay, he's going to actually deny them having an AK going forward. That's actually pretty smart.
Нету там никого! Право руля стоит с пистолетом, блядь! Зузуртугалом ебало, блядь!
And he's been playing a really respectable series here.
Бля.
Limit to what we can expect out of him. He's thinking about how he can find that deagle shot. He's done a lot of damage, but probably
Электролит.
very clean one
Коцаный.
to make that one work. So the bomb will go, or the bomb and the round will go in favor of Cloud9 here.
Oh yeah, round's already over. Just trying to find that AK. They know there's one available on the map, but we saw Electronic with the sneaky beaky maneuver.
Бля, ну ща Калашева отдадут.
Potentially in the hands of Zywoo. Oh, it's actually Apex 2.
О, щизит, блядь.
There's another one available. They do have a player.
Выбить его нахуй.
Maybe leave this round with 2 AKs, but
Ты чё, не убил?
there it is.
Блядь,
But
ну
that
чё?
costing him his life, that initial
Что они вытворяют?
miss. He just assumed he'd killed him, I think.
Yeah.
Нахуй вот так вот, блядь,
If ever I don't play
хохлить.
Counter-Strike for like a month or something, that happens to me all the time. Like I'll spray someone down and I just kind of I think, oh, he must be.
Они
dead.
типа
And
пушки
then
отдают, блядь.
It's just a bullet away. Mezzi dying to the bomb is always funny. It was not so much fun for Vitalities. They've clawed their way back in the game. This is wide open all of a sudden.
Бля, паузу ставят, сука, блядь.
He shot him right over his teammate's head. What a sick kill from Samu. That's actually pretty cool, but they're still going to lose around 10-8 now, the scoreline.
Something is in the water today. It's a wild day of Counter-Strike. We've had some ridiculous comebacks, some exciting maps in general. Feels like everything's gone right down to the wire, even with an impressive 9-3 lead.
And you know what? For the rest of the day, we still have Heroic and Mouse. And FaZe and G2. It'll be Scrawny Launders covering both those games, but for sure they're going to be exciting as well. I can't wait for that.
This is the World Finals, Anders. There's no bad games. Everything is going to be exciting and right down to that wire as Cloud9 continue to close the gap. 5 rounds. They lost a pistol, bear in mind, then post 5 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
This is why Maui was saying it was an interesting pick that Vitality wanted to challenge Cloud9 and Inferno. Like they're good on this map, you know. Like this, they cause damage, and last time they played, it was a very close game.
Да стреляй в своего, бля, хули ты нахуй.
Vitality, but in the semi-finals of the full finals, but Definitely a scary prospect now. Need to start showing us they can win these CT rounds, close out these advantages they're finding.
Push it, ебало!
Control. Flames not 100% certain that's clear. Double check Zip. And I guess an advantage of sorts here. Two players. Full banana control.
Аксель Вольт, лево, лево, Там домик, блядь!
It's nice to have that bottom banana control on the CT side, right?
It's cost you a lot of utility, right? That's the main issue with it. Like, unless you can maintain
Пикают. Хабибуля, блядь!
Easy to retake it, but there's certainly issues that can follow. See Apex with one smoke. Will be joined by Flames. So they still have that to work with, but in terms of anything else, they have to expend quite a lot.
Если они возьмут этот шмоток не будет, блядь.
Smoke down in spawn. Did they double smoke here? Yeah. I'm not sure that was intentional.
А нахуй этот смог вообще, блядь?
Sure, I don't think that's worth though.
Maybe not, but I've definitely seen
Блядь!
before.
Электролит!
They're not committing.
Электролит!
So they're faking it. They're throwing the smoke towards the coffin as well. They're really.
Блядь! Блядь, какие вот суки ебаные, блядь, тупые нахуй! Хуесосы, блядь, тупоголовые, блядь! Блядь, какие, блядь, просто! Я мать их, блядь, ебал их мать, блядь! Блядь, они... Колхозники ебучие, блядь! Блин, слушайте, это просто балконные хуесосы, блядь!
15 seconds or so. A fake, I suppose. I'm still not convinced that double smoke.
Ебанаты, блядь, ебанаты, ебанат!
But either way, mistake or not, it was a fake. 11 to 8, and you're right.
Уебище вы, блядь, уебище вы, блядь, ебаные, уебище, блядь.
They'll only get $1,900 into the next round if everyone goes down and the money is tight. Oh God, see you, Boomich. Huge grenades, 2 max down grenades.
В своем репертуаре, блядь, дно ебаное. Ёбаное ты дно, блядь. Ёбаное ты дно, сука.
Fighting to stay alive in this one. Again, like we pointed out, no one's getting knocked out here, but you are giving a significant advantage. Perfecto's taking his anger out on the chickens. Senseless violence. It's not required at all. Look at him. Lost the plot completely.
Well, they might have lost the round. God, Flames, that's brave. Does
Скоты,
a
блядь.
couple of players towards the bottom potentially, though. Do they want to keep?
У них получалось, когда они просто рашили нахуй ту или иную точку, блядь. Сейчас эти хуесосы ждут 40-30 секунд и выбегают и сдыхают. Все! Все! Тренер, блядь, у них нахуй. Отсталый, блядь.
Giving over some utility. Pops the smoke. See if anyone's on the other side. No one home.
Well, the timing here is actually pretty sick. They
Придурки, блядь. Ебанутые.
Ash is going in. They might have missed that timing though. Now Simon with a shot from the back. He's gonna flick on Orbit as well. And he shuts it down. Apex is on his feet. Triple kill for Simon, and that's a statement right there.
What? Just amazing mid-round management on the CT defense there.
Yeah.
They knew exactly what was going on. They managed to set out the perfect crossfire, the back of the bomb, so they had that advantage. Already took Boomers down.
И даже ТБ нахуй не пробьют. Шлюхи, блядь.
Like I said, a transfer from the A-bomb side, and he hits every goddamn shot. Completely
Уебище, бля,
Cloud9 here. And like I said, if you win that round, not only is it semi-final point, there's only $19 per player coming to the next round. Definitely tactical timeout here. Last chance for Groove to get involved. There'll be some rifles.
У них тренер не просыхает. По ебалу видно, он бухает.
They had a little bit, yeah.
So it won't be a complete disaster, but certainly not ideal.
Well, even the bottom line would have made a big difference, right? The $800 bonus definitely could have helped them out on this one. They are going to have, you see there, 2 AKs, a Galil, a MAC-10, and a Tech-9. Some grenades to validate. The grenades are really important here, so...
It's enough, but that's exactly what Vitality wanted. They've got 4 opportunities now to close this one out. They can afford to lose a round before their economy shattered themselves. And Zyro is really feeling himself, and so is Apex. Another opening advantage. This time, it's focused. That's 2 rounds in a row they found the first opening kill of the round by virtue of HEs.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Back to back.
They were great at throwing the HEs when they themselves were on the T side. That's how they shut down Boomich quite a bit. Just needing him out of that position that he loves to play in. 4 rounds, 4 chances, like you said. And this one is looking like one of the best ones yet.
Хуесосы, блядь.
4 on 5.
Хуебесы.
See if Cloud9 can put a bit of pressure on to try and get rid of some of these grenades that are on the CT side, because Vitality have already proven they're pretty good at having just the last smoke left needed at the end. Flash into the middle. Oh, Spinks goes down.
Okay.
Playing a sick game, Spinks, but that was too much.
Хуесосы своей гранатой. Опять балкон свой дырявый, блядь. Дырявый балкон ваш ебал.
Look at how close they are to rotating out of B, though. They are very close to biting the bullet and just going for it. Smoke down behind. Can't see a thing.
Спину! Спина, блядь! Спина! Блядь! Блядь! Вот пизда нахуй. Вот ебал, блядь. Дегенераты тугие, блядь. Хуесосы, блядь. Уебища ебаные. Уебища, блядь. Хуесосы, блядь.
Yes, Vitality once again through to the semi-finals in flawless
Коко, мать твоя, Коко, нахуй, хохлуха ебаная, блядь.
of that map, but props to them for having the mental resilience to stay into it, and props to ZywOo as well, because holy hell was he on fire basically from the word go in that map.
Dare I say it, culturally impactful map for
Уебище
ZywOo there, doing
ебучие,
the
блядь.
absolute most to make sure that his team closed it out in 2. If it weren't for some of his heroics in that first half, Cloud9 would have had some semblance of a half, because that defense was just so porous, because every single time ZywOo wanted to get into a bomb site, well, he did just that. He got in.
Should we talk about the most culturally impactful round that funnily enough involved ZywOo? Let's bring up round number 13, because what on earth was he doing in this second pistol? It was insane.
I don't think I've really seen anything like this. You juggle over the dualies to the confidence position, you get the first headshot, you swap to the dualies, and yeah, this is creative, this is something different, it's new, and it worked. That's the main thing. It actually worked, and you know what? Cultural impact is all about, you know, form and function.
Деньги не твои, можно не переживать. Мать не твоя, нахуй. Она... на ДНК сдай, ёбок.
All in all, I give it to him for that one, and man, like, that's just the punctuation mark, that's the exclamation point on what was an incredible map for ZywOo.
Did ZywOo have the most Riz inside the server today?
I usually want to hand this one to Boomage, Freya.
Yeah, fair enough.
Obviously, you can't give the Riz Lord award to a guy that lost. So ZywOo, yeah, he had the most Riz today.
He takes the crown today.
Yeah,
I'm really excited to see the form of Vitality kind of moving forward. Obviously, just coming fresh off a trophy lift as well. The first time we see Mezzy integrated into the team. And we got to see Spinks, you know, elevating himself, coming back into Inferno. Kind of exactly how it worked out last time around, right? But there were a few little
Мать ебал. Все по факту, пошел нахуй. Сын говна, блядь.
But it was nice to see a little bit of a fresh approach sometimes to that CT side from Vitality.
They were just mobile in the mid-round, which was really nice. It seemed like Apex had a really good beat on what the next play was. We saw that the smoke utility in late-round situations from Vitality always countered what it was that Cloud9 wanted to do next. We saw, you know, Mezzy, the benefactor of that one round, as the players from Apartments were just dive-bombing through a smoke. Another time, Apex called for the mid-round rotation for ZywOo to go towards B, where he found a multi-frag. And so, yeah, good overall awareness from the side of Vitality. Usually, and the reason that I picked Cloud9 in this one is usually when I see a rematch like this where it's a really close game, the team that loses ends up elevating their game just enough to get it over the hump for the next time. But it actually seems like Vitality also went back and said, why was that even so close? And they won up themselves.
Yeah, Vitality once again through to the semi-finals, this time here in Abu Dhabi. So let's go get a few thoughts courtesy of Flames and Max.
Vitality are through to the semi-finals, and Flames, I want to start by just looking at this. Looked a lot more comfortable this time around going up against Cloud9. Obviously, we saw the change in video you actually pick into the Inferno, but I thought there might be a bit of a risk in there because obviously it got so close last time. What was this confidence from you guys? Where did this come from?
Well, I think Dan was calling really well, and William played insane. So it made things a bit easier. We had more preparation, like we were more prepared than last time, which I think also gave us a bit more advantage. And I think we had a really good game plan coming into it. I think the coach and Dan and the assistant coach made really good plans. So we came to the game with a lot of confidence. And the plans, like, they didn't work as we couldn't even like finish them because we would kill them before we tried to do it. So I think we had good ideas how they play and what to do against them. I think we also got lucky with some entries, but that's yes. And on Anubis it was a bit rougher when we were city side, but I think it's just fair, you know, it's the other side. But I think we came prepared and we were in better form.
And we definitely saw you were in better form. I want to also touch on just what the mood's like in the team because, okay, you're winning, it seems good, but you're now on a 6-match win streak.
I mean, since William came, we haven't lost yet. So I mean, it could happen against any team that we lose to. But right now we're building up confidence, and we stick to like a DNA that we built for ourselves, and we know what worked for us. And we work a lot with Jack, the new psychologist, and like the performance manager, coach, I don't know. And
many titles.
Many titles. But overall, I think the team is very healthy. Like outside of the game, I think we have really good people, and it just works out really well. We come in game and we trust each other.
Well, the DNA has been done very well. Let's see how it continues, mate. Thank you very much.
Cheers, mate.
Yeah, after narrowly missing out just last year of playing in front of this Abu Dhabi crowd on stage, Vitality do make it through, and of course we do see Cloud9 later on to see who's going to be going through to that other semi-final spot.
Right. Just want to pick up on one little thing that Flames did say there, where he said that, you know, they didn't have as much preparation. This time they were much more prepared. And on the other side of the coin, it's Cloud9 who had just got off the back of playing the Bet Boom event. And so they talked about the fact that in this area, it's really hard to practice, and I think that was sort of shown, and the fact that Vitality had the prep advantage. Again, it just kind of goes back to the fact that CT side, Vitality were just stuffing C9 every chance.
Yeah, it was looking incredible for Vitality, of course. Onwards and upwards for them as they do move on to the semis. But we continue the show as 2 more best of 3s away. We're going to leave you in the capable hands of Matthew and Jacob for an elimination series, no less. Heroic versus Mouse after the break.
Мать ебал, я сейчас, блядь, пиво нахуй закажу. Мать ебал, блядь, уебищ. Суки ебаные, блядь. Суки, блядь. Шалавы, блядь. Губа ебаная, блядь. Дохлая, блядь, нахуй. Привет, Витя. Работаешь?
Здорово, Кирилл. Ну, чего?
Ну, пивка привезти.
Ну давай, сейчас заеду, дай телефончик дам.
Ага, хорошо.
Давай.
Давай. Ага. Блядь, ну, блядь. Не, у меня один пресс живет, но там стоит конечный матч Тундра против ББ, блядь, 2-1 в пользу Тундры, понятно, тут пизда. А так в большинстве там стояло, блядь, 1-2 в пользу ББ ебаного, блядь. Уже сдохнут. Продать нельзя.
Mouse then seized the opportunity at ESL Pro League 18, securing victory and earning their coveted spot in the Blast World Final. Coming into the World Final following a roster shakeup, the departure of Frozen is the headline story. Joining at the age of 16, his absence marks a significant chapter in the team's history.
Нет, пресс, один пресс вот этот остался, блядь, из 10 нахуй. Да. Зачем мне МВО, когда есть вы у меня, ёпта? 12 лет, блядь, посвятил, нахуй. Не однодневка, блядь.
Following their victory in Washington, however, strife and distress were all that followed. With so much uncertainty within the ranks and the mastermind behind their success now a fading memory, can Heroic stand strong and claim the Etihad Arena as their own?
Не надо мне ничего занимать.
It is Group B time at the Blast World Final here. We are in Abu Dhabi, of course. Survival is the theme of the day, the theme of this series that we are presenting you guys at home. Mouse, of course, after a stumbling debut against G2, unfortunately, they made it a close affair. They fought all the way to double digits, of course. Couple of clutches, we could argue. We are going to talk about them, of course. Did make life really hard for the Mouse camp. Of course, they have to survive the loss of Frozen. Right now, it's Brolin in that jersey for an indefinite or yet to be defined time in the future as a stand-in. And against them, the Danes of Heroic, the beautiful face-it mix that you don't like to play early morning, the one that's got all the strategies, the one that's got nothing to lose, the one that is going to cross smokes, and so they have the likes of Heroic. I have to say the second map against FaZe gives me now the hope, the feeling, the expectation that we're going to have a game on our hand and that life isn't going to be too easy for Mouse. I have Mr. Jacob Pimp Vinicke by my side. Jacob, can I say Jacob? Jacob.
Say Jacob.
Jacob. I was going to call you Jacob from now on.
Okay.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. You know, I'm excited for another day of Counter-Strike. As I said, today we get to say goodbye to the noobs, and that's always my favorite part of the day. So let's have that.
Who are the noobs between the two teams? Who are you referring to?
Ooh, that's a good question. I think the guys behind me are in for a rough one, but we'll see. You know, a lot of on the line, as you said, you know, this could be the final game for a lot of these players for the year. This is the final event of the year, so I think all of the guys are coming in with everything to prove and everything to lose.
Yeah, definitely. We have the Heroic camp ahead of us right there. Tesis, Shush, Dupree, Zyphon, and Salazar, who is brand new, breaking through this jersey, of course, being on loan, helping out the team. We have plenty of questions when it comes to Heroic and how they're functioning as a team, how people are getting into their new roles, and to learn a little bit of information, we had Tesis catching up with James Banks.
Tesis, I want to start by asking, first game as an in-game leader, how was it for you and obviously not being able to just focus on your own game?
I think it was very exciting and fun to try out that kind of role, and I think that on overpass we got really destroyed, but we showed what we could manage to do on the ancient map yesterday against FaZe, and that's also what we have been showing in practice from ourselves, that we actually can play really good CS, and that I'm also feeling kind of comfortable in my role. And of course it's new and there's a lot of things that I haven't learned yet, and it's you cannot underestimate that role.
You definitely can't. It's not an easy one at all. But I was told yesterday by Dupree that he was asked to do it, and then he said he didn't want to, he wasn't suited, but you actually said you wanted to. So why was that? What was the reason behind it? Because not many players are like, yes, I want to go on IGL.
Well, we knew that we would have stand-ins for the tournament, and it was not going to be a long-term team, so I knew that no matter what, basically, I would benefit from it in the future and learn from it. I would be more comfortable with taking initiative and controlling other players, and hopefully also get a better overview overall, and being able to focus much more on team play and getting that into my game as a future player as well. And also, if it really worked out really good, then it might be something that would be interesting for the future. But yeah, as I said, I knew it would benefit me no matter what.
Now, I know you guys are trying to have fun throughout all of this with the standings and how you're rocking with it, but for you, what is your goal with this leadership style? How do you want to do it? Because I was kind of under the impression maybe you'll try and copy a bit of what you had on old Heroic and add your own game, but what is it looking like for you?
My first thing was definitely that I want to create an environment in the team that everyone feels comfortable with and everyone is able to do their own things. It's a mixed team, so we have to take chances and we have to be able to do what we think is best and act on instinct a lot and not be afraid to take duels and chances. That was the first goal of mine, and to create that environment, and I think we have been succeeding with that. And then also like me creating the structure and being able to like still follow tactically with the other top teams, which is tough, but I think we showed that on Ancient that we can. But yeah, that's the two main goals that I had.
Obviously a huge challenge coming out of Tesis, and I just want to put it out there, we're not here to judge his IGLing abilities. That's not what's happening. No. This is not a case of a team that's ready, that's prepared, that has a game plan. What we're looking at is basically a glorified mix with some protocols that they can tap into, and a team that's probably not going to play respectful Counter-Strike. And to an extent, it worked out a little bit versus FaZe. But there is something that I wanted to point out, something I wanted to put to you, Jacob, as well, is the entry rating and some of the patterns that we've seen against FaZe. Shush has been used as cannon fodder on that first map. To an extent, I have no idea where this is coming from. I don't know if it's his volunteer, his intention to do that, but do you really view this guy as the one that's going to just go in front and make the difference? To me, it's a bit puzzling.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all. I think it speaks into what Tiz was talking about as well, that some of these players want to challenge themselves a bit, maybe, you know, getting out of their comfort zone. We know Shush can do his role to perfection. We know Shush is one of the best players in his role on a stabilized team. Maybe he wanted to try out a little bit different, see if he could do it, and I think so far, small sample size given against FaZe, but it wasn't looking too pretty yesterday.
No, I mean, they're going to heavily rely on individuals shooting straight. Zyphon is one that gave me a little bit of hope against FaZe Clan. And I'm just going to be straight up. I think there is a world in which Heroic can beat MOUZ. I think it is possible. I think it is thinkable. I think what we've seen on Ancient versus FaZe gives us a snapshot of what can happen when people don't necessarily respect the rules, play really fast, play maybe a little bit reckless at times. They just don't have a margin for error. You see the couple of clutches you leave away to a team that's more ready. If you actually lose these, it's over. But fight me. Do you think I'm crazy? Because I'm calling. I think there's a chance for an upset here for Heroic.
I don't think you're crazy given the fact that MOUZ are showing up with a stand-in right. They're coming in with Brolin, and they were looking somewhat decent yesterday, but we saw them at least at Masters as well, not playing too well. We saw them yesterday, not playing too well. So I'd argue there's a world where they can be beaten, but without Frozen, sure, that opens up a new pathway. However, I still consider this MOUZ lineup to be a well-rounded unit with a stand-in, whereas Heroic, it's just a mixed team. So in terms of map pool synergy, there should be enough here for MOUZ to get it done.
The synergy absolutely should be better when it comes to MOUZ. They have the game plan, they have the playbook as well with Shuhei. But I do think we might underrate and undervalue how much of a loss it is to have to replace Frozen. Brolin has been relatively modest so far, but he's going to have more opportunities to showcase what he can do. But what we do need as well, on top of two beautiful teams, are two beautiful casters. My friends Connor and Mohan are ready to bring you the action.
Maniac, beautiful. Ooh, he's buttering our biscuits to start the day today, Mohan.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Buns, Maniac.
Welcome back. Day 2 of the Blast World Finals here in Abu Dhabi. Day 2 where MOUZ have to get through with this stand-in, the singular stand-in situation, and of course the rotating door that is Heroic at the moment. I think I want to run with Maniac's last point, what he just brought up, saying that he thinks there is a chance that Heroic win this today. And I know that I came into that G2 matchup yesterday really high on MOUZ, but I don't think he's insane. I think if the right individuals click for Heroic, if Dupree shows us what he has occasion throughout this stand-in situation with Heroic, MOUZ do not look invincible at the moment.
That's uncomfortable, but it might be true. You know, he's not insane, but he's a maniac. So we'll have to see if this is a crumbling for MOUZ, because that's the only way we can frame this if Heroic win.
Yes, small chance.
We saw that when FaZe got maybe a little bit lazy potentially on Ancient. That game got close with Heroic, so Heroic are here to be crazy and to try to win.
Nothing to lose. Everything to gain. And my eyes fall on Zyphon, posting a 1.13 rating in that loss yesterday. One of those maps was a total blowout, and he still kept his rating positive. So he's using this as a chance to be a highlight. And it's a little challenge out of Hut, but an immediate fallback. Instead, they're going to go to Jimpat. Waiting over towards ramp with Shuhei with him. He falls deep down to B. Shuhei will not get an additional kill, and Zershin, having prodded in through lobby, doubles back. So as quick as it attacked, it all falls silent.
It's nice to get ramp, but it isn't nice to get thinned out on your way back to lobby. And of course, Late Smokes in front of Squeaky. It won't be a surprise to MOUZ that they've got other avenues of interest.
Holding that E-break up for as long as this has gone down, is really pushing pressure in, but looks, it works. TSS knows.
Да, привет.
Sit back and await, and Shuhei takes maybe an unnecessary risk.
Хуёво,
Looks super
болею.
unnecessary because we see TSS holding that angle, but you also wonder, like, there's no other map control.
Папиллома нахуе.
Peeks in and it costs it. Oh, but before the smoke fully pops, Brolin just
надо
shaved
пойти.
TSS off the play.
Времени нет.
That's 2 in-game leaders down, one of them temporary.
This should be too slow. We have Jim Pat here at control side.
Right? And deep decon from Torzy. So Heroic tried to make this happen. We get the full rotation out of the CTs. Back exposed to the double
Я не
doors will be the
думаю.
end of Zyphon. And sure enough, this gets cleaned up by Mouse. Despite a little back and forth,
Я
all
не
good for
знаю,
the
да.
defense.
We got perfect rotations.
Ну,
We
я
call
до
them out at each
18-го
juncture. And
дома.
Shuhei pushes at a point where, yeah, there is some time pressure on Heroic to actually do something. So even though they are there waiting for the kill,
Давай.
well, Shuhei knows they got to get back to ramp if they want it. If they want to get downstairs, they got to have about 30 seconds. They don't have those two factors. And overall, very nice shots. It was a big wake-up call probably for Mouse yesterday.
No,
It was. It just, they have to get the energy right, and like they can't play that badly.
Because Espu wasn't perfect for them either, right? They're coming off of a mid-performance at an
Кандилова
event.
хуже,
And then
хуже.
you've got the
Ну,
Brolin
хуже,
situation
хуже,
on
блядь.
top of it. You've just lost
Жить
your big
насрать,
star.
похуй.
But Mouse had to
Жизнь
be more
хуйня.
than just one player anyways. And maybe today is when that, you know, that shakeup shines through. But for the moment versus Pistols, we get Torzy taking a chance outer, and Shuei's just going to tether nicely off of this. You can see the distraction served up by the bottom silo push, the money made off this SMG, and the last man running for the hills. But sorry, bud, nowhere to go. It's money made for Mouse as all 5 stand.
The other thing about Espu is that was Frozen not playing well, and like knowing that he was going to phase, it made that sort of doubly bad. It was like when Twist was, you know, about to leave phase, there was a magnifying glass on him. Like his performance is right at the end. Oh, is it the case that he's leaving, that he's not playing well? I'm sure when you ask Frozen, he's not going to ever say that. But there's something in the back of your mind, both as a team and an individual, that yeah, like things are about to change drastically. So he might not have been very present. So that's a good thing for Mouse though, right? Like that was a bad performance, but maybe they could say, okay, that was like Frozen, not totally there.
And you can use him as the scapegoat, but that's going to demand that I think the other players
Где,
step up
началение,
here in
блядь.
Abu Dhabi to round out the year. Even if Brolin's not here for the long term.
И на соске тоже, блядь.
There is a
На
chance he
соске
could be
тоже
though, right?
есть.
I agree.
Yeah.
There is a chance. Surely it would bank on his performance.
Could be this, the resume builder. You never know.
Yesterday it was really just Jim Pat as a standout performer for Mouse. Now we've got Shui boosted up top, so this is going to be a wonderful little 2-piece setup, you'd think. Except they lose one. They don't let their guard down, but Shui's MP9 still rips through 2. Oh man, Heroic stuffed on the approach to ramp.
And they have locked off the jump down into lower site. Brolin's there in time to know, with pretty much certainty, you know, that Torzy could come back up. They were quick on the rotations before, and I don't think that Heroic know they have this info. So catch-all angle here from Torzy as he can worry about Squeaky as well as Hut. And is there a molly to get him out? No, it doesn't look like it.
Nope, just a couple smokes. Time ticking.
They once again kind of look like they don't have an idea.
Yeah.
In this exact moment in the round. They're actually running out of time to even do the squeaky play.
This will be a desperate... Oh, they bump
man.
into each other.
You got to turn and save.
Yeah. Now they throw their second smoke. This is all sunken cost. Unless with 1 second left, Salazar's found the bomb plant. Xerxan looking for his first kill of the map. But because he was over towards ramp, it gives a little time for Salazar, who goes main with bomb planted in front of him. And Xerxan's coming in blind, has no idea.
He's coming back to check, but Salazar doesn't go to peak heaven. And Exertion, he's got time pressure. He has a molly, but it goes to Hut. No smoke here.
Salazar, just don't whiff if the time comes down to it. 5-second defuse for Xerxan. He's going to stick this. It's a little jiggle. Xerxan got off of the bomb. Salazar knows this damn well. And now the 10-second timer is ticking. And even with that fumbled smoke coming out of Squeaky, they manage to secure it with a second left on the bomb plant. Everybody's down, but Heroic's on the board.
Obviously, I have to regret saying they should have turned and saved, but at that point in the round, I know I could name you a number of teams that would have instantly made that choice. This was obviously a really bad screw-up from Mal's on the upper site between Torji, who misses this shot. And, you know, it demanded of Brolin to get 2, obviously, but he could have even done that. So it was nice for Salazar to get that trade, but that was so desperate. They missed their smoke into Mini the first time around from Salazar. That's supposed to take all the confidence out of your attack. They just go for it, and it works. Okay.
Yeah, Siphon says screw it and swings.
But not a shining moment from Torji.
Deep angle from Garage. Brolin. Ooh,
did he even
shaves
see?
the second off the play.
Did he even see him, or did he just smell him?
Yeah, probably just the second. Sensed him. And with that, Brolin's off to the races. 6-1 is the start on Nuke.
8 бутылок, да.
Heroic. Very tough spot. Everything
Подожди,
invested
а
in this. You got a
азотного
single
пива,
Molotov now.
азотного не
Double
появилось?
Khalil. Oh, and a minute on the clock.
Ну, которые полегче.
This is such an uninspired position, but you know what happens if you lose these rifles. So it feels like a save's coming through already.
Yeah, this like they didn't save last round when it was 15
Нет,
seconds. This round they've got 3 alive,
Полегче,
but
это сколько
because
там,
it was
4-9?
just known that they were about to do a split through Mini with the 2 people sneaking up, I mean, everything in your bones, like fundamentally speaking, tells you, okay, don't go for this. Our money is completely ruined next round, but Heroic are
Ну,
sort
вот
of just
8
playing balls to the
таких
wall.
и...
Remember yesterday when we had
О,
Mouse in the
это
server,
мясо
and we were
там
talking
это.
about how their Ancient just
Индейки
lacked any
и
kind of
кабана
aggressive T-side
по 2
mid
штуки.
control, and we attributed that to Frozen because they kind of lost the specific piece to pull off those plays. I want to just throw a spanner in the works early on here, okay? Raise a point that in the last 6 months on Nuke particularly, Frozen has a 1.23 rating for Mouse over 13 maps. Torzi is right there with him, actually a little higher, the 1.28. They have lost half of the impact that exists on Nuke on an individual level.
Yeah.
And
Да, ведь
you know,
не
we
наберешь,
saw a
не
glaringly
наберешь, когда
obvious
у ворот
weak
будешь.
point in a T side without Frozen's presence. It's CT side for now. Everybody can play their positions. Brolin can plug and play. But we've got to see what Shuhei can do without Frozen's entry ability or lurk ability once the T half starts.
I've seen him do a couple interviews about it. I mean, he wasn't mincing words. He was like, oh, they're like, okay, so what are the potential replacements for him? And he's like, you can't replace him. And it was sort of, I think it was HLTV confirmed, actually. And it was sort of like the boring thing to say, the good guy response to like, oh, I love my teammate. But what other answer is there, really? I mean, there actually isn't.
Чё ты
another
за КФ
choice. It was
ебаные?
a really good pickup for FaZe for that exact same reason. And yeah, I actually think that Brolin is one of the coolest choices to potentially try, especially as a stand-in. So at least there's that. But he's not familiar with the system just yet.
And, you know, Frozen or not, Torsi's still going to be putting up the big ones.
Yeah, last round was a little awkward, but since they won the following and now they get the save, I think they could be quite happy.
3 health, Siphon. He gets there. 2 kills, nothing to scoff at. Mouse will lose a little bit of money, but pick up the round regardless.
Exertion's also a really interesting story for Mouse this year because, like, he's the kind of guy who he would never be able to, like, come out of a pug system and then get picked up for a top team because his stats are so poor from one perspective. He just dies so much, you know, like, in the Pro League tournament, I think it was Pro League where they won, and he had a negative KD at the end of it. Like, one of the most important players, but just died so much. And you need somebody who's willing to make that sacrifice. So, Mouse the character of Mouse is, you know, the fact that all of these different players bring such different play styles to this roster. There's almost no overlap, and then Frozen was just that guy right in the middle, almost like a Stown. Very versatile, but as you pointed out, a stats carry, but not like a simple carry, you know?
In with the numbers, but maybe not the impact. Impact felt here with Jim Pat's absence in round 6. It is a curious note to see Shush being more of an entry, being more aggressive on these T sides, taking these opening kill attempts.
Yeah, they saw that segment calling him out.
Yeah, right. There's his first of the map. They concede it. Torzi posted on a deep trophy angle. Will Shuhei want to push beyond this? You know, Shuhei loves to go and gather info, take the risk, and it's looking likely. Will they catch Salazar? Yes, they will. The player waiting on ladder just doesn't have a deep enough angle. Zershin finds his, so man advantage back, but it's a flurry of kills in lobby that leaves Shush, the opener, to also have to close it. And they find him with ease. Beautiful close here from Mouse to get right back into winning ways.
It was all on purpose, right? They let Torzy kind of blow that op shot upper. They get the 1v2 from Salazar.
All on purpose.
Screw the money up. Ruin the first half. It was all in the plan. It was in the scripture here for Mouse, so... Well, this round's a lot easier. They're catching off all the lurks. The lobby defaults are getting crushed. They're finding timings to go for flanks. Shuhei made one mistake earlier, but they even win that round. So...
Not the end of the world. Back into the pistols for Heroic. We got to see something from someone. Single kill for Shush, Tesses, Salazar, Dupree only a second, and instantly, again with just measly pistols, it's opening kill for Maus. Now, Zyphon was a real standout.
He was awesome.
In that first game, specifically on Overpass, right? Because that's the map they got completely smashed, 13-3. He lost a map 13-3 and finished with a 1.47 rating, 17-14 on the map.
He went for it every round, and I think the only hard part to watch was literally him like hitting himself in real life.
Yeah.
You know,
actually, I shouldn't have laughed. That was
yeah.
actually difficult to watch.
For what it's worth, though.
But look at him go.
Yeah.
3 disgusting Deagle kills, and he's still up. This would have to be an ace on the Deagle.
Oh.
He does hit the next one. That's a good amount of damage and frags out of Zyphon, but no opening that really made the round possible for Heroic.
But it is nice to see, like, he's really trying to win as hard as he possibly can, despite all circumstances, and that's all you can ask for from everybody on this team right now.
I think it's the sort of situation where, like, you know, for somebody who coming from the Copenhagen Flames and watching all 4 of your other teammates get bigger opportunities than the one you get yourself, well, now you finally get what, you know, I would say this is his biggest chance, and it's in a team that's completely in the air.
At least we think about the visibility of playing in the World Finals at the end of the year. Like,
the caliber of events.
There's no tournament overlapping this. There's no bigger event. With the amount of teams here compared to like all the events in the year, like that's got to be the highest average, you know, in terms of placings. And there are a lot of teams here who have stand-ins or are losing a player who just had made a roster move. So for that reason alone, there could be a chance. Okay, why don't we try to get a win? We almost saw Ents pick up that game versus Na'Vi earlier today.
Almost. And then you lose 8 rounds straight in map 3. Alexi the Soul Crusher. Torzy looking to be the backbreaker. But, I was gonna say, exposed to Dupree and doomed, but a deadly flick out of Torzy.
You can barely see him, man.
And that's why this guy gets the impact on Nuke. Loves it out here.
It's been the most Torzy half so far. Missed a couple of easy shots, hit that.
Meanwhile, I think Shuhei also just silently racking up a kill apiece.
Oh, he's moving in awkwardly. Yeah, that was just a very good timing to come down the steps if you're on the T side.
It's going to force Brolin to get out of back garage, but
he has some
lurk.
He has some good audibles, though.
Quick move from Zershin. That's found Tesses keeping it clean this round. Jimpat, the only CT to post anything other than that one sickening Torzy flick. And for all he knows, the threat also looms from lobby. So this is just Heroic getting across outside, getting past that op after he gets 1 kill, despite it being sexy. Nothing thereafter. Tip of the hat to Tesses.
Yeah.
Trying to call this whole entire time 2 clean executions with the headshots, and it puts Heroic second on the board.
Yeah, Tess has been even more aggressive than normal, for sure, in the past couple of days. I think just trying to lead from the front, you know, show by. Wow. He even was completely off screen. Holy smokes.
Dude, I mean, that's so deep through the silo as well, right?
Yeah. It's empty. Damn.
Holy hell.
So, that's such a Torzy shot.
Yes, it is. It really is. Yeah. Disgusting.
Disgusting, lad.
That's what Freya would say.
Tessus wins the round, right? He goes in to kill Shuhei in a secret, and then when he gets into the site, first of all, the smoke into control room made it feel like you could rotate in, and then Tessus pushed through it so fast they didn't let any CT get comfortable lower, even though Brolin heard him crossing while he was sitting in big garage the whole time.
My favorite thing about that kill is the way Torzy looks around to see if any of his teammates saw what he did, but nobody did, right? Cyclone's not standing behind him.
All you guys see is the whiffs?
Yeah. He's so excited to show them that shot when this map wraps up. The excitement will be nullified if Heroic can bring back this T side, because 4 rounds up still, but Brolin pushed to the bottom of Silo.
That's the second time that same play has got stuffed.
They're going to try to sprint this one at the ramp. Torzy's up in position, and of course Jim Pat already scurrying down to the depths of B. So a safety net in place for Mouse. This is feeling like, again, kind of a one-off moment. Assuming we don't get heroics from Zyphon. Remember, he got those 3 Deagle headshots with just the sidearm. See what he can do with the AK, and Salazar not far behind him.
We have a good amount of utility. You crossed a minute, and I'm just trying to look at the map right now. Going lower in this situation is just so hard because we've seen the rotations have been fast for Mouse to take over Con. They'll take over Decon at the same time. They have enough players to be able to do that and cover upstairs. So even if they're playing with no information, they're fine to spread out. If Zyphon can, you know, get a lucky kill here in control on this one shoulder spot, that would be a chance. Okay, maybe they get one more rotation, then they go back upstairs. But now I don't think you can even scare Mouse by going downstairs.
I will say the possibility is alive, just because even yesterday, in their opening match versus G2, I felt like Mouse did kind of take a shoulder peek a little too wide. Xerxon on construction, back on Vertigo, occasionally, as Shuhei walked through ramp, you know, getting caught.
Я 19К поставил.
Not giving up small openings. This one, it's very passive. It allowed for Zyphon to get a little deeper, but now they swoop through, clear the board, and post that 7th on the scoreboard.
The scariest thing about Heroic now is just that they're willing to go at any point. Like, no matter how bad a round it's getting, they're going to give it a shot. Just kind of a fun way to play CS, and it'd be way more fun if everyone played like that. But it's obviously a little bit less responsible, a little bit less safe.
ТМ, точнее, ТМ.
Round kind of begins and ends right here when Brolin can't get traded out.
Nice secondary kill as Dupree tried to swing and trade.
Setups have been great, and apart from just like a shot or two missed, Torzy's half 10-4, and he's been in a lot of different spots every round.
Yes, sir. And Brolin's best map in a Mouse jersey to date. Still time to even improve, but +7. Deep angle. Oh, Torzy's going to clip Salazar in the back of lobby.
That's what you want to see, just cameos every round. New spot.
New spot, new idea, and a new player popping off.
Oh, wow, what a guy.
Jimmy gets a double.
So consistent with that.
Zyphon holds the smoke, though, catches Xerxon getting a little frisky, and so it's single-man advantage, but Shuhei is right behind this. Now, it is a silent Zyphon walk through smoke, as long as nobody gives up a fight, but...
Oh, my God, he has no idea.
No way.
They can try to walk up into the site. The thing is...
What do they lose here?
The bomb's
Shush is stuck.
The bomb's at ramp. This is so awkward because...
Okay, hold on.
They still have to go get it back, which means they might incidentally cross Shuhei again.
Oh, poor Zyphon. In so many other situations, what he has is great.
I think this maybe ends up lower somehow because Shuhei could miss him crossing. If he doesn't keep peeking, we'll see.
No way they expected this deep. Oh, but still, Zyphon turns on a dime and takes his head off.
Brolin's walking in for his timing. He really wants to be able to find this. Running around, could go back, but he's crossing.
And he's out.
He's out. Okay. The only other option, he could do Squeaky if he wanted to, but it looks like if he goes up to the upper side, surely he doesn't win this. Oh, that was close.
MVP.
Man, I'm believing, though. Zyphon, you can't help but believe when the shots are that clean. The ideas are in place, but Brolin just stays silent the whole entire time, catches him on the cross out, and posts a clutch for Mouse.
Was a nice try.
Man, I can't help but feel for Zyphon. Again, how many other rounds would walking through, crossing paths with Shuhei like that net you at least something? Nice whip around as well to not go down to Shuhei on the lobby push, but ice cold from Brolin.
Yeah, he plays it confidently, and he goes up to 10-2 himself.
That's 10 frags on 4 of the Mouse members.
Last 2 rounds of the half already. Blink and you'll miss it.
Feels like they can't go anywhere without meeting someone in a new position.
Good old-fashioned upper exact may be coming. Now, they do these really heavy lobby defaults, and it feels like they look for a kill before they explode most of the time. So, yeah, they might not be able to organize a proper upper hit, you know? We'll see.
first tier comes out.
Blind by Vent and a double. No, they don't skip steps, baby. Zyphon right in with another. And again, a top fragging performance out of Zyphon. Spam that's coming through main.
Okay,
It's
they
a
kept
bit
it
on everyone, but 2 left.
They kept it a little lighter. They had no one top roof throwing in utility. They just did everything low telegraph through Hut and Squeaky, and it works out extraordinarily well. But we do find ourselves in a situation where Dupree's on 4 health. Jimpad's up top. This round is maybe not over.
Man, there's layers here. It feels like they could never just reopen this door, but by presenting 2 headshots to Brolin, you've got Shush down beneath. Jimpat comes in to clear it, and Shush will make the most of the shot.
All right, those 2 kills where it's in. That's a nice one from Heroic. I mean, they don't overcomplicate. They haven't waited around too long. It's been basically Shuhei, I think, who's got the most info. But it's scary. The map is scary for Heroic because they're willing to push outside, they're willing to push ramp very often, and they're even willing to push Hut. And again, a lot of it's Shuhei, some of it's Torji. But if you want to do a simple upstairs,
Главное, чтобы не 13-10 типа было.
you got to commit through the timing
13-10,
and
блядь,
you
беда.
can't work the map control, and they did just that. They made it very clean with the entries, and that's definitely their biggest
Ебаная,
strength
блядь,
with this lineup. Is
13-10.
the amount of good players they have to entry.
Looking to put a cherry on top of this half, but working with the worst buy we've seen out of Maus just yet. Oh, but the flashbang, no way. Zyphon team kills, and Jimpat now with the deagle, nothing to add to the tally. Torzi at a distance with the 5-7 gets dinked, and so it feels like they are able to force their way through. And they've done it with a nice collection of utility to still use for the B commitment, leaving one player up by Hell, at least temporarily. Brolin with the deke, though. Oh, Jesus. That just sends a shiver back down. Heroic spines.
He just casted a line. Why not?
They've got a group back up. Torzi's looking to join them from the back of ramp, so he's going to be applying pressure to the back end of Heroic here.
We're talking about one smoke here for Zyphon too.
Torzi with 11 health, grabs a Mac 10, has to keep his head down, but even this pressure is going to have Salazar stressed. An additional peek coming out from the control window. Zyphon's position now known. He's got to get a kill, but the CT's just toying with them in all 3 separate fights. Sidearms out, Zyphon to the clutch, pressure from above, second kill, third's not his because Torzi takes it in time. And Maus will add a 9th to the tally with the 10-second deep,
Конечно, меньше.
denying Heroic their 4th. Ooh, just like that, in the pressure cooker, Maus thrive.
Давай жги.
Слотик?
Ну-ка. Блять, конечно слотик, я же говорил.
Хаскавчик сегодня играл, ну давай Legacy of Dead по одной линии проверим.
Лингу?
Да, я что-то его не могу прям вообще разъебать в последнее время.
Сейчас сделаем. Ёбаный рот, кто в чате ГНК, ты это видишь?
Да.
Линк. Эшкерме. Ну я типа его не знаю, и он меня не знает тем более. Короче, Линк, смотри, какая базарга. Ты заказываешь любой слот, и мы там покупаем бонуску за 10к рублей.
О.
Все плюса, которые будут, мы делим пополам. Любой слот. Пока мы запустим по 1-0. Или он прямо сейчас напишет. Рыжий, здорово, ебать, тут его знают. X-Mass дроп, го попробуем его. Блять, вообще красава.
Топовый, говорит. Ну там за 10-ку топовый получается.
X-Mass дроп. Заходим. Да изи нахуй. ГНК говорил, ты нормальный чел. Я тебя не знаю.
Да, не знаю.
За 12 покупаем. Линк.
О, да, посмотрим.
Все для тебя. Рассветы и закаты для тебя. Поехали. Бля, пусть это будет максималка. Один хуй есть.
Второй надо.
Одного мало, надо хотя бы 3 или 4. 2 есть.
Да?
Надо еще 2. 2 мало. Надо еще 2. Ну что я скажу, Линк уже
Рефидер.
заработал полторушку минимум.
Рефидер надо. Сука, два фриспина, блядь. Вон, елку, блядь.
По-любому, срочно.
Надо ретейкер и вилды под ним.
Блядь, что нормальный спин. А, иди нахуй снизу.
Мало.
Лайтер.
7, 3500, Линк. Отпиши свою ваду. Блять, ну как-то слабенько, да? Ген.
Мало, да, Линк согласен с тобой.
Линк, пиши в ваду.
Не.
Да не, если нет, то я ГНК буду скидывать. ГНК такой клеторок, что он все соберет. Гена, напиши ему пусть в ваду пишет. Линк, напиши в ваду. Какой? Бля, ну хуй, сука. Включай VPN, идем прагматик.
Пиндюрный, он и так богат. Ай-яй-яй, некрасиво.
Говори, Линк.
Feels like only FaZe can best Mouse, unless of course this CT side from
А нет,
Tencent
Буков, Дон, Квикспид. Блять, это какой Ген?
Квикспид, Буков, Дон.
Квикспид?
And then they take it all out on you.
Буков 2.
FaZe walk so Mouse can run.
When you go back to Pro League Season 18 as well, when Mouse lifted that trophy, you know, there's big wins on this map when it was Mouse with Frozen. You had a win versus the full-fledged Heroic, Furia, and Ants. These are teams that are not to be scoffed at. So, give it a chance today. Roland also doing wonderfully, but Torzy's dead as hell.
Нет, напиши Бук, Офф и Дуат. Вот он, да-да-да.
Базарга.
О, блядь, не надо 6 раундов брать. Давайте не будем брать 6 раундов, сука.
Вот так, чтобы было видно.
Не так ли?
Линка.
I almost 12 rounds down, rude, but they actually won both pistols and overpass and got 3 rounds in total. So
7К это что?
But at least they got the pistols.
At least they got the pistols.
Коль, Катюш, спасибо тебе большое от души. Кать, привет. Так, ну тут по-любому топовый. 2000 вы еще гоните. 3200. 4800, поехали.
Это не 4, это 48 тысяч.
А, это 48
тысяч.
Ебать, я думал 4800.
Да, бери обычную.
Ну, Линк хуйни не посоветует, блять.
But you never know.
Oh, they're being so annoying. And
Может,
they're
четвертая пойдет.
so much of their ammo.
Давай.
Comes with like 120 bullets, those Glocks.
Бля, я думал, это 4800 нахуй. Ваше здоровье.
Balance that for the record. You know, USP's 36 bullets. Let's lock the 120.
Реролл Линка. Нет, мы еще эту посмотрим. Если будет хуйня, это бан Линка. В прямом эфире. Линк, говори, цифры.
I don't know. Is it like Velcro or?
Surely, right? Magazines in every pocket.
Хорош, тут затянул, тоже затянулся.
You're the gun guy.
Do they have access
Центральную?
to Velcro? Here we go.
Есть центральные. Дальше.
Glocks get ripped.
А, центральный?
Tessa's not gonna fall here. He's got the
Да,
Salazar.
ну, сука, он центральный наклацал.
Go next. Come new.
Ну это ретрайджер.
Это ретриггер, по-любому.
Кстати, на стриме тебя на своем показывают, если что.
Линк аурит нахуй.
Блять, а спинов пиздец. Ебать. Ультра мало. Здесь без рефидера беда.
Дай, ну пожалуйста. Едь нахуй! Сука, Линк аурит, блять, в натуре.
Он просил правую угловую, но снизу или сверху, не знаем.
Правую угловую снизу или сверху. Ну так как Линк топ-геймер in the world, значит сверху.
And this is where maybe the frozen absence could be felt because Zershin
Два
does not
спина,
have a good
берем
rating
верхнюю.
on this
Правую
map.
вот эту.
0.76 over the
Один.
last 6 months
Блядь,
versus
за
top 20
топовые
teams.
телочки. Ну сделай,
That's your
пожалуйста,
benchmark.
блядь. 5 шляп. Сука.
Frozen the
А
highest
прикинь,
rated
сейчас
towards the
подфартит
second.
и Ленку просто полляма переведем в прямом эфире.
Да,
Ебать,
блядь, ну я не знаю, ну что они, блядь, Харитонов ебаный! Блядь, уебища, блядь! Пиздаки, блядь! Блядь! Блядь, вот тупые хуесосы, блядь!
Выпить за твой... Бля, Виталий, ну ты чё там такое устраиваешь, Марине?
Виталик осуждаем.
Виталик осуждаем.
Виталик. Ну-ка,
The CT
бросай.
start to press out from the bomb site. Torsi is going to find zero resistance if he comes through hut, but if he waits too long, the flank is open.
The bomb has to come back to him. unless he
Блядь,
can go
какие
up
же
to heaven.
пидорасы, блядь!
He is the bomb. But he actually can
Эти
just
темы
simply walk out on
ебаные,
site,
блядь!
so
Блядь!
Не, ну, Лена
Ставлю
по-любому
ТБ, одного раунда нахуй не хватает. ТМ, блядь! Допы, блядь!
А, так мы ебать за трёху ее купили. Он...
Now they can plant from the back of sight.
Лин,
Heaven
пиши
is
свою
not
ваду.
problematic. The CTs
А я
from
скину
Brolin
его
need
ваду.
Не
split.
будь ты
One goes
клитором
vent, the
вокзальным.
other ramp. That's another
Слышишь?
person coming
Давай,
in from
скидывай.
lobby. Brolin has now been taken down to 4 HP.
Лин,
The ramp player does
от
take the
души,
heaven, but
спасибо
he's
тебе большое,
smoked
что
for the
зашел.
time being.
Ты нормальный человек, не такой, как ГНК. ГНК про тебя рассказывал разную хуйню,
Да, не
но я не верю в это. Я знаю, что он нормальный человек.
Я в Дискорд скинул его в аду.
Одну секунду.
Блядь, уебище, блядь, господи!
Так, перевести.
You gotta say, thank God for Zyphon in that situation, right? He has to hit a hard shot right there. Brolin does a good job of playing a headshot angle versus a heaven fight in a 1v1. No other way that he would have a chance. But a shot or two miss here from Brolin, and Zyphon is locked in.
Бля,
Moments like that,
пипец.
he is really, he's fighting so hard. I don't think he's thinking about how nervous he is, nothing. He's here to play. So, somehow they nearly bring this back.
Там да, у пацана
But,
Даре
this
он,
round looks so
Сейчас.
good overall for Mouse. The amount of options they had. the
кто
way that
хочет
Chewy couldn't pick up the
залетать.
kill, from that player outside from Salazar coming out of hell.
Блядь, я просто в ахуе, блядь, пиздец.
For sure, that's a
О,
3v5
пизда.
from Mouse turned into a 1v1 post plant, and instantly into the A rush they'll go. Clean kill from Torzi. Finds his second.
Okay.
Zershin comes out of hut, and that sheer aggression called by Shui just takes the A site off guard. They pop open the main smoke looking for some impact, but Tesses is going to go down with nothing, and Zyphon again in from heaven to try and clutch out.
Yeah, and there
He
are
is
no
so alone.
There's no saves from Heroic. They're like this will be one situation, 1v4 with an op in front of you. Fine, I won't try it, but they've gone for it almost every other single time. And so that's all to say that it has been expensive on these losses for Heroic. Very expensive. These guns, they don't grow on trees.
Nope. Thank goodness. Be a public safety concern.
This ain't America.
Yeah, surely. So no op save. A few missed shots there from Zyphon at the end, but just sheer aggression coming out of Mav's response.
I like the call from Shuhei. Don't let him get too excited. And they know they can do an upper rush every once in a while. What? After his third op shot being missed. That's funny.
Ugh, look at the buy they come out with as well. This is a force as well. Everything on the line here to keep Maus off 11. Maybe trying to get a little map control out the gate with the close silo play. But smokes cools everybody off. And the CTs don't stick around for too long, so not adamant about holding outer, but at least enough presence that it slowed down Maus, and we see it does turn them away, right? It gets them back inside, it gets them into the crossfire, it gets them into the M4, the one rifle that they're working with, and it's got a chance to shine. Salazar dives down into B. He gets his kill and gets away. Smoke towards Squeaky, but Dupree's kill first, and just like that, man advantage.
They want to
Блядь,
walk back
игрушки
Squeaky.
ебаные.
They can still, but honestly, that smoke is really fresh. They're gonna have to chill here for a second. Now, I like the move from Tesses.
Comes back up from the depths of B.
You can hear them all inside of lobby, thinking, organizing.
It's a good distance for the 5-7 to shine. A little awkward for the op to come out behind Jimpat. 5-7 won't find a second. Tesses, SMG sure does.
He trade.
But remember, Salazar's M4, that's the one that set all of this up. And they plant close hut. Xerxin catching the vent peak. Shush, hands tied, felt so desperate. And Salazar, it's going to be a delayed walk up from heaven.
It was overall good moves. I thought they were actually going to try to go squeaky, and I think what Heroic did made sense, but Salazar's got a gun.
No kit. Already spotted out and down to half health, so not ideal for him. And that's a ticket to leave. That's an 11th for Maus, and all the money on the line for this one. Nice attempt, and again, I just love that some presence outside. They really did a good job of funneling Maus into the biggest threat of Salazar's M4.
Definitely. And I think Heroic, what they did actually made perfect sense. It was a little unorthodox to come through the hut on the walkout, but they decided they needed to take a risk. And Heroic are probably going to do what's most fundamentally sound in that situation when they have a man advantage. I think that was a good call from Shuhei. And he goes by Shui now, right?
Shui.
Yeah,
Yep.
Shui now.
Literally told us Shuhei for years.
Told us to our faces in person. And then went on an interview, said Shui.
Yeah. Well,
but I know his logic. Everyone asking him, everyone saying his name differently. He went with the easiest.
Yeah.
It was the Zaiwu, basically.
Yeah.
Essentially. I don't care. Say whatever you want.
Tessus has been in the sun.
Screw us for trying to. Yeah. Yeah, you can't really help it out here.
Especially if you're Danish.
Yeah. Wonder how much they would pay for sun in December in Copenhagen.
Oh, I mean, collectively, you put all those taxes together.
Yeah, what kind of taxes would they willing to? What bracket would they like to jump up
Just
to?
5 more %.
Пизда им,
5% in
короче.
December? I would be down.
We'll
for
open
that.
up the skies.
Ну и пизда. И прессу, блядь.
Maybe it's all the thinking.
Sure.
Yeah.
I just want to win so bad. Forced by to the end of times here for Heroic, and why not go down swinging straight through Squeaky. Shush, 5v4. So much presence outside though. Look at Heroic.
На последние деньги там закупились, без гранат, без ничего, блядь.
Suddenly that takes a little pressure off the situation.
Yeah, this is the right play though. They know they're weak outside. They go for Heaven instead of Secret because vent control is still the CT side.
Dangerous place for Torzy. Missed this shot.
He's got one teammate beside him, but
should be a good trade from Heroic in a second. Should be. Missed shot as Zyphon catches Brolin. So Shuhei, the single frag, the fact they doubled up down in Secret works out well.
There's someone outside. Dupree on his back. Torzy walking up, making lots of noise. Dupree gonna capture this one, surely.
Yep. Yes. Nice burst off the SMG. And it's Xerxin to the clutch.
Да.
Having 2 players down in Squeaky like that, very essential to turning away Maus from that lower B bomb site. And it feels like you get that free player to play alongside you because Shush gets aggressive out of the gate, gets the Squeaky player, both you fall back through vent.
Yeah.
The numbers game strong for Heroic because of an aggressive fight.
Да, это понятно, Маус, там я ТМ поставил, что, ну, в лучшем случае 13-9 будет, блядь.
Where we see him struggle. Is there a chance? No too
bomb.
Far away.
Might kill a second if he forces the issue, but go ahead and you keep that M4, boss man. Up it.
White sauce, hot sauce, boss man?
Yeah. Tuck it in, let it go. A 7th for Heroic.
Exertion saving. That's not in his genetic code. No.
It's very difficult for him. So Shush straight to it.
This play was perfect with the outside wrap, but a kill like that from Zyphon, okay. They were pretty much out of options. There was no way to save Exertion from Secret. He had to hit his own shot, first of all.
And not a free kill for Zyphon either. Nice snap up on the Heaven door. He'll cool off Brolin for at least 1 more round and continue to be the highest performing player in the server. Dupree has found a bomb. Torzy
Блять, ебал мать, ёба твою мать, блять.
From downtown. And blink, you miss it.
Ох, они там раскидают.
Flesh from bone as Heroic hit the dirt, but the bomb is still back main. And there's a slight chance
быть и не будет.
Not spotted.
Может и будет.
There's someone who could do it, who got close to 1v3 already this game.
Right. And he's in the right place.
Maybe
he's in the perfect spot to catch Brolin off guard. There we go, the first but Zershin triple kill on the round. Instant trade frag with the headshot towards Garage.
Run it back, that player.
Yeah.
Jumping out of heaven. I think it was Shush. Didn't even let him touch
Да
the
хуйня,
ground.
там экспресс летели, блядь.
That was unruly. That's an example of where like, oh wow, Brolin might be interesting in this team.
Yeah, Zershin just has the sight line from above.
Because like him being this forward at 137, that's what they need from him. So if he's comfortable in that position, that far out, that early on, then maybe he is Mao's material. Third timeout for Heroic. Death's doorstep.
Well, they got a second
on their map.
Mohan.
Hey, comes
What
first
the hell?
map. I'm just being dramatic.
Dude, let go of the guillotine, man.
My fault. Wait, you want me to let it go?
Wait. I mean, hold on to that. Not yet, not yet.
Careful what you wish for.
I do like that Mao's just kind of, you think back to like off the tack pause that one time, straight up A rush, smash the economy of Heroic. We see Heroic go towards the base of Silo a couple rounds ago, and it just kind of kept Mao's timid, right? When they fed them over towards ramp and Salazar's M4. This time Mao's, they don't respect that close presence. They just go for the fight, swing for the fences, and nearly knock Heroic out the park. They'll have 5 rounds to do so here on map 1. Pistol tries to push ahead of the flashbang, and it's a little awkward, but Zershin gets his kill. Out from Squeaky comes the entry of Jinpat, turning his back to Tesses, a death sentence. And it's man advantage ×2 here for Maus. Nice nade. Nullifies Zyphon before he even has a chance. And as Shuhei wraps around main, it's just a lobby play out of Salazar that kept it interesting, but with lesser weapons they will fall. And Maus back to winning ways on Nuke. Only FaZe seems to take them off this map specifically. It's an excellent place to start this series considering Heroic decide to take us here. Maus poised to eliminate them in one of the next 2 maps. We'll see you soon for that as Maus look to go on.
A first task very well handled by Maus. That's the least we can say. They punish Heroic for that. As our casters were mentioning, a very strong performance, Jacob. This was a Maus that looked to be in control and prevail not only from an individual standpoint, as I'm sure we're going to touch on a couple of these players out there, but just had protocols way tighter and way more organized.
За КС не шаришь, за КС не шаришь, блядь. Не шаришь за КС-то, ёпта. Не шаришь ты за КС, нахуй.
Sorry, in Brolin coming into the team gave them an upper edge. Even on a map like Nuke where Heroic picked it into them. So we can speak about the individuals, sure, but I like the pacing coming out of Maus. I like the calling coming out of Shuhei on that T side. I like the CT side as well for that matter as well. They made sure that Heroic at no point in this game felt comfortable moving around, and that's a big part of the reason why they ended up winning so convincingly as they did.
I'm right there with you. We see here the round history. Round 4, Maus resetting Heroic, I think was such an important point in this first half, because if you're thinking about Heroic, of course, they're not going to have the most organized and detailed strategies, but they can play with pace. They can play with momentum. If they put you in the bin, if financially you're lacking in utilities, then you would think that Tesses would be able to call a fast counter-strike the way they did against FaZe. The problem is Heroic very quickly dropped the ball, allowed Maus to cut them in their tracks. Maus built the money, and the rotations on the CT side, very well played for Maus. They seem to be one step ahead in the reading of what was happening on the server.
Ставить поле Виталий 1-9. Я ставил на одну карту, блядь.
Expected, right? I often use the point that when you're a team like Heroic or a mixed team like Heroic coming into a tournament,
Поставил.
you maybe have one idea.
Проверили. Убедились. Что такое нельзя делать.
So you're very limited in your response. You're very limited in how much you can adapt in a game like this. And at the end of the day, it was just a question of time before Maus could pull down plan A and make sure that the rock was swept off, you know, Heroic.
Definitely swept off. Brolan had a great performance here. He's a little bit of a story within the story, a guy that has his own journey here. If Maus, of course, are looking for the win, Brolan himself might.
Сейчас я вам покажу, что там.
He did not like the way that's happening right there. He destroyed them most of the time. And I think he was very happy with how.
Вот, этому прессу пизда.
Brolan is a player that thrives in duels, thrives in aggressive counter-strike, be in your face, be out there.
Ну тут фокуса никакого нет.
He had a pretty good performance, if you ask me, on this map, considering his situation right now within Maus. That was a good performance from Brolan.
100%. It's never easy to come into a team that is as well structured as a team like
Пизда ему,
especially replacing Frozen. Let's take that into account as well. You're coming in and you're essentially trying to replace.
Ему пизда из-за матча Тундра Бэдбум. в доте. 2-1 в пользу Тундры. А там будет 1-2 за ББ.
Good execution.
Ну да, завтра будут играть.
They know how to handle and picking up the pace. And we have a couple of examples here, Jacob, as well, where Heroic just could not keep up with the rhythm that Maos was throwing at them.
No, we're speaking about the pace coming into the game, and I like that from Shuhei. At this point, 9-6, Heroic is mounting a bit of a comeback. And what does Shuhei do? Call a fast round. Call something that's being decided within the first 10-15 seconds of the round. And he did it again. He did it as a follow-up. We go into the next round following Siphon's, not lack of ability with the AWP he was even laughing about.
He tried.
You see it at 11-7 as well. Shuhei picking up the pace once more. It's a yard rush, and it's just simplifying Counter-Strike to a point where just rely on your synergy, rely on your individuals, and that was enough for Maus to win this game.
Definitely, yeah. I would like for people out there to identify with what's happening here. Teams, and we're talking about real teams who have been together for a while, they know how to react against fast Counter-Strike. They have plans, they've practiced it, they have, as we like to call them, protocol, contingency plans, where if there is an A rush, people know how they're going to react, they know what utility they're going to use and how they're going to reposition themselves. Heroic don't have that.
No.
And this is where it hurts if you are a Heroic player and you're trying to keep up with some of these rounds. The amount of communication you need to have live on top spontaneously to keep up with that just means you don't. And that's not, I don't think it's a coincidence that we see Shush being caught off guard out of heaven at that moment, because at this point, they are not ready to deal with that rhythm and they get caught off guard.
I would agree, and I want to add another layer to that as well. One thing is if you're Shush and you're being rushed at, maybe he knows what he wants to do, but the guy next to him has no idea.
Exactly.
And the guy next to him has no idea as well. So it's this ripple effect. Synergy is just non-existent. So one player can make the right decision. You even saw the Pre in that example get the first kill, but player number 2 doesn't know how to react off that. Player number 3 doesn't know how to help player number 2, etc., 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 etc. So there's no synergy, there's no cohesion, there's no understanding and synergy built up together. So it's just incredible tough to stop something fast-paced.
Yeah, it's one of these intangibles of team play, right? That's where people usually think we use these umbrella sentences as, oh, individuals need to be strong.
Sure.
But when you don't have these plans, you need a CT being able to multi-kill. You need someone who's putting you in a position so favorable that you don't really need any other plan. I mean, Zyphon did put his best foot forward, and I think he's been a little bit of a topic of talk when it comes to Heroic, even though Copenhagen might have been a bit complicated. His numbers are up there.
Honestly, he's playing so well that he's now making a great case for any team out there looking at a player of his profile to consider him. It's a player that, for some reason he wasn't able to land on his feet after the Copenhagen Flames thing. He was the one going a little bit missing. He was the one not taking his career to the next step. The way he's been performing so far this tournament, the way he performed at the fall finals in Copenhagen as well, where he was by far their best performer and actually playing at a level that was, somewhat surprising. Then if you're a team out there right now looking at a profile like Zyphon and you lack that player in your team, he's a great case right now that you could pick him up, maybe even for the future in Heroic as well. We obviously don't know what team is going to end up signing with him or what player is going to end up coming into Heroic, but the way he's playing right now, he's making a perfect case for himself to land somewhere on his feet.
Yeah, I think if I'm a GM out there, I might be a little bit interested. And he's got a history that you can consider for half a minute as well. Copenhagen Flames, it feels like almost everybody ended up in a team that was above the prestige level that we're on, the Hooksies, the Star, the Abbey of the world or whatever. But then Zyphon kind of left behind, he played a little bit with Sprout, so good for him to get to the spotlight here in Abu Dhabi and have a better performance.
Yeah, there were some rumors circulating that he could be a bit rough to play with, maybe a bit young, immature, etc. But maybe he learned from that period, and the way he's conducting himself on the server right now, that's perfection, right? And if you can mold him outside of the server to be a better teammate, then a guy with that productivity next to Dupree, next to Shush, why not?
Well, we're going to have to see if Zyphon can get more airtime, broadcast time, or if we're going to end up after 2 maps. We're going to take a quick break, about 3 minutes, and when we come back, we dive into Mirage, which is Mouse Peak coming into the series.
Который несет в нашу жизнь искусственный интеллект и нейросети. Спасибо.
Гражданин из Санкт-Петербурга не представился.
Да.
Вы видели это? Нет?
Который несет в нашу жизнь искусственный интеллект и нейросети. Спасибо.
Гражданин из Санкт-Петербурга не представился.
Да.
Вот у меня такое же выражение, да, было, когда эксплыжи по пизде пошли мне.
Вот я смотрю, вы можете быть на меня похожи и говорите моим голосом. Но я подумал и решил, что похожим на себя и говорить моим голосом должен только один человек. И этим человеком буду я. Вот так один из наших деятелей шутил когда-то. Вот. Но что касается искусственного интеллекта, да, это мой первый двойник, кстати сказать. И вот.
Топ Геймер слушает. Да.
И донатика. Поддержка.
У меня нету денег. Что?
Донат, пожалуйста.
Денег нету у меня. Лёш, я на ставках замазываюсь немножко.
Что с тобой? Да какой-то. Рыжик, Буся. Рыжик.
Так, подождите, это
Я
плесень?
с Димой. Гены.
Ебать, это же плесень, нахуй. Бля, прикиньте.
Что там?
Увидел белое отложение. Это плесень, скорее всего. Белая плесень. На мясе. Сука, блядь. Везде подъебка, бля. Ай, бля.
Смотри. Ел. От Максимьяс.
Ну, дата изготовления 01.11.23. Откуда там плесени взяться?
Ел.
Да, я смотрю. О.
Рыжик. Кинь пицца.
Кстати, привет Горину передавай.
Хорошо.
С днем рождения его. С днем рождения. На тортик ему.
Ну, где Гена?
Гене привет.
Гео, день рождения тебе. Пей тебе. Види?
Чтобы рос большим и веселым. А чё у вас, где еда там? А, вижу, Максим хомячий, да? На диете. Борода, здорово.
Брат, ты не колбаса, да?
Что говоришь?
Борода, ты не колбаса.
Ладно, Лёш, хорошего вам вечера.
Пойди, брыжик.
Давайте.
Не вымой тебя. А тебе коржуня.
Спасибо. I'll be back.
Красавчик мой.
Да, Максим время зря не тратит.
He said at the very late stage of this interview, saying that, are you auditioning for this team? I would be auditioning if I were bowler. I would do everything I could in order to secure myself, at least be considered for the future in Mouse. If not for this team, then for someone else out there looking at roster changes.
I agree.
There's a lot of team coming into the meta that could use a profile like Brolin if he can revert back to what he once were. But
давайте разбираться, откуда могла взяться плесень за месяц. Сохранение 180 дней. Зато изготовление. Из-за вакуума. Плохой вакуум был. А, но они не вакуумные вообще. Они... Вакуумные это приплюснутые. Эти же были, вот просто лежали тут.
Is there some truth to it, or have I just had too much red wine?
I think you're describing a toxic relationship with a toxic girlfriend that once you leave that, right, you get out and you feel free, you feel ignited again, you get the love for life, you know, I'm just you know, waffling right here, can experience that myself, but I think there's something to be said about it, you know, he is smiling a bit more, and I hope that he gets to show that on the server as well.
Пизду я не буду, ну вот это вот точно не буду.
Very, very small.
Is it close? He used to be quality. He used to be quality. Is that too late?
Oh, if he would have had the fall finals as well, had he had 2 events, I'd be like, no, there's a window of opportunity right here. You have 2 events to showcase what you really are and what you can contribute with. You can practice with the team leading up to it, but it's just this one event. All these roster changes that we're going to see now, they happen leading into the major now. So it has to be right here, right now, that he convinces Mouse or someone else out there that he's still viable on a team. So the window is not closed yet, but it's very, very small and very, very short.
And I do wonder if he's got a clear idea of who he wants to be in the server. Like, what is the profile he wants to play at? Because for so long, it's been back and forth. We've talked about NIP and the roster and the roles shuffling, his positions shuffling, one day passive, one day aggressive. If you're a Broline right now, do you feel like you still have a clear idea of who you want to be? What is it that actually works for you? Where do you feel confident? Because you can, there is such thing as learned helplessness where you just basically keep on playing, you keep on under-delivering, and you start believing yourself like, holy hell, I don't even know what is it I want to do. Do you still think he knows who he wants to be in the server?
I'm not quite sure, because I feel like he's been in NIP for such a long period where he tried to be different things. Again, a dysfunctional team, a dysfunctional role he had within NIP, and maybe he wasn't good enough at individually stepping up and saying, I want this, and I think I should be used in this role, otherwise I'll move on, sort of. So I'm not quite sure. If I'm Broline, I'm probably hoping that Val will make another update and make the Orc and Creed good again. That's one step in the right direction.
No.
And apart from that, you know, let's see, let's learn at this tournament. I think what we saw right here in the map that just transpired, that was a great sign for Broline, but we need to see it consistently, and we need to see it more.
I cannot believe Jacob actually asked for the AUG and the Krieg meta to come back. Let's move on swiftly. We had Shui on camera here as well. I think he deserves to be talked just a little bit. A young IGL that obviously has years ahead of him in the Counter-Strike, but already now is being presented with a couple of challenges as well. You are the young IGL of a brand new team that lost his superstar. And I think as a leader, it's probably one of the moments where you have to step up just a little bit more. Not only to make sure that everyone is on the same wavelength when it comes to Counter-Strike, but you also have to be a captain. Like, how do you talk to your teammates? I know everyone retained good relationship. It's been quite clear out there. There's no bad blood. They're wishing well to each other. Frozen going his way with the mouse, with the face jersey. That's for sure. How do you make sure everyone is still on track? That, as a captain, has to be a challenge.
It's tough. Shues has experience, though, because he was the one player being left out from that Mouse NXT team where it wasn't just Frozen leaving him. It was his entire team that went on, moved into the greater good, and he would stuck within Gamer Legion. He had to rebuild himself within that lineup. So you're saying he's young, he's inexperienced. I agree, but he's had experience losing the top players of his team or being left behind. So I'm not really worried for Shues. I think he's the right man for the job.
Well, you have your confidence into it. We're definitely going to keep track of this young guy's career. Now, guys, I want to thank you very much for joining us in the Waffle Club, and I will send you to 2 people who actually know what they're talking about. Audiocast.
Lol.
Was that a lol, Pip? Because, you know, Jacob, I was about to give him praise. His response there to Maniac's question about Shuhei and whether or not he can handle this kind of situation, it was perfect. Maus has banked on Shuhei throughout the NXT roster and this team as well to constantly plug and play. And he has done it with lesser pieces. He has done it with less experienced pieces. Brolin's got so much experience. So, Jacob, I was going to say great point, but instead...
Screw you, buddy. But Maniac also has a point. And I think that is that Brolin's not played under an IGL as good as Shuhei. I'll go out and say that, even though he's played with other ones for years. Maybe Hampus at one point was good, but I mean, Shuhei has so much more promise. He's up there in the conversation with some of the very best in today's game. And I think that this is Brolin's audition. And I think there is a world where this comes up roses for him. I mean, Mouse would have to do a lot at this event. But what would it say if he could potentially replace Frozen and do something impressive right now? Ooh. It's a small timing miss from Salazar, who's keeping an eye on. Oh, that's so I want to say so unfortunate for him. He was spotting Cat.
Oh, just look the right way.
Yeah, look the right way for longer.
Beautiful one tap back. You know, at least Salazar did open this up with a critical and cleanly opening kill, but hello, dropping to the dual Berettas. Torzi doesn't give a damn. He just pops Xiphon from a distance, and into the A site they shall sweep. Now, funnily enough, second map of the series, second time Maus are entering a map where they've lost 4 of the last 5 outings on that map specifically. Back on Nuke, here on Mirage. And this time it's not all phase.
Not all phase.
All right,
okay.
They've been losing to a multitude of teams here on Mirage, but it looks like they're trying to turn that tail upside down in back-to-back maps within this series, and a pistol on the T side sure helps.
Nice one, Torzi. Torbull came through. That was really good. Every single frag. I mean, after Salazar, what an unfortunate start from him. But look how clean this is. Every single trade. And then Shuhei gets one into CT, and he does the rest.
Guys, it's the same cameraman that farted. No way.
No way.
No way.
Okay, what we have to find out is who accused the cameraman both times. Was it Shuhei?
It was Shuhei both times.
We know who's farting.
You smelt it, you dealt it, and dealing death in the top of mid is heroic.
Они
They
что,
just have
ебанутые?
USPs, and if Jimmy doesn't close out this clutch...
Jimmy has to stay and fight.
Конченая сперма, блядь.
Definitely the right thing to do.
Yeah.
Конченая сперма,
He
нахуй.
pick up the bomb, and he has to think, what is Shush going to do in the 1v1?
Ебать они дегроды ебаные.
No pressure.
This is a battle of brains. I would definitely edge towards Jim Pat in the 1v1, but Shush. So he can't win this.
So many guns to guard. I don't blame him for sticking around.
Ебанаты, ебанаты.
Right here. Get the bomb.
Get the bomb, go B.
Get the bomb, go B. Okay. So let's see if Jim Pat will decide to go up Cat. Of course, it's can be a big mind game whether or not you commit to one side or the other. But he knows that Shush was in mid some time ago.
О, блядь,
Yeah,
ебанат.
Shush is just hoping it upside down, backwards mind games all the way back to the A site, but instead it'll simply be.
Доставь ты, блядь, очко-то ебаное.
Clear out market, clear bench. You can do anything he damn well pleases. I think the fact that the window isn't broken is indicative that there was never a CT towards the
Все разнюхивает, разнюхивает.
Without breaking the window, okay?
I'm just saying. He's right. Finds his bomb plant, pushes Shush into an uncomfortable clutch.
I got it running all the way across the map.
No armor. A small chance to pull this off. Or cut your losses, grab an AK, call it quits. Honestly, that's what he's looking for here. So, I mean, I'm quite surprised, you know, Maus. We hear that, you know, quick little team con.
Swift.
And they run into the top of middle in the fog of war. And they just get smashed by USPs. Unarmored USPs. 5 of them fighting middle. 4 deaths versus Maus. That's not the way you want to kick off this T side.
So it really did smell like victory after all.
Yes, sir.
Нормали, нормали.
Sorry, Shush. Wrong 50-50.
Ну как они от пистолетов попадали на миду? Где? Да на миду там, блядь.
Next round. Make your money back.
О, это да.
Who was just getting all these USP kills? Was it Xiphon? It was everybody.
Dupree, Xiphon, and Salamander Man.
Salazar.
Его за тебя пилу читает.
Said you're welcome.
Save you when you need it.
Руку отбил.
Go ahead,
Катаем дальше.
Utility's already coming over top. It is Xiphon. And then 2 players towards jungle, but Salazar's going to try to wrap around. Oh, Dupree from catwalk. That's huge. Dupree just puts shots through smoke, and it works. So, blessed by Lady Luck, but a chance to get to B had Xerxin not got caught by Xiphon. Connector, the death of 2 Maus members in separate directions.
У Бролана, блядь, 0 киллов. Че, ебанутый?
That's what we're going to find out today.
Too late to change their minds. CT right by ladder is going to catch Jimmy looking the wrong direction. This is perfect. This is Jimmy being the only survivor after the pistol round, and now into, by the looks of it, yes, 5 up from Heroic. Back-to-back success stories so far for the CT side. Heroic, they got a little life in them.
Definitely kicks off with Dupree right there. Again, off cat. No one inside the middle.
A little
coming in late.
A little lucky.
Little lucky, but it was perfect coverage. His teammate got flashed. He said, suppressing fire. Why does suppressing fire make sense? Because like normally suppressing is like quieting down, right?
That's one thing. Yes, it does quiet some. You can suppress a bullet, you can suppress a gunshot, but it's just, think about if you're peeking a window with a gun shooting at something, and then buddy starts sending 100 bullets your way. It's not meant to hit you, it's just meant to make you duck.
Oh, okay.
It suppresses you from peeking.
Suppressing the person.
Yeah, suppress the person.
Gotcha. That makes sense. Really are the gun guy.
Too many hours of Arma. Dupree off the catwalk.
Oh, Dupree with 3 off the catwalk.
And honestly, with his little stand-in endeavor with Heroic, he's been looking sick from the get-go, right?
Yep.
First map that he stands in for Heroic, and it just looked good. Even back when they played with those Mao's Academy players.
Does this angle work? Call it.
Yeah, I love this angle. It's my favorite spot. It works wonderfully for 2 kills. Maybe not. Deagle betrays him, and Brolin gets predicted. Ice cold out of Shush.
Not bad.
And a full house between him and Dupree. 5 frags, 3 of them off Cat with absolute excellence. Those headshots, so clean.
We get the first mile of the game here from Dupree. That was good. That was a nice display. Again, saving the day from Cat.
Look at these 2nd and 3rd kills. Donk.
Love that guy.
So, you know, this is the one thing, right? We question whether TSS is going to be able to bring much strategic elements to this whole I'm a new in-game leader situation, working with stand-ins all around me. Mouse take you to Mirage, man. That's a plug-and-play, sit back, relax, and just play a little Counter-Strike type vibe. We'll see what happens once they get to the T side, but the defense is looking solid.
Yeah, we used to scrutinize teams for picking Mirage versus teams they were supposed to beat. Mirage has gotten sort of harder, I guess, over the years, people getting better, but it still remains the fact that they're going to feel kind of comfortable.
Yeah, no sweat from Shush on the initial hold. Smoke fades, bombs getting planted. And a little pressure now as Shuhei gets his paws on an AK, but they blow open the smoke themselves a second time. Salazar making the most of that opening. Catching Shuhei, dropping the 1 AK that the 3 Mao's members had in hand. And with Zershin getting flanked, it's a little too much to ask of Torzi's P250. 4 CTs, you take one with you, it's all good. But he gets exposed to TSS on the retake. It's a 3-2 score, and Heroic looking healthy.
Yeah, very healthy. Good.
Vibrant.
Yeah, they are. Alive, active. Blowing open both smokes inside a connector and jungle, saying, screw your exact. We got way more money, way better guns, and we are rotating fast.
And what's crazy for me as well is, like, Mouse could have taken this to Ancient. They love that map, although the T side a little lackluster yesterday. They could have taken it to Vertigo, which is something I would have thought they'd kind of favor over Mirage. Or they could have straight up picked Overpass, which is where this series ends. But
yeah, Overpass I think would have been a shout.
I think I would actually have preferred to see them on Vertigo or Ancient than maybe this Mirage.
I think so.
Уёбок на брутне, блядь, не может выиграть.
It is Brolin's audition, okay?
Пидорас.
Oh, he's 0-4.
Mouse can go, we're playing with the
На
standard
победу.
for Brolin. They're trying to scout out whether or not he's really made of that, the material that they need, okay?
His interview
if he's carbon fiber or if he's flimsy aluminum.
Ooh. Aluminium.
Aluminium, sure. Did you just correct me with British? That's crazy.
Yep.
Okay.
Because Mezzi had a good day.
He did have a very good day.
Напиху этот лен, блядь.
Right in the teeth, man. Zershin gonna need a new grill. And it's an easy pushover for Shush to get the stairs frag. Dupree's deep inside of the palace. Brolin rocks his socks. And Torsi clipping the cat player as well. Beautiful flashbangs into the deep push towards...
О, ты приплюснутый уёбок! Не уёбок. Но приплюснутый.
Was clinical.
That was a masterclass. It was 1 round, but it was a good display of why they feel comfortable on Mirage. Everyone got their frag. There was a few points in which that round could have slowed down if that didn't go well. Like if Brolin didn't get his kill in Palace, then maybe that slows down the A exact. Can they take it? But well, he can be trusted as that Halls lurker. Money should be fine though.
Я не терминатор, я
Couple
киборг.
of great rounds that they just won. 5 alive, 5 and 4 maybe on the anti-ego and the rifle rounds.
You do speak truth. If I sat next to Tessus on his right side, I would think, why doesn't this guy like me?
Why is he always looking the other way?
He's just got that leftward
That's actually... Can you name the American player that sat like that?
An American player?
Yeah.
From the United States
From
of
the
America.
United States of America.
That sat...
Famous, not, you know...
That sat sideways like that.
Yes.
I don't... Stewie?
Nope.
Tarek?
Nope.
Automatic Breeze, JDM?
No.
Who?
Skadoodle.
Skadoodle!
Remember that?
I do remember Skadoodler.
Yep.
I'm not crying. You're crying. And we were. Fast round back in. You were dead on. The buy is good for Heroic. And it's also active. They're going to go ahead and push down ramp. That could have caught in Brolin, but nah, he'll lean back.
I love how it
takes it quick. Takes a nade. A little bit of chip damage here. Zershan's looking for some kind of space in middle, and he will find a way to just cut through the side of that smoke. Catwalk or connector looking like his avenues of attack. And how long before this forward A setup feels a little too much for Heroic to hold on to? They throw Zyphon into the bomb site as well, so there's no jungle, no window control, none of that. It is a very front-facing Heroic, but it's also a 5v4. Brolin does peel one back. Jimpad sees the player down beneath, didn't kill the default guy, but does get there. And with the second frag to Shush, they know that this one should be clear. It's Salazar back towards Murder Hole, but back-to-back squeezes into the A site looks wonderful for Mouse.
The way that Heroic are playing that, they had to get lucky. That was ideal protocols for Mouse, but you can't play smoking the A ramp when Palace and mid already taken versus you. Those are not spots that you want to fight connector versus. So Zyphon luckily gets the first kill, but they still have the full split coming in. 3 different prongs in that situation. So Mouse, they would have had to blow it on multiple fronts to lose that round. It was a perfect split and another good A split. And a collection of very solid rounds. Even though Heroic have 3, Mouse certainly looks scary.
Shuhei having a good series actually today. You know, we've been talking about in-game leaders that can frag. It's really space creators in CS2.
Контр-террорист
Taking form.
Yeah, because
say it.
You gotta swing. Gotta know when to swing.
Say it. Say the words.
Say the words. What you see is what you get.
Peeker's advantage.
Peeker's advantage. Okay.
Everyone's favorite terminology.
I'm not convinced that necessarily exists on LAN in some real way. I'm not convinced. I'm gonna say it.
If you don't believe in it, it can't hurt you.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know if people like that take, but remember analysis about this in CSGO. Oh,
bad smoke.
Yeah.
Left a gap, but at least it does get traded in middle. Shush, it's going to take up the same angle. Yanks back a frag. Considering that they came in with only 2 primary weapons, Heroic and a 3v3, that's fine.
Oh.
And Salazar, sharp shot.
Nice.
Slams Jimmy Salo.
So that tips the scales, but there are 2 M4s inside the window. Dupree also just picked up a gun.
Actually, I don't think there's another M4. I'm pretty sure that's the M4 they started with. From 2 guns
Так
saved.
Кинес
Yes.
не свидела вообще-то.
Yeah.
Она нихуя не прыгала с
Is there
моста.
a world where this goes wrong? From Salazar's perspective, they know he was up here.
Yeah, if Torres
he's good at these kinds of picks.
Yep. And he was up here already.
Но это место,
You have to
кстати,
be
необычное,
fast.
вот где он стоит. Нестандартное.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was... I'm sorry. Molly to the van. Salazar, beautiful 3K. A great chance for him to showcase a little op prowess. Obviously replacing Cadian, no easy feat. And I don't feel like I had seen like a nice multi-kill op round yet.
Она
out
с
of this
тюрьмы
heroic
свалит
stand-in
и
camp.
сиганула. Я не
Critical
слышал
round to
об
pick
этом.
up,
Когда
considering
это
lesser
было?
weapons. Nice little bonus for the CT side of heroic.
Yeah, I think Salazar has been cool to watch, definitely. There's moments where he's not got a fully functional team, so things are going to go wrong, but there are also moments that are redeeming. So, first time out.
Surrounded by clowns. You look like one too. First time out from the Mouse camp.
Gotta be careful with those mid smokes, not only because of this, because the CTs can blow them up instantly as well. So if you're gonna explode mid in CS2, like you have to be ready to fight window no matter what kind of utility you're throwing in there. You can't trust a smoke these days. You know, they say
Ой, там каждый раз, блядь, позвонки у нее отъезжают. То с 8-го этажа она сиганет, то это, то все.
Boosting one into the ladder room. Torzy looking for the connector peak, not exposing to window at all. Oh, and then they go for the late swing.
That's crazy.
Unannounced as well,
Yeah,
right?
Shush just went for it.
No util. Then we get the re-peek out of Zyphon. No multi-frag for him and no trade frag from Dupree. Shuhei simultaneous over the A site, and I don't think Salazar saw that.
I don't think it was spotted. He just moves into position a little late, but he's coming to missiles. Oh, and he just misses Shuhei. But this actually means it could be B. Now they know.
Yep.
There's Salazar, and there's one guy who boosted.
And Dupree gets ahead of the frag grenade.
I think they just delay for Shuhei. He's got a massive lurk going on right now, so he's going to get to the back of B site.
Uh-oh.
Oh, spotted.
Yep.
And now they can... Okay.
Stringy fights, but Jimpat picks up 2 critical kills, right? We see this attempt to hold any kind of mid-play, and Jimpat 4 kills on the round. Despite all these fights on these fronts, it's just Jimmy who's been picking up the frags.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, he's been amazing. Like, he has been like he's been a latent story in terms of lurkers and in this year, winning Mouse late, but he's trying to get in the conversation with the the Blame F, the Rops, the Sphinxes out there, and there has been a resurgence in the importance of lurkers in a way that we haven't really seen in modern CS. Like, after the French era ended with like Happy, and before that with Get Right, and some of those earlier players, Snacks even, lots of great lurkers. There was just nothing for a few years. Like, it was only Robs getting a lot of kills, but getting criticized a lot for his lurks. Blame F getting criticized a lot for lurks. This year has been amazing for lurkers. I would say Blame F evolved a ton in his role. I would say Robs is damn near perfected. I say Sphinx is the best of the bunch. So,
do you think that's because they're all learning from each other and kind of making that role rise accumulatively again, or like what causes it?
I don't know. I think some of us thought it would die forever, and I thought so too, because of the emergence of prep. Like, the way that you can use Gnosis or Starcaller to just synthesize so many rounds at once made like the timing of your flank just obvious to everybody. Like, when you're solo, you want to walk up Boiler into Arch and the flank B. Like, you could do that all the time back in the day. People watching one demo at a time. But now you got a whole team of analysts, sports psychologists, therapists. Like, everyone's coming for you.
AI algorithms.
Yeah, exactly.
That's fair,
so I think it's incredible, actually, how good these lurkers have gotten, how much impact they've had.
Well, talking about timings, you can always predict an all-out rush, and yet Heroic will catch Zershin pants down deep top mid. So it's a pistol for TSS as his teammates look to come and put some kind of a defense in position.
He could jump out. He has a smoke down.
Off Cat. Oh, he tries to squeeze it. Great distraction for the 5-7 to just slip through. Shuhei finds the kill back towards top mid. Dupree wants another one. And the Van player has already been tagged up. Despite further damage out of TSS, Shuhei could still draw this back.
They really wanted to keep him there. They saw the bomb.
Always operates on his own, but Shush is going to stuff him bottom con, and it's a comfortable 4v2 here for Heroic.
Yeah, this is unlikely. Oh, wait, what? Dupree jumps off. That's a big timing. I mean, he definitely could have been back by that time.
That is a gift handed over by the greatest of Danes.
This is where Jimpat starts drooling. Oh, you get me in a late round situation?
But one step too many. Just one too far. Now, you know Torzy's going to make the same mistake. Or Torzy might just fall victim to it because Shush is on such high alert. Yeah, bomb down at his feet as well. So Jimmy unknowingly just setting up Torzy for his own demise. And with 20 seconds, a potential CT pressed up close on top of bomb. This is too much to ask of the young Finn. And so we'll let it slip. Heroic tie at 5.
Nice. Nice one for Heroic.
Львенок
That was
устроился
with
на
mixed
работу.
guns, right? Yeah, it was like TSS just with a 5.7 earlier.
Yeah, but strong enough. I think it was 4 rifles plus TSS 5.7.
Okay.
It wasn't the worst buy we've seen out of the camp.
Keeping up's a little bit scary for Mouse for sure here, but they gotta be a better team in both halves. They have a couple rounds left to go, and I think if one thing we could say that Heroic have been surprisingly good, they took FaZe to overtime on day one. There was nothing for Torzy there, right? That like the timing for Shush was perfect. He heard a footstep. You can't predict that angle. He plays the perfect spot. And Shush is 12-5.
Good for him.
This is good, yeah. He just needs a better day too.
Zyphon gonna try it again. Why not? Zershan's just been bullied this half, man. Down to 2-11.
Oh my god. Ugh. Yeah, he's usually the big threat as well on T-side Mirage, getting into connector control very fast.
But, well, can't get to connector if you can't survive top mid. Window smoke popped open, little contact at a distance, but careful now, or Jimmy's gonna slip through your window. About to pull off the break and enter. It's always the quiet types.
Watch for crowbars. Brolin and Sandwich. And he's, for some reason, good at these really hard fights where he can get cleared, but how could they expect him? How could they expect him to be at Sandwich already?
TSS pressured by the incendiary, but Shush does a great job of shaving the man advantage off the situation, and Jimpat will sneak in through your window. Better hide the family heirlooms.
Gonna grab you by both jewels.
.35 and the T's start to scramble. Shuhei, no cap pressure, so bomb plant's made easy. Torzy can lock in any potential ticket peak. And honestly, Jimpat, deep inside of window, this is going to have to all come in from ticket, but they've got double jungle control and a real chance for Torzy to strike the first player down. So the flash...
Выстрел, сын говна, блядь!
Shuhei gets tagged. The nade actually gets the opper out, but wonderful headshots coming out from Shuhei. It's a smoke up from Salazar to try and deny the angle. He could try to jump on this, but instead that AWP is feeling valuable. No save guaranteed at this point. It's a 6th round for Maus on this T side. It's a nice plant position from Shuhei and 2 clean headshots as they lose the op at the end of it and Maus secure their 6th.
Yeah, you foreshadowed it. It's Jimmy getting into window, and at that moment, that's literally the bomb going down. That's window control, so they know no one's in jungle. That's where it's all over pretty much. They set up Shuhei for some good fights. Torzy could have got kills. His job was basically to see if someone snuck the missiles or tell Shuhei basically, okay, there's the trap wire. They must have crossed now. You can start taking fights. And they had so many ways to win that round. Would have been difficult for Heroic to pull that retake off. And now, last round of the half, mixed by, no M4s, no ops.
Barely any nades, but maybe an opening on the ramp push. It's a trade at the very least. But there's more where that one came from. Brolin's got the bomb on ramp. Torzy's going for the deep palace peak. Zyphon just making sure there's no cap presence, but window is compromised.
Oh, they're getting into connector, it looks like. Oh, never mind.
Jumping up with Salazar very close. Could just leave Zershan here. Jimpat can't let his guard down, but the smoke's starting to fade, so he's nervous. Window peek about to happen. Zershan not able to press himself in. Just waits the perfect amount of time, sliding up behind the Salamander man. Just shoot him in the back of the head. Trying to get more from it, but his teammates start to come out with the exec, so it's going to fall to TSS. 3 kills on the map. Grabs a Famas. And dies to Zershan on the press out. So nice round from Zershan to just put something of his name on this one. It's going to be a comeback on the T side demanded of Heroic or elimination looms.
Once you're in there, you could go anywhere. You can split both sides, but hold on. The fans have voted, and this next round will have limited gravity, but I believe they're still deadly accurate in the air. So jumping is, you're going to have a laser sight up there. You can jump and look at this. Oh no, he's so quick in there, trying to look over the map. Oh, look at it. They're all airborne, but they should be able to shoot. There we go. Dupree.
He doesn't know he's getting shot from at all. Yikinder dropped.
He thinks he's safe down there, but he's airborne above him. Dupree here to shut it down. It's so close. He missed a couple of shots, and now it's just S-Tag left. He's coming in with a ridiculous flank. Is he really going to try and throw? This flashbang is going to go to the moon. That's not even, it's too much. He's at the obelisk, getting one wall. They're trying to knife him. It's just so good. And there's the stab. The best time to do it.
All right, this one needs no explanation.
Amazing. Right in his ear.
He's got no more voice. I don't know why he wants to take away hearing as well.
He's inspired by it. Oh, it's great, Jason. Why can't we have this every match? Smooth and simple. We should send him up to our little booth next, Jason. Get
him up here in the casting booth. Or you have him just blast that the entire time behind the other team.
That could definitely be put too. Kenny getting a kill.
Final round of the first half, and it's Zoomer madness. This one should benefit the Dream Team with all the snipers they've got down the list.
Gotta give you a shot here.
No scope headshot through a smoke.
That's how it's done.
Okay, they're all leaning back as well.
Oh, they're having a great time. Lounging on the stage, no stress at all.
Bunch of JDMs in here.
That's exactly right. Oh, and now they're hunting for him. Rez put under pressure. It's another no-scope. Oh, in God's name. Symbol's trying to no-scope a little bit of his own. Getting hunted down by Soccer. Oh, it's Kirby instead getting the kill. So another round at the end.
Well, a tough half for the man on screen. Xertion, 0-6 in opening duels throughout Mirage. In fact, Heroic won 10 opening duels throughout that half and still only finish with a measly 5 rounds.
Yeah, you know, I did my first part of my top 20 for this year, and I have Exertion in it, you know, and it's because what he does for Mouse is something that no one else is willing to do, to be as aggressive as he is all the time. But if he was better, he would be farther up. You know what I mean? He does die a lot, and some games do come down to him. But he keeps the same energy every day.
Well, there it is again. Make him 0-7. It's a tough life, man. It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it. Salazar, nice headshot towards the ticket push. Just secures enough sight control for the bomb plant, but this is a 2v2, right?
Okay,
third player's
Jimmy.
too far out, and it's filthy from Jimmy. Shuhei's on top of the bomb already. It's a 10-second stick, and Tesses coming at it from the ramp. Dueling versus Jimmy. He goes down. 4 frags from the Finn to get Maus their 8.
He's been such a glorious player from them, coming from Maus NXT, and absolutely deserving the promotion. And it was definitely hard to say if he was ready at the time.
100%.
Literally the player who you could see the potential, but you don't know if he's ready. You just don't know if he's ready. But he just can't play versus noobs. He can only frag versus the best.
He's just like me.
He's also, he's so relatable too.
There you go.
That's huge. Mama, mama. Huva hoemenda, mama. Where's my long drink?
Oh, man. What a phenom. Yeah, I think as well, right? We talk about the tale of Maus NXT, how everybody on this team, barring Brolin, comes from that formula. But it was Forzi, Shui, and Xertion to do it together. Jimpat was just like the next gen. A couple steps behind. Shui, formed him a little bit, but... Oh, man, it's a shutdown here. This was a force buy as well out of Heroic, using that bomb plant money to at least come in with a couple Galils, but nothing to show for it.
Yeah, it'd be worth going back to look because Shuhei got a promotion somewhere in there while Jim Pat was left, right?
Yep.
So, like you're saying, just a little bit, and definitely the least of all the players who are on the team right now got to play with him.
You know, and Finn's not known to be the most open and charismatic people, but let alone a 16-year-old Finnish person. So, okay, hold on.
Hold on.
Enough about Jimmy. Salazar wants a little life left on the round, but okay, it does go the way it should. 2 nice entry attempts, but, you know, and when I think we first saw Jimmy at the ESL Pro League when Maus win this event, right?
Yeah.
Even the Maus players, when we had them on the couch, we had them on the cast, they're like, you know, Jimmy's kind of a quiet guy. We're trying to get him into, and he's joining a team where they have real friendships, right? This core of Maus has played for years together on LAN.
Yes.
They've done it all. They've literally grown with one another. So yeah, he's the odd man out. But now a whatever this is, you know, this is Jimmy finding his groove, and he's another young gentleman that we're gonna see kind of grow into his own, both in the server and out of it.
Yeah.
And with, I think, performance and results comes the confidence and the swagger. He's got the new gold chain, you know?
He does.
He's making moves.
I saw it shimmering through.
Versus Pistols, it's a field day towards top mid. So Maus, your 10th round is there for the taking. Only 3 away from eliminating Heroic.
They are kind of like FaZe NXT in the sense that like everyone gets promoted to FaZe from Maus.
2-1 FaZe. Я тоже поставил 2-1 FaZe.
Kerrigan has said that if he were to build a dream
Ну,
team,
точнее,
he would literally
было.
with Shuhei.
And then you've got Jimmy, obviously, who's just little Rops.
Yep.
And the list goes on.
Yep.
Broky and Torzy's a little bit sort of...
It's the
А еще я поставил на этот матч, что у этого, блядь, будет киллов больше, чем у этого. А у них по 3 килла, короче.
This went from close to dire.
Yes, sir.
Within about 5 minutes after.
Если одинаковое, там манибэк будет.
Unfortunately, despite Shush and Salazar's best efforts, it's just nobody's keeping up to this Maus squad at the moment. Torzy widely posted on top stairs.
Oh, he got the nade off too.
Yeah. Around towards Ticket, but if you've got nades, you can deal with that smoke, and it does indeed keep Heroic timid. They've got to keep vision.
They're just trying to delay so they can't plant while the smokes are up. Don't fall for it, Heroic.
Yeah, they got him stuck out now. Smoke start to fade. Player
Блять, 4, ёб твою мать. Блять, 5, пизда. Блять, ёб твою мать, блять. ГГ нахуй.
No control. Like they smoked.
Только, ну, я только сказал. О, как бы держалось это. Сколько? 3-3. 16 раундов держалось. Четко. Четко. Четко, заебись. Сколько? 9 тысяч поставил.
He's thrown himself to the top of the board, but still behind Shuhei.
Shuhei, baby.
Having himself a good match today.
I guess if you really wanted to compare the FaZe, you know, formula to them,
Блять,
you could say that Kerrigan and Rain are the 2 most volatile players because they take the most opening duels. So that would be Exertion and Shuhei. So.
Все, забанено. Увидимся.
Like that.
Oh man, that's a tough one to stomach, and then a nade on the money for Dupree.
Блять, ну дайте Брулону, сука, 2 килла, уёбки, блять.
Nasty.
Петухи, блять.
Tries to cross over before the
Ебуные.
goes down. Torzy happy to play ahead of it with Jimmy having a deeper angle to the apps. Dwindling utility here for Heroic in a desperate half. And Shuhei won't shy away from the Palace push, so he's got this one. Well, call it a shoo-in.
I nose laughed. Okay. So.
Блять, ну вон он там вот пиздует, блять.
Roland is the backup plan, assuming that they do get out ramp, which in a second they're about to. Jimmy's got this one, no problem. At the very least, Zyphon can't entry.
Shu is actually going towards B because of this one player spotting, but the T's lurking out. Get caught.
Пошел в бой! Есть, 5-5. Нормально, нормально, нормально живем.
Contrast to the opening of this series, but all is good as far as Maus are
Ох, сука, на тоненького, блядь.
an abundance of match points.
Yeah, they're looking for
Его ж погладил там тренер, типа. Все нормально, блядь.
I'd say particularly on this T side as well of Mirage, right?
Ему надо внутрь черепное давление измерить. Глаз левый красный.
You lost to a top frag in Hooksy.
Yeah, they got smacked up by Hooksy. 100%.
On Ancient, it just like they weren't
5-12, четко. Пиздец.
He decided to do something different.
Блядь, вот и, ну, блядь. Сразу выведите Тусуса этого, этот чай, блядь, выведите из строя. Чай из строя выведите, блядь.
It's not an ideal situation for this organization at the moment. Rotating door of stand-ins, futures uncertain. An inexperienced Salazar tries to step up, but no trade.
О! Брулёна! Шестёра.
The 4v5 is all that keeps them alive here in Abu Dhabi. Last potential round of Heroic's year. And unfortunately, it doesn't come with any kind of convincing fashion. That B site's getting sized up.
It's going to be the fake to B. Exertion. Got to be on high alert. Oh, that's a shot missed. That destabilizes the B site too.
Yeah.
So
everybody's gone. It's an open door. Just on that alone, they bite.
Yep, one shot missed, and then they go, oops, no one's actually here.
Exertion comes back at it, misses shots, so now van control for Zyphon. That's good. One set of feet in the site already. Fast flank from Brolin through underpass. And Shush is going to be late to the party as that 1A player that got out. This could be a very critical duel. Shush is going to swing. Brolin on high alert. So now already, yes, they have the bomb site. They've got the plant, but it's going to have to be a desperate hold. In a 2 versus 5, they at least get a double. Tesses with every...
Пидорас! Блять, уёбище!
Then the peak in the open could have been his third, but alas,
Блять!
farewell here to Heroic. Abu Dhabi is where they end, and Maui
Блять!
uptick in performance after their loss.
Блять, мать ебал!
A great sigh of relief, no doubt. Putting an end to this losing streak on Nuke, putting an end to the losing streak on Mirage. And it's a delayed reaction, but Shuhei knows. Better calls, better performance, better result for Maus.
Congratulations. That's a win for Maus here that they knew they should have grabbed. It's about by how much. And they kept a meter switch between them and Heroic, which was what was very important. What a show from Jimmy. Brolin looked better today. Excited now to see what they can do versus more even-handed competition.
A good reaction from Maus in the day survive elimination of today in Abu Dhabi and send Heroic packing home.
Уёбок, бля, ебаный.
Moderated as well. This is what we usually refer to as a day in the office. The job has been done for Maus.
Скоты ебаные, блядь.
Maus, you know, as Connor said, great calls coming out from Shuhei, convincing win. You never really felt that it was in danger at any point. Sure, certain points in the game, Heroic were doing all right for themselves, but as we expected coming into it, there was one clear favorite on the server, and Maus delivered the performance that we wanted.
Yeah, I would almost argue that they played better than what I expected after the first series.
Okay.
And this is where I'll take DL right there. I didn't really have a whole lot of trust after the series versus G2. I thought the way some of the rounds were going away from Maus was a little bit shaky. I wasn't exactly sure about the cohesion with Brolin instead of Frozen. I might have underestimated them. I think it's a good statement from the Maus camp to show to everybody that in terms of protocol, how they're playing together, how Shuhei is leading that squad with or without his superstar, that the level can still be up there.
It will be interesting to see.
Вот этим проигрышем, что я ставил, что не ставил, блядь, на победу этих.
We got what we expected. However, I'm a little bit sad that we have to say goodbye to Heroic, and not necessarily goodbye to this mixed team behind me. But when you come to think of it, in CS:GO, they were probably the past 2 or 3 years the team that inspired the most or the biggest change in how you approach the game. The proactive Counter-Strike, the reactive Counter-Strike, the constantly being on the move, and all these kind of accolades that we already put towards Heroic, and this is how they ended, turning up to the World Finals as a mixed team with only 2 of the 5 members that made that so, you know, entertaining and fun to watch Counter-Strike.
Да,
The team that
да.
took down
Кулачки
Astralis in
там
Denmark,
дают.
at least for my money, right? There was this whole,
Красавчик,
battle
блядь.
back and forth
Лжеринка
between
там
who's the
это.
best. Is it Astralis? Is it Heroic? And Heroic by far were the best team for 2 or 3 years. So
А, подождите, там у них одинаково киллов было или... Сколько там киллов? Если одинаково, тогда манибэк был бы.
One of the integral part of that DNA as well is exist. He's already announced that he will be on
8-7, понятно. Минус 9.
and he's caught up with James Banks after this elimination.
Heroic are the next team to be eliminated here for the World Finals, and it is a sad end for Heroic, but there was little expectations with it. But I want to focus on you because it's your last ever event for Heroic right now, Exist. And just, you have come in, I remember the first event you came in at, it was a test run, you're trialing it all, you're trying to see what happens, and then you stay the course for a lot of ups and downs across the whole time on Heroic. So what do you want to say about your whole journey here?
No, I think you nailed it pretty good. I mean, it's I started at, I think, the Stockholm Major in my home country, right? And it's just been a lot of fun. And I mean, I really enjoyed playing with these players specifically, everyone that's been on team. Yeah, it's been a roller coaster. We could have won a few more events, but I'm still super proud of the boys. I mean, we basically went from onliners, if you may call us that, before, right? And we managed to play some really fucking, sorry about that, impressive CS on the big stage as well. And yeah, I'm super proud of the boys for that.
And you're staying with us. You want to continue coaching?
Yeah, definitely. I wanna stay and or I wanna continue coaching, right? I think it's been a lot of fun, and I think I developed pretty good into it as well, and I feel comfortable. But I'm in no rush into making a decision, so let's see what happens.
Smart way to do it. Well, I look forward to seeing you in another jersey next year, mate. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we appreciate the departing words, of course, of Exist, and a specific character in the sense of not being the most out there, not letting us behind the curtains a lot, so we don't exactly know how much we have to put to his credit over the very specific Counter-Strike Heroic was playing, and I, for one, am interested in where he's going to go next and what kind of influence he will have then and there.
All I'll say is that if you played with with Cadian for as long as a period as Exist did, you must have learned something, right? I think that whole approach to Counter-Strike, the whole success Heroic had, the way they were able to redefine your approach Counter-Strike, I think if I'm a GM right now, I'm looking towards Exist and thinking at least make an interview with him, get to scrape the surface, see if there's something behind it, and the results speak for themselves. He's been very successful in his time in Heroic, and he deserves that praise for sure.
I'm sure he will have learned a lot in that experience as a coach. You are right. We are wrapping up Group B slowly. We still have one more game, but let's have a look at where the bracket is standing currently. FaZe versus G2 Esport is round around the corner, and now we have unfortunately just sent Heroic home. The flight ticket's probably already booked, but it's for a little bit later. Let them enjoy their time here in Abu Dhabi. Mouse still alive in the competition. You mentioned they play against Cloud9. You got me on that one. I'm not exactly sure where they're going to end up. I think you're correct. I think Cloud9 is going to be up there against them. Who cares? You can just tweet at me if there is any problem. But that's enough about this matchup. We're going to take a quick 3-minute break, and when we come back, we dive into G2 versus FaZe, the main card of the day, coming up here in Abu Dhabi.
FaZe 2-0 закрою. Бля, это там ТБ везде. Это лютое ТБ будет. Ну, вплоть до допов. Вполне себе, блядь.
FaZe kicked off the year with an explosive victory at ESL Pro League 17, securing their qualification for the World Final. Despite a lackluster conclusion in CSGO, FaZe embraced a transformative journey determined to solidify their legacy. Enter CS2 and an impressive 18-win match streak, showcasing their resurgence as they dominated the competitive scene with unparalleled skill and tactical brilliance. CS2 became a realm where FaZe emerged from the ashes, rewriting their narrative with an unwavering spirit and an insatiable hunger for victory. Their remarkable journey reached its pinnacle with a second-place finish at the Fall Final, leaving FaZe hungry to surpass their achievements and claim the ultimate victory in the upcoming battles ahead. It was here at the 2022
Блядь, вот это вот, это чё, как можно было... Как можно было 2-0 въебать? Ой, блядь, ой, страшно, блядь. Ой, страшно, блядь.
Does this indomitable powerhouse have what it takes to secure the back-to-back and claim the title of Blast World Final Champions 2 years in a row?
3 раунда, блядь. 3 раунда взяли на IEM.
It is time for our winners match of the Group B here in Abu Dhabi, and an exciting one at that if you just look at the name value of these organizations. On the one hand, it's FaZe Clan, a team that, although going through a very recent roster change, still has one of the strongest resume there is in CS2. You can't really argue with it. It's either trophies or grand finals, and they are still rocking in strong with Frozen on the camp. Against them is G2, a team that has been through turmoils, changes, definitely create some opinions out there, controversies possibly when it comes to the roster changes, but still we're able to get the best out of Mouse. Initial reactions on G2 going up against FaZe Clan. Do we give them not enough chance up front?
I didn't get more confidence by watching them play yesterday.
All right.
I'll be completely honest. I know they got a win, but it wasn't as clean as I would have liked it to, and the players didn't really perform the way I would have liked them to as well. However, a win is a win, so it wasn't too bad in that regard. I look at these players, and I look at G2, and I'm thinking to myself, that's a team that is supposed to contest for trophies. They're supposed to win games. Maybe not quite in the best shape right now. A couple of question marks surrounding them, but still a team you have to fear when you're on the side.
You talk about question marks and topics, debates. A name that is almost always amidst that conversation is Hooksy, and he was answering a few questions from James before the game.
Hooksy, we joke about the 2 IGLs on the team, right, and things going on inside the team, but I want to see just how much is Nex able to help you, obviously being on the opposite side of the map, and how it's working for you two.
I think it's still a bit new for him. Like, he doesn't know how I call yet completely, so like, he is definitely good at like giving information and coming up with like ideas for the practice, but still he's still trying to like figure out things, but he's definitely a help when it comes to keeping up the mood on the team and hyping up the boys. I think that's something we needed before. There was a lot only me sitting there and shouting. Now I have a dude to play around with a bit.
I'm trying to think, who's in between you guys? It's Hunter. Oh, poor Hunter. Yeah, Hunter's going to be deafened.
Yeah, it's good we have like those big headsets on. Yeah, it's rough for him, but yeah.
A lot of shouting, but a positive mood. And I was going to touch on that. It did seem yesterday, okay, it's a win, but even when it was getting tough, there were some close moments. You guys had a good mode. Even Nico laughing at his own fails on Vertigo. So what is this a new thing that you guys want to try to do? Because you spoke to me about it before. You've said we need a better mood. We need to keep things positive, but it's never worked out.
I think we always wanted to have a good mood and a good like energy around the team, but I'm really the only one who had the natural like personality to keep that up. So I think with Nexa it's just easier. And yeah, I think about the Nico moment, it's a laugh or cry moment. So it's good he laughed.
You definitely want to laugh in that situation. I want to look at your individual performance, though. That was great yesterday. And I want to feel like, at the moment, when you look at Hunter and Nico, they didn't have a great game just in that particular series. In that scenario, are you now thinking, okay, I need to pick up the slack a bit more? Did you want to go a little bit more? Did it just be the game for you?
No, I think I just got off to a good start, and I'm not really worried about either of the two. Like, obviously, Nico, I think his playstyle took a hit with this CS2. Like, it's way better to just swing and not really clear angles properly, which is why pretty much all IGLs are doing better now than in CSGO. But yeah, I'm not worried for any of them.
And today, I think FaZe is going to be the real test for you guys, right? But do you feel like this is FaZe you can test now? You haven't played them yet in CS2, and also them making a change. Does it give you more of an opportunity, a chance?
Yeah, like yesterday we beat the academy team, and today we play the main team. So it's definitely an opportunity to show our worth, and they have been probably the hottest team in CS2 by far. Obviously not with Frozen, but we will see how it goes.
Quite down-to-earth answers coming out of Huxi as well. Yeah. Very clairvoyant on his situation, the Counter-Strike update, Nico's situation. But I just wanted to put it quickly out there. Amongst the professional players that we've had in the last few years, rarely has one player been called out so much as Huxi. Like, he's got so much scrutiny for people, for fans, for teams out there saying, you know, get his spot. And I feel like whenever he's had to step up, trophies have been around the corner, and he started his performance here in Abu Dhabi with a great reaction as well.
Yeah, I would agree. So I think Huxi is quite a fun case to study down the line. He seems to step up when the pressure is at the highest. We've seen that last year as well, where they ended up winning the tournament. However, they're going up against a team like FaZe with Kerrigan on the other side. So that duel in itself is quite tough for a guy like Huxi. And as we discussed coming into this tournament already, Frozen entering Kerrigan's fold of star players, it's just very interesting to see if he can be an upgrade, right? We spoke about it. Replacing Twist is not easy, but I'm still standing here thinking to myself, maybe FaZe is better off with this lineup. Maybe there's even a higher ceiling, a higher potential with Frozen on the lineup, and that in itself is crazy to say out loud, but that's how good this man is.
Yeah, listen, I think you're probably getting ahead of yourself. Yeah, I know where your sentiments are, but I just feel like the next limit, the next test for Frozen are yet to be discovered when it comes to FaZe, right? We're talking about grand finals. We haven't seen that quite yet, but he's in a good, in a comfortable position to be in. He's surrounded by stars. He's got a good game plan around him. He's got a leader with experience. But I will argue that this is a very sweet sort of middle ground to be in if you're Frozen, because no one is asking from you to be the immediate superstar. No one is asking for you to put 30 or 25 kills or whatever it is at the time. You can just kind of sweep into the playstyle, do what you got to do, and trust that your IGL is going to also lead you to victory.
Gun to my head, I think Frozen will have a higher output and will have a higher output than Twist that have the last couple of years in FaZe. I'm not saying Twist wasn't great in FaZe Clan, he was, but Twist is not the same player he was a couple of years ago. Frozen is the real deal, one of the best players in the world.
Wow, look at this hot take factory right there. Mr. Mohan, you're the brain of that duo. Just kidding, love you, Connor. What about this statement?
What? I mean, I'm with Pimp.
I actually don't.
I don't think it's that hot of a take, to be honest. We're talking about a top 3 rifle in the world.
Hot take because he's unproven, but the stats show on Mouse that Frozen was the best player for Mouse. Twist was the 3rd best player on FaZe, and they actually have some overlap in the way they play. So if Pimp wants to make that bet, he's actually made a couple good bets in the past couple of years, Connor.
Yep, he actually made it with Mouse. He did make a great bet last year here. Yes, he did. But he also made a horrible bet at the start of the year that cost him half his profits.
What was it?
That he was going to beat me in fantasy this season.
Okay.
What an idiot.
Okay, so then you get final say. What do you...
I think he's onto something.
So you think... the thing is that Maniac's calling him crazy is because are you saying that Frozen with FaZe are going to win more, and be better than Twist?
Yes,
FaZe?
because in the last year, all they won was that Pro League to get the Grand Slam.
In the last year, because CS2 exists.
Oh, well, yeah, okay, that's fair. It's early days, okay? It's early FaZe. It's a new FaZe. A FaZe with Frozen who's dead already alongside Rain. Brokey. Looking to pick up something, but it's the clearing of the flank that works out well for Nico. Bomb's down in the pit. Bomb's still down in the pit, and the CT's trying to press out beforehand. So Nico and Modesty just going to deal with that. 2 headshots clean to close it.
It was such an interesting comment from Huxi about IGLs being better because they just swing. And Nico's playstyle. We've been talking about that, like, off camera a lot. And it's like all the IGLs getting better, and yeah, there is something there, obviously. And I think we saw, like, Nico in a couple moments, it was low confidence, not just not playing the way you should in CS2, but also just not even playing like Nico does. And he's not feeling it right now, for sure. But if you think about it, he's positioned to be, the best player in the world in year 1 as a rifler. It's the ops that got nerfed and a certain playstyle that got nerfed, but that's something he has control over, right? He doesn't have to force an op to be good. He just has to become the better version of himself as a rifler and adapt and be malleable.
Yep.
That's his biggest challenge, but...
Adapt or die.
If you think about it, Nico, best rifler of all time in CS2, where riflers are the best, there's a chance here. But yesterday was funny. It was Hunter and Nico as the sort of heaviest players on the team, frag-wise.
Man, when Nico's just falling off Vertigo, you know it's not his best day. But Huxi damn well picked up the slack in that matchup.
Hooksy versus Mouse was just flying at them on Ancient specifically. The hiccups are back. And so is G2 back into the B site with a vengeance to get that 2-0 start on the board.
Yeah, and it's just as also like they've got on FaZe they had Rops, and I'm gonna say this flat out. Rops probably taught them so much about CS2 that they had no choice but to win. Okay, he was the guy who definitely had the most arcane knowledge about the way the game worked, on top of already being a top 10 player, and now being maybe the best or second best or something in CS2 specifically. And when you go over to G2, m0NESY is that guy. When I'm talking about players I watch to learn this new game, those are the two. Okay. So m0NESY, they need to listen to him now. Okay. Nico probably taught him how to play in Tier 1. Now in CS2, m0NESY's got to teach them.
Ooh. Headshot versus Rops to get back that mid control. It's a flurry. Look at the pressure, man. This is going to be an electric matchup. First head-to-head between these teams in CS2. So you want to talk about m0NESY teaching the old dogs what's up, and Rops doing it on the other end. Well, this is their first outing in this version of the game against one another. In the year of 2023, this head-to-head is also currently tied at 2 each.
2 each. Decide it now.
With the most recent win being G2 at IEM Cologne.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
They hadn't played against each other
that
since.
was their biggest victory of the year. m0NESY was plus 110 KD at that Cologne. It's just
that feels like he played an entire season of like a pro league or something.
It was unreal. Unreal.
I mean, entire blast groups. So many games in contrast, but playing games right now is this Nova on Boiler. Brokey will get there, make a little bit of money. He wants to afford the op. Expensive habit, you know? But one that's worth it in the hands of Brokey. This was FaZe, of course, beating up Heroic to start their endeavor here in Abu Dhabi, but that start was red hot. Brokey and Rops, 2 highest rated players at the moment at this event, be knocked down a peg here at the start. 3-0 G2.
So G2 probably won their game yesterday because of Hooksy having the game that he did, because Hunter and Nico were not there.
Correct.
And they still won because of Hooksy and because of m0NESY.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you probably can't count on Hooksy to have 2 days in a row that were that stellar, even if he might still be good today. So we'll just say probably. m0NESY will be the consistent carry here. What you're looking for is a higher floor, which somehow has actually been Nico and Hunter. And actually, sorry, I didn't even point out the fact that Nexa got so many entries yesterday too.
Rops gets aggressive out from apartments, but he's stuck here. Nexa creeps through. That's a second from Rops. We saw him deterred in the last round, out of the gate, dead. As he tries to press out middle, Hooksy softened up by the nades, but the Molotov will get Frozen off his back. Can't be spamming with fire on your feet. So Frozen on an AWP, and ooh, Rain just clipping.
Just swing, baby.
Thought he could get back, but no sir, Hooksy hits him.
At this time, it brings the round back to life.
Yeah, take a B site, get a bomb plant, but Frozen puts the AWP on the angle, and thou shalt not pass.
The frop, eh?
Frozen op? You can workshop that one. Frappuccino. No, never mind.
That's actually where I started.
Harder than it looks.
Yeah.
Yep.
They let him go.
And then he's going to rotate back into Nico, who's out from balcony, and they didn't know it.
One on site.
Kind of let that one slide through. Timing didn't work here for FaZe.
Back at default. It's a great spot to be in. Surely they don't expect this.
Oh, but m0NESY.
He's just going to walk around default and get this kill.
See ya. Stops the bomb plant. 15 seconds. Nico brings it back by 1. I mean, if he dives the bomb site with the bomb itself.
There's somehow a chance.
Yes, there is. Moto smoke is up.
Oh, it's
Frozen
the right side to
could
plant
press
on.
through, and he will. 2 op frags out of Frozen as FaZe post their first.
Cool. Somehow that was close.
Yeah, somehow.
Who do you think is going to win this game today?
I think FaZe will win this game today.
Okay.
Now, the one thing that I think could throw a wrench in that prediction is just Nico having a much better performance, right? Because
Right.
G2 without Nico, from what I saw yesterday, does not beat this phase.
Yeah, they don't have two players that are looking uncomfortable so far in the game. So, and G2 have a lot less LAN experience in this game as well. Like, FaZe has played what feels like an entire full season of CS2 tournaments and won them all. So.
80% of this team has been lifting trophies since CS2 released.
Yeah, even online somehow.
Ooh, but Monacy gonna make sure Rops goes down. No apps peak for you, Brokey. Right as the smoke fades, missed shots, and Hunter's gonna chase him down. So no retreat and a 5v3 looking great for G2 here in the 5th. Kerrigan would love some kind of duel, something to bring it back, but he's been smoked off from both ends, and you know what this means on Inferno. Time to save.
Time to save, baby.
4-1, G2 answering right back. And we didn't get to see that Monacy shot towards ult, but I mean, Rop's no chump. So for him to get taken down that quickly, cue up the replay.
G2 T-side Inferno specialist at the end of CSGO. Here's that shot. Wow. Just posted up perfect.
Brokey had no help to get away.
It's always tempting with the different ways in which smokes go away, that you like stick around to see if you can get a better angle. Like how they look for sure.
Well, this is more of the same from Monacy as he tops the charts for G2, but it's also Nico and Hunter with 9 kills between them, only 5 rounds into the game. That's the win conditions for G2 in place already.
Already, yeah.
But early days.
I think the first thing, if I was new coach Taz or something, or one of his teammates, you know, to tell Nico, listen, it's in you. If you want to just let go a little bit of the way that you used to play and just be a touch more careless, you'll actually get way more frags.
Come on, Nico.
And just
swing.
Just try it for a game. Yeah, just try it. But you even saw there was that one round on Vertigo. Chef brought it up yesterday where he like swung on default and then he was like tap, 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 burst. Like he tried a whole bunch of things and just didn't get the kill. And it's like the confidence just isn't, he doesn't believe that this is his version.
It's like he had a Swiss Army knife, you know, he's like trying to pull out whatever tool he's got to.
Yeah.
It's like, knife, no, tweezer, no, just ends up stabbing himself and falling off the map.
Yeah.
No, it's been a little weird to see Nico play this version of
What
the game.
are the things in a Swiss Army knife besides the
Toothpick,
corkscrew?
tweezers, corkscrew, knife, other knife, another knife.
Knife and scissors.
Scissors, yeah, all sorts of crazy stuff in there.
All right.
All sorts of crazy stuff. It's Swiss, so probably a bank card.
Some taxes.
You know.
A watch.
Yeah, no spine though. Oh! See ya! Hunter traded right back by Rops.
Kerrigan
who barely gets away. The 11 HP.
Kerrigan was also great yesterday. That was a big thing for FaZe.
Nico gets softened up by the nade. Come on.
We're just.
We just need
swing.
someone whispering in his ear. Swing, 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 swing. But he won't. And if he does, it's frozen. And Rain behind him, ready to receive. Next time. Frozen though. It's got a smoke to hang around with. Ooh, dodges the bullets on the fallback.
One take of the molly down to 3 health.
Holy hell.
These two guys are so low.
Yeah, Rops and Frozen.
They know he's low too. And Brokey's got to be on full alert for the lurks because they've been using halls late. But this time it looks like it's going to be a delayed B split. Lots of emphasis on the entry players, but 3 players on the CT side waiting. Okay, no, they find the right call. They come back. I mean, this is round winning. There's 3v1. Brokey only has a mag 7, okay?
You say only like
only
that's not
a mag
the solution.
7. I mean,
only? What do you mean?
Just tear through it. I mean, it should be easy.
Just watch this. Uh-oh. Not ideal. Well, he hit a headshot.
He did.
Brokey did hit a headshot.
For how much?
10 damage.
10 damage.
You know, it's
Oh, he hit a mag 7 over the top of default.
The box eats. Oh, hold on.
Oh,
hold
calm
on.
down, Rain.
All right, 2 kills through smoke just cracks this one back open, but we know Nexup was putting up entries yesterday.
3 and 11 HP on Frozen and Rops.
Seems easy, doesn't it?
They could go down with a gust of wind.
But instead, he's got a blast of Kalashnikov ready and primed. 2 from the right, 1 to the left. It's all about target selection. An unnecessary headshot, but he gets the job done. 2 kills out of this for Nexa. Rain's double kill magnetized FaZe, got them thinking they had this retake, but all it was a booby trap as Nexa posts all 3.
Damn, okay, nicely done, Nexa. Perfect delay. That inspires confidence in the team right now. They won that 1v3. Things almost went south. Of course, Rain got 2 fortunate kills, but yeah, they probably thought the round was over before this happened. Fresh smoke down on Moto, 3 on site, but a nice mid-round out of Hooksy to get them to the A site. He sort of said that Nexa's been figuring it out, but he's been a very good source of energy. Timeout for FaZe.
Now that pregame interview where Hooksy was talking about, kind of energy, was, I think, kind of condemning of JKS in a little bit of a way, in the sense that Hooksy was alone in terms of the hype and the hooting and the hollering.
Well, there are other players on the team, but yeah.
Right? Yeah, that's very true. I thought, it's like, why wouldn't you look to them then? If that's what you need, get it from Hunter, get it from Nico, get it from Monacy. Like, why did it? I don't know.
Kind of said basically that there was one, right? Yeah. Well, yeah, it just kind of said that there was just like, that's just one of a few things, or one of other things that are the reason they made the change, I guess. But it's a lot of conjecture on our part, of course, about exactly what is meant there, but
nobody knows.
Certainly feels like it.
All that matters really is that everyone's going to be hollering when games go this well. This is looking like a 6-1 versus just Deagles here and Frozen solo top banana. But we saw yesterday, Nexa's
favorite Brazilian player.
Nexa's big entry frags back on Vertigo in their opening game against Maus. I mean, it wasn't just like outside of the server that kind of got them going. It was some of the aggressive decisions from Nexa. Just there was a certain electricity to G2 in the server, even with the struggles of the Kovac. Oof. Just brought a certain tempo and a pace because Nexa can go first, and decided to on his own accord, right? He had killer instinct in a lot of those rounds. And it was just a nice look for G2.
2 things I'll say definitely about Nexa that are good. One, he's probably always been at his best, not as a caller somehow, even though he called for G2 for a long time and everything like that. He was thrown into calling. I don't think ever really liked it, but just did because he had to, and then probably learned a lot from it. The other thing, apart from just being a player that maybe should have never been a caller in the first place, is that when he was a caller, his best rounds were the fast rounds, right? I've always said Nexa's half buys and fast strats are his best plays. And that maybe speaks to what he feels like he's good at. Getting in there on rushes, being very aggressive. And when we saw those Vertigo entries, I think it really spoke to that.
Got good examples of it early on in his new G2 run. And sure enough, Deagles aren't enough to stop this G2 pain train. 6-1 up, 7 rounds into this T side. Back to business because they know guns come up next.
No shame losing to a G2 T-side on Inferno. CS2, of course, all up in the air, but they were such a threat. Like, they were 13-2ing halves on CSGO.
Yeah.
Now you have even less chances to play on T-side, so you got to be, like, good right from the jump. And so far, it does look like the regular good Hooksy defaults into crushing the opposition. Really good, thorough mid-rounds. And Hooksy is on a P90, baby. P90.
Wow. Well, you know what that has in store. It's aggression up banana through the fire and the flames, and he will bring Rain with him. All right, gets 3 bullets out of that P90. 3's enough when you knock him upside the head. Rops has his back turned to Hunter.
Oh, he lets, there's a huge timing because they played 3B, so Hunter walks arch.
Kerrigan.
And it's with that fat smoke.
Didn't even have a gun out.
That's the perfect call.
Yep. Hunter just sliding past, and now Rob, he has the same element of surprise. It goes both ways, them crossing silently, and Monacy will, however, hit the trade frag, puts Brokey into a tough spot. You've got 1 up in apps, 2 lying ahead. First shot's clean, could just keep swinging with the op, and as that pressure comes in from the top rope, man, gets away from him. Looked like an accidental jump.
It looked like he crouched and then jumped.
It looked like he crapped his pants.
He just definitely farted, at least. Something came out. But, all right.
Dives.
I think it was like he thought he was falling back a bit into Hall, so he went through a crouch jump just to like get a nose strip off.
Yeah,
He thought he was going to die, I think, essentially. So he wanted to try something.
Couldn't handle the pressure and just had a little spasm there. It happens. But let's watch Frozen try to piece together a clutch. We got Nico backside, neither player giving much to pull on. And then he spotted, but okay. For a second, you gave Frozen a chance to fire back. Nexa keeps it sharp, closes 2 rounds from the same spot towards Pit, and keeps G2's winning ways rolling.
The winning move for FaZe to get back into this round was Rops switching places with with Hunter to get over. He just wanted to yell at somebody. So G2 read it's 3B. Arch is open. Hunter takes it. Rops switches with him. But if Rops didn't re-peek into lane, if he went around to the site, that could have been something. But equally good that Monacy waited just in case that happened. And it was also a pretty hard shot for Monacy. I think those are the shots it feels like the Operas are missing these days.
Sure. Oh, MP9 ready to push right through that. Hunter's going to catch Rops trying. So the SMGs and pistols trying to get into an early fight, but all it does is give away 5v4. Nice grenade. Frozen had Nico softened up. But Hooksy returns the frag, and Nexa just late lurk in the apartments, making sure not too much map control can go too far, and that's Kerrigan now 0 and 8.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to take all of JKS's positions. Well, he is taking some of them. He said he has to learn brand new roles on some maps. So far, so good here on T side.
He's seeming very malleable and performing well.
Yeah, I mean, even when the only position, I think, when he was Vertigo B anchor, he was getting a lot of support with Hooksy, I think, to break him in, basically. As to, like, here's what we do, here's what JKS would do. That's where I think he'd look the most uncomfortable overall, but that's it.
CTs are coming right through that fire, and Monacy sits 1 down.
Hey, Brokey.
Grab the op.
It's a win.
But T's deep on the site with the plant. Nexa coming through into this series is the 3rd highest rated player for G2 after their opening game against Mouse. It's obviously Monacy leaps and bounds above the rest. Followed by Hooksy and closely Nexa right behind him.
And Nexa again, eh? Oh, Nexa.
1,5. 1,5 на...
I had a brain fart.
Because I said next? Maybe?
Oh, maybe that's
what it was, yeah. I understand you. But now today, with Nico having some more kills and with Hunter being 8 and 4, Nexa's still up at the top of the pack. So picking up the slack that Hooksy is leaving this evening, and that's fine. How the hell are you going to complain about anybody's performance when you're up 8-1?
So everything's there for G2 today.
The win
conditions. Combo back to FaZe. What worked for them was Frozen actually had a fantastic day. Kerrigan had a great day as Nigel entering. He was playing hard angles and making them. Well, he made them look very easy, like some of the fights he was taking.
But I will say, you know, in hindsight, we go back to that FaZe match, right? We'll get there as this game does unfold over time, but their opening match on Overpass looked flawless. It was the perfect debut, right?
No doubt.
13-3 or something like that versus Heroic.
T-side Ancient was also great.
Yes, and then there was that weird comeback that Heroic were able to post. It put a little uncertainty in our minds, like, well, why can't FaZe close this? You know, it's supposed to be the perfect plug-and-play with Frozen, and the rest of the series was indicating just immediate success. You're down 8-1 right now versus a G2 that's been struggling in this version of the game that also have a new player. So, hold your horses, all you negative Nancy's. But an early warning sign in a match that's very important to just immediately qualify for semifinals here in Abu Dhabi. And obviously G2, returning champions.
That was an insane win last year here at the World Final for
out of nowhere.
For G2. Yeah, that was definitely something special, and it was actually the start of a crazy first 6 months of the year for G2. First
Sign of things to come.
4 months.
Leading them to a Cato and Cologne trophy hoist.
It's pretty good.
Here comes the pop-out from Valk. Nice kill from Kerrigan. There we go. The in-game leader's on the board with the double kill from inside sight. Nah, that exec's not going to have any effect on Kerrigan. Triple kill from him. Flashes off the mark. And a round from G2, finally, that falls flat.
One thing that's definitely changed about the way people are playing A-site. People aren't playing Big Pit as much because the smoke can get blown open. So they're playing in Mini all the time. And that means maybe they're playing Pit less in general. Pit used to be the most important spot on maybe the whole map of the CT side. In terms of one player with the amount of utility you had could stop an arch wrap, bicycle peak, play in Mini, post plants, everything, right? And so if it's fallen out a little bit, then maybe you end up in less setups in general that have Pit involved. But here is where it's supposed to be. Here's where you're supposed to have a Pit player versus a Halls pop versus a lane take. But I think it's weird because T-side was getting very strong at the end of CSGO. But at the same time, Pit's lane side takes for as one thing T's could do was always way too CC favored. It was so hard to get up lane. So not sure if that works out better in this game in terms of map balance. And we'll have to see if FaZe can find a way to exploit that on their T side.
Frozen better keep his head down. Oh, Nico doesn't want this to slide away for free. Into the corner he goes, blind as a bat. Oh, Rain just spraying through and catching him. Now Frozen can comfortably hold on to this corner, the deep B setup that comes with it. And G2 trying to claw back for man advantage.
Those are all of Kerrigan's first kills, weren't they?
Last round, yes.
And they went ahead and won it. And Brokey's here too.
Блять, майонез жив.
Out of the apps has been heard. Ross on high alert. Now we go into a moment of smooth sailing for FaZe back-to-back rounds. But Hunter and Monacy, 40 seconds to the clock. Monacy could get a free one right here. Ooh. Looking for the save now. They'll call this quits. Pull the plug.
Здесь
FaZe get a third
17-5.
on the board, but it's 4 rounds. Best case
17-5.
scenario for this CT side.
Yeah, it's already dire somewhat for FaZe here on Inferno, but not.
Да какой 21-5 тотал? Че, угораешь, что ли? Нет, это я может быть, но я не знаю такое.
Into the last round of the half.
Такую хуйню он в лайфе бы
запулил там 20, блядь, the rounds have gone for sure, but it won't be for free. FaZe have the tools and the confidence to close this out strong. I think the biggest upward injection of potential from getting Frozen instead of Twist is not necessarily that he's a better player or the stats are really good from Mouse, so he's probably going to be even stronger than Twist.
У меня на одной конторе 17, на другой 18.
We saw the conversations around FaZe losing motivation at the beginning of the year meant that, okay, they won the major, then they got all these different trophies that they were really looking for. They're collecting every kind of accolade that you could look for. And Frozen just hasn't been there. So, I think that's something that I feel like it's an intangible, but it is a real boon.
And God knows he's waited for his chance to be on a winning team so long that, I mean, he was definitely elevating Maus to their trophy. But now he has nothing but world-class players all around him. And, Kerrigan has said it multiple times at this event already, right? You don't put on the FaZe jersey to compete at the top. You put on the FaZe jersey to lift trophies. Mm-hmm. And that is the expectation for any player that puts on those colors. Frozen, we talk about great player.
Уёбки, блядь.
Well, now nothing shy of a trophy
не ты
hoist
уёбок, а вот.
should be his expectation.
На Инферно,
Every
блядь.
event, each and every time.
Та же самая история была,
It's a tall order for
ёпта,
somebody
блядь.
who
И
provably
все,
hasn't
конец.
yet done that. So I can understand Maniac's hesitations in the face of Pimp's rose-tinted glasses. Broky's gonna lay down a little util
Ну,
here as the commit comes in. It's a bit delayed though.
клоуны просто взяли жестко слили, блядь.
But nothing more than two. Luckily for him, Reigns got the same position under wraps, and this one comes to a grinding halt for FaZe's fourth. An uptick in performance to taper off the half.
This message is brought to you by Blast. London, the jewel of England. At Blast, we're bringing a distinctly London.
Не один раунд, а два.
The sights, the sounds. Bingo, bango, bongo, bish, bash, bosh. And the pageantry.
18,5. 18,5. Это же 2 раунда им надо взять. Да, 2 раунда. Твоя ставка-то зайдет, что ты плачешься. Я плачу, что минус 3 дня. Вот то, что я вот 3 дня, бля, по 15 часов стримлю. На одном и том же месте. Да, на другой конторе 18,5. Да какой на дистанции не выиграть? Ну, G2 вот эту берут, на вторую за Алыню, блядь. За Алыню на Фуйзов. Хотя эти нюк тоже играют. Ну как играют? У Виталити соснули. На пистолетах, на глоках. И было 2-0. И стало 2-0, да. Ну, Анубис у них отточен, пиздец. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять, шесть.
Where?
Long.
Long, in library or something.
Yeah. Let's go, Alexa, clutch.
Ну да. Да.
1 HP.
Ой, блядь, клоуда, Будут завтра бабки возвращать.
Yeah, everybody's pumped off the Nexo 1v3. It's the only...
Oh, now everyone gets hyped?
Now everybody gets hyped. It's the only clutch of this series thus far, and it's a clean one at that. Nexo's little 1v3 adding a round to the 8 that G2 post on this T-side. But it's a T-side on Inferno that became notorious back in CSGO because G2 didn't have a defense to lean on. Their offense was just that world class. So with an 8-4 score, with letting FaZe back into the race ever so slightly, 2 rounds can make a world of difference. It's MR12.
Много су, потому что я пиво пью.
Я
когда пиво пью, за 2 дня 10 литров посылаю.
A pistol here could be critical to a potential comeback. We'll see. Kerrigan's got nades, Broky's got nades, and FaZe have some ground to make if they're going to catch up to G2.
Естественно, проебали.
My favorite G2 is they were insanely good at pistols, like probably best pistol
2-0 въебали.
Of the year. Like Vitality maybe in 2023. Their setups
в легкую.
and fantastic, and Again, the most interesting thing about that is that Hunter apparently calls him. Don't know if it's CT as well, but it looks like another good setup here. So they're ready with 4 on the A site, but it's going to go into a B split, isn't it?
Feeling like that.
Cardigan!
Inside of the smoke.
Cardigan!
Away the position. That next T smoke
is awkward because it goes.
Oh,
whoa!
Oh, Frozen, bad jump.
Слушай, какие же это тупицы.
Hunter recovers what looked like a slip by from FaZe and Hooksy. Well, good thing he's got 30 bullets. Rattles off rounds, catches another, and this could be 5 players up for G2. And excuse me, it wasn't 2 rounds at the end of the half. It was 3. The last 3 rounds all the way of FaZe and into a pistol loss. m0NESY just took a bullet for his in-game leader.
They really prepped so well on pistol rounds. Like, I don't know. They're just...
Roki's got to go die, and Hooksy's going to run from him, but he's going to...
They can stop it.
Can they? Yeah. He won't get anything else. No bomb plant, no additional kill. Just the one.
Just the one. They'll clean that up, get to 9.
Ой,
Tons of pressure on FaZe to make up for that now. 2 pistols lost in this game. Interesting play from Hunter. I really... There was clearly a
Нахуй
chance
оно
that he could
прыгало
have died to
вообще.
that smoke on the corner.
На пробел нажимает,
They
зачем?
walked through originally. Get 5 rounds as CT. Smiley face. What the hell?
It's all the instruction he needs. That one came right from Taz.
Perfect coach. Exactly what they need to hear.
Well, if all they need is 5 rounds, 4 to go. And coincidentally, that's the win.
Ребята, домашнее задание. Записываем. Ой, бля.
Not even a flashbang here for the top mid pop, so...
Не слышно.
Talk about desperate.
Spent all their money on Frozen.
Funny guy. m0NESY stuck in Moto. Very committed to the spot.
Нахуй они прыгают, муки, блядь! Я не понимаю, чего они прыгают, блядь? Уёбища.
I saw the hip. I saw it. I saw that loin.
Блядь, данные хуесосы могут 2 раунда просто взять.
What's the stat?
Вы чё, уёбище, блядь?
Hunter is looking for a better day because both him and Nico were in the bottom 5 rated players of the event coming into this second match today.
Чмырьё, блядь.
Bad.
Хули твои чётки не работают?
Rights. And it's being changed right in front of us very quickly with rounds like this. Hunter just mows him down.
Yeah, maybe Nico's playstyle is a little slower, but Hunter's playstyle is not.
14 and 6 off of those eco farms.
Hunter's playstyle is very quick.
18,5 и 17,5, блядь.
You know, they played
Два сраных раунда,
They just
блядь.
needed 1 best of 3 yesterday to get the gunk
Вы
out
чё,
of their eyes,
ебанутые,
shake
блядь?
off the online,
Малые, блядь.
Get back into the groove of things, which they are doing versus a very hot prospect in FaZe Clan.
1 health here for Frozen.
They say 1 is all you need.
If this was Tarkov, he'd be like...
Да, ну хп там учил. На него комар сядет, блядь.
Roki chucking the nades up and over. m0NESY sees that as a chance to press out, but he saw nothing in Boiler. Yeah, that bomb site feels too safe to really leave. Trying to set up the Arch player with the flash. That gets Hunter out. Works out wonderfully. m0NESY opts not to hold the angle, but instead set up his teammate. And Hunter hits hard. Nexa's looking for a fight within all of the smoke, and as long as you play in mini, as you've been alluding to, T's got to drop down on you. And all the while, Hunter just continues to tear them apart. Hunter gets another in the bomb site. Hunter and Nexa hold the line.
Full house.
And it's a total stuffing of the FaZe Clan.
Maybe m0NESY got 1 in there. At least 2 per. The 2 guys on your screen. That's nicely done. Abuse the fact they had all the smoke still up. And they lock it down on the A site. First starts off with banana dominance. All the nades coming down. Got Frozen down to 1 HP. They finally melted him with that molly by Nexa as soon as he came up lane. And the flash transition as well. Monacy falls off the angle, but turns it into a flash perfectly for Hunter. If it comes in any later than that, it's useless. And there, of course.
Just shooting smoke.
Yeah, just shooting smoke. I mean, they were there. They did win Arch.
Nice controlled bursts. Here comes Nico, top banana. It's just Tech9's, Nico. Don't be afraid. Don't be scared. Get in there. Remember who you are. Remember what you've done. Think about what you can be.
Kato, hello. Kato, hello.
Most successful rifler of all time. Well,
best.
Highest rated. Yeah, best. Yeah.
There is a difference.
Devil's in the details. Actually, Devil is Hunter at the moment. 17 frags. And it's another one that FaZe are just getting stuffed out of. This is going to be a 12-4.
It's a paddle-in. Twist wouldn't let this happen. That's all I'm going to say.
Matter of time. Once that smoke fades, FaZe got nothing else other than a chance and a swing at this B site. 2 defenders within it. Hunter, though, is working his way over. And that's another set of eyes. And knowing the way he was spamming those smokes, well, now there's not even a smoke in his way. So clean duels ahead. And speaking ahead, Hooksy pops one. Time's going to fizzle out. Don't die after time here. Yeah, they got to push in. And sure enough, a guaranteed 12th, 8 map points.
Yeah, they almost want to call it, obviously. Like, this is G2 showing they're ready for Inferno today. Hunter's having a better day. Everyone else looks fine. Monacy's still fragging. Hunter, stand out, man.
You still think Monacy is the best opper in CS2?
No, I mean, Zaiwu is, but Monacy...
Zaiwu's not an opper. He's a Zaiwu.
Yeah, he only ops sometimes, actually.
You know.
For who ops the most, it's probably it's between Brokey and Monacy. I would say Monacy doesn't have a problem as much with the easy shots. I think he's cracked the code a little bit with, for some reason, all these other top oppers, they're doing very well, but he's the one missing the least for some reason. I would say he looks the most comfortable, honestly.
Okay. Oh, comfort is king.
Do you have any blind spots there? Yeah. It's just that this World Final, Sydney, are like the last 2 for lands that we're seeing them play in, so very small sample size for G2.
They've at least gotten the brackets control. It's one step closer, but they don't want to force the issue by the looks of things. Good, good, good. FaZe, they've gotten the CTs to stack the A sites, and it's going to be Hooksy versus the world soon. CT's still wary of the bracket control. They could scramble back as Hooksy just put the smoke down front banana, but a smoke won't hold them all back. Hunter is sprinting back into position. It does delay FaZe a little while longer. And with the util now coming over the top, Hooksy's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders. Kerrigan's in the pit. The support comes through. Good job by Kerrigan to keep his head down. Hooksy wanted that fight, but a little delayed to it. Rops turns back towards Banana to catch Hunter. 5v3 post-plant comfortably for FaZe. A little pressure on brackets gets G2 out of position. It keeps FaZe alive for now.
Getting 4 flash was nice, but there's something funny about it. The wide swinging and then walking up.
Надо еще
He should've just probably
надо
peeled
еще
back to the smoke, or
раунд,
run at his first fight, then left.
чтобы вторая
Just
хуета
watch the smoke
зашла.
for them to come through.
It's like a sprinting war cry.
Oh, maybe he can miss shots.
Nah, they're exits. They don't count. Poof. Nico's going to shave one off the round, so it's 3 up for G2. Another chance for Monacy here.
Okay.
Блять, как же он стреляет? Я ебу, мать, блять, как же он стреляет? Я не знаю, как.
He's like gym fat.
Подождите.
18,5
это 7 надо, блять. Это 7 надо, нахуй.
Gotcha.
Блять, еще 2 раунда, им пизда, ёбаный в рот. 18,5. Ну не, да. 6. 6. О, блядь, жирный ты уебан, блядь. Жиропух, блядь.
CT's stuck here. Oh, they got the nades to do. How's that molly looking? He's hanging on. Nico's hanging on, and the flash is off the mark.
Nico gonna be the savior now?
He'll throw another smoke. And he can get out of here. It's an open invitation to leave. You can walk away.
Нет, сейчас
You can walk away, but then you don't have banana, so we'll see if he wants to. It's 4v4.
He's alive. Alive in a 4v4. Honestly, again coming back towards brackets.
Ну 6, блядь, сделайте, сука. 6 сделай, блядь. Майонез, ну пожалей ты старичков этих. Да пожалей старичков, да жалей. Немного, чуть-чуть, блядь.
Doesn't make a peep though, so his position still unbeknownst to Nexa down beneath him. He can go for the late boiler peak. Rops may not expect 2 players here, but at least Rops has 2 players stuck in. And even then, he deals with Nexa in the corner.
Стрельба не идет у майонеза.
He just pinned it against the wall with his shoulder and it popped. Oh my god. What? What is that?
Блядь, на таких тоненьких членах, ёпта, блядь.
Oh, he's
gonna just off the mark.
So much damage, but well, actually only.
А урон не прошел, почему не прошел дэмэдж?
Coffin
Есть.
absorbs all the damage.
Okay, so Monty's now he's just missing every round, huh? Yep. That's what we want to do after I just say miss.
Так, мой дарлинг, чтоб ты понимал, чтоб ты знал, понимали все. Остался один пресс, блядь.
I don't think you're wrong.
But that shot makes a difference.
И он завязан на победе Тундры, блядь, которая 2-1 в пользу Тундры, блядь, против Бэтбума в доте. Конечно, там, блядь.
We haven't seen, but it did look like it just popped on his shoulder.
This is getting past the op shot, spotting the second player because he went so deep.
Next is like, I trust you, man.
And broke it from the top rope, easy peasy. You know what I want, production.
Overtime.
Yeah, that's it.
Баланс
We
сейчас.
need to analyze that one when we have a tech issue.
18,5 сейчас скажу.
Put it on the back burner. That's where FaZe are currently cooking up this comeback.
Yeah, FaZe got to be telling themselves, okay, they made a couple mistakes, missed a couple of shots. Let's look alive. 6 rounds to go. They've made the most comebacks.
Я еще на допы поставил на эту карту 5000. Ну, это до. Это, ну, до разгрома.
The never-ending comeback tale. Kerrigan, there we go, getting one. As Hunter has popped off arch side, Rops takes some space on short, and Nexa. Ooh, he's gonna see him, but he jumps the gun on the shot.
80,000.
Barrel makes for great.
80k.
Bad, but Nexa dying towards pit. It's far too much for Nico to deal with. He's gonna have to cut his losses, and he knows it. A 3-man save set up as FaZe keep the comeback rolling.
Nice. That was a clean one. That was like a new fight. You know, when Nexa was looking down at the truck through those barrels, he didn't really know how to deal with
Просто Винлу ставь, я
that.
тебе
It
буду
looks
говорить,
extremely
какая команда
spammable, but he wasn't
выиграет.
really on point with it. I think we needed to take a step forward.
Чучундра, это Чучундра. Чучундра завтра.
Yeah. It's like the same exact fight, but there's new things there, so you freak out.
Завтра утром.
Nice shot, Kerrigan. Okay. Yeah. Having a little round as he secures 4th and 5th.
Пол 11.
Then falls at the hands of the Nico op. You love a Nico op.
Yeah, what if Nico op is actually somehow...
берут еще эту.
Ironically, it's the answer.
Got himself 2. Hooksy hanging on for dear life. Ooh, they run him down, clearing the board of G2 as they sit pretty on a 12th round win.
They make it expensive, and now G2 have some stuff to talk about. They're looking for one round, but since they all died, they're all broke. They're going to have some kind of basic idea into this round, but...
Да, конечно же, 2 сейчас сделают это.
We've got the smoke grenade, guys, to analyze. So watch this. It lands between him and the wall.
And it
gets
actually,
caught.
Wow, it actually does.
We can catch things.
We can catch smokes.
I don't advise catching frags, though.
Because that means that you can set your own teammate up and throw a smoke on their shoulder with a lineup. Don't know when you would ever need to do this, but just the fact that you can.
I'm not saying it's useful. I'm just saying it's an option. And the more options, the better. Oh! What?
Hey,
what?
No.
Shoot him through!
Вот и все. Вот так вот. Шутинг килл. Инферно килл.
It's disgusting.
Один в поле воет. Кандидос.
I'm sorry, man.
Ой, кандидос. Кардиган. Пошел в бой.
And now he's going to need a 1v3 versus a hot-handed Monacy.
So they were fully saving here.
And a much improved Nico.
Интересно, Жабахат троих закроет, блядь.
CTs can just lean back. It's such a phase way to win a game, but instead they're the victims of this buy. And we're not even...
Дебилы, блядь!
Listen to Pimpin' Maniac talk about it instead of us.
Сука, додики.
Kerrigan, I wish you the best of luck. But down to 30 seconds and Nico a hyper-passive angle. It's going to be very difficult for Kerrigan to predict this exact fight, and it doesn't feel like Nico is evening. So with that shot, they close it. Tail the Tape is another wonderful T-side coming out of G2 on a map they made a name for themselves towards the tail end of CSGO. It's a stark improvement from what we saw yesterday. It looked clean, and it featured the stars that you expect to shine. FaZe Clan down bad at the end of Inferno.
G2 beat FaZe on Inferno at their own game, a very FaZe-esque way to finish this first map. Full-on aggression with the scout shot, with the 5-7 right in your face. It is a little bit poetic, isn't it, to beat FaZe like that at the very end?
It is, you know, the way the game ended, you see it right here again. Monacy bringing out the scout, the rest of the team, pistols, no armor. That shot right there is just dirty on towards Brokey. And then everything falls apart. I like what G2 is doing. They're pushing the envelope right here. They're realizing we have a shot at making this very uncomfortable for FaZe Clan. Rob's trying to make amends for it. Rain trying to make amends for it. One would argue that maybe they should have peaked at the same time. That could have been a better outcome. But apart from that, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful play by G2. We were standing next to them right here, and we spoke about the communication coming in from Nexa. He spotted Kerrigan on towards Nico executed. Let's speak about Nico a little bit, shall we? He was having a good game for the first time in a while.
Странное, конечно, положение, но сравнивать с этим.
So much, you know, unpredictable performance coming in right here for G2. We were all thinking like, okay, we have no expectations. They were struggling online. They were struggling in Sydney. Roster changes.
Ничего.
Just like we spoke about a couple of days ago. Whenever you have no
Да, на фуйзов лить.
That seems to be when they're thriving. And that was a beautiful performance coming out from
На
G2
вторую.
and Nico.
Yeah, you can never really count him out. I think that's
Капец.
a fact. I also believe
На круглую победу от фуйзов 2-2, блядь.
It's very hard to win a routine round on the CD side of Inferno. It gets hella complicated. That's just a matter of the fact. You look at G2, we're talking about, of course, a hunter that flies high, but it's off the back of a strong start on the side. Put money in the bank, have the rhythm to the game. We're gonna have a couple of highlights coming out of Hunter. And you can see how he catches a couple of rotations off guard as well. Very trademark from G2, timing towards A long. Whether it's Nexa, whether it's Hunter. But this is complicated for the CTs to handle this map currently.
Yeah, but that's what G2 is doing so well. Look at how many of these highlights where Hunter's getting a flash from a teammate. Monacy, Nexa for that matter as well. I think Hooksy did it a couple of times as well. It's beautiful to see.
Ебать, они Авроре так отсосали.
To forget that a year ago, maybe half a year ago, they're the best team in the world on Inferno, right? They were so clinical on that map. I think Corner said it in the cast as well. That T side were phenomenal. The CT side were all right, but
Бля, конечно, да.
On T side Inferno that we've probably ever seen a team have. So it's a map that is in the DNA of this lineup. It's a map they love to play. It's just been a while since we've seen them being able to perform at such a high level.
Yeah, it's nice to see them being creative as well, not just waiting for the rounds, but you're talking about it. Hot flashes, a lot of team play, Hunter being aggressive. It wasn't only the Hunter show. I think Nexa is obviously someone that we've put a whole lot of scrutiny on.
Я не знаю, у G2 посмотреть, что за статистика, бля, обосранная нахуй. Что за с нюком, блядь? Бля, очко пиздец. Готовились, они 2 раунда забрали, блять, у Авроры, ёпт. У вот этой команды. У вот этих шпентиков. Они, кстати, дизайн свой поменяли. Они до этого все крашеные были.
Honeymoon? I don't want to say honeymoon, but it is sort of a strange situation to put on because where we usually use that term honeymoon where a lineup is being put together.
Совсем не так давно.
Common sentiment how we have received this roster because most people, myself included, said, "Yeah, this is a cool sort of intermediary stop. I do wonder what's the next chapter." This was the initial reaction. This was the initial reaction that I had. Turns out it's getting better than what I thought we would see from G2 so far.
To me, it's the fashion they win in, Matthew, right? You'd argue that if G2 were going into a honeymoon period, it'd be based on Modesty playing fantastic Counter-Strike, Nico carrying the show, you know, being Nico himself. But that hasn't been the case. It's been all the players stepping up. We speak about Nexa having a great game. We spoke about Huxi perhaps being the most influential player in the game yesterday. We're speaking about a team, a unit. We're showcasing clips. We're showcasing highlights where there's a lot of team play going on within G2. So to me, the most surprising factor right here is the way they're winning in. Of course, we knew G2 had it in, and we know they are a strong caliber team on land, but to win without Nico playing well, to win without Modesty popping off, I didn't see that coming.
I mean, I don't know if you saw these golden notes from Modesty. He just said the strategy is get 5 rounds of CT and win. I think he nailed it right there. He's completely nailed it.
That's the words of Swanee.
I also saw there was a piece of paper with something that said "Go kill." I'm like, oh, that's how they do it. That's how they do it. Let's flip the conversation just a little bit. We're hyping up G2. That was a good map from them coming out. FaZe Clan. Is there any sources, any reason for concern, or do we just sweep that one under the rug? That's all right. They've lost Inferno to G2, or do you see signs of alarm already now?
Depends on how they respond to this. I will argue the CT side to me was
22,5 это
by them winning the last 3 rounds. That was a very important thing, obviously, for them to stay alive in the game. But the lack of reaction on that CT side in the first 8 rounds to me was not cool. You know, I would have liked to see them be a little bit more aggressive, take a little bit more initiative on the map, be a bit more proactive. As you said, in CS2, it feels like CT side Inferno. You can't just sit back and wait for the game to come to you. It's complicated, right? You got to be the one swinging out sometimes. You got to be the one creating the scenarios on the server. FaZe didn't do that. G2 responded well. So whether or not it's a sign of an alarm, let's see after the next map, and then we can discuss that again.
Okay, Jacob is not ready quite yet to ring the alarms. I'm going to be a little bit patient too. In fact, I'm going to get myself a big glass of water, take a few minutes break, and when we come back, we dive into Nuke, map number 2 of this series versus FaZe versus G2 rather. It's a qualification game for the playoffs, and we're waiting for you right after this break.
Подождите, что я сейчас сделал? Я проебал 2000, да? 24,5. Это же ничья, блядь. 7,20. 8,50. С допами, а нахуя они тогда 24,5, когда допы выше в 1,5 раза, бля. Нет, тут должна быть заруба. А, вот да, типа 7-13, да? А чё за меня тут пишет 7-13? Что за хуйня? А, это с первой карты. Ага. 20.
With a solid Inferno victory, G2 are now in a very realistic way looking at a potential 2-0, because I'm just going to put it out there immediately straight off the bat. They're clients on Nuke. We're not talking about a punish. We're not talking about...
Яй, блядь, да.
Phases come in unexpected. G2 can play Nuke.
They can. They've shown us that before. I think they have a great understanding of how to play it. Obviously, we've seen Nico time and time again dominate that yard area, and he gets to start on that CT side, right? That's another issue I see here for FaZe You're coming in after a rough performance on Inferno. Now you got to start on that T side on Nuke that can sometimes be a bit rough, and you're going up against what used to be the best yard player in the world. Now, Nico is a point of conversation for me, because coming into this game, he's been under a bit of a scrutiny for not playing well in CS2, and I think that's justified. I think the critique is justified. You see it right here. In CSGO, obviously, the best rifler of all time. He's been at the top of his game for so many years. His stats were always impeccable. He was always showing up to the tournaments, and you always knew what you got with Nico. Now, in CS2, given the small sample size, we saw him in Sydney not doing too well. We've seen him online struggle, and even yesterday in his first game, he was struggling.
Right.
However, on Inferno, that was the best we've seen from Nico in CS2. And heading into Nuke in his favorite position on Yard, that's going to be interesting to follow.
No, I agree with you. And you said something prior to map 1, which is like, we know the quality of Nico, and we have to believe, we have to give him the credit that he's going to adjust to whatever is necessary. And there is a conversation to be had, right? I mean, he has a play style that was very, very unique and singular. Now he was breaking down angles, the one taps, the crosser placement. And Hooksy said that little nugget in the interview as well. CS2 isn't exactly too nice for people of that play style. That's why you see a whole lot of players with the wide swing, the frog pig into straight, spray into your knees, and that works out. It's not even a joke. Like, the game is very favorable for the wide swings now. So you need to be able to adjust just a little bit, and you have to deal with a certain kind of frustration. Imagine you're one of the very best at doing something, and someone comes and say, "Hi, you see that game you like to do? I'm just gonna change it now." There has to be a degree of frustration to that.
I would be mad if I were Nico, to be completely honest, right?
That's a fact.
The crosshair placement he had was undoubtedly the best in the world, and that's something he's done by practicing and practicing and practicing. I used to always meet Nico on the deathmatch servers back in the days. He was probably the one, guy playing everyone. It was not fun. He was always headshotting you, but his crosshair placement was so clinical. I would argue in today's Counter-Strike in CS2 with the wide swings and the Pika's advantage, it's more noob friendly. All these noobs running around with bad crosshair placements, they can almost, make up for it, because they get that half a second or that millisecond extra to adjust their crosshair. Nico was so efficient, so clinical, because he had the best crosshair placement in the world. I think that's less important in CS2 as it is right now, and that's where he has to adjust.
All right, then now let's translate this waffling talk, theoretical, into Nukes, into a very
У меня,
practical
говорит, такая
situation.
залупа
G2 is going to start on the CT side. You taught it as a
мучает.
position.
Я ночью просыпаюсь от того, что ссать хочу. И потом заснуть не могу.
Or do you just expect him to kind of repeat what he was used to do, known to do outside on Nuke?
I hope he will repeat it, but I'm afraid that he's playing with a bit less confidence right now. I think we're seeing it in certain situations on Banana as well in the Inferno game. Sometimes he would always just swing out, and you believe in the duel, believe in the crosshair placement, believe it in the individual ability he had. I don't think it's the same Nico we're seeing right now, so I would argue he's probably going to play the same positions on Nuke, but with a little bit more, little bit more less risk in a sense, a little bit more careful in that regard. But I hope that he's just going to go out there and wide swing it all and just show the world that he's still one of the greatest aimers in the world, because he is. It's just a question of time before he figures it out. But what I saw in Inferno, that was a step in the right direction, and that makes me happy, because watching Nico play Counter-Strike when he's on it, it's the most beautiful, aesthetically pleasing thing you can watch in CS.
Yeah, I can't complain. I think it's a pretty good show as well. If we're looking for individuals and win conditions, people who were decrying the Nexa JKS trade, one of the main arguments was, mechanically speaking, what the hell, JKS is much stronger, they're much more solid player individually. This might be a map where Nexa gets to show us what he can do. I assume having him as that landholder. Nowadays, in today's Counter-Strike, you need to have anchors capable of doing that stuff. Impa, Robs of the world in these positions is very solid. Do you think he's up to the task currently going up against FaZe right now?
I think Nexa is smart enough to play ramp position in a way that doesn't expose him.
Не знаю, как она появилась.
As much as JKS would have done, I think he's smart enough to know when not to fight, when to fall back, and when to play the team game. And I think that's one of the things that Nexa have to realize, and which he's already realizing, that gotta play to your own strengths. You know JKS, you know m0NESY for that matter, you know Nico. You're not gonna go for the same amount of fights or the same amount of aim duels. So I actually have trust in Nexa being on ramp, doing the right thing. Whether or not he's gonna have an output from those positions though, and whether or not he's gonna be able to lock down the lower bomb side or lock down ramp when needed, well, that's a question to be seen in the game.
Well, we're gonna have to keep our eyes on it. At the very beginning of this event, I said I always predict G2 wrongly. Whenever I show up at an event with the idea of a definite direction, they surprise me. It looked bleak at the beginning of Abu Dhabi, and now they're one map from making it straight to the semi-final. So Connor,
Пачан спрашивал, Важелин, что за бумажки у них на столе? Я сказал, что там тактика. И до меня доперло. Там не только тактика написана, но еще и в каких раундах надо слить. В каких раундах слить, куда пойти, посмотреть в стенку и сдохнуть.
But it also does bank on, yes, Nexa filling the shoes of JKS over towards the ramp. Adaptation from Nexa needed, and a repeat performance from the Kovac boys in order to keep FaZe at bay on their map pick. Let's get it on.
Yeah, it was a great map for Frozen, and it could be a one-for-one swap for Nexa. We'll see. We start on the CT side here for G2. Up a map, questions about their nuke. Haven't played it that much. And a first kill goes down. That's Rain. Somebody else we didn't talk about who's amazing outside is Rain.
Yeah, but he was pretty quiet back on the first map of the series. And Rops, well, he'll be finding his versus Hooksy. So 5 players up for FaZe looking to take over Heaven. Hell, Rops on nuke. You know, it feels like there's enough players we can allude to within this head-to-head on this map specifically that could definitely give us a show. Kerrigan sizing up the downstairs, and at the moment, nothing lies ahead of him. m0NESY deep into sight with Nexa. Nade usage has been heard by Frozen, so he's on high alert. The waiting game begins.
Well, our downstairs rotates are here. We've just got Hunter just waiting to see if he needs to call for help to come up, but they're hoping it's downstairs.
They're right. Bomb is downstairs indeed. Last player catches the bomb, jumping in. Ooh.
Okay. They tried.
No kills.
Yeah.
At all.
But they tried. I mean, they showed up.
They did it.
They clocked in.
They tried.
They brought guns.
That's literally the bare minimum.
Those guns.
Да, 5-0, 5-0.
Nice tap from Rain here to kick it off. That just sent, that really sent a message to how clean this pistol was going to come out from FaZe. Another blast right here. Everybody getting a piece of the pie. And FaZe kicking off the T side with the pistol win. Let's go. It is USPs in response. So G2, no ego in the second. Nothing to work with, and Rain right back to the action with a wall of smokes to cross secret. No contest.
They want to do. They just want to let Frozen work. Again, the way that Kerrigan calls with new teammates is to always let them sort of be the best self. I think one exception to that was when they used JKS as an entry fragger. Remember that Katowice was like a stand-in? That was extremely random that he was, suddenly able to do that, but that worked out pretty well. So 2 kills in this round for G2, but maybe that'll be it. I mean, we do have the Hooksy P2K that comes out. This crazy skin. They're watching him, and they take him down.
I'm keeping track of the Frozen Nico head-to-head outside.
Yeah, Frozen. Yeah, it's more. Yeah, it's gonna be Frozen Nico or Rain Nico, because Rain is more the exact copy of Nico outside in normal spots. When we talk about CT and T side.
Я поставил на ТБ.
But we already see that they'll both be out there sometimes.
Current score: Frozen 1, Nico 0.
Nico 0.
Hooksy's got a noob tube. Feels like we've kind of gotten a little bit further away from the auto-shotty meta that was really dominating CS2 at the start. Still viable, but I don't know. Felt like when everybody discovered it, it started getting spammed.
Yeah.
I'm glad that we can leave that mostly behind us. It is a very fair position for Hooksy to place that bad boy tucked in hut. Second volley of utility comes outside, and FaZe happy to just creep behind it. They've gone ahead and secured themselves secret with really no resistance. Ooh, damn, Kerrigan thinking he could push up into garage, but Nico's gonna stuff him on the approach.
It's a 2-part split though. Rain gets into secret.
Ну, кандидос-то понятно.
Completely open for free. FaZe slide through.
Wow, Nexa rotated early?
Bit of an understatement.
Yeah, I was wondering if he got pushed out or not early, but
just gave it up.
He's comfy. They're coming in for the ramp retake. Rops is in a spot where he'll get exposed from both sides, but he could get away with a kill. Hooksy, long range.
No chance.
Auto shotgun, baby. 81 damage.
That's crazy.
Crazy.
Shell, though.
Yeah, Nexa just simply has not moved.
No. Bomb's going to be tucked in
front
safely.
sight, right? Oh, no, okay.
Because Rain doesn't swing the door open, it's an easy clearing of the bomb site. You know, Rain, there was a world where Rain walks up control, catches Nexa committed to his position, but Rain going towards decon never came to clear it, and Nexa's early evacuation of ramp doesn't cost G2. First guns round, and they've won it.
There's a few things about that round. First of all, I'm not sure why Nexa rotated down early, but I was going to say coming into this game, Nexa literally could just stay alive, and that might be the easiest thing for his team. And ramp player is like 70% they stay alive, 30% get 1 kill and stay alive, you know? And at all costs avoid just dying, because that just ruins the map.
Zig!
Early, honestly,
Zig! Говорит.
If Monacy's ready in hell, if they are covering the heaven flank, then okay, it's all good. Even if it's not the ideal situation, it might be better than him overcommitting and dying if he's uncomfortable right now. But he should know what to do with ramp, so... This is where the auto shotty shines, Connor. Okay, we got the pistols crossing outside.
Well, they're not getting anywhere near Hooksy now, are they? In fact, they've managed to get down secret. Majority.
Don't give Nico.
Это хорошо, что фризы фидят, по факту.
Scenic route costs him money to be made here from Hooksy.
Это хорошо, они потом наберут потом. Я еще докину.
Again, already downstairs, but this time it's because Monacy's got the op on ramp. Giving away the possibility of the plant, however, as he lets that bomb jump to the back site. Rops, it's an AK challenge that gets traded out instantly. Rain's P250 taking a victim with him, but all is good. Plant and 3 standing for G2.
Because he didn't hear it.
Какая бутылка? Раз, два,
Up to defuse.
три,
Simple
четыре.
protocols here for G2. They clean up another anti-eco, and we wait to see what FaZe's full buy
2
look
литра.
like.
А брал 10 литров.
Frozen said he joined the team. He looks to his right, he looks to his left. 2 old buddies. No better feeling.
2 old farts.
Robs.
Beyond his years.
Пиво.
Ooh, Monacy. Oh, just unscoped, but that gets spotted. He's hoping Frozen gives him a second shot at it. No, he's got to give away the initial setup with no opening kill.
Аунга.
Elevator down.
А Свенсом нарисован вон там.
Dropped here. No pressure on Squeaky here from the T side. They're really chilling right now.
Какое-то такое, короче.
Very few nades been used.
Honestly, coming back at it from a different angle. Looking for a piece of it. We do have two behind red. Getting closer.
Yeah, he's got to be careful with his comms right now because there's two T's ready to take outside, and they'll finally start throwing late nades. So you'd be worried about mini.
Она везде по-разному стоит, пацаны.
This is to actually distract.
Yep.
В одном магазе
which does work. Just as the fire fades, Monacy
200 рублей, в каком-то 300.
And Hooksy's still waiting for that potential hut hit.
I kind of just need to double down upstairs.
A little off the mark, not quite ready, as he had just thrown the nade out, but the trade frag's there from Hunter. He'll catch the headshot as well, looking clean. It's a good response back from Kerrigan, but a deep angle out of Nico denied. 1v1 between Nexa and
Он сдал!
Falls as Nexa swings out heaven.
That was crazy close. Now the difference is obviously Hunter getting 2. Everybody showed up right there in that round, going back and forth. But Hunter grabbed 2 hard frags after Rob's got his first entry. Nico as well looks crispy outside. That was comfortable. He wasn't even playing overly aggressive.
1.8 на
angles that we thought maybe you wouldn't be able to do. Definitely looked a lot better. And Monacy's search also was sharp. Like, he could have got 1 kill and died. He could have missed and died. But instead he got 1 kill, got away, and got his nades out.
Back to the drawing board with Desert Eagles and a scout. Whoa, Nico tagged down. It's a hard hit. Kerrigan, dude, look at him go. Kerrigan just
run through the desert.
Just running with the scout.
На Твиче прогноз дали G2 2-0. Это где дали?
Just Viking crying his way across. I'm on phase.
Okay, somehow he got there.
I want to give a shout out quickly in this pistol round to live cinematic angles like that. We got J-Raz now fully unleashed here at Blast. Between J-Raz on live cinematics and Chev on the standard observing, the Chev-Raz combo here at Blast observing at an all-time high. We've given the boys the tools they need to paint a beautiful picture. And sure enough, Rops slips through. No resistance down beneath. Of course, the bomb's still back towards lobby, so... Oh, hey. Oh, nice shot.
Yeah.
And who's next? It would be Monacy deep towards hell. Nico, gonna catch him off guard, though. Second player in the ramp room, unexpected. Tenderizing his meat is Hooksy. And it'll be an assist for the Hunter finish. Frozen dead to rights. Melon smashed, and G2 just keep winning.
It is a little louder, right? CS2, it's loud.
It's either CS2 or our settings here.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
It's a loud gun. Scary when you know it's right there. So, very scary scenes here for FaZe. G2 look extremely comfortable for the moment. Everybody that we were worried about looks pretty good. Nexa, of course, playing ramps in all kinds of different ways as well that they've... You know, they were used to playing against JKS, so that's something. But I like what he's been doing so far. He's just been like, he's been tucking, he's been rotating a little early, he's been staying alive very long to the round. We haven't seen a mistake where he dies at a minute 20 because they decide to try to peek ramp and then they fall back. Nothing like that. And that just keeps the map really healthy for the rest of his teammates.
Very quick one from Monacy getting back to Secret. Oh, peels rain off the round. Nico catching Frozen. Nothing outside going well here for FaZe Clan.
Oh, here it comes to Nexa now. Oh, he actually left, so...
He's actually up in heaven.
Yeah, they've got the lower rotation because of Monacy, however.
Okay.
Covered.
No emergency. But...
Yeah. I mean,
a little pressure. He's gonna nade the door open and flips Kerrigan. Are you serious? Beautiful shot out of the kid. And Brokey's position revealed as he tries to drop down Monacy. Wonderful round on the op.
Got so much more in him too. You know it. Damn.
That to him is nothing.
With his own nade smoke, you could barely see. I could see him on X-ray. Could barely see.
Laughing his way to a nice collection of CT rounds already here on Nuke. That outer play just got swamped.
They keep trying.
Блядь, четки потрогай, ёпта, кардиган. Ебаный ты рот, блядь.
So much CS2 nuke. They played a lot of CS2 nuke. You could still use the nades outside, but I mean, cross smokes are just not as strong as they used to be. Almost everyone's exclusively throwing the mini to big garage cross smokes just to make it two, so they're nice and plump, but they can get blown open. Nico's happy to peek it right now. He is out there, and Monacy has started secret 2 rounds in a row, which I don't think they anticipated. But boy, has it been the right call.
Я не знаю, бля, это...
Right back to it with Brokey's push. Sit him down. Set him up. Back to the pistols for FaZe.
Это жестко, бля.
Everything coming together here for G2. Now on fire in response to the 2-0 FaZe start. Smaller smokes has caused for a consistent threat outside, but finally there's not much behind it.
Да не, нихуя не 3-2-2.
Kerrigan creeping through with just the pistol.
Spacing out those nades.
Yeah, doing a good job of trying to keep eyes on. Hunter under pressure here. Hooksy also burned off Hut. Tech9s could be a real problem. Hunter can't manage a second frag. That's 3 pistol kills coming through from Robson Brokey. Just an explosion onto the A side.
Спиза!
Away for free.
Спиза! Вверх! Вверх! Нет!
The last 2 T's corralled back through Hut into lobby.
Also backside clean.
Deep angle of
Блять, с какими они гондонкими.
Waiting for this rotation because they Nexa so right underneath it and maybe opposite vent is what Nexa has to clear for him.
Smoke into the back.
Блять!
Nexa also has a smoke of his own. Deep peek into lobby. That's going to turn Frozen back towards Hut. It's starting to tick real quick, real desperate. Nexa gets the kill. The Tech9's off the mark. The AK sprays wild, and they get the retake by the skin of their teeth, surviving a classic FaZe clash.
Yeah, that was perfect. They had the extra smoke, as you pointed out, to make sure to lock that down. And Nexa has the emergence rotation, gets one clip off, gets info upstairs. No one tries to trade him out. So that helps them slow down the retake, actually, and make sure to play it all properly. Nice entries out of FaZe to kick things off, but it wasn't a round they were supposed to win.
Now you've got G2 fired up. Now they're winning retakes in sticky situations. They're holding back FaZe Clan's rush. It's nice to sprinkle in a recovery in your streak of 6 rounds.
Больше.
You stop counting the head-to-head.
Yeah, it was
22,5, 2,15 КФ. Уёбище ебаные, блядь. Такая хуйня, блядь.
У
этого у беков, блядь. У беков такая хуйня.
Could be 2 good maps in a row, which would be the best of CS2 here for Nico.
Well, there was a conversation back at Fall Finals with, you know, ZywOo not being in the top 10 players yet, statistically. It was true, and he turned it around at that event. Same thing could be said about Nico here for World Finals, as he is 1 event behind everybody else. And it could also be the case that it is his time to shine now. 9 rounds deep, 12 frags to his name, man advantage, and a waning amount of rounds for FaZe to try and put forth. Just missed that timing. Brokey just off the mark as Hunter slips against the wall. Movement in the pack.
Dude, look how he's holding that angle too. He's ready to flank.
He hears this. He hears the
Нет, на G2 был на 2-0 пятерка.
Hunter can't get all 3, but he can take the life out of FaZe. Hooksy's gonna end it, and Hunter, that's so clean.
It was perfect. He knew exactly what he was gonna do. 2 steps ahead, playing chess and playing fast. It's like a rook on an open file right there. And just more action from Nico outside. He's controlling the yard. Again, he's able to multiply his presence. That's always been his biggest, strongest trait. And Rain can do the exact same thing, but there's just more of a focus on Nico because we haven't seen that performance to inspire us in CS2. Well, might be witnessing it live today.
Trying to smoke Nico out of his position on Garage again.
Ой, блядь, троллишь там в чате, тролль.
Just makes outer play so much more dynamic. Nico has been making a point of it to continue pressuring the potential cross. It's been a while since we've actually seen a dedicated group of FaZe get down towards Secret. Rain's crawling over. Fast entry. Kerrigan slips the net and slams Nico back a bit, but then it's Hunter again, coming out of the vent, nailing the double kill. Now they still lose A, as Frozen and Rain combine back into the site, pushing Nexa to a clutch.
Frozen, waiting for him.
Holds the angle with 100 health, and Nexa, the timing is perfection.
Hold on, Rain, does he follow up walking right into Hut? He totally could. It makes perfect sense. But Nexa, does he find the timing? The adjustment is right, and another 1v2.
Nexa simply cannot lose, and G2 take another.
Two clutches of the night. They've both gone the way of Nexa. And it's G2 didn't even need this round. They were already up so good.
G2 almost didn't have this round. Kerrigan getting in through main
And
as Nico just took a step back.
3v5, then Hunter.
Check this out. Oh, Rops just didn't quite see him. He gets away with the first one. Snapshot adjustment out of Nexa, 1v2. And we were watching Frozen holding that Hut flank the whole time. The moment he steps off the angle.
Yep.
The second he leaves, and FaZe fall prey to Nexa.
Chemistry was fine yesterday, but this is a harder challenge. FaZe on a second timeout, but their half is almost over, and maybe their series too.
Хоть вы смеетесь.
Funny how they can be so
Смеются
happy
они,
one day, so
блядь.
sad another day.
The duality
You
of
just
the
gotta
Реально
ride the highs when they
смешно,
come, you know?
конечно.
It'll do the same thing with FaZe yesterday. It's just
На чужой карте
there will be bad
чемпионов,
days,
блядь,
days.
в тяжелом весе
Just make sure good days are great.
ебут 2-8, и при этом у них одна победа уже, блядь.
I love how Nico's playing the same way every round almost, because it's already so dynamic because of the way that you can just consistently blow the smokes open. You don't even have to overthink it. So they throw the late smoke on the cross. The Molly's timed pretty well, but because right now Rain had to run, he has to be worried that Big Garage hurt him. He does take a touch of damage.
You know, I would like to see just a classic ramp hold attempt from Nexa. We've seen him. Oh, he still took one.
That's okay. So that's like
Took one.
That's like the worst situation he's had so far, and that's pretty damn good. He gets a kill, he dies. You still would probably rather stay alive, but that's gonna happen sometimes. And ramp is really just about like you get a glimpse of someone, you get the kill,
Get out.
duck. Yeah. Well,
It's the one time we've seen him not actually get back to the B site. Bomb will go down.
О, это первая бомба на пехоту.
From the secret stairs push. Monesi to pop a
Я не
door
буду
open.
продавать
Again,
ставку,
both
блядь.
his teammates still
Спасибо.
stranded upstairs and
Спасибо.
cautious on the approach. It's going to be some pretty critical time shaved off by the
Уже ничего не
Molotov, and
продается.
that's enough by the looks of it for G2 to call it quits.
they're coming down the vent though. I mean, it's 3v3.
Late to the party, but better late than never.
А там больше карт не
Taking a
было
glance,
никаких,
seeing
которые они
close
могли
walls
бы
clear.
взять.
It's this tuck in on the close ramp from Frozen that could spell disaster. We're in the final 10 seconds here. Bomb is definitely going to pop.
I don't think they really believe they were gonna win, but they just wanted. They know that FaZe are with one of saving, so
Let them challenge.
they get majority dead. That keeps it a little bit scary for FaZe, and maybe sets up a last round where G2 can have an economic advantage. So, but yeah, I don't think they thought they would win that easily.
Те, кто фанатеет от майонеза, тот педофил. Ответственно заявляю.
Sitting on the railing, duck, move back 2 inches, fall off, and for FaZe they just have to trade him in that exact moment.
Yep.
So they're very quick with it too.
It's a sharp shot out of Rops. The third added to the tally. The dry spell comes to an end. 8 consecutive CT round wins from G2 on FaZe's map pick, while map up.
Wow, that did damage.
Deep silo peak. Nico down to 6
Блять,
HP.
Рапулю убили. Рапулю убили.
He's picked up the frag
Это очень ответственный килл. Ну, 9-9 мне. Вот раунды. Вот. Ай! Лево! Майонеза! Он же успел убить, сука, блядь.
Hey, I'm Kerrigan, and welcome to Kerrigan's tier list. So we are doing a tier list about maps. Damn, Nuke, S-Tire. Yeah, like
Да нет,
там
экспресс уже похоронный. Пускай хотя бы, блядь, ТБ добьют нахуй, блядь. Красивую эту, блядь, хуйню покажут. Сука, блядь.
Then we have Anubis A-Tire map. This is the first map where Valve really hit the nail in beginning. You haven't seen big updates. Inferno has always been an S-Tire map for me, but with the new update in CS2, I still need to have the feeling of the map. It's still...
Он выделяет любимый тир-лист. Нюк, любимый его. Нюк, любимый его. Прикиньте, да? Прикиньте, да? Любимая карта, Нюк. Нюк, любимая карта. Теперь можно писюнами, знаете кому, водить ему по голове, блядь.
Source, that's a D-tire, trying to make the game better. Complete Source, no chance. Condition 0, you know, I'll bomb a C-tire just because it's better than Source. Everything else is better than Source. We have a Counter-Strike 2, I'll put that on a B-tire, and then I'll put...
Ну, на 1.6 ему нравится.
Was a D-tire when it started out. It got really good with updates, went to an A-tire. And I know CS2 is gonna be a A-tire at some point. Ever gonna touch Counter-Strike? No chance.
Бля, надо пистолетку брать, бля, буду... Ну, якобы, ну не так-то... Выкупить могу за 40 тысяч выкупить, блядь. Как поставил, так и поставил. Да не, на мужика, блядь, в пизду, нахуй. Нахуй, блядь, нахуй. Нахуй, блядь. Хотя у них затеров, блядь, на нюке. Да, сейчас посмотрим. Не.
Main door! Main dead. Nice! Hot one and we don't know about last. Main and hot. Taking me sound. Low. There's the guy from hot, last was main.
Рой, тебя... А майонез дует, что ли, жестко? У него голос... не на 13 лет. Ой, блядь, ну чё вы пиздите, блядь? Чё, блядь, в школе ни разу не были.
That was a full-strength map out of Nico. That was a perfect display of what he can do outside. All is good again. Every round he owned. He played almost the same way to start, and then branched off in a few different...
Пистолеты! Фазы, блядь! Позы, блядь!
Looking to do that again. Honestly, right beside him. Next right beside him.
Блять, это Ника довольный пизда. Улыбается, сука. Брока, инфу. Ты дебил, блять. Додик, блядь, ебаный. А, бам! Найс шпик, блядь. Я не буду, я. Касабланка ебаная. Вы чё, придурки, что ли, блядь? Вы чё, ёбнутые, блядь? Вы чё, ебанутые, нахуй? Уроды, блядь! Не! Блядь! Прикинь, они по одному хп просто возьмут и выиграют, блядь. Это never say never, блядь. По одному хп, если... Так. Скажи! Скажи, что там! Скажи, что там! Ну вниз! Вниз! Вниз поперли! И тут бомбу ставить. Блять, мать ебал. Блять, кандидос нахуй. Раз. Блять, ну бимбу, блять. Сука, ну это бабки, блять. Это им бабки нахуй.
Great chance to recover. It's the Berettas that make the difference. They had 2 health, but he had 2 guns.
Yes.
And he'll finish it with 2 kills.
Yeah.
That's both pistols on map 2 belonging to FaZe.
There are also no whiffs. He instantly got those kills. On top of that first one outside. And, well, this is hilarious.
Ну там, блять, вот этот чел очень плохо отстрелял. В спину!
He fell back completely.
Ну хоть одного убил, блядь. Ну вообще, по-хорошему, они одинаково стояли.
They got the plant.
Okay. Let's see it. MP7 for Hunter. Ooh, well timed nade.
О! Пошла раскадровка!
And they are gifted a double kill on Hooksy and Nico.
This will be Rain's turn to be Nico on this side of outside.
Hunter, I like this. Makes some sound, wraps around, but he doesn't
Left.
Full flank, so Frozen puts the FAMAS to the back
О,
of his head.
мой Нузи, готовь дырочку.
Your force buy is all for naught.
I'm sorry.
Gave it a try. Tried to go fast. Literally tried to beat that nade timing outside. Beautiful spray control.
А какой интересный КФ был, когда на общую победу на фуизов. Не, это я так, примерно. Кто-нибудь смотрел на общую победу? При худшем исходе, когда у них там было 8-3, 8-4. Тройка-четверка была, наверное, да? Пятерка, бля, какая-нибудь. Восьмерка, блядь. Пятерка, 5. Ну, такое себе, блядь. Ну, такое себе. Такое себе. С полетом, мазафака.
Can't not peek.
Nah. If you're gonna be the outside player, you have to have a certain amount of bravado about you.
Swagger
to be by yourself a lot.
And Rops cleans up shop with Brokey towards the ramp. So within 1. There's never any doubt that the FaZe Clan CT side was gonna definitely put up something. All right, G2.
Yeah, it's been great all CS2.
Возьмите очко в свои руки, блядь. Так, Муйнузи, ну тебе бабы дают, бля. Ну хули ты, бля, пиздишь. Ну одна баба дает. Не надо, бля. Отдай этим, бля, жиробасам одну карту, бля. Ну и вторую тоже можешь, похуй, нахуй.
outside ahead of the pack. My God. Nade City. Ooh, and Rops, he just presses all through. No way.
Так, пошел расстрел, Колумбайн, блядь!
FaZe smashing G2 in the interior.
Как? 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 Скажи, мрака! Баб! Ай-яй-яй-яй-яй-яй-яй-яй! Нормали, нормали, нормали.
Nico, 17 and 9. 1 on 3 with a minute up.
Bomb though.
No, doesn't have the bomb. It's in an interesting spot. They can't exactly camp it, but they can just avoid this fight.
You see the way
he's waiting though. He's waiting.
See the reflection off the floor, man. It's just what a beautiful game. No one can take that from us. Fortunately for Nico, what he's waiting for will not arrive. There's nobody heaven, there's nobody hell, there's nobody...
Нюхает,
They
нюхает.
have triangulated the bomb's position. They will sit here.
Чё нравится, если закроют сухую. Кстати, да, если закроют, блядь, надо 2 раунда же. Подождите. Подождите, 2 раунда же надо еще.
And that's just Rops in the sea of utility being thrown to Squeaky and Hut.
He also smoked ramp and then ran through it.
What a guy.
Погодь, надо 2 раунда, блядь, G2 нахуй. Еще, и от этих тоже 2, бля. Ну жмите паузу, блядь, дети. Пошел ты нахуй, блядь.
Just the ability to go full speed sometimes. He's not just a lurker these days.
Ну 10 надо, блядь. Ну 2 раунда там, 2 там.
Much improved from 22. Amazing at CS2. Yep. 8-8.
Rops leans back, all's good. Ooh, sits him down. 4 frags from Rops. Just like that, the ramp is held. And that's why versus top 20 opposition in the last 6 months, Rops has a 1.35 rating on CT side of Nuke. He is the immovable object for FaZe and their defense. And farming eco kills will keep those numbers nice and high. And an ace.
And an ace. Very clean. Slapped him up. And cracked a smile. 22 and 10. Count him up. 123 ADR. And see, positions like this are very good to play, but he's somebody who can be very comfortable to get more than 2 every time. We didn't see Nexa even try to play positions like that, which I actually appreciate. I think he played in a way to be able to rotate freely, to make sure to stay alive, but Rops is just so much better, first of all, at this position, and just as a solo player in general, that he can play more committed spots, and you still know he's going to get his frags. That's a very good angle for CTs. It's only drop back, so you can't fall back.
But when you hit that hard, you don't need to. Otherwise, Rob's going to fall back.
Indeed.
Dispatches of G2's pistols in an instant. Sends him back to the drawing board. In what is currently a T-side without round wins. Fast Molly, top hut.
Реплеи смотрели? В утулите. Смотрели, блядь! Захватите! 10-10, суки ёбаные, хотя бы, блядь!
Frozen is a whole task within itself. Doing it from the top of Silo puts you in jeopardy to anyone back big garage. Doing it from up close, there's shadow advantage for Frozen, so it's a great spot for CTs to get to. And Brokey rotates to a better way to watch this safely while keeping him alive. Now this op can't fight though from Secret if they want to try to clear him, but yeah, very, very possible.
Блядь! Хакать на вас надо!
He's gonna get the first.
He's good at this. Oh, he's good at this, man. He caught Kerrigan.
Нормально.
Someone else picked him off first.
Нормально.
That is why we talk about Nico and Nuke on both sides.
Okay. Like, Frozen's kind of frozen in the moment just because he thinks that peak's about to come around haphazardly. Instead, Nico just slams it on his head. Double entry from Nico.
That's the
maybe
difference.
get G2 there first. Maybe. We've got players in the pocket on the A site between Rops and Brokey. There is still a defense to get past. Both offers
hit each other. Oh my god.
They hit their shots. Flash to the
No!
It's a peek out of Rops. It's a back exposed. A pack of players almost giving him a multi-frag moment, but now falling on Rain, and Rain alone. He has slipped the net between the hut push, charges down the bomb and stops it. 10 seconds, but Hunter responds with the frag. Nico sets him up.
Сука, у меня инсульт сейчас будет, голова болит, блядь.
Between trading hop shots there between Monacy and Brokey, or those first 2 kills out of Nico. And you see he's thinking about everything else first, but then slowly whittling it down to this one position that he comes to clear Frozen on. Takes out Kerrigan, very careful, and then boom. And this was because Brokey got spotted when he was holding Silo from the red push. Once he had to fall back, once he goes to secret, it's the second best position because he can't help actually trade versus Frozen's position. He can only watch top Silo for him. So Frozen had to hold his nerve. He knew a hard fight was coming. But that's going to be a signature round out of Nico at a position where FaZe were just taking the lead. And that would really be a bow on this series for G2 when it comes to the conversation about Nico and his form at this event so far.
Ooh, nice angle. Brokey deep enough through hut to peel Hooksy off the play. And just like that, he's out with man advantage.
Желательно, чтобы
Prevent Nico's approach.
майонез взял со своей, блядь,
Silently he crosses
тимой.
hard. Now what?
Yeah, and they're
Один раунд. А
they're
эти
playing for the mini lurk
допукают.
here with Rops. The cover's a very good option. But they're limited on view outside. As we can see, the CTs are all around Squeaky and the vents at the moment. It's perfectly quiet. And even though it's just 4v5, it does get a little bit tenuous here for FaZe. There's timings available.
Nico could rip a headshot here towards Decon. It's Frozen
Left!
to receive.
Left!
Brokey behind him with the op.
Left!
The clock, time ticking. And Frozen
Left!
every once in a while pops that head up. Nico's coming for him and takes it.
my
Now
God.
Brokey's still towards Decon, and he gets pressured from both ends. Nico, what a jumping headshot! Time is of the essence still. 2v2, and Nico's looking to give the cover. Rob's picked up the anti-eco ace.
Ап!
Goes on for one of his own.
Блять, суки!
To end this round.
This should be impossible.
Should be. Kerrigan taps bomb. He has no choice. He has to.
Нахуй ты тупаешь, долбоёб!
Kerrigan on top, comes off, swap to the op. Nico peeks, and he's desperate to find it. But eventually, he's gonna hear that defuse come through again.
It's 10 seconds.
Ты чё, дебил, бля, ебаный?
Nico's off it. Kerrigan forces his
Тупица ебаная! Тупень ебаные, блядь, объебанные, блядь, дегенерат, блядь! Тупое хуйло, блядь! Тупица, блядь! Тупица бородатая! Да, да, ты, блядь!
Nico showed what he could do right there.
Graced by the jumping headshot.
That was so ridiculous. But with these first 2 frags, he almost...
Да, это ебанушка, блядь! Ебанушка, блядь!
Literally misjumping into that, but everything's just going so well for him. It's like crazy.
Блядь, дегенераты ебаные, блядь! Дигрот, блядь, дигрот!
Kerrigan got him to bite.
Kind of, yeah, I guess so.
caused
Yeah,
panic,
you
man.
can call it that. He definitely had the smoke. I don't even think he tapped the bomb. I think he was...
Who, Kerrigan?
Yeah, after because he reloaded after. I think it just...
Why do I pick a fucking up? I didn't hear the smoke.
Didn't hear
Блядь!
Yeah, it's sometimes you don't know.
Коты, блядь!
Someone's defusing, so... Anyways, that's 10-9 now for FaZe. Still, horrifying situation avoided. FaZe's money still looks pretty good, though, even though they won with that only one alive.
Yeah, well.
It's actually more important for G2 here.
Лево! Лево!
That's what happens when you win 5 in a row.
Лево! Нахуй!
Here comes the pop out. Hooksy looking for the entry.
Бях! Бях! Блять, ебанутый, сука, блять!
Nexa 1v4 far too much to ask, and FaZe just destroy them in this one.
Oh, that one's quick, but it's not a small round. Like, this is the money gone for G2. FaZe win it. They get to 11 off that 1v1. And are G2 hopeless now? You can kind of see it. They know how much went into that round. It was a fast play. There was no chance to ramp and talk about how important the circumstances were, but there was a lot that went into this, and they got decimated. Fast rotations upstairs. It's a big first half for G2, but the win was never promised. And a third timeout now. They might get like an eclectic collection of SMGs and pistols. I don't know what kind of rifles they can buy. No bomb plant there.
That Molotov just kept both Monacy and Nico on full display for the Rob.
Блять, вот улетел, блять, в эту хуйню нахуй. Они, блять, 800 тысяч. Полтора ляма, блять, того слили нахуй. Одной вот этой хуйней на пистолетах, блять. Нюх ебаный.
Nexa would actually be really good at calling. He's extremely good, in my opinion, at calling half buys.
Into the A site goes the util, but no follow through.
No follow.
They keep just enough for the second volley.
CT's down to one Molotov.
Yeah. But
Ебанутые, блядь.
Responded right back.
The only mollies in ramp, or outside, I should say.
Да куда смотреть-то, блядь?
Won't do the same. Here comes the AUG swing again. This time it's not an easy double kill. Nico's tearing him up with the deco again. He hits the headshot. Disgusting round from Nico.
All right.
So much impact, but still not enough.
It's insane how much impact. I mean, we were expecting like, okay, hopefully Nico can be above average because he's really good at Counter-Strike, but like in CS2 he's been struggling. This is like his best game of CSGO coming into CS2. Insane. So close to winning these rounds. His teammates got a little extra. All his teammates dying in battles, he picks them off one at a time.
Look at this bomb.
Every single time you see a CT kill on the feed, his is between it.
If he had a chance to get around that silo, he'd be good to go. But out of pauses is G2. Out of rounds is G2. 3 map points for FaZe to push us to Anubis. As this lights out performance from Nico, his best performance in CS2. Welcome back, King. Occupied by Rain at the moment. He has countered Nico enough outside. Another chance, but Nico takes the headshot in an instant, and he is feeling
Убить! Да! Да! Да!
like it's nothing.
Глубже! Да!
Gets his 5th of the map, pressuring the ramp and confirming Brokey's position. Kerrigan can do his own as he flanks.
Блять, пидорасы!
At least 2 kills in response here from FaZe. At least.
Тупо жирный, блять.
They chance the retake, their own money in question.
Тупо жир, тупо жир, тупо жир.
And Kerrigan so close to sight that maybe he does take a chance here. It's Hunter towards control to go down first. Nico's pressured, but he quickly sneaks behind Brokey. It all falls on Monacy and close it all. Forcing his hand to get ever closer. Kerrigan confirming that he is there. And as he goes for the second serving, Monacy shuts him down.
Oh my god, so finally a round where Nico does everything, dies, and his teammate saves the day.
They close.
That's a close on a full buy. They saved for this round. They nearly won the rounds where they were saving. And we are witnessing, like, literally a masterclass at the moment. Whether or not they win this game, it doesn't matter. This is a demo worth watching for Nico. An absolute show, honestly. And a third timeout for FaZe because this game is very much not done. Those first 2 entries, ridiculous.
I mean, you're dropping Rain and Frozen like it's nothing.
Immutable presence. Every single round, something new, crazy is happening.
Something new, but always Nico.
Always Nico. That's the killer instinct. 30 and 15 with 132 ADR at the end of the game. This is not CSGO, folks. He has 30 kills.
22 rounds deep.
22 rounds deep.
Там еще на допы 10 тысяч стоит.
So many of his frags have been in vain, but not this time. And now it's FaZe without a sail. They have not a single rifle to work with as they save for next round.
It's the same spot for FaZe that G2 found themselves in just 2 rounds ago. But don't sleep on FaZe's Deagles.
I think Nico drank Hooksy's blood because he's taken all of his power.
Giga chat.
Если не сложно, залейте баф. Не пару лайков, Кирюх. С тобой нарезки всегда 18+ даю. Тяжко легенду сохранить в памяти с хорошими просмотрами. Там и Симон есть. Чат, залетите.
They're gonna let Nico work outside. He's constantly faced Rain and Garage down towards Secret. Not the case this time. Rain super passive, back towards CT spawn. Even Rops' position down in Secret is just giving a lot of space to Nico. Let him have some room. Maybe he'll trip over his own shoes. Kerrigan's SMG opens up. Hooksy down with nothing. Nexa, it's a necessary trade, but the pressure that comes in through lobby, that's going to find a player not ready, throwing nades. Rain's ult from the back has hit another, and man advantage FaZe. Not like this, they drop down, and Hunter luckily gets that gun back up in time.
Oh, and they can molly the vent. Hunter is by himself for the moment, okay? They have to communicate through telepathy now.
That's fine. Bomb plant guaranteed. Oh, Rain, another! And there it is! FaZe with Deagles. Send G2 packing. It's Anubis needed between these teams, and the CT side stands tall. Nico, round after round, piecing him up outside, taking Rain down a peg, and yet it is not enough. FaZe hang on, as they always do. CS2 is their game, but G2 very much the challenger, and Anubis in the wings for map 3.
Фу, блядь.
I'm not going to lie, I think everybody's a little bit stunned by how this map just came to an end. It felt like we were gearing up towards round 24, FaZe with that very light buy, an MP9 here, a couple of Deagles, and then the time just runs out. G2 is allowing FaZe to put pressure on them. Maybe we just have another look at it, because nobody expected this ending in the last 15 seconds.
Nobody. As you said, it was set up for the perfect ending to the map. Had to play all 24 rounds, but gotta give it to FaZe Clan right here. They're playing it really, really well.
Если бы сейчас, точнее, Витюши 2-0 не сделали бы, вот тогда да, они сделали 2-0,
done and dusted. And as you said,
нет, ну как не взяли?
right. Nico putting up one of the greatest performances I've seen in CS2 so far after having struggled, and yet it didn't lead to anything. That is a bit of a shame, and you know, as you said, a sour, sweet feeling to the end of a fantastic map.
Almost feel like we were entitled to that game 24, but this is not how Counter-Strike is about. You mentioned Nico. The reason why this game got an immense defense from G2 as well, 8 rounds in a row from 0-2 down to an 8-2 scenario, mainly thanks to Nico as well. FaZe can really try to challenge Nico outside. They try and challenge Hunter on that new position, and the defense from G2 was extremely strong, and Nico gave us one of the, probably the best CS2 map I've seen from him in the game.
Yeah, without a doubt, not even close. You know, that T side on Nuke right here, I agree with you. His CT side presence was great, but the T side impact he found with, you know, all these highlights. Look at how many entry kills. Look at how many duels he's winning. Look at how poised he is, how zoned it.
Накатим. Окей.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 yeah, yeah, oh, yeah, yeah. Пошло добро по трубам. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, струячим. Струячим, пацаны. Oh, yeah. Йо-йо, добро пошло. Пацаны, струячим. Погнали. Добра и позитива. Мы начинаем. Йо! Черногория на связи. Да-да, не удивляйтесь. Погнали, пацаны. Йо-йо, о, да. Йоу, пока. Струячим.
Билл, ты би? Я ливаю. Я не смотрю с собой вот ничего, честно скажу. О, жабы чем лайкну.
Завелся. Мельница, блядь. Вертолет, блядь. И полетел, блядь, да, с одной интернета, блядь, да.
С одной интернета, блядь. С одной интернета. Блядь.
You would want to. Rob's what a masterclass as well, and I love to see it, right? Because honestly, we spoke about him being arguably, you know, the maybe most informed CS2 player, at least off to an early start. But yeah, then it died down a little bit.
Жесть, как она
It's not like
есть.
he was playing bad Counter-Strike, but it wasn't the same high level. That was a return to the form that we saw Rob's playing the first couple of months, and I like it.
Yeah, now we've talked about the positive. Let's temper a little bit.
Okay.
I think both teams showed a relatively lighter, skimmer game plan on the T side.
Okay.
Mostly with G2. Picture this. Nico doesn't have the incredible entries that we found. This could have been a very dire and discreet G2 on the T side. Huge reliance, once again, on individuals. It's just a matter of fact. I think we just have to accept it. Neither of these teams have had long enough to build what it is they're trying to build. You can argue maybe that Frozen has an easier task. I don't even think the case actually has a leg. I think both teams have still a bit of a way to get to that full game plan, but the stats don't lie. T-side was very complicated.
Yeah, T-sides didn't look too good, you know. Without the pistol coming in from FaZe, their T-side was also pretty abysmal, I'm not gonna lie. There's one thing that annoys me a little bit, though. With
Tell me, I'll try to help you out.
Yeah.
What annoys you?
Yesterday, we saw Huxi play great. We saw him play some fantastic Counter-Strike. We saw him have impact on the server, call great Counter-Strike. Today, he go into Nuke, and you put up, I think, 5 kills and 21 death, and you do that while Nico is now starting to pop off, and that's been my issue. That is my issue, goddammit. We can't have the players play well at the same time for some weird-ass reason. And it's not like they're overlapping in roles. It's not like they're close to each other. Nico did that single-handedly, going out yard.
Ну, блядь, как и было предсказано, сука, 2-1, блядь.
Nah, Huxi was running in first, he was sacrificing for Nico, he was trading off. No. There's no overlap at all, so there's no reason why Huxi couldn't play well the same time Nico did. Now, I hate singling out a player, but when you go 5 and 21 or whatever it was, while your mate is on a tier playing the best map of Counter-Strike you possibly can imagine, and you still lose.
Ёбаные клоуда, блядь.
No, I think Jacob needs a break. I think he's way too easy. We're gonna take a cooler. We're gonna put some ice cubes on that mind of his right there. 3 minutes. When we come back, we dive into the last map of this banger of a series, FaZe versus G2. Thank you for being with us. We'll be right back after this.
Не, клутну ебали. На нем, правда, с допами. Пошло все в пизду. Купон не принят. Какого хуя, блядь? Бам-бам-бам-бам, блядь.
Both these teams pushing, not ready to give up, and we end up on a new.
Why not,
The winner of which sends straight to the semifinals here at the Blast World Final in Abu Dhabi. And the way we should open this segment would be prior to that Frozen to Twist change. Anubis was an extremely strong map for FaZe. We're talking about a 6-map win streak, twice played in fall final in Copenhagen, twice won in fall final Copenhagen. Do we imagine that this roster change levels the playing field just a little bit, or are we still giving an advantage to FaZe?
I think it levels the playing field a little bit, and I want to dive in a little deeper into that, because I agree with you. FaZe on Anubis, especially at the fall finals, was looking great. But if you remember, I think you and I were doing the same game together.
I remember the game.
We saw Twist pick up the secondary op on that CT side that fought FaZe back into the game. I think he did it twice on Anubis, where Twist was the one coming in clutch at the later stages of the game with the secondary op. If there's something Frozen can't do, or at least something I haven't seen Frozen do, it's picking up that secondary op role. So if there was one, difference between Twist and
I see
in that regard, that you lose the ability to pick up the secondary op and have, impact in that regard. So maybe I'm a little more worried for FaZe based on just that.
Okay, the secondary AWP on Twist, definitely not going to happen. I agree with you. Frozen not exactly yielding the big sniper. Some of the things that FaZe were really good at on this map in Copenhagen as well was being aggressive on the CT side. Yeah. It has to be one of the biggest issue, the biggest problematic right now on Anubis is figuring out how the hell to put yourself in a 5v4 situation on the CT side. How do you not just get executed on with 30 seconds left, 2 smoke, 3 molotovs, 2 flashes, they basically throwing everything but the kitchen sink to you? You have to find a way to get yourself into an advantageous position. Do you think that FaZe is already armed to do it right now, in spite of the roster change?
Well, knowing that, right, you're looking at 2 players I want to highlight in that position. One being Brokey with the AWP. He needs to roam around. He needs to find something on that CT side, as you said, because you can't just sit, wait, and back. It's sort of like Inferno. It's very complicated. You're fish in a barrel. It's just a very compact map in that regard. And then Rain, because Rain was doing exactly what you want right here, and he was doing it to a very high level in Copenhagen, where he was aggressive in towards connect area, towards middle. So if Brokey and Rain are successful on the CT side, that means FaZe are playing well. That means FaZe are winning rounds. However, if they're not, I think that could be a struggle something, because the secondary off that Twist was pulling out on the CT side that helped them so much in the later stages of their CT halves, it's just not going to be around anymore.
Right, so if you're G2, you're getting ready for that aggression. You're getting ready for Rain, coming out of the smoke in cave, fighting you down in the water position. You're ready for carrying and maybe crossing the smoke towards middle, doing that with multiple players. The flip side of that coin, if I take the other argument, is that the T side of G2, aside from Inferno, from a tactical / technical side point, hasn't really convinced me. Inferno was beautiful. Nothing against that. Great executes, great reads, great mid rounds. again on Nuke, if it isn't the Nico show, I don't think there is much punching power to that T side. So now we're going on to Anubis. Do we think that they already are standing in a place where the game plan, the playbook is deep enough to punish if FaZe is not able to find the kills?
I think it's a bit different, for the T side of G2, because you're right, it wasn't inspiring on Nuke at all. But I think on maps,
a Nico fan is pretty cool.
Exactly, you know. But I do think that on maps where you get to control the pace on the T side, which is Anubis, which is Inferno, that's when G2 are doing great. That's when G2 are controlling the pace on the T side. They decide whether or not the game is being played fast or slow. So sure, we often watch these knife rounds and we say that it doesn't matter. But on a map like Anubis, I would argue it's the most T-sided map and one of the most one-sided maps in the pool right now. I'm sure that the guys behind me want to win this knife.
And if you're on the Twitch chat right now, you are not crazy. Jacob and I are not going to cast this game. We were just giving you a sneak peek at the knife round, which decides
you could even hear
the half of the third map.
They were happy to win.
Of course, they would be happy to win, and no doubt at all. I could just imagine the Twitch chat be like, no, it's gonna be Maniac and Pip casting game. No worry, guys. It's all good. It's all good. We're gonna go back to our casters eventually. We're just here to waffle about the game.
You reckon they rather want to hear Connor and Londus cast?
Definitely. I would rather hear them than myself cast the game. I have absolutely no doubt.
Okay.
You know, you got to know your place. You got to know what you're good at.
Different priorities, you know. I don't necessarily like them a lot, but that's fair enough.
Yeah, the catching just like I don't understand. G2 winning the knife round on Anubis, starting T side. Fair to say that you would imagine.
Yes, listen, as I said, you know, I think when they get to control the pace on the T side, which you can on a map like Inferno, and you definitely can do it on a map like Anubis, it's Hooksy right now calling whether or not it's going to be a fast T side or a slow T side.
Okay.
And if FaZe want to come out there and try to be proactive, try to be aggressive, take away space from the map, then there's a world where G2 is just sitting back waiting for it and then punishing it. Now, do they have the ability to do that? Do they have the team play, the synergy, and can they act on it? Even if they were to find the first kill, can they convert the 5v4s? I think what I've seen from G2 historically on a map like Anubis, it gives me confidence.
12-12, поехали.
Game right now that what we see
Поехали, 12-12, блядь.
Oh, you're ready to take risks, aren't we? We're sitting
Yeah.
in today.
Yeah.
It's a good old,
We
it's a
go.
good old 50-50.
Let's try again then. I think G2's going to win.
Okay, we have the G2 again up there. Listen, I think they've already proven that with momentum and with a 2 to 3-0 start,
12-12, let's go.
he knows how to play the fast-paced counter.
Дети, блядь.
He knows how to play the advantage, both in terms of rhythm and in terms of weaponry, knowing how or when he can get away with a couple of very aggressive peaks. He's done that on multiple different maps. It has been complicated when G2 finally face a fully armed, fledged CT side that's got weapon. And it is going to be the name of the game here. Do G2 have the profound playbook to deal with the defense of FaZe Clan? I think the stage is set. We have a beautiful series going in front of us. And Connor and Mohan are ready for map number 3. Gentlemen, it is my pleasure to hand over the mic to you. And let's have a good time.
Yeah, thank you, Maniac. Give it to me. Give it. Mine. All ours, because we've got G2 and FaZe, and I just want to get back into the server. Screw the knife rounds, get it out of the way. Love your guys' analyst segment. I want to get Nico back online. I want to see if he can take that form that he showed us on Nuke and apply it here to Anubis, because we can sit back on Nuke and talk about how dominant of an outer player he is on T and CT side, because it's true.
But he needs teammates.
And on Anubis, that drop-off statistically is real, all right? This is not his wheelhouse. Nico, I'm sure he puts Anubis somewhere down there with vertigo.
He takes a couple years to learn the angles, and then he never forgets them.
That's the
Anubis
thing.
hasn't been out long enough.
Needs a little longer.
Yeah.
So we'll see what Nico can put forth. It was a master class back on Nuke, the best map of his CS2 career.
And one of the best maps we've
Пам, блядь.
Nearly identical kill score, okay, for what it's worth. Not the same sort of impact with like how insane he was, but was putting up so many frags. We saw some nice one-taps and things in there.
Sure.
And he's a really good Anubis player.
Not sure who the T's are and who the CTs are at this point. It's been an around-the-world adventure from G2, and they've managed to somehow get into this A site with man advantage.
Руин, да, может. Вот этот минус.
Perfection. 2 taps, 2 frags, and a pistol.
That one rotation point. He's always the man in canals. He knows he's going to be coming from dark. He could be on the flank at any time.
Толстяки, блядь.
I don't know.
It took a long time to get that sight.
You see, that's the problem when you're G2 and you run from bridge to top mid to CT spawn to wrapping into. You've lost the plot. You've got no idea what to expect, and so they let their guard down.
Exactly. So watch everything.
Well, you've only got 2 eyes.
Yeah, so that's 4 in total.
Arriba! 12-12! Хули вы ебало разинули тут? 12-12, поехали, бля.
A McRoyale.
Royale with cheese.
Да!
Cheese. Sorry, I gotta watch watch more movies.
We watched that movie together.
I know.
Клоуны 9. Проебали, блядь.
I'll rewatch it again.
We'll be back in London again.
Клоуны 9 въебали все прессы практически. Один остался. Один. И то он завязан на победе этого тундры ебучей. 2-1 должно быть, блядь.
Creepy crawl here from G2 top middle and Frozen. We get to see Frozen on FaZe in Anubis. It's a new set of circumstances.
Чё, блядь?
Data on the new kid on the block, but the camera player falls back only to give them that false sense of confidence. Rops then swings wide, kills Hunter, takes down Nico's brother in arms.
Но тундра не зайдет, я знаю. Я знаю. Я знаю. Продать ее нельзя, блядь. Было множество экспросов, блядь. 4 экспроса, там, где тундри-то и не было.
Player above and Rops, but also only on an MP9. A nice kill, however. Yeah. Rops goes down.
Happy to take that one. Nico gets blasted by Brokey. 6 seconds on the clock. He could just charge down the bomb, but Modesty will come up with gun in hand. Sees the barrel on
Нет, 2-0 нет. Там у меня 2-1 стоит. 2-1 стоит.
And nabs another for FaZe, but at what cost here? 4 down versus the CTs. He'll be the only survivor.
Yeah, this is a scary map for G2 because like FaZe love Anubis, FaZe have a better A player, FaZe have a lot more, I think, definitely confidence now they survived Nuke, where it definitely could have just ended.
You see, the thing is, I mean, FaZe love Anubis, they'll play some Anubis, but FaZe more often than not are playing close maps on Anubis. They gave up 10 rounds to Complexity, 11 rounds to Ents, and it went 19-15 versus Cloud9 in a back and forth at the fall finals.
Those are all good Anubis teams.
True. That's fair.
No bomb.
Ну да, как Клоуда своим 2-0 заруинили 2,5 ляма. Ну, по чесноку. Да. Она предоставляет данные.
That's really cute. I wonder how many kills he's going to get. And he won map basically with it, so.
Real impact that Twist brought forth. It was just, it was an extra page in the playbook. Nico, he gets blindsided by Rops, who just peeks out through smoke. This is a gun round that falls completely flat, and Rain's auto shoddy is inviting Nexa to try and push out from this smoke.
No, it was a completely dominant nuke, but Rain is Nico's counterpart. On Anubis, he'll be playing in Dark, and on T side, he's who I would definitely watch for how to approach Dark safely, how to really be a pain in the ass when it comes to taking this part of the map. And it's such a key part of the map. You need the right amount of experience and aim to be able to grab it. And
what?
He's just so comfortable around those angles.
Didn't even look like he peeked around the corner.
Yeah, he wasn't finished yet. But this could actually be a cakewalk for FaZe. They start CT. They're very excited about it.
Yep.
And they're coming off the map win.
Modesty just looking for contact with a wide swing on long. There was 3 players in that bomb site. He saw the 2 Temple guys kind of jumping back. So when he went for the swing, he thought he had it.
Момент. Сейчас зацепятся, блядь.
And it's a professional game, so you can't say what you're thinking in all chat. Nico would love to rip into him.
4-0, 5-0, 10-0. Чуваки слышат, они понимают. Им самим в кайф подольше поиграть.
Content to give them some space here, leaning back on the AWP. Auto Shoddy has a real chance to make some money in this round. Oh man, they're coming at it too. Oh, it's gonna be deflating. He gets one. Kerrigan here, M4 ready, and headshots. Very nice. 3 of them from Kerrigan into the Tech-9 tap off, but Nico brings him down. That's 2 deaths for FaZe Clan to deal with on the anti-eco.
Pretty good start. And it can be very deflating to win or try to win rounds on, or not win rounds on T side, I should say, because this is where your advantages can be, right? sometimes the splits they go so well, it just is impossible to hold, it feels like, on CT. You need an extra player sometimes. But FaZe have a very solid CT side, I think. It's a good boon for them.
Не,
I think a lot of that, again, is Rops. And especially
знаю, кто не зацепится.
from
А чё они паузы не ставят? Не
He might not
понимаю.
have been the full 360 compared to Nico last map, but he was hitting shots.
There's opening pick G2 by way of Monacy bridge post. Look at this frag.
He's being waited for, though. Well, maybe not. Nexa, I don't think he reloaded a few.
Oh, he's up there, though.
What's going to happen in this situation?
Hey. Oh
my god, he actually thought maybe someone's here. Killed Oxy first.
No way.
Nexa was just a snack.
Dude, Rops is an animal. Specifically an ass. 2 kills from the top of that barrel is just rude.
Not enough CT aggressive angles to be able to fight on a do that.
He makes
Rob
him
said,
up.
Well, make one. All right.
Adapt or die. Nico playing in the smoke, emerges. Nice clean headshot to Rops. That's an A-site clear for the taking. T's don't know it. Nico's got him a little tempered. A second headshot. No third frag as Kerrigan's AUG trades back. 2v2. But with the Molotov on camera, it denies the possibility of the A hit. They're going to put a smoke down in order to press their luck. And sure enough, they find it open for the taking. Fast flank from Rain. Like you said, heard by Monacy from top middle. But that's still going to give Rain a great chance to get back behind after. Heaven Peak coming through from Kerrigan. That one gets called, and they know about Rain's approach. Smoke in front of him. He tries to find the right angle, and Monacy takes the headshot. Beautiful round out of the T side. Nice recovery thanks to Nico.
And, you know, they've got to improve on Anubis. Absolutely. He's got to love the map. Listen, he hates Vertigo, and he's right.
Can't hate Anubis.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
But you can hate on
У них
Anubis.
ТТ в команде есть еще.
Good map.
Да.
So this could be a very fun end of the series. Rops versus Nico, whether it's indirect, right? Again, Nico's direct competitor on almost every map is Rain. They play the same spots. They go up against each other outside. But Rops' form right now, he could be taking 2 out on one side of the map. Nico could be taking another 2 out every single round.
Поставь на футбол, теннис, интересно.
Interesting end round situation.
Роберт Смоленский. Я не шарю в этом вообще
Blast
никак.
TV votes got FaZe as favorites. Remember, that's the only place that you can watch in 4K as well.
I heard your propaganda.
I speak only the truth. Violence reigns true. Fall back from Brokey.
В КС? В КС?
Gonna take this chance as a player in the corner. Robs takes his head off. Fire on Nexa's feet, drops him down to a corner. Not a comfortable spot now for Nexa. Nate nearly kills him. He'll be left on 2 HP. The utility nearly
такой молотов кинул.
Molly on Rain towards dark. 45 seconds to the clock.
Броку, умри, умри!
But they have to find a way to get Brokey, and if they give him too many individual angles, watch him get the frag they need. Oh, Odyssey! He peeks into it.
Walked into it.
Smashes him. Frozen, a chance to shine. A whole pack of players
Left.
coming at him. Nothing. As Nico rips the headshot. Man advantage G2. And FaZe may very well cut their losses.
I would have called him dead every single time. Brokey had the perfect angle. He wasn't holding too wide. He was ready for the walkout. Monacy didn't do any jiggle. There was no flash.
No funny business. Just a nasty peek.
That's something that pretty much only Monacy can do right now, I think.
2 стоял. Да нет, я на ничью поставил 20 тысяч.
Well, I was thinking, hey, FaZe, like you said, low on utility, but they have the op in a very good spot. Like, it's the perfect position to lock off mid. They can't maybe come and retake it because they don't have utility, but they don't need to necessarily do that. This is a nice find out of Rain. Take that off and leave. So G2 grab an extra round. FaZe still up to 4. But that was an inspiring one. Oh, he just had real good angle dominance there, but obviously that slowed down.
Асик, ты на G2 поставил? Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Я тебе сочувствую.
So I wonder if maybe there's more angle dominance in CS2. Maybe that's it. I'm not sure how that would be possible, the geometry of things, but
G2 не вин, нет. G2 не
we
вин.
also saw that at like half speed, so
Они не победят.
that looked like a perfectly good angle for Brokey to hold to nail that shot easily. Now,
didn't even get a
that
shot
being
out.
said, in CSGO, I've seen Monesi do that to CSGO players as well.
Sure,
Remember that head-to-head versus Simple, that game that was someone clipped it from both perspectives? Yeah, Monesi could do that in CSGO too, but something interesting for sure.
13-10.
The doors open for G2 because it wasn't just Monesi getting the better of Brokey, but also another instant headshot from Nico onto
Здесь
Frozen.
допы будут.
Right, and that's just maybe a testament of things to come. Between Monesi and Nico, 6 kills each at the moment. Nice deagle out of... Oh, that's a USP.
Okay.
Dude, it's just... Okay, never mind. Just hits him with a drive-by. Was he dinged? I mean, he must have... Yeah, okay. Rain flying for the ace. No, sir.
Oh, what is... Jesus Christ. Dude, poor Brokey, this game is getting nailed.
No?
What is happening right now?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Hit the op. We said Frozen can't op like twists. Well, he can save one at least. Oh, mind you, actually, there's a...
Here's the audition, right? He has the op. There's no one to give it to. Brokey's dead. Brokey can't even click his mouse fast enough in these last 2 rounds.
Frozen!
Okay.
Also toast.
Jesus Christ.
Замороженный
coming into his own
Frozen.
right now, hitting the
form
headshots.
is crazy this game for a few players. Like, that's something you can't always expect.
Yeah.
Like, all these guys are so good. Their average form is great, but like Nico right now, Rops right now, Rain.
You know, the thing is, we got that horrible performance from Nico
Нубисовская
yesterday.
ТБ.
We were out with Chev, one of Nico's friends, someone he plays Counter-Strike with regularly, and he sent Chev a message. He said, bro, where you at? We need to get some we got to get fragging. I need to play more Counter-Strike. I suck at this game. Like, his thought process after yesterday's loss, or win, but lack of performance, was just get me back in the server pronto. Ooh. And today, well, we're seeing that. Dedicated to the game and a stark improvement in performance. Nico's headshots left, right, and center.
That was a perfect position for Monesi to dodge both flashes. Didn't have to move a muscle.
And that's them a comfortable 5v3. But Rops sees this as an invitation. Tries to get a glance into the bomb site as Hooksy crawls quietly into the corner of Plat. Brokey is looking to push ahead of Rops. This is a 2-man tempo.
Примерно так и идет.
Back offered up to Hooksy. Easy third frag here for G2. Now we're talking tied game 4 apiece. And a streak of convincing rounds with highlight reel individual
Запомни, G2 выигрывает в G1. Да.
For vanity's sake, they are resulting in conversions.
G2 online from top to bottom.
5 up and 2 last players getting hunted slowly, but running out of space on the map. We will see if they can be found or not. It looks like someone's going to come over top of Rops right now. Let's see if Hunter clears this. Oh, yeah, he does.
Frozen just looking to save back-to-back rounds. G2 in early 4th. Man, this isn't even a guarantee. They need it. Oh, 3 survive for G2. Perfect spot for them. Look at the extra cash they've got. That's like 3 players with 8-point-some-odd K.
Пауза ставь.
And FaZe won't even have a gun to work with in this next round.
So it evens up. I'd say that G2 need at least a 1-2 round lead on this map to be able to win. But dude, a start like this is so perfect. It's just a perfect setup for those exact flashes that we saw. They were waiting for that play to come out for Rain to try to take mid that way. They got it. Rewarded.
Тренер не объясняет. Вы...
Уебки!
Касались все нахуй! Слышь ты, блядь! Хули нос потеряешь, гнида ебаная! А ну вот что сказал, сын говна, блядь!
Up to speed with the inner workings of the G2 camp.
And Swanee will continue to be around for G2, just not as a coach.
Yeah.
So basically have the same impact outside of the tac pauses, I should say.
Так и было, блядь.
So the half buys in for FaZe. G2 should be offered up a small lead in this game, which makes it the most interesting outcome possible.
Так данная карта — это карта терроров.
Retaining dark control for the time being.
Ну, фульзам хотя бы 5-6 набрать надо.
They've been getting a lot of value out of mid-control G2.
Же два тютельку в тютельку
Send
пиздячить.
some troops at it yet again. Nico and Hunter.
Могут, конечно, обе команды.
Setups for FaZe actually haven't been towards Frozen inside of mid. He's been playing it solo.
Неспроста, что думаете,
On the rare occasion, we get FaZe throwing
специально
Robs on long A,
Адену
but
въебывать, что ли?
feels like there's been this general trend of G2 getting
Анубис не
through
раз
to the site
сейвил,
itself, but
да.
he's got other ideas here in round 9.
Хука отлетела.
Hear the Deagle ring out.
Так,
Oh,
вот!
line up close.
Вот это игл! Игл был.
All of a sudden, the fun is spoiled. Trying to pull one off the bomb site down to 25 seconds. They don't even have the bomb.
They have to go get the bomb.
This is done.
Yeah, Kerrigan's watching their fallback as well. They just got to really chill, pretend they're going for it, basically. They're even at risk of losing this. How the hell did that happen?
Чел просто друзьяшка угола.
2 Deagle kills and Robs up. And we've been seeing buys like this similarly. I mean, once on Overpass, right, this jumping ROPS into short B setup, it's a solo MP9. You know, sometimes we talk about the hero AK. Well, right now with FaZe, there is this buy they have where it's ROPS on an MP9 and then a couple upgraded pistols. So you make good use of it.
You're saying a hero MP9.
Hero MP9, it's a new thing.
На самом деле...
Robs, best MP9 player in CS2.
Boomich would like a word.
Boomich in CS2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
И ходу
I
жена
also
пизда.
qualify that by saying sandbags on Inferno.
Another one.
That's some revenge for Brokey, who's lived a nightmare in these last few rounds.
Они сейчас должны брать.
My hard work.
7-5 должно быть. 7-5. На неделе. 7 пятниц на неделе.
Does get the economy evened out. And it denies G2 what felt like a guaranteed lead.
Террор здесь по факту сильнейшая сторона. Но на противы иной раз это не распространяется. Может, у кого-то там своя тактика какая-то лютая есть.
What are they looking for there? They've tried that a couple of times, and it's like, yeah, Brokey's still there.
And again, and if you don't have long control on A site, like what else is Brokey supposed to be looking at?
Не, Курага не обосрется.
Fighting him with that rifle, but
forward facing here, not hiding on the platform, but just inside sight. Would have heard that nade hit Monacy. Missed shot from Monacy.
That looked good, but okay.
Down to a measly 10 health. Kerrigan's gonna track him down. Nexa and Nico versus 5. And Brokey has switched bomb sites in with another op kill. Nico concerned about the flank, which is indeed inbound. Bomb is outside of A on Monacy's dead body, with Kerrigan not far off it. They could have lined up. Brokey's gonna slam him
Твои
with a
проблемы, не успел.
3K from Brokey.
Я подсказал, ты не успел.
Yeah, he's a little pissed off, and, I think for good reason, but he's ready to take the swinging into his own hands. He's no longer waiting for fights to come to him. Everybody's been getting that memo lately, and yeah, that's Hooksy's looking for, you know, Hooksy was just kind of there in a dark alley, basically alone, and got jumped. Not surprised. That was a position that FaZe have expected after seeing them take mid-control over and over again. So, yeah, the defense is calcified. To worry about that region of the map, they're going to be ready.
Go. 6-5.
think that if they, again, want to bank in on that mid-control, the camera peek, it would be fine if, again, you just had a little long A presence to go alongside it. So this round they're going to open up with it, putting Nexa to the front of the hit.
They're probably scared of Rops.
А чё вы увидите, блядь?
Honestly, he's giving you reason to be.
Yeah.
Especially if you assume that Brokey's just one layer back behind him. The op is, in fact, towards B this round.
8-4. А
Honestly, he's got bomb passively set up behind sight.
Ща увидишь, ща увидишь.
The staging
Я
of this
пойду
round,
пасу и покурю.
they
как
make
раз.
it feel similar to the last, except Kerrigan has full eyes on mid. Now that he'll fall back slightly on the same timing, it looks like they're trying to now make it into a B split without giving anything away.
Always ahead of this, 40 seconds.
You could tell by which side Kerrigan sticks to, which one they're worried about. So maybe
Ты
there's a
тоже-
chance.
О, пошла добро!
Drive by. A wrench in the works of this defense. Brokey feeling pressured from the Molotovs that come over top. Kerrigan's got plat control. No utility here for the CTs.
Так, да, 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 да,
It's a
да,
team
да,
fight.
да.
It's the only thing that goes
Да,
Faze's way,
да,
so they
да,
can stomach
да.
it, G2.
Да, 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 да,
I don't know
да.
if FaZe can fight their way back into this round. There's one round left, so they can still buy next round.
They're out.
I don't even think this is a round where you need to save. They all can buy. Your opponents will all buy as well. But I'll say this. It's very hard to condition from behind. And I think Hooksy is actually one of the callers that can do that. Like, this round staging was very tricky. And I think that he tricked Kerrigan into stacking towards the A side again. Having... Oh, okay. Yeah, they're running in just for a second. Kerrigan... He did trick Kerrigan, essentially, into overstacking. And then getting into the front of a connector without giving anything away. And I think that it's very easy to condition when you're up, because you can get people to believe anything. It's like tricking a team that only has pistols, same mentally. But tricking a team when you're down, well, that's hard. And G2 are down, so this is a very nice round called by Hooksy.
It's pathing here from Nico, making sure every corner's clear.
Да давайте допы, блядь, хули вы, ёпта, блядь.
Not only staging it well, but also
Очкуете.
showed out
Допы.
Hooksy with the Mac 10 opening kill. And that just opens the floodgates, right, for this all-in hit.
Big Mac.
The big smack. Right upside the head. In French we say in claque à gueule.
Claque à gueule.
There we go. Hit him upside the mouth. One more time.
Claque à gueule.
There we go. You nailed it. All right. Well, it does indeed afford them everything they could hope for, including Brokey's off
12-й.
and
Перед сменой
grenades in
сторон.
abundance.
Ба-ба-ба-ба-ба. 11-й.
But it does feel like G2 wanted more out of this T side. Still, strong start for FaZe. We can't remember where, or sorry, we can't forget where this one began.
Rops behind the smoke on A side. It's like a fog gate for a boss. You know?
Yeah, sure.
Except he comes out sometimes.
Yeah. As long as we don't walk through, it can't hurt us.
Yeah. And
No,
decide, when do we
Rob's-
want to take this boss fight? Ah, should we do it now? Should we wait for it to go? We get ready?
I need more health pots. Ooh, that nade. Yeah, could have been way worse. Pack of players chases. Ooh, that's damage. And Brokey's not going to miss his shot.
Fuck you,
his chance
Bucci,
to
блядь.
strike him down.
Fuck you,
Sticks
Bucci.
around, starts to burn, loses his support. So
Не
suddenly
реши
Brokey's
ногой.
on his own here. We've got a bridge peak that was looking to catch Rain as he was out of dark, but then he did slip back. Doesn't want to be the risk that reopens the other half of the map. Close utility usage tells Nico all he needs to know, but Kerrigan,
ты
perfect peek out from Temple, catches him off guard.
Гагайёб.
He's so concerned about the camera
Майонез.
that he's
Хунта.
opened the door again
Хунта.
for FaZe, and Rain
Хунта.
just
Left.
tucks into cover. But does this
Блядь.
end up working out for Hunter and Monacy instead?
Залез.
Rain's leaning back.
Left, left. Bam!
What a no clear. He doesn't. Hunter on
Tutu.
edge.
Left.
With Monacy behind him, going deep and taking heads off. 3 frags coming out of Hunter. 8 and 6 on the half. Had a chance for Brokey to flex that op. As he rotates in late, we do get the evacuation from G2. Kit in play. Has yet to pick it up. Didn't pick it up. He didn't pick up the kit. This is problematic. He's gonna have to go out for the frags.
Чё, педик, блядь? С пистолетом решил?
No chance here. It's G2 to tie it up as Hunter comes in big. The last round, G2's for the taking.
Ой, блядь. Вы 0 взяли у Виталити. Нахуй вас показывают. Маленькие, блядь, шпентики. Пошли нахуй отсюда, блядь. Нахуй отсюда! Щеглы ебаные, блядь. Скоты, блядь. Заруинили 6 экспрессов, блядь. На 2,5 миллиона. А 2,5 мульта, блядь. Уроды, блядь. Своим 2-0. Хули ты, блядь. Скоты, блядь. Там один экспрус ГНК жив, 20%, чтобы победа будет. Жидкие стулья. Фрезы должны выиграть. Жидкие стулья завтра утром. И 2-1 в пользу, блядь, Тундерна. Не сыгранной новой команды, блядь. Пролет. Мы 1-2 в пользу ББ. А 1-2 в пользу ББ 4 экспресса. Продемонстрирую, покажу, блядь. Поплачу. 2,5 мульта, блядь. Как Эдик Маранди, блядь. Ой, иди в жопу, блядь. Ну, не Эдик, а Кандидос. Вот, начали не папиллома, а круче вылезла на основе члена. Как она там называется? Кардилома какая-то. Вылезла, да. Торчит. Но я ее пивом заглушил.
FaZe doing what they do and sprinkling in a couple clutches throughout that first half. They had the 4-0 start to the map. They end with 6 rounds. And of course, Hunter, take a bow. Reopening that opposite side of the map and getting G2 to the tied scoreline.
Yeah,
They will be taking to the CT
Да,
side
не на
of
шляпе,
the third
на
map of this
основании
series. It's
члена.
semifinals on the line for the winner. Quarters for whoever falls here. But for G2 to rebound from some very disappointing online results with a best-of-3 win over this version of FaZe, would be an excellent chance for them to rewrite their history early in CS2.
That half, was very hard to boil down to one certain thing. Like lots went down both ways, and it's reflected in the 6-6 scoreline. Now,
Oh!
Top on A, shot through the smoke.
Вау!
That's a good start. 5v4.
Ну, на самом деле, пускай...
Oh my god.
Г2 забирает. Пускай.
Hold on. He's got a teammate elsewhere on the map, but he falters, and Frozen is nowhere to be found here. This is an easy defuse with Modesty on the kit. Round 7, G2s, as they take themselves a pistol.
Пускай. Те потом наберут, да.
Wouldn't that be special?
And with what could have been a 2-0 as well, a little asterisk on the side here. But nice to see in a game so close that these teams are going to split the pistols.
That's what you want to see. That's what you wanna see.
This kid's still using the unsilenced USP.
Thinks he's simple.
What the hell is happening? Maybe I'm out of touch, but I just don't get it.
Doesn't really have. I don't actually haven't looked at the CS2 comparison of the stats. I just know that in CS:GO it actually had almost no advantages besides like jumping accuracy over the
21-5
They
это
don't have the added benefit of the
9,
silence
да?
itself, which is really strong in CS2.
Да, это 9.
Nade?
Это 9, блядь.
No.
12-9.
Potentially good nade, but it just doesn't go far enough. Smoke grenade to block off the long peak, so no split coming through from the force out of phase. Bomb deterred.
13-8 ГГ, Г2. Yeah.
That G2 did.
Unreal.
An admirable job of taking over mid control a lot of times.
Yeah,
They just didn't really know how to follow through. Like,
Yeah,
they used
yeah,
it,
yeah,
they got
yeah.
the camera that died to Brokey. Committed for no reason to like walk in instead of ever smoking camera or just causing doubt in mid. They decided to overcommit and died a lot.
Сейчас допы сделают еще.
Seeing FaZe not use it that much was sort of interesting. Okay, more material gets traded down, and we're into a 1v2 on this side of the map at least.
It's going to be a winnable one though, because FaZe, it's just Hunter on a very passive angle and smokes to cover the cross. So bomb plant at the very least.
Поехала
Still
бимба.
got a kid on Monacy plus a smoke grenade. They'll have to choose their positions wisely, or else they could just get canceled out. And they decide to split. Kerrigan plays the risk of pushing through to platform.
Right!
How deep can he
Left!
get? He gets temple. Oh, if only.
Поздно ему.
Sooner, and he could have been huge.
Oh, Hunter's going crazy right now. 4 frags. Up to 13, 14, and 6. Yeah, he is owning, and that's mirroring.
Ой,
his
блядь, вы
performance
еще
before.
пососите
He's
друг
done
другу,
that
хуй.
1-3 since they survived
Хули
this
его.
lane. That's a big day.
Вас там быстрые
for
арабы
we saw from Nuke
на главной площади ликвидируют.
two of the
Что вы
bottom five
думали?
players of this tournament coming out
Сказку
yesterday
попали.
into, well,
ЛГБТшная сказка, блядь, для педиков.
First 2 kills as he was able to hold off the initial hits, leans all the way back, and makes sure Kerrigan can't get into any.
Ну вот тоже пули. Неоднократно вижу, как пули вот так вот просто. Они вот буквально вот как тут сюда вот, блядь.
Half buy in store for the B hit. May catch him off timing wise. Hooksy takes the aggressive peek.
О, видите, пацаны?
And it's Hunter who is indeed
О, видите, как...
makes it up from dark as Monacy lets this slip and slide missing shots. All the
Прыщ какой. Видите, вот
they
это...
just swarm the site. Rain makes the difference.
We see how aggressive they tried to be with that attack.
Oh,
it can be so scary to try to flash through it. I mean, there's even a chance. I mean, Nico's got a great gun. There's still Tech 9 up here inside of Dark.
What was Monacy watching? Hunter had just pushed long. Brokey's gonna make sure that this retake just seemingly can't happen. Smoking a kit.
Да какой давил, он еще не созрел, чтобы давить его.
But nobody's gonna give him anything to tug on. Rain starts to come out, clears the bomb site. Smoke indeed to keep them close.
Бум, шакалака!
Not ideal. He's gonna go down with this, if not for Rops, who kills him ahead of time. It is a Rain Tech 9 push up through Dark that doesn't get checked.
Yeah, that's 2 areas in which FaZe will be better. They'll be better with mid control at not making mistakes, and they'll also be better Rain specifically at taking Dark and fighting into the B site inside of Canals. He is so good on that approach. So these are going to be the 2 strengths for FaZe. It might be too hard to overcome. We'll see. G2 clearly disappointed because that was their best chance to get a free round to start this half off. 7-8 game now, and they have no money.
Nope. Sends them back to pistols. They force, and this is all they get.
And Rain's looking for a comeback in this half because he did not have a great first.
Это Рома, это просто прыщ. Не походит.
Hell of a round, though. He just headbutts his way through the site. We didn't get his perspective.
На виске прям.
He missed 2 op shots. How does Rain cross the pillar unchecked?
Какой 9-8? У чуваков автоматы, блядь. У этих пистолеты.
Pistol's still a very real threat. This is a similar buy to what FaZe closed out Nuke with. Flash over the doorway. We'll see nothing is close from FaZe. Very well-placed frag grenade for Rain. That's half of his HP gone. As Hunter looks again to be the one-man army inside this bomb site. He's got a little room to work with as they do indeed press out. They've taken over jail. They'll soon to take dark.
Пошла!
Figure out where he's at. Nico drops down. Deagle gets away from him. 2 easy pickups.
All the husbands.
Tied game again.
You can't sit back default.
All the husbands.
They jump out to pizza and then they put the span down back default. It's too easy.
Ow!
I mean, you can stand back there, but you have to be into dying. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you gotta like the abuse.
Right. So.
Which?
G2. Yeah.
Each their own.
G2 надо паузу брать. Паузу брать. Объясните маленьким шпентиком. Чё к чему.
Cool. An easy one for phase 5. Stay alive as they got one step closer to making this scary for G2. Who, you know, at the end of the last game, it looked like the form Nico was in, it was like his game to lose. But FaZe still had like a 2-round lead at the end where they won. And they ended up also winning with only a half buy. So there's still some proving to do for G2.
He is in the building.
Can only imagine how emphatic Taz is going to look when they're standing actually behind them at like lands and stuff like that. Yeah.
Left behind.
He's literally said in the past when he was playing that he had to decide how much energy he was going to use yelling because it would take away from how much fragging he could do. And he had to balance that because he believed they were both as important as each other.
Oh man, resource management, huh?
Yeah.
Ooh. Rain will get the second. Just pushing away these
Вот после этой залупы надо паузу брать.
FaZe
Берем паузу.
Rain trying to come through with impact on the T side. Like you said, very quiet in the first half.
Yeah.
Was not really able to hold on to Dark all too much.
Left.
He almost died to the nade through the window. Hunter still swinging with just the USP, still finding ways to get kills, but it's Rain to keep him back, and it's FaZe to extend that lead.
Rain's like the tormentor here. He goes into canals. He stands in front of nades. He spams back when you try to push dark. He cuts you off from getting vision inside mid. It's an already unfun position to play, even if you don't know who's out there. When you know it's Rain, there's a few spots that he ends in. It's still so difficult to actually dislodge him.
Yep.
And this is, you know, when it comes to nuke, I give that to Nico. When it comes to Anubis, Rain all day.
You can't move him, man. Obelisk the Tormentor. Nico. Molly in response. That's a double molly out of the T side, so
he was nice.
Lots of util usage. No fight outside of A main, as they had Brokey posted for it. Rain's going to take a chance, jump through smoke, sees no pressure out. But that's a lot of utility out of both teams early on.
Just wait this nade out. They got the task force on him. Get Rain. Hurt him.
Get your hands on him somehow, some way. Thing is, Rain can handle heat.
See, he's setting up this split sort of by himself and drawing out their utility as well. They have to respect it.
Ooh, looking like they want to get aggressive.
They also don't have a Rops who pushes all the time.
Smoke
left.
Fades. Nexa has the angle. Nico's with him for support, and Rops
right.
passive enough to catch the first with some
Нормально. Пускай G2 набирает. Они наберут.
Kerrigan's going to try to get the answer
Им
going
надо.
towards the other side of the map. This is a B split setup. Rain coming out of dark, 3 from long. Temple player's been spotted and they lose one half of the attack. Now it's going to start to get desperate. They pop smoke open, they catch the kills, and the CTs, enough's enough.
Wow.
They do not allow them to enter.
Okay, they survived it all. That was great. They took out Rain, they took out, and there was
Асик.
grabbing 2 frags.
Ну вот чё ты пиздишь, блядь? Чё ты пиздишь? Пока давай не пизди.
You know what I mean? Like, this is the hard part. So,
потом после итога
nearly
пизди.
to 12-12.
5-2, 5-2 был, 5-2.
Frozen uses the last bit of ammo that he's got, and G2 survive another round, and you can see Nico's getting amped because that is huge. They had a default victory versus a classical round out of FaZe where they're in their comfort zone and they get almost everything they're looking for before the attack.
90%, блядь, планеты.
We all know how hard it is to kill Robs on both sides, T and CT side, at the basket.
G2 что они победят фуйзов,
A double peek
ну
behind
не
that smoke grenade
верю.
as well.
Я в это 90 вхожу.
Obscuring the execute. Nexa hit headshots. That's what makes the difference. Hunter hyper aggressive for a second. And that's gonna put Monacy still in
Ну,
there on the
одна
angle.
ставочка зашла, надо еще ТБ, ничью, блядь.
Good line of sight here
На
for G2 to
хорошую
try and work
каточку.
with.
По факту.
We saw Rain just jump around this corner. Missed shot. Monacy slowly cooling off. Was not missing a single bullet yesterday.
Yeah, and earlier today, about halfway through, 3/4 of the way through Nuke, I don't know.
Hell, man, go back to that round earlier on B site when he lets Rain cross with the Tech 9.
Yeah.
That's 2 more missed chances.
Ай, капец
So I don't
потерян,
know what
блядь.
happened, but I heard it.
Вот такой
and I didn't see
хуйни.
the kill feed, so put it together.
Rob seats the
Помните, да,
flashbang.
что было с
Deal with fake if he gets a kill. Okay, but they get vision with the frag
Муталити,
and Monacy. A
Музами,
layup.
там,
Yes,
ну,
sir.
Муталити
Easy.
ебали,
As just gives him the
all
shoulder to peek
inclusive.
into. And
Не
another
хочешь
right
отвечать
back.
в чате? Скажи
Cuts
тут,
Frozen off the
почему
attack,
ведро
and
наполняешь?
suddenly it is only FaZe coming in through dark or G2 take the lead. 2v5 demanded of
А
them.
потому что мне надо на первый этаж спускаться, иначе это долго, неудобно.
Now Monacy's got a great angle, but another missed chance. Rain can't manage the third. Hooksy hot on his heels. Brokey's up.
Ла, Райт! Райт! Да куда Райт?
Nose is in dark.
Райт!
Close. And Hooksy hits the headshot, making the difference as G2 take 10.
That's Hooksy.
Ладно.
Kills on Nuke, okay. It was a really bad map out of him, and here he brings it back. He literally saves Monacy's life right there in that situation after Monacy gets his first 2. Not just to be a good friend, also to save the round entirely. That was suddenly a winnable position for FaZe, but it doesn't go their way in the end, and it probably shouldn't have. A great setup and staging to the round for the CT side for G2. They've got a lot to be proud of now.
Чтобы чердак проапгрейдить, это надо
Ooh, 6-second shot for Monacy picks up some slack.
лям где-то так, около того. Плюс туалет провести, канализацию.
Okay.
3 rounds.
Full buy, 10-9 here for G2. Things are getting lively, and the Nexa is being
Плюсом это.
Really? Into the kill.
God, he took
О, да ну нахуй. Бля, Фуйза, вы что, ебанутые, что ли, блядь?
Look at Hunter as well. Hunter's down in the river. G2
А ну-ка, сошки, соберитесь.
in round 20.
They're bringing it.
Майонез! Да, блядь, да заебал ты, блядь, нахуй. Майонез! Ёпта, блядь. Скажи, Ника, успокоимся, успокоимся. Блядь, Робса убили. Одного из...
Questionable roster move.
Oh man, the late bridge.
No,
Finally,
10.
sort of like FaZe have not been coming here a lot. So how are they going to be ready for this position?
Так, не надо спойлерить, не надо спойлерить, не надо спойлерить.
Shot from Kerrigan, but Nico's in the pocket. Pops up and nothing. Kerrigan, what a time to get the double. Mow down from Nexa. Goes back for more. And that's 4 frags out of Nexa on his own. Rain will answer. Beautiful headshot. It's enough to at least maybe go and get the bomb, but they engulf it in flames. He tries
ща
to
возьмут,
deep
ща
the nades,
возьмут.
chipping further away. 6 health, all he has to work with. And he grabs that
Ну, на
bomb,
тютях,
looking to dive
матютях,
into
на
the site
тютях,
to cover up the
матютях.
cake, but he doesn't know
Да,
where the
да, да,
CTs
да.
are at, and they creep quietly in, catching him off, taking G2 to
Надо было...
Okay.
Чего не слева по дефолту выдвигается? Надо справа выдвинуться. Никто справа не выходит. Они всегда слева выходят. И их всех ждут слева. Надо справа выходить. Справа... Вот круг этот ебучий. Справа выходим. Справа надо. Справа. Да, верх не защищен. Ну, блядь. Доверься порту, не сраный.
To see if there's some chemistry, of course. We're looking at honeymoons for both Frozen, if possible, and Nexa. These two teams both having a new addition come in just for here for the World Final. And now G2, 2 rounds up, 2 rounds away from closing this series out. It's been a movie so far.
Again. Oh, Hooksy double softens him up, but an answer back from Frozen's sidearm.
Этим...
all he's left with. Monacy not gonna let them get in for free this time. Repeak with a
Он знает справа, что есть ебало. То есть два там и пушит этот лайн.
As he tries to press out, we do get a player in it. Robs is inside of the smoke with the Desert Eagle.
Yeah, looking for the lurk.
And Nico's not far off from Monacy. Brokey is still stuck to the right side. Monacy knows he has him here, but
Стреляй!
And they may lose track of this. Rops, what a miraculous moment he has found. Deagle shot off the mark, and Nexa comes through to save it.
Oh.
Just when he thought he had two lined up, it's G2 in with another.
Oh, and they throw in the really aggressive push to kick things off. They meet in the exact same spot. That previous round was a full-on B hit, and yet this time, G2 come out ahead. There's no rain coming in from dark. There's no shots here missed from Monacy. There's no flub on the Eco. The trades are good enough, and even though Frozen brings two back, that's not going to seal it.
It was so good. It was good. It was beautiful. The entire attack, blind as a bat. Hooksy swinging for the fences, and 2 rounds in a row that G2 take the initiative. G2 sending a message to FaZe as they have them against the ropes with 3 match points for semifinals in Abu Dhabi.
I cannot believe the audacity of Nexa last round to push out baskets the way he did.
Unreal.
Shoot someone in the back and then see the second peek and take Rops out in one of his key spots, his most comfortable angles. He's playing with confidence.
Рупс, нахуй ты это делаешь вообще? Нахуй какие-то прострелы, блядь. Майонеза убейте и, блядь, победите. Майонеза! Убивайте! Прыжок! Выстрел! Блядь, их там двое.
Nico picks up his. Monacy didn't get the long trade, but he will get the close range shot. Another player through the fire. Bomb picked back up by Rain. They've gotten into the
very least. Ради Христа!
Hunter comes through.
Да!
By Frozen, and it leaves them both low health. What a round for Hooksy to pick up. A single bullet to each of these players, and Hooksy stands in victory lane alongside G2's new lineup.
They take a risk and expand.
Frozen has this angle locked in though. Not done yet. FaZe stand tall. Double digits secured.
Oh, absolutely critical from Frozen that he has that cover. Otherwise, the round's done.
Блять, начуть их мочить, сука.
HP. He was the only one with that resource to spare.
Не сперм, а сперм!
Hits that 90-degree shot to someone inside of the Molly after he hits this first one. This is so ridiculous.
По факту, вот если они Мульнузи убивают, все падает, все падает.
Maybe.
There was 2 air baskets, but yeah, that's what I thought happened, but I didn't see it either. Either way, it's G2 now with nothing.
Pistols. Just like that 24-round game. Classic FaZe fashion. And Rain finds a perfect chance to peel Hook the bomb site.
Rain has really recovered.
Yes, he
10 kills, I think, in this half so far.
Oof. Brokey
Middle.
closed. Just Nico left in this one.
All the way to round 24, baby.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
That's what you love to see.
Last event of the year, semifinals on the line. Returning champions in Abu Dhabi with a fresh roster, one that's criticized. And yet Nexa has seemingly hit the ground running. On LAN, that is, right? These online results having us question just how far G2 had fallen back.
Один раунд до допов.
And Rain will put an end to it all. Rain now breaking even after a horrendous first half.
Yeah, big comeback here. T-side. That's what he's all about. And now one last, potentially final good setup. And something you have had a lot of variety here. on CT side. They've tried
Не вы, блядь!
different modes of aggression.
Так!
Nexa has pushed by himself.
Кто вы?
With the same level of bravado and confidence that Robs has. That's already been surprising.
Это шмот, блядь, или фризы! Хуесосы! Щетки свои погладь, блядь! На столе лежачие, нахуй! На фортуну! Давай!
And I think you do that just to posture.
Давай!
Sometimes, but you don't really want to rest important rounds on that push because it can be completely random to hold it. And then beyond that, last round where Monacy was holding with 3 players leaned towards A side, holding for lurks in middle as well as defending A splits, and that split was coming. So it could have ended right there and then. So what's the final call? What's the final setup here for G2? And likewise for FaZe, because OT is now suddenly incredibly possible.
Майонезы убивайте, выигрывайте эту игру нахуй!
Rain looking to keeping the ball rolling. Kerrigan, careful. We've seen repositioning out of Monacy here again. From A now to mid. Looking to tether off of Nico.
And if they do a late bridge push, I would not be surprised because, again, FaZe have not used this nearly as much as they have.
Майонез, нет!
Monacy's got the
Man, that's the thing. You throw a whole nade kit and you don't show
Cut
anything
up!
there. That can count against you. This is big information for G2 now found.
Great nade on Rain as well, softening up one half of the approach. Rops, it's a late A play. He will eventually join Rain. They're going to go 5 guys into B, and the CTs have positioned appropriately. They still have an incendiary on Hooksy. Monacy's op comes over. A frag as well for Hooksy. If he wants to pop open this smoke, the time has passed. They've already gotten into their corners. They're holding the bomb site. Frozen, making the most of a pop smoke on his own. Hooksy's spam is finds its mark. And Frozen just still
Блять, меньшинстве ебаном, блять!
Secured. And a deeper position from Hunter as well.
Left!
No kit currently on any of these CTs. Time is of the essence, and Rain, minimal cover. That Hunter position is all for naught. Picked up another double, and a deep position deep on A. Nexa can't handle it inside of Dark. Nico can, and as he doubles back to sight, he kills them all, but no kit, baby. FaZe Clan, push us to OT.
Oh my god, there's no kit to find. We have to end this in extra time, and I am so excited for that. My god, what a crazy situation. That's Rain getting the He was the guy who was outside of safe cover for himself. He had to take the he did just that. I think now go positive within the
Rain. Yeah. I am cheated! I am cheated!
From both sides. It all just had Roki pulled off.
It all came down to what you said initially, which was they blew the smoke open too late. Frozen crossed behind to the and Frozen was able to take out again. He didn't even get a chance to shoot. They thought they were early to the timing. They missed it by just a second, and it cost them the whole round. Let's see if it cost them the whole game.
Hitch! Silbabat!
Out of the bridge. Nico's not afraid to try and tango. Does he press this? Oh, Kerrigan spamming through, and Nico just peeks out before the vision was gone.
It's Hooksy's flash on the back. He set up for Nico. So they were nading it, drawing them forward, and then flashing, shooting to make them look forward.
Again?
Oh my god, okay.
Kerrigan,
we're taking our shirts off now.
Yeah.
Everyone's unbuttoning.
Beast mode. Oh, Kerrigan, let's go. Right. 3 kills. All on his own in middle. He hasn't had a teammate to work with this entire time. That's a one-man 3-piece from Kerrigan. Monacy.
Какое, блядь, мало,
He's just running around the site like it's nothing.
Completely blind pathing the entire time, throwing all this utility. And going back to spawn, is there any chance in the world that he finds Kerrigan inside of spawn and doesn't die?
He's worried about it.
Yeah.
Kerrigan? Oh, he gets his 4th.
Oh, no shot hit. Kerrigan.
On his own.
Kerrigan with a C.
No potential for a trade there. No flashbangs to help him. Just dancing around G2's util like it's nothing. Hell of a time to pick up the impact.
They went in for sloppy joes that one. They pushed bridge early, And I think it's sort of a surprise that FaZe are at the top of bridge early. It's just as surprising that G2 fight outside the door this early because they haven't done that much. Apart from that last round where m0NESY was posted up with his op, they really have both sort of taken hands and said, okay, we could take this part of the map early and get past it. Right. Kerrigan now fired up. Everyone knows you call better when you frag.
It's calls that made a comeback. The calls came first. The frag's now second. Nobody able to post anything as an answer. I mean, in the replay, right? That push through the door.
На основные экспрессы по пизде полетели. На основные экспрессы все им пизда.
But that's it. Overtime is where the threat ends. You reset. You try to catch him off guard. And sometimes you look foolish, but you got to go out swinging.
Well, right now, in contrast to Kerrigan, Hooksy looking like dead weight. 0.57 rating on the match as he comes into the third map. And this one won't be adding positively to the tally. Nade on Rops, just countered out by Util. Poor guy hasn't had a thing to shoot at, and he's 6-on-6 HP.
Yeah, they've countered him pretty damn well.
Да, за фейс, брат, работаем.
Работаем, блядь, по чуть-чуть.
Nico and Nexa again.
Right into it.
Brokey passive as ever on the angle. Flash into frag. Remember, Rops is almost dead, but he is now the third player.
Ну, G2 это топ-3, ёпта. G2 топ-3 мира. Первый Виталий, второй Фрезы, третий это G2. Чё тут думать-то, блядь? Блядь, и так понятно все. Ну, у Ёпкина клоунов могли бы взять одну карту, блядь. Они не взяли одну карту. Ни одну карту, блядь, не взяли. У Ёпкина. Скоты, блядь.
23 and 17 here for Kerrigan.
What is that?
He was just not having it in the first map, but that was years ago at this point. Wow.
Mechanics on point. And it feels like Nexa's time is limited. Rops lurking to the end of eternity. Yeah, Nexa.
Boom, shakalaka!
14 for FaZe, 2 of the 3 in overtime secured. And at this point, they've just got to stop Kerrigan.
Seriously. Wow. Not even a first or second round, it's an overtime. An overtime takeover here from Kerrigan.
Now, nice flashbang from Rain to set that one up. Can't give all the credit to Kerrigan.
Gotta have your support players.
Yes, sir.
Gotta support greatness.
Well, between Rain and Kerrigan, it's been the key of this OT. And a huge
Им против Маузов придется играть, G2. Ну как придется. Маузам придется играть против G2. Опять 2-0 отлетать.
Dire straits, G2. 4 players collecting themselves outside of A. Brokey's looking for the entry pack. We're gonna get a Brokey versus m0NESY duel, perhaps.
Hand off the mouse for a second.
He'll
right
win it.
into his angle.
Second challenge incoming. He's got support on the closed pillar in Nexa. Mid as well. Held on to for the time being. So this time FaZe not looking so good at first. m0NESY burning to a crisp. 8 HP. Nice attempt from Rain, but they end it then and there, and G2 will take one.
Yeah, without that round, game's done. Okay, so they get that one CT round. That's nice. They can focus up on T side. They gotta, you know, wipe away this memory of Kerrigan running into their sights both rounds and just cleaning the clocks as a new problem, as if they didn't have enough problems already.
А почему еще что-то в игре, блядь?
The game is still very real. If they can make some magic happen here on T side, I think when we look back.
Ничья, победитель без ОТ, блядь. Ну, 7-20. Что дальше?
G2 had lots of chances, lots of good defaults. They just didn't close rounds properly, but they staged them very well.
Или уже рассчитали, я не понял, блядь.
For a second sniper, Rops has picked it up in his place.
Yeah, but yeah, he's gonna be on the on the A side. Yep.
And Frozen dead in
Что за хуйня, блядь?
instance. Nice flash for Kerrigan to work with. No way! Kerrigan, another multi-frag in overtime.
They can't kill this man.
In the fire with the AUG, 3 players facing, and he topples 2. Nothing from Rops's AWP. Nexa cracks the A site open. G2 have legs. And as they take over the site, Brokey's there to answer. A chance! And a second shot that's sick. Modesty to the clutch. Hot and cold throughout this match, but at least he grabs the bomb.
Майонез может? Ну, вообще может, вообще может.
He doesn't prioritize plant, but he exposes himself to Rain, who secures 15 for FaZe.
Oh yeah, now touching it. One step away from 60, and Kerrigan another 2 kills here in overtime as we switch sides.
How does he pull this? Oh, he's blind.
Yeah, they're both. Everyone's blind, but he takes so long to get the kill. The flash assist not in the kill feed. And Brokey puts it right here. That's a solid defense. And this is the first time G2 tried to go fast.
Как они стреляют? Ну как они стреляют? Ну как они стреляют?
But it doesn't work out either way.
Жесть.
You said it, the staging was good, the close wasn't there, and Rops right back to winning ways.
Oh, he's getting his revenge now.
Stuffs them on the approach, 5 versus 3. Frozen can immediately start leaning back, doesn't have to try to press the issue versus Nico, and as smoke fades, Nico sees nothing here. CTs can lean back, relax, and just 3 frags out from semifinals. A fresh-faced FaZe featuring Frozen.
Это все деньги, что ли, блядь?
And they hit the ground running in Abu Dhabi. Kerrigan leading the charge in overtime. And G2 desperate to try and creep out. The flash is good again. Frozen setting up Kerrigan the same way Rain did. No multi-kill this time.
But I think his job is done.
Feels that way.
2 on 4 with 50 seconds. Both players known.
Molotov to the camera, 40 seconds to the clock. Rain coming out deep to get eyes on bridge, but Hunter has managed to get past that.
Ну, это только с этого, блядь. Где бабки, блядь?
Hunter versus Brokey could decide the outcome, and he
Где баб? Где...
for the headshot fast enough.
And they can clasp hands now. They've got to way to each other.
But Rain is also in the middle of it all.
Зеленский, где бабки? Ты все деньги просишь, блядь. И где бабки, сука ебаная? Зеленский, где бабки, сука ебаная, блядь? Где бабки, тварь ебаная, блядь? Ну, блядь, предсказано, блядь, предсказано. Рассчитано, блядь. А Клауда, пидорасы! Пидорасы ебаные, пидорасы! Пидорасы заруили 2,5 миллиона рублей, 2,5 миллиона рублей, 2,5 миллиона рублей! Одной карту не взяли, блядь. Хуесосы. Хуесосы. Ни одну карту не взяли. 2,5 ляма рублей заруинили G2, ой, Клауда, блядь. 2,5 мульта, блядь. Ребята, домашнее задание. Записывали.
Slightly better in overtime, but that's about it. Yeah, sometimes it's complicated. It's a hard job for us to stand here and trying to explain, describe these micro differences because you're right on the money. G2 were not far away from the truth. No. There were situations, the last round, a 4 versus 3, a whole lot of communications going on, waiting for the timing to blow up in the smoke. It's a fact that Londers put out there. I was listening to the comm, and you know, it's half a second. It's the story of half a second. The second round, a smoke that blows up in a little bit quicker. Suddenly you have the trade, even in the last few rounds as well. I think maybe the game got a little bit ahead of themselves. The communication was a little bit too quick. Maybe they missed a couple of
2,5 мульта заруинили, уёбки.
FaZe shine. This is where they're unplayable in moments where it's just a matter of half a second. The Brokey double kill as well on Hooksy and Nico. We can play the hindsight is 2020 and say, yeah, Hooksy could have waited half a second more when he could have come. But this is where Counter-Strike is at. When you get to these last few rounds, it's half a second difference. That's a win or a loss.
I mean, losing sucks no matter what. You know, if you're G2 right now, it's a sucky feeling, but they lost on their own terms. They never stopped playing Counter-Strike. They're being proactive. They're being aggressive. They're trying to do all the right things. And as you said, we're standing here listening to the communication. There was a lot of stuff going on within the game. So there's a different feeling to losing a game where you're just sitting back and you can just feel the game slipping out of your hands.
Да мало, конечно, это мало, блядь.
Брат, у тебя 124 копейки на балансе. Хватит меня нищего байтить.
Кики, ты какая? За Дудон?
Beautifully handling these high pressure situations. We talked about it. We have Carrigan on camera. Of course, he's going to be the hero of that overtime. There is no debate right there. But the man that also had
дело в чем? Дело в том, что
in a couple of multi-kills here and there. He's actually talking to James after this absolute barn burner of a game.
FaZe find themselves straight to the semi-finals, but again, wasn't easy. This time another overtime, so you just really wanted to make sure Frozen gets understanding how all of his games are going to be.
Yeah, it's a warm welcome to FaZe, right?